Chapter 1. Even his private residence is a royal manor. On Christmas Eve, the extravagant bund of Shin City was suffused with the intoxicating scent of wealth that seemed to linger in the air. Amidst the dazzling lights and lavish festivities of the Hongxi Mansion, a grand architectural exposition, a decadent party was underway on the top floor of building number 5. A silver-topped Maybach idle below. Moments later, all eyes were on the scene as a popular actress was ushered into the vehicle of a powerful mogul from the capital. Under the incessant flashes of cameras, Jing Ji was forcibly embraced and pulled into the car. In the next instant, she found herself pressed against the window, the ever-dignified man exuding an aura of danger. Mei, you've been rather unruly lately. His deep, resonant voice was laced with a restrained possessiveness. Jing Ji suddenly realized she had miscalculated this time. Not here will be photographed. Her voice was faint yet sweet, akin to a tipsy little fox, barely above a whisper. Behave yourself, and please me. The familiar yet foreign tone left no room for dissent. Fear gripped Jing Ji. She should not have provoked this man capable of taking her life. The mingling scents of fur and sheer satin intensified the atmosphere of desire that enveloped the car. A year prior, in Nanjing, Qingxi, in the afternoon sun, within a classical Chinese hotel district, a row of kippa-clad girls made their way toward the wine cellar, each carrying a pearwood wine box. A few tourists sat in a hexagonal pavilion, whispering amongst themselves. Is this a new feature of the resort? What new feature? They are known as Shao Guner, a term used by the Shirlu family for their servants. It's common knowledge online. Haven't you heard? No. Yaven. What are they doing here? Are there members of the Shirlu family around? You're correct, and they are indeed descendants from the 4 eminent families of our country, the Fu, Shun, Song, and Jiang clans. I know that. This resort was established by the Fu family's Taiping Hai Na Capital Group. Exactly. It's the largest and most luxurious hot spring resort in the country, spanning an impressive 160,000 square meters within the ancient town. Besides lavish hotels and natural hot springs, it features intangible cultural heritage streets, classical Chinese courtyards, and modern villas. This resort is merely one of the Fu family's many properties. I've heard that the commercial interests of these 4 families are intricately intertwined, earning them the title of the modern-day 4 families of the dream of the Red Chamber. You're not wrong, they are indeed the true aristocrats of the capital, their ancestors having served in government for generations. Among the current generation, many have turned to business, amassing wealth beyond measure. Count the leaders in various industries, and you'll find 9 out of 10 are affiliated with these 4 families. At that moment, another line of Qipao girls enter the kitchen, each carrying a fruit tray filled with fresh produce. How are they different from the ones we saw earlier? Because they're the Shao Guaner of the fruit service department. In ancient times, during banquets in the Song dynasty, the 4 departments and 6 bureaus provided service. In modern times, these 4 families, due to frequent gatherings and meetings, formed a Shao Guan organization with 6 bureaus and 12 departments. In the afternoon, the hotel basked in the sunlight, creating an ambience of luxury, while the Chinese-style private rooms exuded classical charm. In the corridor, the Shao Guaner of the tea and wine department stood in a neat row, attired in brocade kipayos with their hair styled uniformly. Among the crowd, Jing Ji stood out, her ebony hair and porcelain skin, her figure both voluptuous and elegant, her features so exquisite that she resembled a star rather than an ordinary person. Were someone to snap a photo and post it online, it would surely go viral, evoking envy for her breathtaking beauty. The senior Shao Guner, adorned with a cloisonne brooch, bore a sharp gaze, but the intensity softened when it fell upon Jing Ji. You will join them in this private room shortly. Jing Ji's pupils widened. Huh? Me? It wasn't that she was being delicate. She had merely heard that the most distinguished members of the clan would be visiting that evening, and she feared she might embarrass herself. You needn't do anything, just stand by. I'll heat. After issuing her instructions, the senior Shao Guaner departed. The other Shao Guaner assigned to Jing Ji began to voice their discontent. Why her? She's only been here a day. What gives her the right to serve alongside us? Exactly. I've worked so hard to reach this point. Why her? Is it just because she's pretty? Pretty? We're all beautiful in this group. We were selected as the finest from all teams, and each possesses skills. What can she do? Jing Ji's eyelashes fluttered, her lips pressing together in preparation for a retort. Suddenly, a female voice interjected. There's a reason for the arrangements made above. If you speak like this and are overheard, you might find yourselves dismissed by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the four girls exchanged glances, their expressions revealing hesitation. After they left, Jing Ji turned to the Shogunner who had defended her, offering a bright smile. Thank you, Lingxi. Ruan Lingxi smiled generously, her dimples sweetly apparent. Don't worry, just follow my lead. Okay, with no one around, let's sneak a moment on the sofa in the private room. With that, Ruan Lingxi took Jing Ji's hand and led her into the chamber. The Chinese-style decor imbued the room with an air of opulence and elegance. The jade-carved goose on the rotating platter appeared perfectly rounded, and an array of tableware was already set at the 9 seats. The room was spacious and bright, and, sitting on the sofa, one could easily glance out the window to admire the view. Ruan Lingxi glanced outside, her tone cheerful. The weather is splendid today. Jing Ji followed her gaze, observing the clear blue sky adorned with a long trail of contrails. The bluestone path stretched endlessly, the ancient courtyards of the town deep and serene, with a gentle stream flowing beneath a small bridge. Even the most indulgent scions of wealthy families could not resist the allure of brewing tea by the window, reveling in the beauty surrounding them. Within the number 9 villa of the Chinese Villa District, 3 Shoguners wearing cloisonne brooches busily made phone calls on the first floor, while the second floor served as the resting place for their young master. Later that evening, a dinner gathering was planned, and Shen Yinji, seated by the window and enjoying the azure sky, dialed the number of an absent guest. As the call connected, a deep, gentlemanly voice resonated from the other end. My young relative is being troublesome, insisting on accompanying me. Shen Yinji chuckled, teasing, don't tell me that young relative is Zhao Yu. I know she has returned to the Rongning Wangfu. On the other end, in the Jingluo district, the streets of Fengming Road were lined with well-kept houses, exuding a tranquil and ancient charm enveloped in history. The weather was bright, and the riverbank opposite the Rongning Wangfu shimmered with golden reflections, the willows and locust trees lining the road, complementing each other, while a faint fragrance danced in the breeze. Before the south gate of the Wangfu, a verdant shadow wall inscribed with the characters Hongxi stood tall, and the grand plaque above the vermilion door radiated magnificence, flanked by stone lions holding pearls in their mouths, exuding a solemn majesty. The entire Wangfu was not open to the public as a tourist attraction. Instead, it served as the private residence of its current owners, its grandeur reflecting their noble status as one of the most illustrious families in the capital. One of the 4 prominent families of the capital, the Fu family. In the study named Unstained by Dust, a faint trace of sandalwood lingered in the air as a man reclined in an antique Wang Wali Yu chair, casually glancing at the shards of a wall vase scattered on the floor. It seemed the broken 1.39 million antique blue and white vase mattered little to him. Nearby, a girl adorned in fragrant attire, her exquisite appearance, an innate air of elegance revealing her status as a scion of a wealthy family, lowered her gaze, evading the penetrating stare of the man seated at the desk. Despite her attempts to avoid his gaze, she caught sight of a shadow cast by the daylight streaming in. A crisp sound of a lighter broke the silence, and the man's chiseled profile became apparent, a slender cigarette pinched between his long fingers. In the next moment, the smoke mingled with his prominent nose as a cloud of smoke spiraled into the air. Uncle, was that a call from Uncle Shenlu? He must be urging you to leave. Why don't you hurry? A familiar, sweet voice chimed from the phone, causing Shen Yinji to involuntarily smile at the rising intonation. Indeed, it's her. I can't believe she would cling to you. She fears you the most. The man on the other end chuckled softly, his mood evidently buoyant. Shen Yinji inquired, your third sister has prepared a surprise for you. Are you aware of this? The man took a drag of his cigarette, his tone leisurely. If it's a surprise, let's keep an element of suspense. Shen Yinji nodded knowingly. True. After all, there's nothing you can't know. Knowing in advance always diminishes the surprise. As he spoke, Shen Yinji elegantly sipped the fragrant tea, from the Mengding Ganlu. I look forward to your timely arrival at the banquet. The sound of the cigarette, but being extinguished in the ashtray, transformed into a faint hiss over the phone. The man's voice was calm and playful. Timely? That would imply I am overly eager to discover the surprise. After ending the call, the young masters from the other two families seated at the tea table turned their gazes toward Shen Yinji, one of them asking, "Does he mean he will arrive later?" Shen Yinji, unfazed, knew that the man's meticulousness was one of his least remarkable traits. His surmising proved accurate a quarter of an hour later. A silver-topped Maybach exited the Rongning Wangfu, heading toward the airport. There awaited a Gulfstream G650ER private jet, ready to embark for Qingxi. Chapter 2. Ethereal Grace and Pure Charm. Captivating his gaze, the breeze in August carries a hint of sultry warmth, soothing the restlessness within one's heart, while a contrail streaks across the sky. Once the junior officials had arranged each private room, they stepped outside, leaving the attendants of the tea and wine service waiting in the adjacent compartments, within the tranquil and comfortable confines of the private room. Ruan Lingxi took the opportunity to converse with Jing Ji in the absence of others. Do you not understand why they target you? Jing Ji lowered her eyelids, and when her lashes fluttered again, a trace of embarrassment surfaced in her eyes. Indeed, she did not comprehend. Ruan Lingxi smiled gently, her tone imbued with warmth. Perhaps it is because you are simply too unique to me. Unique? Jing Ji pointed at herself, her wide eyes brimming with astonishment. Ruan Lingxi nodded lightly, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "By the way, do you know the backgrounds of the junior officials in our team?" Jing Ji shook her head earnestly. Ruan Lingxi chuckled softly and explained at a leisurely pace. "Let us start with how difficult it was for us to get here. This time, there are over 40 junior officials in the tea and wine service, both male and female, all of whom have been selected through a screening process even more rigorous than that for flight attendants. From over 1,000 candidates, we were chosen to accompany the 4 most distinguished families who have come here." Jing Ji listened, somewhat taken aback. Ruan Lingxi continued calmly. "Moreover, within our group of junior officials, some are daughters of prestigious families from the southern city, while others hail from the affluent clans of the northern city. Even those whose families are merely affluent possess remarkable qualities, such as exceptional dancing, melodious singing, and striking beauty, which is merely the baseline requirement here." Upon hearing this, Jing Ji's eyes widened in shock and confusion. "They are so impressive. Why would they be willing to come here as junior officials?" Ruan Lingxi's lips curled into a playful smile. "Firstly, it's because the compensation here is substantial." Jing Ji nodded. This was precisely why she had come. While shopping one day, she had unexpectedly received a business card. She thought such luck was beyond her, and just then, an offer for a part-time job paying 90,000 for 5 days appeared. Although she was in dire need of money, she was skeptical about the validity of the offer. It felt akin to being approached by a talent scout on the street, something one could hardly believe. Later, that person suggested she come to see for herself. Since it was close to home, she made a special trip to the resort area, and upon confirming its authenticity, she was eager to seize the opportunity. However, she had merely intended to take a part-time job during her summer break in her 3rd year, and had no idea about the intricacies Ruan Lingxi was explaining. Ruan Lingxi added suddenly. "Secondly, it's because this presents an opportunity to ascend the social ladder." Ascend the social ladder. Jing Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. Ruan Lingxi gazed dismissively at the carpet. What does it matter if they are daughters from the affluent families of the south and north cities? Compared to the 4 great families, they are far inferior. Not to mention that many attractive female junior officials seek to leverage this opportunity for social mobility, while many male junior officials aspire to attach themselves to the daughters of these noble families. Albeit they are not in our group, Jing Ji thought to herself. This is a form of unspoken rule. The 4 great families have 2 types of junior officials. One type consists of senior junior officials with specialized skills, who accompany the wealthy like butlers or assistants. The other type, like them, serves merely to attend meetings, banquets, and parties, with the tea and wine officials serving more as decorative elements. For ordinary folk, if a young master takes a liking to them, it would be akin to soaring to success. Even being a mistress could be deemed a rise in fortune. However, Ruan Lingxi regarded Jing Ji with a more probing gaze. "I have never encountered a situation quite like yours, suddenly thrust into this role. And entirely inexperienced I." Jing Ji placed one hand on the armrest of the sofa, her fingers lightly tapping the "I am not sure. I thought I was not the only one in this predicament." Wan Lingxi shrugged. "At least I have not seen or heard of any predecessors discussing such an occurrence. Perhaps it's due to your appearance." "Huh." Wan Lingxi reached out and pinched Jing Ji's cheek. "You possess the most stunning face I have ever seen." As if you won the genetic lottery. As dusk fell, a Bugatti gracefully glided through the roundabout of the resort, soon entering the hotel's VIP parking area. Meanwhile, the junior officials in the villa area awaited outside, prepared to greet their young masters for the evening's dinner gathering. Wealthy individuals have always enjoyed arranging to relax together, and the summer resort here is undoubtedly an excellent destination. Shun Yinji glanced downstairs. Quite a few young heirs were already awaiting him outside his villa, but he remained unhurried. Just then, a phone on the tea table rang. Once the call connected, a low, familiar voice resonated. "I've arrived." Shun Yinji raised an eyebrow. "Perfect timing. We are ready to depart." After hanging up, he turned to the two beside him, casually reminding, "We can leave now." Zhou Zong, already feeling hungry, picked up an antique bracelet from the table. Putting it on his wrist as he stood, "He really is difficult to wait for." The typically taciturn Shan Shirshu couldn't resist a quip. "He has always been like this for years. I genuinely look forward to the day he has to wait for someone." Shen Yinji shook his head with a smile that seems rather unlikely. At this moment, slender junior officials stood outside every private room. Jing Shi, Wan Lingxi, and the other 4 junior officials stood at the entrance of their private room. After about half an hour, voices began to swell in the corridor. Several senior officials led the way, the young masters exuding an air of privilege as they entered the private room. As Jing Ji watched the procession of young aristocrats approach, she took the opportunity to discreetly check her chi pao in the absence of attention. Just as she lowered her head, the soft light spilling from the doorway illuminated her profile. It was a breathtaking moment, perfectly witnessed by the most influential man in attendance. Shen Yinji, walking beside him, had been engaged in conversation but soon noticed the scene, his smile gradually fading. Zhou Zong followed suit, quickly discerning the situation, and nudged Shang Shirshu with his elbow. Initially indifferent, Shang Shirshu also raised an eyebrow after a quick glance, piecing together the context. Once Jing Ji confirmed her chi pao was in order, she lifted her head, revealing a smile that radiated vitality, her fox-like eyes glimmering with a captivating allure, long lashes touched by the ambient glow. Ethereal grace and pure charm. The man silently absorbed the sight. Chapter 3. The most beautiful one. Once the young masters took their seats, the other 5 junior officials began to bustle about. The main seat was against the background wall, with the opposite side designated for the deputy host, the right for the main guest, and the left for the secondary guest. Shang Shirshu settled into the main guest position, and as a lithe junior official approached to untie his napkin flower, he frowned slightly. Shen Yinji caught sight of this, and quietly spoke to a nearby junior official wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The junior official moved next to the one untying the napkin flower, whispering something discreetly. The junior official first appeared shocked, then gradually looked distressed. Jing Ji watched in disbelief as she saw the official wipe away tears and exit. Confused, Jing Ji turned to Wan Lingxi, who had come to her side, and whispered in explanation. She sprayed perfume, thinking it would win the favor of the young masters, but the distinguished guest, young Master Shang, dislikes the scent, and upon seeing this, young Master Shun had her sent away. Jing Ji's mouth fell open slightly, her gaze searching for the main guest. Is young Master Shang the gentleman sitting in the main guest position? Wan Lingxi nodded subtly, drawing Jing Ji closer as she began to introduce the others in hushed tones. Since you just arrived, you may not be aware of the 4 prominent families, Fu, Shen, Song, and Jiang. The main guest is young Master Shan Shirshu, who is a scion of the Song family, though I am unsure why he does not bear the Song surname. The secondary guest is Zhou Zong, a descendant of the Jiang family. I do know why he does not carry the Jiang surname. Why? Because he is the maternal grandson. His mother belongs to the Jiang family, while his father is from the Zhou family in the southern city. However, his status in the Jiang family is not low. Typically, he would occupy the main guest position, but he is easygoing and amicable, and his relationship with young Master Shang has always been close. So they do not stand on ceremony with one another. Jing Jiruo gazed thoughtfully at the 2 gentlemen. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the face of Shan Shirshu, whose peach blossom eyes exuded a sense of aloofness and indifference, tinged with a hint of unattainability. Yet, the corners of his mouth were perpetually adorned with a faint smile, and his well-tailored suit accentuated his distinguished appearance. with features so striking that one might think he could easily pursue a career in the entertainment industry if he chose not to inherit his family fortune. Although Zhou Tsung could only catch a glimpse of his profile, the prominent bridge of his nose and sharp jawline conveyed an air of the rebellious young master, seemingly casual and gentle, yet evoking the impression of an untamable Tyrannosaurus rex. Ironically, a string of antique agarwood prayer beads adorned his wrist, suggesting a devotion that felt more like an intentional affront than genuine reverence, as for the gentleman seated in the principal position. He was a scion of the Shen family, Shen Yinji. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, he was, in fact, the most formidable among them. It was well known that even though their group included several heiresses from prominent families, anyone who dared provoke him might find their family facing bankruptcy in no time. There had been instances in the past where a small official who attempted to seduce him met a dire fate. Ruan Lingxi shook her head with a hint of embarrassment, remarking that the Shun family's signs were indeed not to be trifled with. Jing Zhao had encountered descriptions of Shun Yinji online, and like the other two gentlemen, he possessed an extraordinary charm. Notably, a subtle yet alluring vermilion mole rested beneath his Adam's apple, while a string of 108 white jade Buddha beads encircled his wrist. He gave off a gentle aura, yet the incident involving the small official who had just been called away revealed his meticulous and unyielding nature. Every minuscule action was observed by him. His keen perception chillingly refined, and he was decisive and cold in his dealings. And one of the gentlemen occupying the main seat, Jing Zhao, turned to Ruan Lingxi, that a flicker of wariness crossed Ruan Lingxi's eyes as she spoke. He is Fu Jingxi of the Fu family, but it is wise not to harbor excessive curiosity about him. Jing Zhirua was perplexed. Why? Ruan Lingxi shrugged, explaining that while the entire resort was technically a property of the Fu family, each venture under the Taiping Haina Group had different major shareholders. This resort was merely a trifling asset in Fu Jingxi's portfolio. His wealth exceeded 1.3 trillion, and at merely 30 years of age, he was dubbed a financial magnate within the capital circles. Ruan Lingxi narrowed her eyes, emphasizing that his background was unfathomably deep, verging on terrifying, making him not an individual to be trifled with. Even Shen Yinji, who appeared formidable in Jing Zhua's eyes, was merely described as not to be messed with by Ruan Lingxi, while Fu Jingxi was labeled as terrifying. Ruan Lingxi even cautioned against harboring any intentions toward him. Jing Zhao turned her gaze back to the principal seat, where the man, endowed with an extraordinary appearance, bore a blend of Western bone structure and Eastern features, with a tall nose, a refined jawline, and long, dense eyelashes framing his soulful eyes that, despite their depth, conveyed a sense of detached authority. Merely sitting there, he emanated an aura of power, as if his very soul was nurtured by capital. Without uttering a word, he possessed an unassailable authority that made it difficult for others to maneuver within the confines of the gathering. Jing Zhirua blinked, wondering about his height. Ruan Lingxi shook her head, stating that the only information available online was his name and family ranking, with all other details meticulously concealed. They had all been forcibly instructed to refrain from leaking information about him online, so no one knew his exact height. Jing Zhu suddenly recalled the moment at the entrance of the private room when Fu Jingxi had passed by her, appearing to be over a head taller than her, at least 1.90 meters. How astonishing! Are you enchanted? Ruan Lingxi gently nudged Jing Zhirua. She half closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, and denied lightly, I am not. Are you not? Ruan Lingxi teased. He is known as the King of Chaos in the capital circles. Why the King of Chaos? Jing Zhou inquired. That I have only heard whispers, Ruan Lingxi replied. It is said that among the heirs of the four great families, he possesses an almost imperial lineage, not only remarkable in appearance, but also astute in strategy. Ruthless and unyielding. Yet, every gesture he makes is imbued with an undeniable sexual tension, making one wish to be utterly consumed by him. Alas, only beauties akin to Daji are likely to catch his eye. Jing Zhirua turned her gaze slowly toward Fu Jingxi, the light striking his high nose as he methodically removed his suit jacket, which a nearby young official promptly received with utmost respect. At that moment, he casually tugged at his tie. His fingers were long and pale as jade, yet the prominent veins on the back of his hands led down to his forearms, exuding a palpable sense of strength. One could only imagine how captivating it would be if he were to grip the sheets. Suddenly, Ruan Lingxi turned to Jing Zhao with curiosity, asking, I've heard you are a student of Shunda, and with your beauty and figure, you must have quite a few admirers at school. Jing Zhirua withdrew her gaze, replying softly, I haven't kept count. Ruan Lingxi smiled brightly, you resemble Daji. Surely, Many are pursuing you. Jing Zhao smiled gently, her long, curled lashes fluttering, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with a blend of purity and allure as dusk deepened. The hotel's lighting became soft and intoxicating. The tea and wine attendants served the brewed tea and aerated wine to each gentleman, then retreated to the adjacent room. The 5 remained within the compartment, with the other 3 keeping their distance from Jing Zhao due to their disdain for her, leaving only Yuan Lingxi close by her side. After a while, the large screen in the private room began broadcasting a live stream, as instructed from above. The content featured an auction by Rongjia, the largest and most authoritative auction group in Beijing. Jing Zhao recalled seeing it trending on Weibo. Recently, during the spring auction, Rongjia had astonishingly sold a prince's mansion from the Qing dynasty for 1.3 billion. This mansion had originally been a private residence, but it seemed that unforeseen circumstances had led to its sale. At first, Shen Yinji was engaged in light conversation with Zhou Tsong, but soon he turned to the principal seat, smiling lightly as he inquired. Last time, I refrained from competing for the princess mansion. This time, you must yield to me, right? The princess mansion? Jing Zhihua glanced at Fu Jingxi, wondering if the 1.3 billion mansion from Rongjia was his acquisition. Fu Jingxi, however, responded calmly, that is uncertain. Shen Yinji asked, what is your budget for this time? At that moment, a young official beside them offered a cigarette. Fu Jingxi slightly lowered his head to place the cigarette between his lips, and the official held out a lighter, but Fu Jingxi deftly took it from him. With a flick of his fingers, the flame ignited effortlessly. The dignified man calmly lit a cigarette, exhaling a gentle puff, his lips curling into a faint smile, seemingly unhurried to respond. Zhou Tsong, seated at the secondary position, teasingly glanced at Shen Yinji, quipping, now that you've revealed your budget, are you going to call and increase it? Jing Zhao, upon hearing this, turned her attention to the live stream, which had shifted to a professional bidder making calls to place bids. Realizing this was merely a game for the wealthy, some affluent individuals chose to place bids over the phone for auctions they did not wish to attend. The even wealthier would set a price with their entrusted bidders, not needing to be present or answer calls, simply awaiting the results. Currently, the item being auctioned was a classical Ming Dynasty garden residence, and the bidding price had reached 860 million. Suddenly, someone called out, 880 million. Zhou Tsong turned to Shang Shixiu, asking, aren't you participating in this auction as well? Shang Shixiu shot Zhou Tsong a quizzical glance. You must be mistaken, I already own one, so why would I need another? Zhou Tsong clicked his tongue in response, rubbing his temples with his right hand. Shen Yinji casually inquired, didn't you say you wouldn't participate in this auction? Where has your mind been wandering lately? Zhou Tsong hesitated, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Fu Jingxi, cigarette in hand, tapped the ash from the delicate white tube. It seems my third sister has caused you quite a bit of trouble. She is too well behaved, as quiet as this mansion, Zhou Tsong replied, swirling his wine glass, destined to be my undoing. Meanwhile, the live stream continued, with another bid being placed. 900 million. Fu Jingxi's gaze remained calm as water, his elegant, long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, as if everything unfolded according to his strategic design. Soon, the bidding concluded at 1.06 billion. Fu Jingxi nonchalantly sipped his red wine. A flicker of regret crossed Shen Yinji's eyes. I lost. He then asked, now can you tell me how much you budgeted? Fu Jingxi replied leisurely, not much, just 20. Shen Yinji chuckled, nodding in amusement, raising his wine glass to toast Fu Jingxi gracefully. The others congratulated the gentleman at the principal seat for acquiring his desired residence. Suddenly, Shen Yinji glanced toward their compartment, fixing his gaze on Jing Zhao, and waved her over. The most beautiful one, come pour the wine. Jing Zhao's pupils constricted, a hint of tension surfacing in her eyes. Surely, he could not be calling for her. She stepped back slightly, making way for Yuan Lingxi. Unexpectedly, Shen Yinji reiterated, don't step back. It's you. Upon hearing this, Jing Zhi's breath slowed, acutely aware of the scrutiny from those around her. Undoubtedly, even the man seated at the head of the table had taken notice of her. Chapter 4. She is beautiful, but that is all. Me. Jing Zhi pointed to herself, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Yes, you. Shen Yinji repeated. The atmosphere in the private room grew awkwardly silent, prompting Jing Zhi to cast a pleading glance towards Yuan Lingxi. Yuan Lingxi offered a slight smile and picked up the decanter, saying, I'll accompany you. Upon hearing this, Jing Zhi looked at Yuan Lingxi with gratitude. With her by her side, Jing Zhi felt less anxious. Each took a decanter, with Ruan Lingxi pouring from the position of the vice host. While Jingji began from the main guest position, Jingji carefully poured wine into Shang Shishu's glass. From afar, Shen Yinji suddenly asked, "Are you new here?" Jingji nearly spilled the wine from her trembling hand, awkwardly nodding in response. "Yes." At that moment, Shen Yinji unexpectedly laughed, his tone gentle. "Don't be afraid. I merely find you quite attractive." This only heightened the awkwardness. Jingji maintained a smile on her face, inwardly pleading for this gentleman to refrain from further comments. If you continue to flatter her, you might frighten her, Jingji thought, surprised to hear this from the seemingly aloof Shang Shishu. After speaking, Shang Shishu glanced at Jingji with a faint smile. Though devoid of mirth, he reassured her, "Ignore him." Jingji returned a polite smile, her palms growing clammy with a hint of cold sweat. Shen Yinji shrugged, feigning exasperation. How could complimenting her beauty frighten her? "I don't offer such praises to everyone." Jingji shyly smiled and stepped between the main and vice host. At the head of the table, Fu Jingxi's discerning gaze swept over Jingxi's subtly furrowed brows, and he discreetly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Jingji reached for his wine glass. Suddenly, to her left, Zhou Zong's elbow shifted on the armrest, inadvertently brushing against Jingji's arm. Jingji, already tense, lost grip of the glass, spilling half the wine onto Fu Jingxi's silk black shirt. In that instant, Jingji thought to herself, "It's over." Under the starry night sky, the ancient town glimmered with lights, and the occasional chirp of cicadas echoed within the resort. Jingji hid in the restroom of the private room, tears streaming down her face, while Ruan Lingxi gently patted her back, comforting and coaxing. "It should be fine. I don't see any sign of anger from young Master Fu." Jingji was unresponsive, having just checked her bank balance and the price of that shirt, the disparity enough to bring her to tears. Her eyelashes, dampened by tears, clumped together, and her enchanting fox-like eyes, usually bright and alluring, now bore a hint of redness around the rims from crying. Stray hairs fell softly around her temples, giving her an air of fragility. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached. The restroom door was ajar, and Jingji glanced up through the mirror, spotting Shen Yinji coming towards her. Shen Yinji halted, noticing her tear-streaked eyes in the mirror. His tone as gentle as ever. "Why are you crying?" Jingji quickly wiped her tears away, turned, and shook her head, her voice still tinged with sobs. "It's nothing." Leaning against the restroom door, Shen Yinji observed Jingji, and suddenly his gaze fell upon her brooch. "Jingji," a name befitting her. She forced a weak smile and softly inquired, "Is there something you need, Mr. Shen?" Shen Yinji shrugged. "I came to see if you were all right," Shen Yinji said, gazing kindly into Jingxi's eyes, adding, "Also, to let you know that Jingxi is not upset with you. Fu Jingxi is not upset with her." Jingxi met Shen Yinji's gaze, his dark eyes shimmering with a striking beauty. Then, she quickly clarified, "Mr. Shen, I truly did not mean to." Shen Yinji nodded, "I understand." Jingxi lowered her gaze, her expression dimming. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Shen Yinji offered a gentle smile, patiently explaining, "Zhou also mentioned it was his fault for bumping into you. He has spoken to your superior to prevent any misunderstandings." Jingxi remained silent, obediently thanking him. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Yinji failed to perceive the emotion she concealed beneath her calm exterior. He held out the stained shirt before her, playfully asking, "Miss Jing, would you be so kind as to help clean this shirt?" Jingxi looked up, surprised. "What if I ruin it?" "No worries," Shen Yinji replied evenly. "Jingxi said this shirt isn't worth much. If it gets ruined, you won't need to compensate." As he spoke, Shen Yinji produced a black and gold business card from his suit pocket. "This is my card. Once it's cleaned, please call me on this number." "All right." Jingxi accepted the shirt and card. Though puzzled, she refrained from asking further questions. Before leaving, Shen Yinji flashed her a subtle smile. "Miss Jing, there's no need to overthink it. The hotel was in close proximity to the villa district, and for someone like Shen Yinji with long legs, the walk was swift." Upon exiting the hotel, he encountered a senior hotel staff member who greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Shen." Shen Yinji instinctively returned a businesslike smile in their direction. However, as he withdrew his gaze, there was no hint of warmth in his eyes, resembling a benevolent yet stern judge. "Call young Master Fu." The attendant trailing closely behind him immediately responded, "Yes," after connecting the call. Shen Yinji held the phone in one hand and casually pocketed the other as he strode through the hotel's revolving door. "Your third sister is quite formidable. She only gives surprises that genuinely touch the heart." As Shen Yinji spoke, his words carried a tone of admiration. On the other end of the line, there was a brief silence before Fu Jingxi's voice. laced with subtle sarcasm, emerged, seemingly reluctant to concede. Touch the heart? Is there not? Shun Yinji countered with a nonchalant tone that a gentle breeze from the summer night felt refreshing after a few drinks. And in the villa, the attendant had prepared some fruits and drinks for the gentleman upstairs. Leaning against the sofa, Zhou Zong cast a glance at Fu Jingxi, who stood by the window, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What are you mocking? Do you not have such surprises?" "None." Fu Jingxi replied definitively. Zhou Zong skeptically shook his head, popping a green grape into his mouth while a layer of irritation flickered in his eyes. Seated on the couch, Shang Shirshu casually crossed his legs, engrossed in the documents before him, stating, "Your third sister is not only impressive but also a dragon tamer. What do you say, Mr. Tyrannosaurus?" "Ha!" Zhou Zong snorted derisively, uninterested in further discussion. Who could forget the infamous Zhou Zong, known as the Tyrannosaurus of the capital circle, who had remained unruly for nearly 30 years? Suddenly, a family alliance forced him into an arranged meeting with the composed and gracious 10th young lady of the Fu family. Marriage and children with such a dull woman? He might as well die. What made it even more ironic was that this 10th young lady was the younger sister of his close friend, frequently visiting, and astonishingly, he found himself quite taken with Fu Shi. The circle mocked him for encountering a dragon tamer. Frustrated, he decided he no longer wished to remain there and wanted to return to Jingluo. Feeling out of sorts, he stood up and stepped onto another balcony. Making a call that as Fu Jingxi hung up, Zhou Zong happened to pass by him. He overheard Zhou Zong casually remark over the phone, "Am I interrupting you? Fu Jusi, are you busy?" Fu Jingxi paid no mind to what Zhou Zong was calling his sister about. Merely seating himself on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, and flipping through another set of documents on the coffee table, Shang Shirshu turned to Fu Jingxi, inquiring, "The Jingjiu banquet will be held in Jingluo. And Mission is the organizer. Will you attend?" Fu Jingxi exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze lowered as he pressed his lips together, responding nonchalantly, "Let Jusi go instead." Shang Shirshu raised an eyebrow, intent on adding, "What I mean is, since Mission is organizing, some people you might not wish to see will not be in attendance." Fu Jingxi set down the documents, tapping the ash from his cigarette. His tone resolute. "Even if it were not for Miss Shun, without my permission, no one dares to invite her. In the entertainment industry, it is well known that the popular star Mu Yin graces the international standard magazine Ruyi's Jingjiu issue annually, and her stunning presence is always anticipated at the banquet. However, the capital circle is equally aware that a single word from young Master Fu can make any star vanish from public eye. Without his approval, even Mu Yin, no matter how famous, has no right to step through the banquet's doors. Moreover, she shares a complicated past with young Master Fu." Shang Shirshu chuckled, "The way you say it, I would think there are lingering feelings." "Lingering feelings? She is beautiful." Fu Jingxi extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette. "But that is all." Chapter 5. I convey Miss Jing's gratitude to the young master. Time swiftly approached 9 o'clock, and the hotel staff gradually departed. The young ladies in the private dining room changed into their casual attire and returned to their designated quarters. Jingji and Ruan Lingxi sat on the sofa within the room, Jingji caressing the fabric of the shirt in her hands, pondering how such a fine material could possibly be worthless. It was undoubtedly a form of consolation. Ruan Lingxi glanced at the business card Jingji held, musing, "This is quite an opportunity, indeed." "What opportunity?" Jingji bit her lip, her brow furrowed in a manner that evoked sympathy. Ruan Lingxi, gazing into Jingji's eyes, teased, "Do you know why everyone harbors hope of soaring to great heights?" After a moment's contemplation, Jingji lowered her gaze and asked softly, "Is it because someone has succeeded in such a way?" Ruan Lingxi nodded. "I find myself envious of your fortune." Envious was a sensitive term for Jingji. Had she not suffered enough from the wounds inflicted by others' jealousy? She stared blankly at Ruan Lingxi, rendered speechless. Observing her reaction, Ruan Lingxi suddenly chuckled. "What are you afraid of? Who would openly admit to being jealous of you if they meant you harm? Besides, my feelings are more akin to admiration." Upon hearing this, Jingji quietly released a sigh of relief. "I apologize, Lingxi. I have a bit of a reflex when it comes to such matters. I can genuinely feel your goodwill towards me." That sentiment is unmistakable. With sincerity, she expressed her apologies to Ruan Lingxi while articulating her perception of her. Ruan Lingxi smiled warmly. "So how do you plan to clean this shirt? I feel like it might be best left as is." As if there's an ulterior motive at play. Jingji shook her head. "I must have it cleaned properly. I shouldn't overthink things. It could just be a misunderstanding, and that would be disastrous." Besides, didn't you say Mr. Fu is quite formidable? Wan Lingxi nodded in agreement but added, yet if you truly catch his eye, there's no escaping it, is there? The night deepened, stars twinkling in the sky. Jingji seized the opportunity to drop off her shirt at a nearby laundromat, which, while of good quality, was rather pricey. However, it was far better than risking damage by washing it herself. As she returned to the hotel that night, she realized in her haste to visit the laundromat, she had neglected to change out of her work attire. Once in the changing room, she swapped her uniform for another qipao, one in a subtle and elegant shade of cream, quite distinct from her work attire. Upon returning to the quarters, she opened the door to find 3 pairs of curious eyes fixed upon her. Wow, I didn't notice it during the day, but now you look stunning, one exclaimed. I want to see too. You truly are beautiful. Another chimed in that I've wanted to say this for ages. When I first saw you, I thought you were the loveliest person I'd seen in a long time. Jingji was taken aback by the flurry of compliments, standing shyly at the threshold, hesitant to step inside. The young lady closest to the door, named Xiaoguan, inquired with concern, What's wrong? Did we frighten you? Hearing this, Wan Lingxi got up to check on Jingji. Noticing her pale complexion, she asked with genuine concern, Are you thinking of something troubling? Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. The other 2 young ladies also approached the door. Peering at Jingji, Wan Lingxi reached out to grasp her hand. But as the other 2 came closer, Jingji appeared to recall some terrifying memory and abruptly withdrew from Wan Lingxi's grasp. What's the matter? Wan Lingxi asked, astonished. Before she could take another step, Jingji turned and fled in a panic. In her haste, she nearly collided with a hotel guest. When the elevator doors opened, Jingji rushed inside and pressed the button, fixating on the changing floors. During that brief moment, her mind replayed a series of haunting memories. As the elevator descended, although there was no actual lack of oxygen, it felt as if the air had vanished. Cold sweat poured from her brow, her face ashen, as if she might shatter at any moment. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Jingji beheld a woman clad in a blue qipao through the haze. She noticed the exquisite enamel brooch on the woman's left chest. The next instant, her body went limp, and she collapsed. In a fragrant room, Jingji opened her eyes to see a crystal chandelier, followed by the sound of Wan Lingxi's voice. She is awake. Let me see. Oh dear, will I frighten her again if I approach? Perhaps you should clarify things for her first. Lingxi, I'll give it a try. Wan Lingxi replied, sitting at the edge of Jingji's bed, her expression full of concern. As Jingji's eyes adjusted and she recognized her surroundings, she slowly spoke. Lingxi. Wan Lingxi smiled upon hearing her name. Leaning in closer, Jingji, you scared us terribly. What happened to me? Jingji asked, bewildered, glancing around. The individuals surrounding her were the young ladies she had just met upon moving into the apartment, along with a higher-ranking lady in a blue qipao. This lady, named Lu Qin, was the one who had given her the business card and let her in earlier. She now smiled gently at Jingji. Jingji returned her smile faintly, then cast an apologetic glance at Wan Lingxi. Wan Lingxi took her hand in concern. You fainted in the elevator. Thankfully, Sister Lu Qin found you, and then Brother Zhui Yin, Mr. Fu's aide, carried you up and called Mr. Fu's personal physician. The doctor said you were merely startled. As she spoke, Wan Lingxi leaned in closer to Jingji, her tone earnest. If there is anything that frightens you, we will do our best to help you avoid those memories. Everyone has their shadows. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Jingji averted her gaze, contemplating before she finally met Wan Lingxi's eyes. Let me discuss this with you later. Very well, Wan Lingxi replied, casting a gentle smile at the other 2 ladies behind her. Jingji then turned to Lu Qin, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you. Thank Mr. Fu instead. If it weren't for his concern, Brother Zhuyin wouldn't have called the doctor so promptly, Lu Qin replied, maintaining her smile. Jingji hesitated. Lu Qin, perceptive as she was, smiled knowingly. Brother Zhuyin is outside. I shall fetch him. With that, Lu Qin nodded at Jingji and stepped out. Moments later, a gentleman entered, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a dark suit that exuded elegance. Unlike the other young ladies, his suit fit impeccably, and his refined features gave him an air reminiscent of a wealthy scientist. Too, bore an enamel brooch on his suit, though it was distinctly more intricate and delicate, resembling a magnolia blossom that complemented his demeanor splendidly. Jingji propped herself up in bed, while Wan Lingxi and the other 2 young ladies rose in respect for the gentleman named Zhuyin. Miss Jing, I am relieved to see you are well, Zhuyin said with a smile directed at Jingji. Jingji, somewhat bewildered by the situation, dared not inquire further and simply expressed, "Thank you." "And thank Mr. Fu as well." Zhui Yan's smile widened. The young master said that Miss Jing need not be overly courteous. He initially assumed you were frightened by the task of cleaning your shirt, which prompted him to summon the doctor immediately and instructed me to wait for your awakening. At this, Jing Ji felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, murmuring, "In truth, Mr. Fu misunderstood. That is of no consequence. The young master is always a gentleman. I shall convey your gratitude to him," Zhui Yan replied, nodding respectfully to Jing Ji before taking his leave. Upon his departure, Chapter 6, a personal delivery holds more sincerity commenced. After Zhui Yan left, Lu Qin followed suit, leaving the four of them alone in the room. Jing Ji, feeling a wave of apology wash over her, urged, "Please, sit down and talk." The three young ladies settled beside her bed, gazing at Jing Ji intently. "Have you ever been targeted simply for your beauty?" one of the young ladies, Luo Ro, inquired. Jing Ji hesitated briefly before nodding. Luo Ro exchanged glances with the other two, then turned back to Jing Ji, saying, "Now I understand why you were startled earlier." Wan Lingxi added, "I understand too." The third young lady, Chu Yao, looked curiously at them, asking, "Did you recall moments when you were bullied?" Jing Ji nodded, her head bowed low and silenced. At that moment, Luo Ro suddenly took Jing Ji's hand, prompting her to look up in surprise. Luo Ro declared with fervor, "Do not fear those memories. Nor should you fear the scrutiny of others. That we are inherently beautiful and thus subject to jealousy. But you must not let that intimidate you." As Luo Ro spoke, her eyes radiated a resilience that Jing Ji had never perceived within herself. This newfound courage ignited something within Jing Ji, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself admiring Luo Ro. "Indeed," Wan Lingxi chimed in. "She once shared with me how she was bullied at school. Those girls banded together to torment her, even cutting her beautiful hair, just like yours, into a dreadful state and locking her in a dark room to frighten her." Chu Yao shook her head in disbelief as she spoke. Jing Ji was astonished by the tales and cast an unexpected gaze towards Luo Ro, inquiring, "What happened next?" Luo Ro replied, "After that, I graduated, participated in a talent audition, landed a minor official position, and earned quite a bit of money. When I returned to school and encountered them, they still attempted to insult me with their words. That I then hired a few bodyguards with the money I earned, and on that very day, I sought them out one by one, frightening them into apologizing profusely, declaring they would never dare again." As Luo Ro recounted this, the four of them burst into laughter. "I even recorded a video. If they dare to trouble me, I shall compile the footage into GIFs and send them to their friends and family. After all, I currently possess both wealth and energy." Luo Ro smirked, her eyes radiating a blend of tenderness and resilience. At that moment, Chu Yao added, "You truly need not fear them. Back then, there were indeed individuals who targeted me as well, but I have a fiery temper. If someone insulted me, I would retaliate. If someone sought to bully me, I would not yield. Over time, fewer dared to treat me that way. You are also brave. I must learn from you." Jing Ji expressed, her eyes reflecting admiration as she gazed at them. Wan Lingxi remarked, "Of course, you must learn. You are far too beautiful and will undoubtedly attract much gossip. You need to protect yourself." Whether it was the notion of self-protection that struck a chord within Jing Ji, she suddenly felt a pang in her nose, her eyes reddening as if she might cry. Wan Lingxi immediately embraced Jing Ji, saying, "Do not cry. You can always cry to Mr. Fu." Upon releasing Jing Ji, Wan Lingxi shot her a playful grin. After receiving comfort, Jing Ji felt less inclined to cry and instead asked, "Why do you say that?" Luo Ro shook her head, incredulous. "Mr. Fu refers to you as Miss Jing. Did you not sense anything amiss?" Jing Ji tilted her head, puzzled but not entirely oblivious. "Doesn't he usually address everyone this way?" "No," Wan Lingxi responded. Jing Ji shook her head, candidly admitting, "In truth, I have not exchanged a single word with Mr. Fu." Perhaps there was a silent understanding. Wan Lingxi raised an eyebrow at Jing Ji. Jing Ji gazed at Wan Lingxi's spirited expression, blinked, and remained forthright. There was none. "Well then," Wan Lingxi shrugged, "what if he does?" "If we overthink this," Jing Ji swallowed hard, "it might lead to an awkward misunderstanding." Upon uttering this, the three exchanged knowing glances, seemingly grasping something unspoken. Glancing at the time, they noticed it was late, and decided to cease their inquiries, retreating to their respective beds for rest. That night, Jing Ji experienced some insomnia, tossing and turning, anticipating nightmares as she had in the past. To her surprise, Once she fell asleep, she slept soundly. The following day, all the alarms rang one after another, with Jing Ji being the last to awaken. She looked at Ruan Lingxi, who was rousing her, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lingxi. I didn't sleep well last night and ended up oversleeping." Ruan Lingxi, spitting out a mouthful of toothpaste, chuckled. "You didn't sleep well last night. Were you thinking about Mr. Fu?" "Not at all," Jing Ji hastily clarified. Ruan Lingxi wore an expression of understanding. "He is undeniably charming." Jing Ji sighed, feeling unable to clarify her stance, and chose to remain silent, plopping down on the bed in a daze. She mused to herself that even if Mr. Fu was charming, she was not a dream girl. How could she dream about someone after just one encounter? Typically, when there were meetings, minor officials had to rise early to prepare, but this time, it seemed these young masters were more inclined to enjoy a holiday. Aside from the midday and evening banquets, there was little need for early preparations. Upon hearing that the gathering was set for 10 o'clock, Jing Ji arose early and headed to the laundromat. As she exited, she happened to notice a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. Jing Ji glanced over but did not pay it much mind. On her way back to the resort, she was deep in thought when a voice called out, "Miss Jing." She ignored it. The voice called again, "Jing Ji." She halted and turned to see Shen Yinji waving at her from the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. "Mr. Shun." Jing Ji smiled warmly, standing still as the luxurious vehicle came to a stop beside her. Shen Yinji smiled back at her, explaining gently, "I called your name so you would respond." Jing Ji curiously peered into the car. The driver looked to be around 40, presumably the chauffeur, the individual she had accidentally bumped into yesterday. Zhou Qiuo was not present. Instead, Shang Shishu occupied the front passenger seat, flashing her an elegant smile. "Miss Jing, I apologize for yesterday. I convey Zhou's apologies to you." Jing Ji shook her head. "It's nothing. I should thank him for clarifying things with my superior." "It was nothing. You need not thank me," he replied. Her gaze shifted to the man seated on the left side of the back seat. Upon meeting his eyes, she nearly dropped her bag in shock. She nodded slightly, her brows forming a captivating arch. "Miss Jing." His deep voice reached her ears, prompting her to cautiously lift her gaze and respond, "Mr. Fu." Under the scorching sun, she stood there for a moment without breaking a sweat. Instead, her skin appeared translucent and fair, tinged with a hint of rosy allure. Exuding a vibrant charm, Fu Jingxi wore a subtle smile, gentlemanly and composed, as he asked, "Is your health better today?" Jing Ji lowered her gaze, discreetly inhaling sharply. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fu. I am feeling much better." "That is good to hear," Fu Jingxi remarked lightly, then shifted his attention away from her. Jing Ji discreetly lifted her lashes, cautiously observing Fu Jingxi's profile as if stealing glances in broad daylight. At that moment, Shen Yinji spoke up. "Miss Jing, are you headed to work?" Jing Ji returned her gaze, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Yes, you called out to me. Is there something you need?" "Not much, just that I have 2 invitations for you," he replied. "Huh?" Before Jing Ji could finish her sentence, Shen Yinji swiftly extended his hand out of the window, placing 2 invitation cards into her bag. "We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." With that, the Rolls-Royce glided past her, leaving her no chance to refuse. This Rolls-Royce looked somewhat familiar, though. Jing Ji gasped, suddenly recalling that she had forgotten to return the shirt to him. What a splendid opportunity it was just now. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun, noticing the Rolls-Royce had already vanished from sight, as the crowd thickened around her. She checked her phone and realized it was getting late. She contemplated that delivering the shirt in person later would be more sincere. Chapter 7. Mr. Fu, a figure of great power and opulence. Akin to a modern-day tyrant, the vacation area was vast, with a multitude of employees. Thus, the hotel featured a dining area for staff. Unlike ordinary service staff, minor officials dined alongside the hotel management. Typically, this level was exceptionally quiet, but today it was abuzz with activity. When Jing Ji arrived at the dining area, it was not too late. She found Ruan Lingxi, Chu Yao, and Luo Rou already seated together, and she casually selected a few dishes before joining them. Chu Yao peered at the plate filled with vegetables in Jing Ji's hands. "Curious, don't you eat meat? Why didn't you take any meat dishes?" "Me? There were no meat dishes I liked today," Jing Ji explained. Chu Yao's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "You won't eat if you don't like it? No wonder you're so thin." Jing Ji smiled brightly. "You are quite slender yourself." Chu Yao chuckled and turned to Ruan Lingxi. "Have you noticed that although she is thin, her figure is particularly alluring?" Ruan Lingxi, gnawing on a bone, nodded vigorously even with the bone still in her mouth. When I participated in art exams, I saw some exceptionally skinny students, but that kind of thinness seemed unhealthy, unlike Jingji's slenderness, which is captivating that as she spoke. Ruan Lingxi reached out to pinch Jingji's waist, her eyes widening in astonishment. It's just the width of a palm. Your waist-to-hip ratio is astonishing. Luo Ro paused, asking, did you undergo rib removal surgery? Jingji looked puzzled. No, how enviable. Luo Ro's eyes brimmed with admiration. As night descended, on the second day of her minor official duties, Jingji did not encounter Fu Jingxi again after their morning meeting. There were also other young masters from prominent families present, both from the south and the north, and Jingji heard that some were inheritors of intangible cultural heritage. Although she was unaware of the purpose of these affluent heirs' visit, she did not pry. Ruan Lingxi, however, shared plenty of information with her. The northern region primarily consisted of aristocratic families, a gathering place for the elite, while the southern region was more focused on families preserving intangible cultural heritage. In recent years, intangible cultural heritage had gained considerable recognition, not only due to government support, but also thanks to the efforts of these affluent families. Jingji had long harbored a desire to learn about intangible cultural heritage during her childhood. But due to her family's financial struggles, she had to relinquish that dream. After work that evening, Jingji let Ruan Lingxi leave first while she remained in the changing room, contemplating how best to initiate a conversation. Is anyone inside? Suddenly, a voice emerged, and Jingji turned to see a young official who had just entered the changing room, though he was not familiar to her, despite their lack of acquaintance. She greeted him with a smile, which naturally drew him closer as he politely inquired, aren't you heading back yet? Jingji opened her locker, retrieved her qipao, and replied, I will be leaving shortly. The two exchanged no further words as they changed. And by the time Jingji had donned her qipao, the young man had long since departed. Stepping out of the hotel, she stood on the expansive pavement, the breeze gently caressing her, having recently earned a modest sum from her part-time job. She had treated herself to two exquisite qipaos, and the one she wore today, in hues of autumn fragrance and pale yellow, complemented her beautifully. As someone rode past on a bicycle, although they were strangers. The rider queried, aren't you heading back yet? Jingji smiled in response. Just a moment. A few stars twinkled in the night sky, and the sound of cicadas persisted. Jingji inhaled deeply and dialed the number. Mr. The voice on the other end remained deep, but carried an air of coolness and fatigue. Jingji bit her lower lip, her brows slightly raised, and cautiously ventured, I am the young official who inadvertently stained your shirt. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, the chill and weariness in his voice receded, leaving only the depth. Miss Jing? Jingji's eyes sparkled like the stars in the night. Your shirt has been cleaned. Shall I deliver it to you? The garden was adorned with numerous flowers, their fragrance intertwining with the gentle wind, and the faint scent she usually perceived now appeared more pronounced due to her heightened focus. Then, a warm, deep voice resonated from the phone, add me on WeChat with this number. Jingji was taken aback for a moment. I will send you my location, he calmly explained. She glanced down at the ground. All right. After hanging up, she copied and pasted the number into WeChat. Searching, she found his nickname was simply the letter F. The profile picture depicted Fu Jingxi holding a plush cat, the dim, soft light accentuating his striking profile, which exuded an Eastern charm akin to a Western masterpiece. He must have won the genetic lottery, Jingji mused quietly, clicking to add him as a friend. The next moment, WeChat notified her, due to the other party's privacy settings. You cannot add them through their WeChat ID. Jingji stared at the screen, lost in thought. Would she need to call again? In Beijing, the Shirlu family dominated half the sky, and only 4 families could be referred to as the noble families of the capital. With 4 royal residences in Jingluo, 1 belonging to the Fu family, 1 to the Shin family, 1 to the Song family, and 1 to the Jiang family. Shotsung had just returned from the Jiang family after a brief visit, enduring the old man's scolding before rushing to the Fu family's Rongning Wangfu. Now, he sat in a pavilion, gazing at the hazy moon, his mood decidedly sour as he made a phone call. Your third sister is quite formidable, he remarked. The call connected to the southern city of Qingxi province, where Fu Jingxi had just finished one call and was now receiving another. He had spent the day expending energy. Yet due to the initial call, his mood remained relatively good, and his fatigue had nearly dissipated. What did she say to you? Fu Jingxi placed his phone on the coffee table and casually slipped off his suit jacket. draping it over the sofa. From the other end, the faint strains of Peking opera floated through, specifically the line from Madame Yuan about the stars and moon casting shadows on the jade-like lanterns. She thinks I have a number of mistresses, Zhou Tsong said with a hint of amusement. Just deny it. Fu Jingxi was not surprised that I denied it, and she said she believed me. Zhou Tsong added. Then there is no problem. Fu Jingxi replied. Zhou Tsong, somewhat irritated, ran his fingers through his hair, but she prepared a list of gifts. I asked her what she intended to do, and she said it was for the mistress's introduction gifts. She is always very considerate in her arrangements, Fu Jingxi said, carrying his phone into the bathroom in his slippers. I asked her if she minded my having mistresses. She said she did. Fu Jingxi placed the phone beside the bathtub, casually remarking, she has feelings for you. She meant she is very concerned about my keeping mistresses with bad tempers. But aside from that, she has no objections, Zhou Tsong lamented, as if confronting an unprecedented conundrum. She doesn't have feelings for you, Fu Jingxi stated calmly. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, followed by Zhou Tsong's weary voice. Enough, I don't have feelings for her either. A mutually agreeable situation. Fu Jingxi savored a glass of red wine that the young official had prepared for him. I'm going to take a bath. Zhou Tsong sighed deeply. You enjoy. After the call ended, Fu Jingxi remained in good spirits. Seemingly unconcerned with what Zhou Tsong had just revealed, or perhaps considering it unimportant. As night deepened, Jingxi was enveloped in a faintly warm fragrance. She felt timid, fearing awkwardness and the possibility of disturbing him. Thus, she opted to send a text. Mr. Fu, your WeChat privacy settings prevent me from adding you. After a long pause, there was no response. Jingxi frowned at the screen, contemplating whether to call instead, just as she was about to press the dial button. He called her. Mr. Fu. Jingxi. You don't know how to make a call? I was afraid to disturb you. The other end fell silent for a moment, only to be interrupted by the crisp sound of a lighter flicking. Jingxi recalled the scene from yesterday when he lit a cigarette, a blend of somberness and seductive allure. A moment of dazed admiration flickered in her eyes. Give me your personal mobile number. I will add you, Fu Jingxi said. Jingxi hesitated. The mobile number is this one. Silence lingered between them. After a while, Jingxi had a sudden realization. You didn't think this was my work number, did you? Understood. Before she could finish her sentence, he hung up, leaving her bewildered in the wind. Tourists passed by on a sightseeing cart, ringing the bell. Jingxi snapped back to reality and noticed Fu Jingxi had sent a friend request. Her WeChat nickname was an emoji of a little rabbit, and her profile picture was from a time when she had portrayed a character in a university club, adorned with a delicate headpiece and a flawless complexion. Wrapped in a towel due to the cold, captured in a spontaneous photograph, the image portrayed her as a naive yet alluring jade rabbit, soft and beautiful, which she deemed fitting for her avatar. Compared to Fu Jingxi's aloofness, her WeChat appeared far more gentle. Upon accepting the friend request, Fu Jingxi sent her a location. How cute, Jingxi texted after viewing the location, her eyes widening in shock. The location was Qinglu, the tallest classical building in the ancient town, a mysterious place that all tourists paid to enter but could not access, due to its enigmatic allure and classical beauty. Jingxi had previously researched this building. Qinglu was situated in the center of the resort, a 3-story loft, grandiose in its design, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, since it was never open to the public. The loft would be brightly lit by night, often revealing a group of women in ancient gowns cleaning inside, hence its moniker as the star-plucking pavilion of King Zhou. Many visitors came merely to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Jingxi stared at the location for a moment, astonished at Mr. Fu, with his high status, indulged in such extravagance. Chapter 8. The enigmatic and alluring aroma of Yulon blossom. As the young official spoke, he led Jingxi inside. Along the stone path, classical palace lanterns adorned either side, with iron chains serving as railings. Once inside, a number of young officials dressed in warring states robes bustled about on the first floor. Jingxi sensed that Qinglu was even larger than she had imagined. The first floor resembled a traditional Chinese residence. As she passed by, she spotted a room labeled study and a tea room. But she had no time to explore further before ascending to the second floor. It was there that she discovered the classical decorative screens, calligraphy, antiques, and intricately carved beams that, while seemingly unremarkable, were overshadowed by the architectural style of the building, which was unexpectedly captivating, an unoccupied loft that held extraordinary surprises. No wonder everyone claimed that Qinglu was the star-seizing pavilion of King Zhou. Jingxi felt that even the star-seizing pavilion gifted to Daji by King Zhou could not compare to this. Upon reaching the second floor, the young official opened a side door leading to an outdoor corridor for leisure. As Jing Ji traversed the corridor, she noticed that the windows were sealed, with candlelight flickering through them. Though the interior remained obscured from view, the corridor led to another side door, which opened into the loft, followed by a staircase ascending to the third floor. After climbing the staircase, the guiding official paused, nodded to Jing Ji, and then departed. Jing Ji stood at the top of the stairs, adjusted her chi pao, and was about to knock on the third-floor door when it swung open on its own. Peering inside, she caught sight of Fu Jingzi, clad in a bathrobe, making his way towards the sofa in the living room. The third floor was a spacious sleeping chamber, as if an entire villa had been relocated here. What astonished Jing Ji was the realization that Fu Jingzi resided in Qinglu, leading a lifestyle akin to that of King Zhou himself. The bathrobe he wore was not the standard fare of a resort hotel. Its dark hue lent him an air of composed restraint, though the contours revealed at the collar diminished that restraint, imparting an alluring tension. Jing Ji lowered her gaze, capturing this scene within her memory. The sound of footsteps echoed, prompting her to courteously address the interior. "Mr. Fu, come in." "All right." She entered gracefully, and although the surroundings exuded elegance and luxury, her focus remained singularly on Fu Jingzi. He sat on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in some documents, his damp hair adding a touch of restraint to his noble demeanor. Approaching him, Jing Ji said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please have a seat." Fu Jingzi replied, his tone warm, devoid of the aloofness he had exhibited earlier in the day. Jing Ji smoothed her chi pao and took a seat at his side. For reasons she could not quite fathom, Jing Ji did not sense the terror that Wan Lingxi had described. Rather, she found this man to possess a certain gentlemanly courtesy. At that moment, Fu Jingzi suddenly inquired, "Why didn't you take the elevator?" "Elevator?" Jing Ji was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "I wasn't aware there was an elevator." At this, Fu Jingxi's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. "That is my oversight. Perhaps I should consider changing my staff. In such a vast Qinglu, Jing Ji had spent nearly 10 minutes ascending, and it was hard to imagine that a man of Fu Jingxi's stature would willingly forego the luxury of an elevator. Jing Ji smiled faintly, lowering her gaze as she gestured with the bag in her hand. "Your shirt. I have cleaned it." Fu Jingxi set down the documents and fixed his gaze on her, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he asked, "Was it done at the dry cleaner?" Jing Ji was momentarily stunned by his insight. How could he possibly know? She recalled that she had not encountered Fu Jingxi on her way to the dry cleaner. How could he have known? Could he have seen her passing by? The thought struck her suddenly, and she recalled the Rolls-Royce. Could they have spotted her from the roadside? The embarrassment was overwhelming, akin to a social death. In an instant, her cheeks flushed, extending to her ears. "Have you remembered?" Fu Jingxi inquired. Jing Ji managed a faint smile, her delicate fingers brushing back a few loose strands of hair, her cheeks still flushed. "How much did it cost?" 200. Is the payment through Alipay as well? Yes. Before Jing Ji could react, her phone vibrated. She hesitantly glanced at her phone in her bag, where a message notification appeared. Alipay has credited 2,000. Given her current circumstances, this amount was enough to elicit a small surprise within her. "Mr. Fu, you are quite generous, but there is no need for such extravagance. It is only natural to accept it." He replied, as if it were a matter of course. "Natural, you say?" Jing Ji tilted her head slightly, the night deepening, her eyes captivatingly enchanting. "That may prove to be quite difficult." "What do you mean?" Fu Jingxi's voice carried a hint of seduction. "As he had always believed, you wish to do something for me." His gaze was fixed on Jing Ji, as if awaiting an answer. Her lashes fluttered softly as she raised her eyes, her lively gaze now shining with an allure that could ensnare any prey. "Mr. Fu's words easily lead me to ponder as adults, especially when interacting with men a decade older. It would be rather dull to merely play the innocent." Fu Jingxi regarded her, his eyes deep and enticing, akin to an abyss. "I thought you would still shy away from meeting my gaze today," he remarked nonchalantly. The scent of red wine mingled with the lingering fragrance of his bath, creating a calming aroma. Fu Jingxi had never been fond of ostentatious scents, particularly when women approached him laden with heavy perfumes. One must learn to be bolder. Jing Ji's sweet, almost breathy voice resonated in harmony with her demeanor, subtle yet enticing. "Just as I, who typically eschews perfume, would audaciously wear a warm fragrance to meet you." Upon hearing her words, which struck a chord in him, Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanging, though the movement of his throat betrayed his intrigue. Perhaps Jingji possessed a rare talent for enticing others. Even he found it challenging to suppress the emotions stirred by her every gesture. After all, she was not only beautiful but also exuded a maturity beyond her years. An intoxicating blend of ambition, vitality, desire, and a certain innocence, all intertwined with a depth that was equally captivating. Fu Jingxi smiled faintly, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, his long fingers tapping lightly on his knee, an air of nonchalance in his eyes. From the moment she entered, he had detected that intoxicating, alluring scent of magnolia. Chapter 9. His intentions lie elsewhere. In August, the resort area was adorned with blooming white magnolias. The mountains behind the hot springs were replete with them. And even along the pathways, they were frequently visible. At this time of year, the magnolia blossoms flourished with exuberance. Do you like them, Mr. Fu? Jingji inquired, offering a serene smile, though she had been inside for a while. It was only at this moment that she unceremoniously placed the bag in her hand on the sofa. Though a minor action, it was a subtle defiance of her otherwise compliant demeanor. Not bad, Fu Jingxi replied, ceasing his tapping, his tone indifferent. Jingji lowered her gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips, reminiscent of the moment when magnolia petals fell into the azure waters, creating ripples. What is it that amuses you? Fu Jingxi queried patiently. I find it amusing, Mr. Fu. How tolerant you are towards me. When Jingji raised her gaze to meet Fu Jingxi's once more, her eyes were filled with a penetrating intensity. Fu Jingxi, ever unperturbed by a woman's allure, regarded her with equal focus, intrigued to hear someone speak of his tolerance. He did not deny her words, for he was not a gentleman known for his kindness or patience. Given his status, he might adorn himself with such descriptors when in good spirits, amusing himself with those around him. Yet, when there were no captivating prey in sight, he couldn't be bothered to pretend. I suspect you are not one to speak gently to women. Rather, you excel at making them uncomfortable, ensuring they are acutely aware of their position, Jingji observed, averting her gaze from Fu Jingxi. And I further surmise that had it been anyone else today, you would have expressed your disdain for the scent of magnolia, perhaps even dismissing the wearer of such fragrance, she continued, her voice weaving delicately through the air, merging with the warm aroma that surrounded him. Though he was fully aware of her implications, an unusual restlessness began to stir within Fu Jingxi, compelling him to smoke, yet he hesitated to rise and leave. He regretted not having withheld his words a bit longer. The flicker of irritation crossed his features as he cast aside the facade of a gentleman, coolly retorting, "You don't truly believe you're beautiful enough to please me, do you, Mr. Fu? If you utilize the term beautiful to describe me, does that not imply I have succeeded in pleasing you?" Jingji replied calmly. Lowering her lashes, her delicate fingers drifted toward her collar, deliberately fastening the two buttons of her qipao that she had purposely loosened while standing at the door. Fu Jingxi took note of this action and inquired coolly, "How do you intend to entice me now that you've fastened it?" "Entice you?" Jingji continued without pause. "I am merely engaging in the natural act of accepting your generosity." Fu Jingxi remained silent, observing Jingji as she meticulously fastened each button. "Mr. Fu, the lines of my outfit are quite beautiful, aren't they?" Jingji inquired after securing the last button and meeting his gaze. A gentle smile lingered on her lips, maintaining an allure that was striking, even if feigned. Fu Jingxi continued to hold his tongue. He neither agreed nor disagreed. However, Jingji found satisfaction in his ambiguous response. Rising to her feet, she remarked, "It's getting late. I must take my leave. That a beautiful woman ought to retire early." With a graceful smile, she turned and walked toward the entrance. Fu Jingxi seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of her actions as he watched her approach the door. His voice remained low and refined. "You certainly seem to have it all figured out. Me. Am I lacking in funds?" Jingji replied candidly before exiting, without even glancing back. Outside the Qinglu, Ruan Lingxi awaited Jingji and waved as she spotted the slender, graceful figure emerging from the winding path. Upon seeing her, Jingji hurriedly jogged over. By this time, the tourists outside the Qinglu had dispersed, yet the small officials lingered. Luo Ro and the others bought durians. "Do you like them?" Ruan Lingxi asked hopefully. Jingji nodded eagerly. "I do." "Perfect. We can enjoy them when we return," Ruan Lingxi said as she took Jingji's hand and led her toward the small official's chamber. Unlike the tranquil nights in the town, the resort's evenings were alive with dancing fireflies. The ambient lights and street lamps adorned the area, creating a sense of safety even in the late hours. Within the classical courtyard, a grand archway combined with towering ancient trees sheltered a supermarket imbued with a distinctly Chinese atmosphere. Jingji and Ruan Lingxi ventured inside to purchase some snacks. Upon exiting, they encountered other small officials, both male and female, who could not tear their eyes away from Jing Ji and Ruan Lingxi. On their way, Ruan Lingxi inquired about Jing Ji's dealings with Fu Gongzi. "How has it been with him?" Jing Ji replied nonchalantly, "He enjoys that fragrance. He even gave me money." These were two separate statements, each referring to different outcomes. Ruan Lingxi nodded. "That's enough for now. After all, he is a dangerous individual. Whether he's truly dangerous remains to be seen. He certainly doesn't appear that way," Jing Ji remarked. "What should I do? I hope for your success in marrying into wealth. Yet I can't help but worry for you given who Mr. Fu is," Ruan Lingxi said, her expression troubled. Jing Ji, however, felt no such conflict as she had mentioned to Ruan Lingxi before. Wealthy young men often shower money, as if it were rain when they are pleased. Considering her own financial struggles, why not seize the opportunity? Each party benefits, and she had never genuinely contemplated pursuing a deeper relationship with Fu Jingxi. After all, a bamboo door remains a bamboo door. And a wooden door remains a wooden door. There was simply no possibility between them. As she admired the scenery around her, an idea suddenly struck her, prompting her to curiously ask, "Lingxi, how did you acquire such delightful magnolia perfume?" During the day, contemplating the upcoming evening, Jing Ji had been intrigued by why the exquisite cloison brooch was in the shape of a magnolia. Later, Ruan Lingxi explained that this flower represented the offspring of the Fu family. With numerous heirs from the four prominent families, there were also many high-ranking small officials attending to them. To easily identify who belonged to whom, different plants and fruits were used as symbols. The more elite the small official, the more pronounced the emblem on their brooch would be. Thus, a magnolia brooch specifically indicated association with Fu Jingxi. But why magnolia? As Jing Ji pondered this, she glanced out the window and chanced upon a magnolia tree by the roadside. Suddenly realizing that Fu Jingxi had an affinity for white magnolias, it became clear. Over the past few years, the resurgence of traditional Chinese aesthetics had led to a plethora of popular influencers capturing stunning photos beneath magnolia trees. Each instance garnered significant attention, and the beauty of magnolias in full bloom was simply breathtaking. With such beauty, why wouldn't Fu Jingxi be fond of them? Thus, she inquired of Ruan Lingxi whether it was possible to procure magnolia-scented perfume. Ruan Lingxi, with a spark of intelligence in her eyes, replied, "Earlier today, in our private room, there was a young lady from a non-legacy family in Nanching, a master perfumer. Many popular Chinese fragrances have been crafted by her hands. She was quite generous. When I mentioned magnolia scent, it just so happened that her purpose for being here was to create a magnolia fragrance, so she gifted me a sample." Jing Ji blinked in realization and exclaimed, "Is it Miss Bai?" "Precisely." Ruan Lingxi confirmed. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the elusive scent of magnolia, intoxicating yet subtle. Outside, the magnolia tree had grown wildly this year, its branches nearly brushing against the third-floor windows of the Qilu. If one reached out, they could pluck flowers directly from the tree. Fu Jingxi stood by the window, quietly observing for a moment. His deep-set eyes betrayed him, revealing that he was not merely admiring the blossoms but lost in thought. This was the Qinglu, the prime location within the entire resort, and the magnolia tree, which appeared to be part of the scenery, was intentionally relocated by him. Everyone assumed the resort planted magnolias due to their beauty and as a representation of Qingxi. None were aware of the personal significance the flowers held for him. Suddenly, Fu Jingxi's phone vibrated, and he lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at it. It was Zhou Zongya calling. That he answered, but within seconds, decisively hung up, tossing the phone back onto the table, continuing to gaze out the window. The agitation in his eyes had not subsided. Meanwhile, Zhou Zongya, already irritable, was now fuming, cursing into the phone. What arrogance! If he didn't want to answer, why not just hang up? The Fu family truly had no normal people. Fu Jingxi could easily guess that Zhou Zongya would undoubtedly berate him for this behavior, having already been scolded by 3 others for similar actions. He had no intention of changing. After all, there were few who dared to confront him. The fragrance of magnolia wafted through the window as the moonlight cast a faint glow upon the white blossoms. A particular bloom, nearly extending into the room, seemed to be peering in, as if seeking privacy. For reasons unknown, Fu Jingxi suddenly thought of Jing Ji. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his long, slender fingers toward the vibrant magnolia. As soon as he touched it, the flower fell away. With the indifference of a hunter whose prey had escaped, boredom flickered in his eyes as he scoffed. Just a gift that barely catches the eye. The moment he laid eyes on her at the dinner yesterday, He understood the surprise Fu Jiuxi had alluded to, that a face somewhat reminiscent of another, yet upon closer inspection, possessing even more captivating features. That was enough to pique his interest, but nothing beyond that. He had initially intended to indulge in some red wine after Jingxi's departure, but suddenly found the notion rather ridiculous. To please him, she wore a fragrance he adored, unfastened 2 buttons to reveal her exquisite figure for his admiration. The thought made him snicker coldly. Was that her intention when he gave her money? If that truly was his aim, he would have offered far more than 20,000. Yet everything fell into place when Jingxi casually accepted the money, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. For the first time, he felt so passive. Whether it was joy or sorrow remained uncertain, as it was no small feat to render him passive. Yet Jingxi accomplished it with ease. That Fu Jingxi stared at the magnolia for a long while before picking up his phone again. He opened his contacts, his finger gliding across the screen, pausing momentarily on Jingxi's contact before swiping away. Subsequently, he dialed another number. Upon connection, a cultured female voice greeted him. "Mr. Fu?" Leaving the window, he replied coolly. "The new fragrance is quite nice. Let's have lunch together tomorrow." A simple statement, yet it carried significant weight for the woman on the other end of the line. Receiving such news was a tremendous honor for her, indicating that her new scent would soon be unveiled. That night, the scent of magnolia lingered in dreams. Chapter 10. The trap behind the invitation to the banquet. The soothing melodies of Chinese music filled Jingxi's ears as she stood alone in the partitioned room, waiting for the luncheon gathering to commence. After a while, she stepped outside to catch a breath, and suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by an even richer aroma of magnolia. Looking up, she spotted a young lady clad in a light white Chinese haute couture dress approaching, seemingly searching for someone. "Miss Bai, good morning," Jingxi greeted, her smile more genuine than the day before. This was the perfumer who had gifted Wan Lingxi the magnolia fragrance, Miss Bai Xuanhe from the Bai family, a non-legacy family in Nanqing. Jingxi. Bai Xuanhe read the name on Jingxi's badge silently, her name fitting her persona. Bai Xuanhe's voice was cultured and elegant, though she appeared to be of similar age to Jingxi. Her entire being radiated a cool, refined demeanor. Ironically, those who exuded such coolness often appeared even more enchanting when they smiled. Perhaps out of fondness, Jingxi beamed with sincerity. "Before the meal begins, would you like to take a seat?" She was originally unqualified to ask such a question, yet curiosity prompted her to utter a single inquiry. To her surprise, Bai Xuanhe did not disdain to respond due to Jingxi's identity. She glanced around and gently inquired, "I am looking for a girl named Wan Lingxi. Have you seen her?" Jingxi, taken aback, shook her head and replied, "She is not in this private room today. But I do have her contact information and can call her." Since the young masters are often fickle, easily bored, and quick to lose interest, if the flowers adorning the banquet do not have a designated recipient, they are naturally replaced with new and more exquisite ones the following day. Furthermore, all the junior officials who had been grouped with Jingxi on the first day were replaced, leaving only Jingxi specifically requested to remain in the private room where Fu Jingxi was to arrive. "Could you kindly call her for me?" Bai Xuanhe said politely. "Of course," Jingxi replied as she prepared to retrieve her phone from the drawer in the partition. However, just as she turned, Wan Lingxi's voice echoed from the corridor. "Jingxi, Lingxi." Jingxi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wan Lingxi walking toward her alongside Lu Qin. "Miss Bai, how did you arrive so early?" Wan Lingxi approached Bai Xuanhe, her face alight with surprise. That Lu Qin slightly nodded to Bai Xuanhe, offering a greeting. "Miss Bai." Bai Xuanhe smiled back at Lu Qin, then turned to Wan Lingxi with a warm smile and said, "I came to find you. Looking for me?" Wan Lingxi replied, astonished. Bai Xuanhe explained, "You did me a great favor. By the way, how did you find the magnolia fragrance from yesterday?" Wan Lingxi pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood, pulling Jingxi closer and saying, "That was actually Jingxi who helped you. I merely requested it for her. Is that so?" Bai Xuanhe expressed her surprise, then turned her gaze toward Jingxi. Although Jingxi was unclear about what had transpired, she remained silent, allowing Bai Xuanhe to observe her. Suddenly, Bai Xuanhe gestured with her phone and asked, "May I request your contact information?" The unexpected request for contact details left Jingxi a bit perplexed. At that moment, Lu Qin interjected, "Miss Bai would like your contact information. We can provide it." Bai Xuanhe offered an apologetic smile, clarifying, "I was hoping to obtain her personal one." Lu Qin responded with a smile. Jingxi realized the situation and replied, "That would be wonderful. I truly appreciate the magnolia fragrance you prepared. Miss Bai. With that, Jing Ji went to the partition to fetch her phone. Bai Xuanhe glanced at her WeChat, sent a request, and conveniently saved her phone number. Once everything was completed, Bai Xuanhe amicably remarked, "If you like it, I have more at my place and can certainly give you a few extra bottles." "Of course," she added, smiling at Lingxi, "if you have also enjoyed it, I would be delighted to offer you some as well." Ruan Lingxi smiled brightly in response, "Really? That would be wonderful. As for the specific assistance rendered." Jing Ji seemed to grasp some understanding of the situation once the banquet commenced. On the first day of the gathering, Bai Xuanhe was in another private room, and it was only on the second day, when Fu Jingxi was absent, that Jing Ji was moved to the room where Bai Xuanhe was located. Yet in just one day's time, Bai Xuanhe had taken the main seat in the room where Fu Jingxi was, even being graciously offered the principal guest position by Shang Shixiu. Clearly, this was related to the magnolia fragrance that Jing Ji had sprayed when meeting Fu Jingxi the previous day. Today, Jing Ji remained as usual, with instructions from above that she need not do anything. Merely standing in the private room was sufficient. That, of course, she had no objections to being a decorative vase, as she had never undergone professional training as a junior official. After pouring wine, Ruan Lingxi returned to the partition, pulling Jing Ji aside to a less conspicuous spot for a hushed conversation, initially with Sister Lu Qin present. "I couldn't speak to you directly. I was actually supposed to go to another private room today. But suddenly someone from above said I was also to stay." Ruan Lingxi whispered into Jing Ji's ear. Jing Ji looked at Ruan Lingxi, puzzled, and quietly asked, "Why couldn't you say it directly? Is it because the person who wanted you to remain wished to keep it low-key?" Ruan Lingxi shook her head, fixing her gaze on Jing Ji. "No, it's from young Master Shin's side. It seems they are afraid that if I am not present, you might feel flustered." "Me? Afraid I would feel flustered?" Jing Ji found this notion quite bewildering. Ruan Lingxi nodded. "Young Master Shin is quite considerate of you. He is indeed a gentle and thoughtful person, but..." Jing Ji found it hard to pinpoint anything strange about this. Yet it felt oddly unsettling. Once the banquet began, Zhui Yan, who was stationed in the private room, unexpectedly approached the partition. Jing Ji turned to look at him, and the junior officials accompanying her straightened up, seemingly preparing to receive some instruction. "Pour some wine for Mr. Fu." Zhui Yan's voice was soft, but lacked the gentleness Jing Ji had previously perceived. The junior official beside Jing Ji complied, swiftly seizing the decanter before the other junior officials could react. Almost following Zhui Yan's footsteps as he exited, one junior official rolled their eyes at the departing colleague, displeased and preparing to leave the partition momentarily. Jing Ji shifted her foot to make way and stepped out alongside Ruan Lingxi. However, upon raising her gaze, she suddenly noticed Fu Jingxi, seated at the main table, glancing in their direction. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Jing Ji's heart raced. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, tactically concealing her inner turmoil. That Fu Jingxi continued to fixate on her. That moment, a junior official approached to pour wine for Fu Jingxi, but he suddenly raised his hand to signal a refusal. Zhui Yan then turned to her with a gentle smile. "Miss Jing, if you would be so kind." Some attendees, influenced by Fu Jingxi's gaze, turned to look at Jing Ji. Upon hearing this, Jing Ji slightly nodded, nonchalantly acknowledging, and prepared to fetch the decanter. Fu Jingxi withdrew his gaze as the banquet continued, and Jing Ji approached him with the decanter. In truth, she could pour wine quite well, especially when not feeling anxious. Yet Fu Jingxi seemed intent on placing her in an awkward position, suddenly jesting, "I still prefer the wine poured by Miss Jing." His tone was warm yet commanding, and with those words, the focus of the banquet naturally shifted to Jing Ji. She smiled gently and replied, "Mr. Fu, you jest." Fu Jingxi lowered his eyelids, offering a casual smile, and immediately, others chimed in with laughter, as if the entire atmosphere was under Fu Jingxi's control. Jing Ji thought to herself, "This is the true nature of things, elegant and valuable, yet distant." Occasionally jesting with ordinary people like them is the attitude that a figure of Fu Jingxi's stature would display. After pouring the wine, as she prepared to return to the partition, she noticed Bai Xuanhe smiling and waving at her, to which she returned a smile. Once back in the partition, Jing Ji did not venture out again, wishing to avoid being seen by Fu Jingxi. However, following this banquet, Fu Jingxi did not summon her again to pour wine, which relieved her greatly. The summer influx of tourists at the resort was exceptionally high, with many visitors strolling through the park and numerous influencers capturing moments. In the afternoon, as Jing Ji and Ruan Lingxi returned to the apartment, they observed a considerable crowd at the hotel restaurant. while the hotel staff were bustling about. Upon returning to the apartment, Jingji initially intended to rest for a while but was suddenly interrupted by Luoro, who said, "Before you returned, an invitation letter fell from your bedside. I picked it up and put it away for you. Please check if anything is missing." Jingji suddenly remembered the invitation letter Shen Yanji had given her yesterday morning. She had placed it on her bedside upon returning and had not thought much of it. Sitting up, she thanked Luoro and picked up the invitation to examine it closely. Upon opening it, the first name she saw was Ruan Lingxi's. "This is for Lingxi," Jingji remarked. "Huh? What is it?" Ruan Lingxi leaned over to take the invitation from Jingji's hands. The next invitation revealed Jingji's name. "On the day we leave. Banquet time," Ruan Lingxi noted. Jingji tilted her head, placing the invitation back on the bedside without speaking. At this moment, Luoro and Chu Yao curiously approached and inquired, "Who is this from?" Jingji replied, "Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen, a scion of the Shen family." "Which young Master Shen?" Chu Yao asked. Ruan Lingxi glanced at Chu Yao and said, "It must be young Master Shen Yanji." Luoro and Chu Yao were taken aback upon hearing this. Ruan Lingxi tugged at Jingji's arm, tentatively asking, "Could it be that he was worried you'd feel awkward being alone? So he asked me to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Luoro and Chu Yao froze, and Jingji paused as well. Jingji and Ruan Lingxi exchanged silent glances for a few seconds. Before Jingji said, "I merely accepted the invitation. I only learned today who was invited. How about we go find Mr. Shen tomorrow and decline the invitation?" Ruan Lingxi gazed at Jingji, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then looking at the address, she pondered and said, "I don't want to decline. I wish to attend this banquet." Jingji fixed her gaze on Ruan Lingxi's downcast eyes. After a long moment, she admitted, "I fear I might embarrass myself." Ruan Lingxi then lifted her gaze to meet Jingji's. Confused, "Why would you think that?" Jingji furrowed her brow, seemingly hiding something in her heart, then forced a smile and said, "I was just saying that casually." "You mustn't feel inferior," Ruan Lingxi exclaimed, gently patting Jingji's thigh. "Indeed, you're so beautiful. Why would you fear embarrassment?" "Luo Rodeo, both Mr. Fu and Mr. Shun have taken note of you. If you feel inferior, how are we to survive?" Chu Yao pouted. Jingji shook her head and reluctantly said, "I'm so tired. I want to take a nap." "All right, you sleep then." Ruan Lingxi stood up and said no more. After a few of them returned to their respective beds, Jingji lay on hers, gazing at the ceiling, with unspoken thoughts hidden deep within her heart. Chapter 11. Their game of chess. The evening in the resort is undeniably the most beautiful time of the day. When the countless enchanting lights within the park illuminate, the electricity bill rises astronomically by the minute, and the evening glow captivates all visitors in a natural splendor. The juxtaposition of artificial beauty and natural scenery repeatedly astonishes everyone. And even if one feels breathless at sunset, there is a sense of contentment in drowning in the feast of beauty. Jingji knelt on a chair by the window in the private room, her arms resting on the windowsill, contemplating the breathtaking scene, suddenly feeling a wave of emotion. "That it seems the wealthy have a penchant for beautiful things," she mused. Ruan Lingxi pinched her slender waist and replied, "We ordinary folks spend our entire lives in pursuit of beauty. How much more so for the affluent?" Jingji leaned on the windowsill, falling silent, gazing into the distance at the setting sun. Lost in her thoughts, after a while, she rose from the chair, preparing to exit the private room, only to be taken aback by the arrival of Lu Qing. Upon entering, she immediately informed Jingji, "You can clock out now. Later, change into your regular attire as you need to head to Qinglu. Mr. Fu requests your presence." With that, Lu Qing left. Ruan Lingxi looked at Jingji in confusion and asked, "Is there something else they need from you?" Jingji watched Lu Qing's retreating figure and shook her head, bewildered. "I returned the shirt already. Nothing went wrong today, so I have no idea why they want me." After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Lingxi suddenly exclaimed, "This might be a crucial step for you to soar to new heights." Jingji, initially captivated by Ruan Lingxi's surprise, turned away nonchalantly upon hearing that remark. She did not believe she could rise to prominence. A bamboo door remains a bamboo door, and a wooden door stays a wooden door. Fu Jingxi did not appear to be the type swayed by romance. It was possible he might just be toying with her. With that thought, Jingji stood up, feeling somewhat fatigued. "I'll head over first. If I have nothing else to do later, I'll come find you." Ruan Lingxi nodded in agreement. Jingji walked to the staff changing room to retrieve her regular attire, having brought only 3 sets of kipayos for changing. the one she chose was a harmonious blend of stone pink and peony red, complementing her fair skin with a lively rosy hue, making her appear as graceful and delicate as a summer lotus. Though the Qipao was not particularly expensive, she could exude her own style even in a simple white shirt. On her way to Qinglu, the remnants of the sunset bathed her in a warm glow, prompting a tourist to impulsively raise their camera to capture her beauty. She offered a smile, and the individual asked if she could pause for a few more shots. Jingji shook her head, stating that she had matters to attend to. Shortly thereafter, a dapper young man approached her, seeking her contact information, but she declined. She had experienced such encounters too many times to count. Upon reaching Qinglu, as she stepped in, a small official promptly guided her, while numerous onlookers found it quite remarkable. Some even thought they could follow suit, only to be met with the response, "Apologies, but entry is prohibited here." A bewildered tourist questioned, "Why? Why could that woman enter? This is not part of the resort," retorted the small official, maintaining a stern expression. The staff guarding Qinglu swiftly stepped forward to explain, "Indeed, Qinglu is not open to the public. This is common knowledge online." The tourist pressed, "Then what about that woman?" The staff member replied, "She is a distinguished guest invited by Qinglu." "What? Qinglu has an owner?" the tourist exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow. Yesterday, someone entered and it trended online. It seems like this will too." Another tourist eagerly opened Weibo. The staff merely smiled, remaining silent. Wealth can sometimes breed resentment, but astonishing wealth only evokes envy. "Miss Jing, please follow me," Zhuang Yan said with a smile. "All right," Jingji responded, following him as he led her to the elevator on the first floor. Moments later, the elevator doors opened on the third floor of Qinglou.as. She followed Zhuang Yan to the entrance. She glanced into the living room and noticed someone was present. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Fu Jingzi and Shang Shixiu, with another small official of similar stature to Zhuang Yan standing beside Shang Shixiu. Upon seeing Jingji, Shang Shixiu stood and addressed Fu Jingzi. "I shall take my leave now." Fu Jingzi acknowledged with a simple and Shang Shixiu, alongside the small official, departed, offering Jingji a polite smile as they passed. Zhuang Yan also smiled and nodded at her before going to prepare tea. The dinner was scheduled to commence soon, yet Fu Jingzi remained there. Jingji felt curious. Wouldn't he be going down for dinner tonight? Or had the dinner below been postponed? She stood at the door and politely greeted Mr. Fu. Fu Jingzi leaned back on the sofa, his gaze penetrating and deep as ink, causing Jingji's throat to tighten slightly with nervousness. She felt she shouldn't be so compliant, sensing that Fu Jingzi might be preparing to challenge her. To her surprise, Fu Jingzi did not rush to speak, but instead offered her a smile. His smile was quite expansive, initially dignified and composed, but when he smiled, it radiated warmth like the sun and moon embracing one another. Jingji raised her eyebrows slightly. She couldn't help but marvel at the fact that she shared a comparable trait with Fu Jingzi. Both were adept at feigning smiles that could move others. Such talent was indeed a gift. "After the meeting, you suddenly came to mind," Fu Jingzi said. Holding a cigarette, as he spoke, he leaned slightly toward the coffee table, extinguishing the cigarette but in the ashtray with a natural grace. Jingji forced a charming smile, though her eyes held little warmth. "Mr. Fu, did you just finish a meeting?" she asked casually. "Come sit." Fu Jingzi gestured nonchalantly to the other side of the sofa. Jingji walked over and smoothed her Qipao as she sat down. It indeed seemed he had just concluded a meeting. Fu Jingzi slightly tilted his head to glance at Jingji, his tone calm, for that hint of Magnolia's warm fragrance. Magnolia? Jingji's seat was perfectly aligned with the balcony, allowing her a glimpse of a flourishing white magnolia tree just outside. As the evening breeze blew, she could see the blossoms falling gracefully. "What do you think of this magnolia?" Fu Jingzi asked casually, as if seeking a light conversation with Jingji. "From this angle, it is quite breathtaking," Jingji replied, nodding in gratitude to Zhuang Yan, who was serving her tea. The fragrant tea wafted through the air as she remarked, "It seems you truly have an affinity for magnolia flowers." Hearing this, Fu Jingzi smiled lightly. "The things I cherish, I do not share with anyone." Jingji withdrew her gaze from the magnolia, shifting it to Fu Jingzi. The soft, muted light cast shadows on his profile, rendering him inscrutable. Chapter 12. Being too compliant can seem dull. It seems my decision to forego perfume when meeting you today was wise. Otherwise, I might have incited your disdain," Jingji said with a hint of indifference. Fu Jingzi implied that he did not genuinely appreciate white magnolias. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Baishuana's magnolia fragrance to be released. but rather sought to possess them entirely. Jing Ji understood this well. After all, beautiful things are not detestable, but that does not necessarily imply affection, a truth she grasped clearly. You are quite astute, Fu Jingzi complimented with gentlemanly grace. Thank you for your kind words. Jing Ji maintained her smile at that moment. Zhuang Yin quietly approached him, presenting a phone with an incoming call displayed that he glanced at it. It was a call from Shun Yinji. Sensing the moment, Jing Ji stood up. Addressing Fu Jingzi, Mr. Fu, please carry on with your business. I shall take my leave. Fu Jingzi looked at Jing Ji without uttering a word, simply instructing Zhuang Yin, see her off. Jing Ji bent down to take a polite sip of the Lushan Yunwu tea on the table, then nodded at Fu Jingzi, signaling her intention to depart. As night fell, Jing Ji returned to the private room to find Wan Lingxi, surprised by the remnants of the dinner gathering. Wan Lingxi noticed her arrival and waved eagerly. Jing Ji, come here. The hotel staff were tidying up the dinner, and the small officials had already returned to their respective rooms, while Wan Lingxi rested on the sofa in the private room. Just as Jing Ji arrived, have they finished dining? Jing Ji inquired as she settled beside Wan Lingxi. Wan Lingxi rubbed her ankle and nodded. They just left, didn't you see? Jing Ji shook her head. I came from the hall. In a wonder, Wan Lingxi remarked. Today, young Master Shin sat at the head of the table, while young Master Fu and young Master Shang were absent. However, young Master Zhou, whom we haven't seen for 2 days, was present. Zhou Zong as well? Jing Ji pondered, realizing it had indeed been 2 days since she last saw young Master Zhou. What could young Master Fu want with you? Wan Lingxi inquired. It is not of great significance, but it allowed me to admire that white magnolia beside the Qinglu. Jing Ji remarked. Admiring magnolias? Wan Lingxi expressed some bewilderment. What is so special about that magnolia? Jing Ji pondered this question for a while before responding. Is it particularly beautiful? Perhaps. When the phone call connected, a faint sound of water was heard from the other end, and Shin Yinji spoke in a relaxed tone. Come to the hot spring area. I will be waiting for you here. The delicate fragrance of Lushan cloud and mist tea lingered in the air, while Jing Ji prepared to wash the cup that Zhui Yin had just used. As the teacup was taken away, Fu Jingzi glanced at the faint lipstick mark left on it, and said, later, after the call ended, Shin Yinji sent him a message, seemingly providing a specific location. Fu Jingzi glanced at it but did not respond. Instead, he walked to the balcony, gazing at the tree of magnolias, seemingly lost in thought. After Zhui Yin finished washing the teacup, he stood behind his young master, a wisp of magnolia fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Observing his master's silhouette, memories suddenly flooded Zhui Yan's mind at In Jingluo. There were specific spots where one could behold vast fields of magnolia blossoms. For the Rongning Wangfu, the absence of such an opulent tree was indeed a rarity. He recalled how, every year when the magnolias blossomed beautifully in the Wangfu, the young masters and young ladies from various families would gather in the pavilion to appreciate the flowers. Yet, his master was the only one utterly disinterested in such matters. Over a decade ago, the hustle and bustle of the Rongning Wangfu was no less vibrant than it is now. At that time, he had already been following Fu Jingzi for 10 years. It seemed he had almost forgotten his own name, Yu Zhuiheng, having adapted to the identity of Fu Zhuiyin. Back then, Fu Jingzi was merely a youth. Yet he was unlike the other children in the Wangfu. He despised the season of flower appreciation, even impulsively contemplating the idea of having all the magnolia trees in the Wangfu cut down to spare himself from the incessant chatter of the other children. However, when he truly sought someone to carry out the act behind his family's elders' backs, a girl, 5 years younger than Fu Jingzi, came running up to the loft. The little girl asked Fu Jingzi, "Why don't you come down and admire the flowers with us?" Fu Jingzi, who had long resided in the Wangfu's loft, had grown accustomed to looking down upon others with a condescending attitude. Initially, he intended to bluntly express his disdain for flower appreciation, but upon seeing the little girl's radiant smile, he inexplicably altered his response. "It's more beautiful from up here." The little girl then stood before Fu Jingzi, gazing outward, her view filled with magnolia blossoms. While it was indeed beautiful, what joy was there in admiring flowers alone? The little girl turned around suddenly, grasping Fu Jingzi's hand. "Jingzi Gij, will you come down to admire the flowers with me?" Jingzi? Fu Jingzi scrutinized the little girl before him, recalling her features, and a fleeting memory crossed his mind. Was she the one from the Mu family? The little girl remained silent, her pair of vibrant Enchanting eyes lowering slightly in embarrassment, Fu Jingxi scoffed, shaking off her hand that clung to his sleeve, mocking, "What gives a girl like you the right to pull me down to admire flowers?" The other children sent to the Roning Wangfu were either scions of the other three prominent families or came from noble backgrounds. As for this girl, Fu Jingxi couldn't even be bothered to ponder what connections allowed her entry into the Wangfu. He simply found her beneath his notice. Whatever the reason, his disdain was reason enough. One scornful remark seemed to wound the little girl, who then ran away in tears. Her sobs gradually faded in the corridor. And Jueyin noticed the frown on his master's brow slowly relaxing, as if he finally found some peace. In the end, the magnolia trees in the Wangfu were not cut down. In fact, not long after, several more magnolia trees were transplanted into the courtyard. Jueyin recalled that day when Fu Jingxi still sat atop the high platform, his gaze lowered upon the children below, who were roughly his size, gathered together, admiring the flowers. That little girl named Mu Yin cast a grateful glance toward Fu Jingxi upon seeing the magnolia blossoms. Those eyes were truly beautiful. Yin thought the only pair that could rival them belonged to the recently departed Miss Jing. Such a pair of eyes, sending a thankful look under the warm sunlight, resembled a celestial being bestowing grace upon the mortal realm. Jueyin looked. Fu Jingxi's nonchalant voice broke through his thoughts. Jueyin turned to see a smirk of mockery playing on Fu Jingxi's lips, his eyes filled with playful derision. "Young master, how amusing that I merely showed a modicum of kindness by having a few magnolia trees transplanted. And she gazes at me with gratitude. Has yesterday's insult been so quickly forgotten?" At that time, Fu Jingxi was not like the occasionally gentlemanly figure he presented himself as now. The complexities of family life left him utterly ignorant of the joys of the world. Thus he naturally refrained from donning any adjectives to engage in earthly pleasures. "Miss Yin is a girl of simple thoughts," Jueyin replied respectfully. The Mengding Ganlu tea was played with by Fu Jingxi time and again. While the girl under the magnolia tree smiled radiantly. He cast a languid glance, akin to that of someone observing a pet. How could the one who had insulted her still smile? Without mercy, he trampled upon the dignity of a beautiful girl who had shown him goodwill. Jueyin understood then that, in Fu Jingxi's eyes, power and wealth held precedence, while emotions held no value. Her reaction appears rather feigned, as if she is deliberately pretending to appreciate. Fu Jingxi remarked, his back turned to Jueyin, his tone devoid of warmth. Jueyin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied, "Are you referring to Miss Jing? Perhaps she does not genuinely appreciate magnolias." "Does not appreciate?" Fu Jingxi's tone shifted slightly, as if questioning the very notion. Jueyin inclined his head, demonstrating his respect for Fu Jingxi. Then elaborated, "She has always been obedient and respectful to you, young master. Should you take a liking to something, she might feign her own disinterest." Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow, a hint of irritation flickering in his gaze. Excessive obedience could seem rather dull. Jueyin remained silent, quietly observing Fu Jingxi's silhouette. In truth, he could discern that Fu Jingxi held much more respect for Miss Jing than for Miss Yin. Chapter 13. Temptation is permissible, but harboring ulterior motives is not. Upon returning to the guest room, Chu Yao and Luo Ro were proposing a trip to the hot springs. Jingji retrieved her swimsuit from her suitcase. She had heard prior to her arrival that each little official was entitled to a visit to the hot springs. So she had prepared a swimsuit in advance. The hot spring area was adjacent to the hotel, and as one entered, it revealed a Chinese-style courtyard. The lobby was situated behind the courtyard, where the intricately carved stone windows danced with shadows during the day. And at dusk, the surroundings transformed into a realm of opulence and elegance under the glow of lights. As Jing Ji stepped inside, she immediately sensed the exceptional feng shui of the design. Western wealth combined with Chinese authority infused the entire lobby with a sense of grandeur. The temperature was not as scorching as during the day, and many visitors had come to enjoy the hot springs. The four of them waited in line for a while before entering. Upon entering the changing room, Jingji loosened her coiled long hair, allowing it to cascade down like ink in an inkstone. The deep hue of her hair contrasted strikingly against her fair complexion, making her stand out like a crane among the crowd. She pulled out her swimsuit, a rather inexpensive yet mediocre quality sheer garment that she had casually purchased in the city on the day she returned to Qingxi. Due to its low price, she had hastily bought a size that fit her, intending to wear it just once before discarding it. As she unfurled the garment, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. This sheer, was a wraparound style, lacking buttons and only secured by ties. Her figure was notably curvaceous, with a full bosom and hips, yet slender shoulders and a delicate back. Garments suitable for her bust size always left her feeling somewhat loose around her back and shoulders. Thus, she had opted for this loose-fitting attire, thinking it would suffice for a single wear. Additionally, as it was so inexpensive, she had not bothered to inspect it closely when the shopkeeper brought out a suitable size. So when the shopkeeper mistakenly handed her the wrong style, she failed to notice. Jingji felt a pang of regret. She suddenly wished she had chosen a more conventional swimsuit. As she hesitantly donned the sheer garment. Her regret was beyond words. The fabric wrapped around her chest, both concealing and revealing, and thankfully, the length was adequate, cascading down to her ankles. However, the view from above was quite another matter. Her figure was ample, with a full bosom and hips, yet slender shoulders and a delicate back, leaving her collarbone and fragrant shoulders bare. She sighed and shook her head, placing the changed clothing into her bag before stepping outside. Ruan Lingxi happened to be waiting for her outside, and upon seeing her attire, she gasped in astonishment. Heavens, you look stunning. Jingji was not one to shy away. She was already accustomed to the envious gazes that followed her wherever she went. Even if her current attire was inadvertently revealing and alluring, she would not retreat or feel self-conscious. Let us store our bags first, Jingji suggested as she walked toward the storage area. Opening a locker to place her bag inside, Ruan Lingxi marveled while placing her own bag in her locker, soon followed by Chu Yao and Luo Ro, who also expressed their admiration upon seeing Jingji. I feel too self-conscious to walk beside you, Chu Yao exclaimed. What are you talking about? Jingji playfully pinched Chu Yao's cheek. I want to buy this swimsuit. Luo Ro gazed at Jingji with longing. Jingji gasped, about to mention that she had purchased it from a brick-and-mortar store, when Ruan Lingxi poked Luo Ro's waist and remarked, could it be that her alluring figure makes anything she wears look stunning? After exiting the changing room, to the left was a swimming area. Directly ahead was an enormous snow mountain pool. Above it loomed an artificial snow mountain, which, upon stepping in, released a cascade of snowflakes. What a spectacular sight! So beautiful. It was Jingji's first encounter with such a scene. Ruan Lingxi, engaging Jingji in conversation, took out her phone to snap a photo. Jingji followed suit, but Ruan Lingxi noticed that her phone lacked a waterproof case. So she pulled her aside to the waterproof bag section to retrieve one for her. Put your phone in here. We wouldn't want it to fall into the pool. All right, thank you. Just as Jingji emerged from the first snow mountain hot spring, Chu Yao suggested they play in the swimming pool. Ruan Lingxi turned to Jingji and asked, can you swim? Jingji shook her head. Neither can I. Ruan Lingxi smiled gently, then turned to Chu Yao and Luo Ro, saying, you two go ahead. We'll try out other pools. There are still many we haven't visited. All right, we'll be off then. After the two departed, Jingji and Ruan Lingxi rose to explore other pools. The entire hot spring area was vast, with a plethora of hot spring varieties. Their first stop was a 12-herb pool located within a cave, but upon hearing visitors mention a milk pool, they turned to seek it out. The milk pool was indoors, and as soon as they entered, Ruan Lingxi found 2 steps to sit on, pulling Jingji down with her. The temperature rose immediately, and Jingji felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Not long after sitting, Jingji noticed Ruan Lingxi rising to fetch a towel from the nearby towel station, wrapping it around herself. Ruan Lingxi encouraged Jingji to do the same. For this milk pool, you should soak like this for the best experience. When you get out, hurry to grab a new towel to drape over yourself. Although it's not cold now, it's still important to be cautious. Okay, Jingji obediently complied. The two sat quietly in the soothing waters for a while, with Jingji's cheeks flushed, her youthful complexion accentuated by just the right amount of collagen. Her hair was half pinned up and half cascading down, floating in the pool like strokes of ink in a painting. Ruan Lingxi gazed at Jingji for a long moment, then suddenly spoke earnestly. To be honest, I am not new to being in the company of young masters. Over time, I have encountered many women beside them, yet you are the most astonishing of them all. I can only describe you as breathtaking, do you understand? Jingji felt a bit stifled by the towel, loosening it slightly as she calmly replied, I understand. You are complimenting my beauty. Such beauty can evoke tears in those around you. Ruan Lingxi lowered her gaze, her mood seemingly dampened. Jingji turned to look at her, her eyes reflecting a complexity of hidden thoughts. I know this too. It's also the reason I have so few genuine friends. Jingji spoke with a sense of acceptance, viewing her beauty as a trivial advantage. Ruan Lingxi raised her eyes to silently observe Jingji, reaching out to caress her cheek. Any girl standing beside you, a familiar yet deep voice resonated. causing Jingji to freeze in place. With calmness, she turned to locate the source of the sound. Mr. Fu? She inquired. The moonlight was exquisite tonight, and as she raised her gaze, she noticed Mr. Fu Jingzi seated in a pavilion not far from the hot spring. Their unexpected eye contact illuminated the sparks from the cigarette, flickering in the evening breeze. That I think you ought to explain, Fu Jingzi remarked nonchalantly. Why are you here at my Lingtai? His Lingtai? Was this a private hot spring? How could she possibly know this was a private hot spring? She had come only because she saw someone else there. However, admitting that would make her seem rather naive, with a hint of shyness. She lowered her lashes. I didn't know this was your private hot spring, Mr. Fu. Are you asking me to leave now? As she spoke, she slowly raised her eyes to meet Fu Jingzi's, though her voice was barely audible. Her eyes under the moonlight sparkled with ambition, the corners tinged with a slight blush. Her beautiful eyes were like gentle blades, glimmering and alluring, yet the true nature of the trap remained unclear. Fu Jingzi gazed at her captivating eyes, his own revealing a nonchalant demeanor. In the next moment, he extinguished the cigarette he had barely taken a puff from in the ashtray. Jingji tilted her head slightly. Observing his next move, the evening breeze was intoxicating. Fu Jingzi removed his silk robe and stepped into the hot spring. He slowly approached Jingji, seemingly intent on gauging the woman's capabilities. Jingji had initially prepared for the worst, fearing Fu Jingzi would unceremoniously dismiss her. Yet the situation took a favorable turn. Not only did he not expel her, but he also shared the hot spring with her, leaning against the stone edge of the hot spring. The coolness seeped into her spine, providing a perfect respite from the summer night's warmth. She found herself pressed against the edge of the hot spring, mere inches away from him, feeling the overwhelming aura of Fu Jingzi encroaching upon her. It was said that men's body temperatures were higher than women's, and their comfort levels with water differed as well. Jingji extended her delicate hand to stir the water, creating ripples. No wonder I found the water temperature so low when I came down. Her skin glowed a luminous moonlit white, her loose hair floating atop the water, resembling a water serpent coiling around Fu Jingzi's waist. That Fu Jingzi beheld Jingji's visage, unlike other women who favored thick layers of makeup. Her face was pristine and her skin tender, radiating a rosy glow after soaking in the hot spring. Her lips, devoid of lipstick, exuded a natural, dewy redness, while her fingertips shimmered with a faint blush. Her features were inherently exquisite, and in this moment, she resembled a freshly transformed water serpent spirit, innocent yet enticing. Jingji lowered her gaze to the water's ripples, tilting her head slightly, appearing both obedient and luring. Fu Jingzi reached out to gently lift her delicate chin. You are indeed very beautiful. His generous and playful compliment elicited a soft smile from Jingzi. In response, her fingertips grazed Fu Jingzi's chest. Mr. Fu, you are quite handsome as well, with an impressive physique. Just moments ago, I told a friend that I wouldn't dare entertain any fantasies about you, nor would I harbor any ulterior motives. Her voice was sweet to the core. Yet, I still dare to provoke you. As she spoke, she traced her hand along Fu Jingzi's face, the droplets cascading from her sleeve creating a melodious sound in the water, the warmth of her fingertips seeming to carry a certain fragrance. Suddenly, Fu Jingzi gently wrapped his arm around Jingji's slender waist. With a slight tug, she found herself pressed against his chest. Provoking me, Fu Jingzi placed her delicate hand on his shoulder, squeezing her slender waist. That waist was so fine that even wrapped in layers of fabric, it seemed as though he could break it with a mere grasp. Continuing his earlier thought, he mockingly inquired, "What gives you such confidence?" Jingji smiled faintly. You do. Beautiful women attract men, and with experience, they come to understand what piques a man's interest. The hand that rested on Fu Jingzi's shoulder playfully toyed with the area near his Adam's apple. Mr. Fu, with your esteemed status, you are the first man I wish to seduce. Is it because of wealth? Fu Jingzi's voice was deep, with a hint of gravel that Jingji had never heard before. Indeed, she replied, lowering her lashes. Your casual generosity could be a lifesaver for me. The fabric of her attire threatened to reveal more than it should, every curve accentuating her allure. In front of the broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted Fu Jingzi, her figure appeared delicate and vulnerable, her hair unintentionally drifting near Fu Jingzi, enticing him further. Suddenly, Fu Jingzi loosened his grip on Jingji's waist slightly, his brows revealing a warning. Using the same method a second time will become tiresome. As he spoke, Jingji's smile faded. She looked into Fu Jingzi's eyes, the warmth within slowly transforming into coldness. In the next moment, she withdrew her hand from his shoulder, her gaze dropping in disinterest. But this is the only method I know. If it doesn't work on you, then perhaps I shall try another man. She glanced at the stone steps beside them, gently pushing Fu Jingxi away before slowly walking toward the steps. Fu Jingxi assessed her graceful silhouette. Under the moonlight, she resembled a beguiling water serpent gracefully emerging from the hot spring, before picking up a dry towel from the side and draping it over herself. Finally, she left without even glancing back. Chapter 15. Born in a small town in Jiangnan, yet gentle and resolute, the following morning, Jing Ji returned home, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous night. An announcement from the higher-ups came in the morning, stating that there would be a collective break for all young masters and ladies at noon, and they were not to dine at the hotel. While some officials were enjoying leisure time in the resort, Jing Ji donned a simple white t-shirt and prepared to head home. Upon arriving at the entrance of the estate, a Rolls-Royce slowly passed by her before coming to a halt. As the window rolled down, Shen Yinji greeted her with a warm smile. "Miss Jing, are you heading out?" Jing Ji returned a faint smile and replied, "Yes, Mr. Shen. Are you busy going out?" Shen Yinji, seated in the back, leaned slightly backward and said, "I'm accompanying an arrogant friend on an outing. I believe you know who it is." Jing Ji chuckled and nodded. "I do." After saying this, as she lowered her gaze, she suddenly recalled something and looked up cautiously to be, "By the way, Mr. Shen, about the invitation you gave me. I fear I must decline." "Why? Is it because I'm not Jingxi?" Shen Yinji joked. "Huh? How could that be?" A hint of apology flickered in Jing Ji's eyes as she explained. "Mr. Shen, I am but an ordinary person, and there is a disparity between us. If you invite me, I might embarrass you." Shen Yinji, upon hearing this, did not rush to respond, but instead lowered his gaze to the bag in Jing Ji's hand. It was a memorable yet unbranded bag that he withdrew his gaze, smiling gently. "I have a female friend who is young and beautiful, who loves to chase trends and revels in the attention of others. Thus she is keen on becoming an internet celebrity. Once, when I visited her home, her cupboard was filled with high-end bags, yet a corner was cluttered with a hodgepodge of lesser-known brands. I asked her why she bought those, and she replied that she was doing unboxing reviews as an internet celebrity. Out of curiosity, I paid attention and discovered that while those bags were popular, upon closer inspection, they lacked any particularly impressive design." He continued, glancing at Jing Ji's bag. "Though Miss Jing's bag may not be a designer piece, it possesses a distinctive design. Your aesthetic and taste are commendable. You must be a thoughtful person, so how could I feel embarrassed?" Jing Ji raised her brows slightly, admiration evident in her eyes. She regarded Shen Yinji as meticulous and unflappable, possessing a ruthless side, yet overall exuding warmth. "Mr. Shen, your words make me feel embarrassed. Then do come and attend. With your friends accompanying you, it should ease your shyness." Jing Ji met Shen Yinji's gaze, which always bore a warmth. "You are a considerate person," Jing Ji expressed, her eyes reflecting gratitude. "It is only right." Shen Yinji smiled lightly. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "All right." Once the Rolls-Royce disappeared from sight, Jing Ji checked the time on her phone. It was still early, and if she hurried home, she would have ample time to spend with her family. At home, Jingping was limping toward the sink, preparing to wash the vegetables he had purchased from the market. Nearby, a young girl was already at the kitchen door, washing the vegetables in a basin, while another girl, who bore a striking resemblance to her, was carrying a plastic bucket filled with clothes, ready to head upstairs. The summer sun favored the trees and flowers, casting a lush green shade from the old locust tree at the back of the house, shielding it from the scorching rays. Sunlight filtered through the branches, dappling a small patch of concrete. "What beautiful weather today. Big sister is so lucky. It's clear and bright every time she comes home," the younger sister remarked to Jingping. Jingping's wrinkled face broke into a kind smile as he turned on the faucet to wash the vegetables, saying, "Your big sister is just like you too, obedient and filial. She is fortunate wherever she goes." "Will Mom come back this afternoon?" the little sister of the Jing family asked with a cheerful smile. "Yes, she heard that your elder sister is returning home, and she is quite elated," Jingping replied, diligently washing the vegetables, a smile betraying his seriousness. Jing Ji, having purchased a bag of snacks from the town shop, encountered a stout uncle upon exiting and greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Yang, are you here to shop?" Uncle Yang chuckled heartily and replied, "Just buying a pack of cigarettes. Why are you heading home today?" Jing Ji gestured to her bag and said, I'm on vacation, I'll be off now, Uncle. Uncle Yang nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Hurry back, your father will surely be overjoyed. Jing Ji beamed and dashed towards home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, she called out, Mom. The first to emerge was a black dog, barking joyfully upon seeing Jing Ji, circling around her eagerly. Jing Ji reached down to pat the dog's head, saying, Goodbye, it's been a while. Following closely behind were her twin sisters, who rushed over as soon as they spotted Jing Ji. Sister, one of them took the bag from Jing Ji's hands while the other tugged at her to enter the living room. Jing Ping, leaning on his leg, limped out of the kitchen, grinning widely. You're back? Jing Ji pulled out a stool from under the wooden table in the living room and placed it beside her father. Dad, please sit down. Where's Mom? She has gone off to work in the tea fields again, has she? After sitting down, Jing Ping rubbed his leg and replied, She went this morning, but she'll be back soon. All right, Jing Ji smiled. I'll go check what dishes have been prepared in the kitchen. As noon approached, the little sister of the Jing family was in the kitchen cooking with their father, while the second sibling was busy writing an exam on the table. Jing Ji observed them. Her brow furrowed as she seemed to be pondering over a problem. Where did you get this high school exam paper? Jing Ji inquired. The second sibling looked up at her and said, It was given to me by Uncle Yang's daughter. Jing Ji glanced at the paper, which was filled with notes but bore no name, and remarked, This isn't her exam paper. Her handwriting doesn't look like this. Where did you really get it? The second sibling chuckled and said, Never mind that. Just teach me how to solve this problem. Jing Ji pointed to the history question and replied, Isn't there a note on it? You can just look at it. The second sibling whined, No, I want to hear you explain this part of history. Jing Ji sighed, glancing over in exasperation, and relented. All right, I'll start from, Dad, what's wrong? The little sister's worried voice echoed from the kitchen into the living room, prompting Jing Ji and her second sibling to rush into the kitchen. Inside, they found Jing Ping curled up on the floor, clutching his leg as if enduring great pain, beads of sweat dripping down his face, contorted in agony. The little sister knelt beside him, a look of concern and fear etched on her face. And upon seeing Jing Ji, she cried out, Sister, please save Dad. Chapter 16. He does not seem like a man in need of a mistress. Jing Ji dashed to Jing Ping's side. Panic-stricken, she attempted to help him up, but he was too weak from the pain to rise. Dad, we need to go to the hospital. I'll take you to the hospital. Jing Ji tried once more to assist him. The second sibling joined in, supporting their father along with their sister, urgently stating, The town's hospital won't do. It's not sufficient. Not sufficient? Jing Ji's eyes filled with alarm. Suddenly, she thought of someone. She grasped her sibling's hand and said, You go find Uncle Yang and ask him to drive Dad to the city hospital. Hurry. Okay, I'll go now, the second sibling exclaimed, rushing out of the house. Upon reaching Yang's home, tears streamed down her face out of worry. Uncle Yang, smoking a cigarette, immediately dropped it and asked urgently, What's wrong, kid? Is your dad in trouble? The second sibling nodded vigorously, wiping her tears. Uncle Yang, well aware of the Jing family's situation, said nothing further and took her out the door. However, after taking a few steps, he returned to grab the car keys from the table before hastily exiting. Inside the hospital, the cacophony of sounds felt overwhelming, as if the air itself had changed. After catching her breath in the hallway, Jing Ji returned to the hospital room. Mom called earlier, and I told her everything honestly. The little sister of the Jing family looked at Jing Ji, gesturing towards Jing Ping's phone in her hand. Jing Ji, feeling somewhat fatigued, nodded and sat beside her father's bed, saying, I spoke with Mom. At least she won't worry so much now. Jing Ping licked his dry lips and weakly said to Jing Ji, When we go home later, your mother will be waiting for us to have dinner together. Jing Ji, filled with concern, pleaded, Dad, can you please stay here calmly? The doctor said your hip bone necrosis is getting worse. You should stay here for a few days. In a few days, when I have the money, I can get you surgery, and you won't have to suffer like this anymore. It's fine. The hospital is too expensive. Let us go home and save some money, Jing Ping advised. Jing Ji sighed and said, How can I focus on my studies if you're not all right? Jing Ping fell silent, looking at the troubled expression on Jing Ji's face at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After expressing her gratitude to Uncle Yang for his assistance, Jing Ji left the hospital alone and called her mother to assure her of their safety. Sitting at the bus stop, her eyes were dim, as she still needed to return to the vacation area. The family members had come as she arranged, which eased her worries a bit, but suddenly, she burst into tears Tears stained her white t-shirt, and she wiped them away. The afternoon bus was quite crowded, and after missing one that she needed, she stared blankly at the passing vehicles. After an indeterminate amount of time, a Ferrari suddenly came to a halt at the bus stop. A horn blared, and Jingji looked over to see Zhou Zongya inside the car, with a little official beside him waving at her. Jingji, puzzled, picked up her bag and walked over. "Miss Jing, is it convenient for you to get in? I have something to discuss with you." Zhou Zongya smiled at her. Jingji hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. The little official got out of the car and took a seat in the passenger seat, allowing Jingji to enter. The Ferrari sped down the road, drawing attention, and Jingji offered a polite smile to Zhou Zongya sitting next to her. "What did Mr. Zhou want to discuss with me?" she asked, noticing a faint floral scent emanating from Zhou Zongya's suit. Subtle yet a blend of various fragrances. It's nothing much. I just saw you sitting there crying and wanted to ask what was wrong. Zhou Zongya replied casually, as if that was his straightforward reason for approaching her. Jingji tilted her head slightly, catching his gentle smile, a carefree demeanor clashing with an innate brightness. "You're heading back to the vacation area, right?" Zhou Zongya inquired. "Yes," Jingji confirmed. "That's good," he said, gazing ahead as if this act of assistance was inconsequential. Jingji suddenly found the behavior of the wealthy rather peculiar. Fu Jingzi, who appeared to be the most refined gentleman, was actually arrogant and cold-hearted, with a nonchalant gaze that concealed a strategic mind. Shen Yinji, who seemed warm and gentle, was in fact meticulous and decisive. Shang Shixiu, seemingly indifferent and detached, was actually very tender and thoughtful. Zhou Zongya, who appeared rebellious and passionate, did not even glance at the beauty sitting next to him. "It's nothing much, just that a family member is ill, and I feel somewhat helpless," Jingji said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, letting the fragrance of her hair waft gently. "And what about you, Mr. Zhou? I can smell flowers on you." Zhou Zongya raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You're quite perceptive." "Miss Jing, I have a friend in a private hospital and sent him some flowers. I see," Jingji replied casually. "You mentioned that a family member is ill and you feel helpless. What specifically is it about?" Zhou Zongya asked in a conversational tone. Jingji smiled sadly and said, "It might make you laugh, but it's nothing more than money." "Money?" Zhou Zongya's curiosity was evident. "Didn't Jingzi give you any money?" "What?" Jingji was puzzled. "Why would Mr. Fu give me money for no reason?" Zhou Zongya stroked his chin. "So you haven't managed to get him to agree yet?" Jingji chuckled, still confused. "Your words are quite strange." Zhou Zongya raised an eyebrow and said, "Not strange at all. Let me be straightforward with you." Jingji turned to look at Zhou Zongya. He continued unhurriedly. "Fu family's ninth master is a man of distinction. While most young men are accompanied by women, he hasn't even taken a mistress in all these years." That he paused for a moment. "I'm being so direct. Miss Jing, I hope you won't mind." Jingji forced a natural smile and replied, "Not at all. Please continue. It's not that he doesn't like women. It's just that no woman has caught his eye. But recently, it seems things have changed." Uve appeared. Zhou Zongya's gaze fixated on Jingji at this point, and she met his eyes briefly before looking down. He chuckled loosely and candidly stated, "You're very beautiful, a fact acknowledged by both myself and my friends." "Thank you, Jingji Dao." Zhou Zong also withdrew his gaze and continued, "I have a friend who, a few years ago, took on a mistress of exceptional beauty and figure. Initially, he regarded her with disdain, merely providing her with a modest allowance for her occasional needs. However, as time passed, he unexpectedly developed genuine feelings for her. Yet, the mistress, lacking any affection for him, subsequently cast him aside after latching onto another acquaintance of mine, leaving me caught uncomfortably between the two." Jingji shifted slightly, feeling a tad uneasy that I had presumed that neither of my two friends were the type to truly fall for a woman. But it appears that the mistress, despite her status, possesses considerable allure. On one occasion, I jokingly inquired how she managed it, to which she candidly replied that her sole affection is for money when confronted with immense wealth. She remains indifferent to any man. It is a human tendency to become fixated on what one cannot attain, leading men to overlook her ambitions, solely desiring her heartfelt devotion. Is it not amusing? Engaging in a pure love game. Did Mr. Zhou not suggest being forthright? Yet, I find myself unable to comprehend. Jingji turned her head to gaze outside, her eyes displaying an air of detachment. It seems I am still not direct enough. Zhou Zong chuckled lightly. "If Jingci were to take a liking to you, and you found yourself in need of funds. Why not indulge in a mutually beneficial arrangement? Jing Ji looked at Zhou Tsong incredulously. Aren't you his friend? Wouldn't it be a good thing to find him a mistress? Precisely because he is a friend. I understand what he desires, Zhou Tsong replied with nonchalance. Jing Ji shook her head with a bemused smile. He doesn't seem like the type who needs a mistress. Zhou Tsong nodded in acknowledgement but countered, he indeed does not require a mistress. However, should a girl like you be by his side, he would hardly refuse. Chapter 17. The Deer Ming Hall, constructed of golden Phoebe, the gentle breeze within the garden carried a faint scent of magnolia as the sun blazed fiercely upon alighting from the car. Jing Ji opened a parasol for shade. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, she said to Zhou Kong. He smiled, but said nothing further. After the Ferrari departed, Jing Ji made her way towards the classical hotel area, intending to return to her small guest room. Just as she reached the entrance, Lu Qin sent her a message, indicating that she had been granted the night off for rest. Confused, Jing Ji inquired about the reason, to which Lu Qin replied that it was a directive from above, and she was unaware of the specifics. Regardless of the location, within the garden, there was a constant flow of people. Jing Ji put away her phone and returned to her small room. Upon entering, Chu Yao and Luo Ro greeted her with smiles, asking if she had enjoyed her day at home. She responded with a delightfully pleasant smile. Just then, Wan Lingxi emerged from the bathroom, drying her hands, and was surprised to see Jing Ji. I thought you wouldn't be coming tonight. Why would you think that? Jing Ji asked curiously. Wan Lingxi tossed her phone onto her bed and reclined. You don't have to work tonight, do you? Jing Ji looked at Wan Lingxi, somewhat perplexed. Wan Lingxi smiled and said, I'm just like you. It's probably the doing of young Master Shin. Tomorrow is the date of the banquet. After all, perhaps he wants to give us time to prepare. Prepare? Jing Ji hesitated. Wan Lingxi sat up eagerly, looking at Jing Ji. Shall we go explore the intangible cultural heritage street later? Perhaps buy a lovely outfit? Jing Ji, upon hearing this, did not rush to respond but instead gazed out the window, where she could just make out the distant Cheong Tower. She found herself curious whether Fu Jingxi was up there now. Seated on the sofa in the villa, Zhou Tsong rested his chin on one hand, his gaze inscrutable. Well done. Thank you for your generous praise, the small attendant replied respectfully. Suddenly, Zhou Tsong leaned back against the sofa. Speaking to the air, Fu Jiuxi, you heartless woman, do you realize how much I have helped you? The attendant beside him immediately inquired. Young master, is it truly unnecessary to inform Miss Fu's associates? Not at all, Zhou Tsong replied decisively. It's pointless to seek credit, as he spoke. A semblance of indifference, tinged with a hint of mockery, crossed his face. The following day, the entire garden buzzed with excitement. Classical music composer Mei Hang had created a special piece for the private banquet of the young ladies. This composition would eventually find its place in various epic films, but its primary audience was the distinguished young ladies from prominent families. The classical music ensemble from Jingluo arrived and hurried to Cheong Tower, only daring to enter the Deer Ming Hall after numerous successful rehearsals. Though there were also many attendants bustling about in Cheong Tower, they moved silently, avoiding any jostling. The banquet preparation attendants had begun arranging the details early, carefully considering the drapes, screens, and artworks used for decoration. The tea and wine attendants prepared beverages for the banquet, ready to serve. The tray attendants were busy coordinating the passing of trays, serving food, offering drinks, and clinking glasses. As night fell, the Deer Ming Hall within Cheong Tower became the epitome of opulence, a realm under Fu Jingxi's dominion, a place where even the ordinary wealthy would feel compelled to kneel in reverence. Jing Ji had not worked the previous day, nor did she today. Early in the morning, Chu Yao and Luo Ro joined the procession to Cheong Tower, while Jing Ji and Wan Lingxi, as invited guests, would arrive later in the evening. Upon entering Cheong Tower, attendants welcomed them into the Deer Ming Hall. This marked Jing Ji's third visit to Cheong Tower, yet it was her first time ascending to the second floor, where she discovered that it was indeed the Deer Ming Hall. Jing Ji Lingxi? A voice called out from Bai Xuanhe, prompting both Jing Ji and Wan Lingxi to turn. Miss Bai, I thought I was mistaken. You both look stunning, Bai Xuanhe remarked, glancing around. Where are your male companions? Male companions? We only have female companions, Jing Ji replied, smiling at Wan Lingxi. Bai Xuanhe smiled lightly. Which of my brothers invited you? Your brother? Wan Lingxi asked with curiosity. What relation is Mr. Shun to you? Shin Yanji. He is my cousin, Bai Xuanhe responded, taking a plate of snacks from an attendant and distributing them to the two. There are many offspring in the family. I can't precisely identify which side he belongs to, but since I can remember, my elders have instructed me to call him cousin. After taking a bite of the mung bean cake, Jingji expressed her astonishment. You seem to find it quite delicious. Your taste aligns with mine. We both adore mung bean cake, Baishuana commented. Jingji nodded in agreement. It is indeed delightful. I have never tasted anything like this before. This is a private recipe. It's normal that you Haven Tea tried it. When I return to Beicheng, I will send you some, Baishuan said, raising an eyebrow at Jingji. Jingji smiled. Suddenly curious, returning to Beicheng, I heard Lingxi mention you are from a prominent family in Nanxing. Wan Lingxi also inquired, are you currently residing in Beicheng? Baishuanhe wiped her mouth with a napkin adorned with poetry. I originally hail from the Bai family in Nanchang, but for these past few years, I have been living with the Shun family in Beicheng.ic. As they chatted, a dapper young man called out to Baishuanhe from a distance. Xuanhe, I've been looking for you. Baishuanhe glanced over, waved in acknowledgement, and then turned to the two. I must go now. All right. After Baishuanhe departed, Jingji seized the opportunity to carefully observe the Deer Ming Hall. Although this was a side hall, the space was vast, elegantly adorned with traditional Chinese aesthetics, featuring many intangible cultural heritage crafts. Upon closer inspection, the classical carvings on the beams revealed numerous traditional Chinese patterns. From afar, the intricate carvings and arrangements did not evoke the stifling oppression typical of palace architecture. Rather, they embodied a profound classical beauty. As Jingji approached a nearby golden pillar, she examined it closely, and her expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment. What is it? Wan Lingxi inquired. That it is carved from golden phoebe, Jingji replied, leaning closer to the wooden pillar, and was taken aback to find it bore the pattern of abundance of gold and jade. What pattern? Wan Lingxi asked, utterly perplexed. Jingji illuminated the pillar with her phone's flashlight, and as the light intensified, the patterns within the golden phoebe became more pronounced. Wan Lingxi leaned in for a closer look and gasped. It looks like strands of gold silk woven into brocade are embedded within. Wan Lingxi stared at Jingji in awe. How much would such a piece cost? Jingji took a moment to survey the golden phoebe pillar. She had read that golden phoebe would over 1,000 years old could be valued at approximately 250 million, and at its peak, 1 ton could reach around 1.5 million. That the golden phoebe pillars at Gongwangfu were valued at 2.7 billion due to their historical significance, while the value of ordinary golden phoebe wood was estimated based on its age. Nowadays, genuine golden phoebe wood, even those over a century old, are exceedingly rare to find. So based on its age, she could surmise its value. 10 million. Wan Lingxi's pupils widened gradually. No, but 6 or 7 million would be reasonable. Jingji tilted her head, examining the pillar further, trying to discern the age of the golden phoebe wood. Can you tell that as well? Wan Lingxi asked, somewhat astonished. That I cannot. Jingji chuckled softly. But it is likely over 70 years. I cannot ascertain the specifics. Over 70 years? Our nation has only been established for a limited time. Wan Lingxi gazed at the pillar in astonishment. That so? Could it be that further up, this might actually be an antique wood, from the Ming or Qing dynasty? Perhaps? Wan Lingxi looked at Jingji with curiosity. Jingji finished the green bean cake in his hand. Essentially, it is highly improbable that it dates back to the Ming or Qing dynasty. Why is that? During the Ming and Qing dynasties, golden silk Nanmu was exceedingly rare. One of the charges against Hishun was that he constructed houses using golden silk Nanmu, leading to his downfall. At that time, even within the palace, golden silk Nanmu was quite scarce, let alone what might be retained in the hands of the common folk. Jingji took another piece of paper to wipe his mouth. After hearing all this, Wan Lingxi stared at Jingji for a long while before suddenly asking, what did you major in at university? Me, journalism and advertising, Jingji replied. Wan Lingxi was even more surprised. Do they still study that in journalism now? Not quite. Jingji chuckled. I came across this information in books I borrowed from the library. I have a keen interest in traditional Chinese aesthetics. Oh, that's how it is. That I never expected Miss Jing to have such hobbies. The familiar voice interrupted, and Jingji turned to see Shen Yinji approaching with an air of composure. Mr. Shun. Jingji managed a somewhat awkward smile, reaching up to brush a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her embarrassment. Shen Yinji politely smiled at Wan Lingxi, who returned a smile in kind. Everything you mentioned is absolutely correct. Shen Yinji gestured slightly. The golden silk Nanmu within the Luming Hall is a particularly rare variety. Initially, I intended to bid against Lord Jiao at the auction. But upon seeing him bring these golden silk Nanmu here, I realized he intended to use them for the Luming Hall. A faint smile lingered on Shen Yinji's face. His taste has always been impeccable. And since Miss Jing adores traditional Chinese aesthetics, tonight should be quite the spectacle. Chapter 18. The night banquet at the Su Tower. A kiss with the enchantress. The Luming Hall was bustling with guests. A classical orchestra performing in the background, while exquisite food and fine wine adorned the banquet table. Aside from encountering Shen Yinji, Jing Ji also met Shang Shixiu and Zhou Tsong, exchanging pleasantries before settling onto a cushion to savor the delicacies. The banquet featured Song Dynasty-style tea ceremonies. After observing for a while, her phone rang. Noticing it was her father calling, she stepped into the corridor of the main hall to answer. The breathtaking scenery she had witnessed earlier had left her in awe. And from this angle, she could see the ancient town illuminated by countless lights, alongside the landscape within the garden. In the distance, the moonlight shone upon the mountains, reminiscent of an ancient painting of Jiangnan. Many tourists lingered near the Su Tower, curious about a traditional banquet that wealth alone might not grant access to. Upon answering the call, she spoke softly. "What's wrong, Dad?" On the other end, her younger sister's sobs echoed. "What happened? Don't cry yet. Did something happen to Dad?" Jing Ji asked anxiously. "Dad's leg hurt again just now. When it hurts, he seems like he's about to leave us, and it frightens me." Her younger sister cried. "Have you called a doctor?" "Yes, but he's still in pain. I feel so sorry for him. Don't cry. Dear, I'll have money soon, and then Dad won't have to suffer so much. You needn't be afraid. I'm here." Jing Ji's voice was gentle, but after hanging up, she tucked her phone back into her bag. Though she feigned calmness, the tears that fell when she lowered her gaze betrayed her true emotions. Despite her efforts to suppress her feelings, she couldn't help but sob softly. "Miss?" A strange male voice broke through her thoughts, and Jing Ji hurriedly wiped her tears, slowly turning to face him. "You re-crying?" the man asked softly. The gentleman before her was unfamiliar, handsome, though slightly less so than Fu Jingzi. "I am not," Jing Ji replied coldly. The man's hand, holding a handkerchief, froze in place that moment. A group of young ladies strolled toward the corridor, their gazes drawn to the sky outside. Following their line of sight, Jing Ji suddenly heard the distant sound of drums, gradually escalating in intensity. Moments later, fireworks arranged before the Su Tower erupted, illuminating the night sky, signaling the commencement of the wealthy patron's festivities. Jing Ji felt her heart race in sync with the fireworks, taking a step back and turning to leave the corridor. Yet, in the next moment, she noticed how the crowd seemed to instinctively part for a prominent figure, revealing Fu Jingzi standing there. Their eyes met once again, causing Jing Ji's heart to flutter. Fu Jingzi stood among the throng. His striking height and handsome features emphasizing his noble presence. Clad in a dark suit, he exuded an effortless charm, a blend of elegance and dominion over authority. Yet, instead of watching the fireworks, his gaze remained fixed on Jing Ji. Jing Ji subtly turned her head to regard the unfamiliar man beside her, who was now retracting his handkerchief. But in the next moment, she addressed him. "Sir, I thought you were here to mock me. Which is why I didn't dare to admit her words." The man paused, looking at Jing Ji. A second later, he smiled faintly and offered her his handkerchief once more. Jing Ji accepted it gracefully, smiling back at him, her delicate demeanor exuding a charm that could easily captivate. "Thank you. My name is Shang Yanpei, and I am a practitioner of the Gong fan art. How about you?" he asked with a smile. The Gong fan, one of the priceless luxuries of Chinese culture, is renowned as the finest fan in the world, crafted from thousands of slender bamboo strands to achieve a delicate, gossamer-like quality. A flicker of surprise crossed Jing Ji's eyes as she replied. "I am Jing Ji, but I'm just an ordinary person." Jing Ji had assumed her modest statement would elicit misunderstanding, yet to her astonishment, Shang Yanpei continued to gaze at her with a smile. His bright eyes reflecting the fireworks in the night sky. It was the first time Jing Ji had seen such pure, clear eyes. Shang Yanpei did not inquire further, but turned to admire the dazzling display of fireworks. Jing Ji withdrew her gaze, observing Fu Jingzi amidst the crowd, expecting him to feign indifference in watching the fireworks, only to find him still fixated on her. His gaze was enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. Gently, Jing Ji spoke to Shang Yinpei beside her. I've heard that the Gong fan is only passed down within the Gong family, yet you bear the surname Shang. Shang Yinpei smiled slightly, candidly explaining, that is merely my name in public. My father is from the Shang family, and I have another name within the Gong family. I see. Jing Ji acknowledged, withdrawing her gaze. Mr. Shang, my friend is looking for me. I must take my leave. No problem. Shang Yinpei replied with a gentle smile. After uttering those words, Jing Ji tucked the handkerchief into her bag and walked towards Fu Jingzi. Are you waiting for me? Mr. Fu? Jing Ji teased. She looked up at the man, still a head taller than her, calmly meeting his gaze as if attempting to unravel some hidden message. Miss Jing seems to have quite the social circle. Fu Jingzi remarked, his tone devoid of warmth as he gestured imperiously. Shall we take a walk? Sure. Jing Ji replied softly, her voice trailing like ripples upon water as they navigated their way through countless young ladies and gentlemen. The resplendent Lu Ming Hall began to resonate with the soft, melodious tones of Suzhou Pingtan and Qinhuai scenery. The scene of a noble prince accompanied by a captivating woman was undeniably eye-catching. Yet the entire affair seemed to unfold with such naturalness that few dared to speculate further. Following Fu Jingzi, Jing Ji entered the sleeping quarters of the Lu Ming Hall, a realm typically off-limits to outsiders. The chamber was more than twice the size of a typical official's quarters, its elegant decor and underlying sense of authority captivating Jing Ji. She placed her bag upon an antique table nearby. You think too highly of me, Mr. Fu. Such temptation makes it hard for me not to be moved. Fu Jingzi sat casually on the edge of the bed, loosening his tie with an air of composure. What does one do after being moved? What to do? That phrase held a certain allure. Under the lights, even the purest beauty became ensnared in an enchanting aura, her high heels tapping against the ground like raindrops falling in love. A naturally fortunate beauty, even in a simple qipao, could evoke desires through her curves and visage. With distinct, elegant fingers, he grasped Jing Ji's slender waist, and she gracefully settled upon Fu Jingzi's lap, her fair hand entwining around his neck. With a playful smile, she inquired, Mr. Fu, have you not been moved? With that single declaration of endurance, Fu Jingzi gently pinched Jing Ji's slender waist before pressing his lips against hers. Chapter 19. Mr. Fu, support me. Although it was her first experience of being kissed so assertively by a man, it felt remarkably natural. Jing Ji's fingers lightly brushed against Fu Jingzi's earlobe, sending a tingling sensation straight to her heart. The deep kiss paused as Jing Ji found herself breathless, her rising chest accentuating the alluring curve of her figure. Perhaps reminded of something, tears slipped from her enchanting eyes. The lilting melody from the Kunku opera, the peony pavilion wafted into the chamber. While within the Dear Ming Hall, cups clinked and laughter echoed. With tears glistening on her lashes, Jing Ji implored softly, Mr. Fu, support me. Enchanted by her charm, Fu Jingzi, exuding an air of refined elegance, seemed to have everything under his control. Despite being the one who had first succumbed to emotion, the cigarette on the antique table lay beside his bag. He would often light one when he felt restless, beneath the lingering smoke. His nobility was unmistakable, yet now, he had found a new source of relief. That a languid smile danced upon Fu Jingzi's lips, his tone embodying the authority of a superior. I can support you. The following morning, the minor officials in the guest quarters began to pack their belongings. Jing Ji fastened her suitcase and prepared to depart. Wan Lingxi presented her with a delicately crafted scented balm, roughly the size of a pigeon egg. Miss Bai gave this to me yesterday, saying it's more convenient to carry in this form. I returned too late last night and forgot to give it to you. Ruan Lingxi explained with a smile. Jing Ji accepted the balm, gently stroking Ruan Lingxi's hair with a twinge of reluctance. Dio, visit me in Shen City when you have time. I must return to my studies. Ruan Lingxi replied, understood. Take care of yourself, and let us keep in touch. All right, Jing Ji waved. I must be off. There are matters at home that require my attention. MHM, Ruan Lingxi agreed. As Jing Ji rolled her suitcase out of the room. A Bugatti was parked outside the courtyard, with Zhuo Yin waiting beside it. After she entered the vehicle, Ruan Lingxi prepared to return to her room to retrieve her own suitcase, when a few female voices drifted in from the adjacent room. Isn't that the woman who followed young Master Fu yesterday? Did you see that? Her qipao clearly isn't of high quality. She only has a pretty face and a good figure. I didn't expect her to be just like us. Has she caught the young Master's eye? Has she soared to new heights? Those breasts and hips must be fake. How could her arms and legs be so slender while her curves are so ample? It looks artificial. Her waist appears to be less than 50 centimeters. Less than 50? Are you sure? The celebrity I like has a waist of 52. It should be accurate. I take my measurements daily and can spot the difference at a glance. Your waist is 62, right? You truly can tell? But did she have her ribs removed to achieve such a slim waist? Certainly. She appears entirely artificial. Did you see her nose and double eyelids? Is it really possible for someone to be born with such exquisite features? And that skin, who knows how thick the makeup is? Wan Lingxi, overhearing this, rolled her eyes for the first time and shouted at the group of women, "She is naturally beautiful. Are you envious? Whether or not she has caught the young master's eye is her own business. But you gossiping here is quite laughable. Why don't you reflect on your own shortcomings since you can't reach such heights?" After delivering her retort, Wan Lingxi shot them a disdainful glance and walked back inside. In the car, Jing Ji glanced at the list Zhui Yan handed her, which contained information about the finest private hospitals in Qingxi metropolis. After reviewing it, she pointed to one and said to Zhui Yan, "Take me to see this one." Certainly, Zhui Yan replied. The Bugatti halted in front of a prestigious private hospital in the city center. Upon disembarking, Jing Ji was greeted by several doctors in white coats, some with graying hair, who were already waiting for her. With a faint smile, she addressed one of them. "I appreciate your assistance." Director Mo returned her smile respectfully, saying, "It's my duty." Jing Ji walked through the hospital wards in her high heels, scrutinizing them for a long while before quietly whispering something to Zhui Yan, who exchanged a subtle smile with Director By noon. Jingping was transferred from the original hospital to this one. Meanwhile, at the Rongning Wangfu in Jingluo, a troupe performing comedic dialogues had arrived from Jindu, preparing to entertain the nobles for a handsome fee of 20 million. That the courtyard was strewn with white magnolia petals. And upon realizing that the old lady enjoyed Peking opera, the performers immediately launched into a segment of Su San's release. This troupe was well versed in various forms of entertainment, including Kunku, Suzhou Pingtan, and Peking opera. After performing Su San's release, they presented a new rendition of a Peking opera piece. The old lady, having grown up in Jindu, was a renowned beauty in her youth before marrying into the Fu family in Jingluo. This new opera depicted the old ladies and the Fu family's youthful exploits in the capital. As the opera unfolded, the old lady nodded and gestured to a minor official beside her. Understanding her cue, he discreetly arranged a reward of 5 million. Besides the old lady, the ladies and young ladies seated nearby were adorned in exquisite traditional attire made from intangible cultural heritage song brocade, their jewelry glistening with gold and jade. As the comedic performance elicited laughter, the minor officials massaged the shoulders of the weary women. Fu Jusi was playfully entertaining his cousin's daughter when a minor official leaned in and whispered, "Young Master Kangi is calling." Fu Jusi furrowed his brow. Puzzled, he called this morning to say he was meeting a friend. Now he's calling again. "Tell him I'm accompanying my grandmother and am unavailable." After the minor official nodded and went off, he sent a message to the minor official accompanying Zhou Kangi. The reply was simply okay, and no further messages followed. In the front courtyard, a group of children played, while the nearby minor officials joined in a game of eagle-catching chicks. As Fu Jingxi stepped into the courtyard, the children instantly fell silent, standing still in awe. Only a 5-year-old girl dashed towards him, exclaiming, "Uncle Nine." She hugged him tightly. Fu Jingxi rarely smiled, but he did so now, lifting the girl and playfully pinching her cheek. The little girl gazed up at Fu Jingxi with sparkling eyes and innocently asked, "Uncle Nine, are you bringing back Annie for me?" At this, Fu Jingxi's smile faded, and he turned his cold gaze towards the minor officials standing at a distance. They instantly bowed their heads in silence. "Uncle Nine, don't mind those older brothers and sisters. They're afraid of you," the little girl said, reaching out to touch Fu Jingxi's face. Fu Jingxi looked at her, the coldness in his eyes dissipating as he replied gently, "Then tell Uncle Nine, who said that to you?" The little girl tilted her head, giggling, and pointed at the collar of Fu Jingxi's shirt. "That's lipstick, right? Mama always likes to leave lipstick marks on Daddy's clothes." Upon hearing this, a flicker of curiosity crossed Fu Jingxi's face. He glanced at the minor official beside him, who leaned in for a closer look and then respectfully remarked, "Indeed, there is a lipstick mark on the side. It's subtle and hard to notice." In response, Fu Jingxi affectionately patted the little girl's head. After setting her down, he smiled softly. "Go play." The little girl scampered off to join the others. Fu Jingxi's smile faded as he walked towards the west. Initially, he intended to visit the family elder, but recalling his niece's words, he first went to his own quarters to change his clothes. The lipstick mark remained on the collar of his black shirt. He examined it closely and suddenly ran his fingers over it. He remembered that this morning, before leaving Qingxi, he had called for Jing Ji at the Qinglu. The mark must have been left when she rested her head on his shoulder while in his embrace. That a few days later, Jing Ji was at home packing her belongings, while the Bugatti was parked at a quiet intersection in town. As she bid farewell to her mother and younger sisters at the door, her mother handed her a bottle of water and advised, "Remember to drink plenty of water at school. Your father has undergone surgery. You should focus on your studies. If you run out of money, let us know that I can still earn some money as a tea farmer." Jingji nodded, assuring, "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. I've also found a part-time job near the school. Being a senior means fewer classes and ample time to earn money. You and my sisters should take care of yourselves and ensure Dad doesn't leave the hospital early. I've already settled the hospital fees, so let him rest easy." A kind lie. Jingji told herself Fu Jingxi had given her an abundance of money, more than she could ever hope to earn in her lifetime. But she needed to introduce it to her family gradually. Her mother replied, "I know. Just take care of yourself in Shin City." Jingji withdrew her gaze, and after listening to her mother's few reminders, she allowed them to stay behind and stepped out alone. Before leaving, she purchased some fruit to bring to Yang Lao Lu's house, and, after exchanging a greeting, departed. 20 minutes later, she emerged from a secluded alley and entered a Bugatti. This journey promised to be exhilarating. Chapter 20. Entangled in a whisper of affection, the cherries had turned red, and the plantains were lush and green as August drew to a close and the school year approached. Jingji prepared to return to Shun City. As a first-tier municipality, Shin City boasted towering skyscrapers and throngs of people. The Bugatti, bearing a Jing A license plate, cruised past the Bund as dusk settled in. The traffic thickening around her, the dazzling lights and the grandeur of the Hongxi Huafu International Architectural Expo created an enchanting visual spectacle. At this moment, only vehicles with Shin license plates were permitted to traverse the area. Jingji glanced at her phone screen. It was already 5:30, and she braced herself for a few hours of traffic. Unexpectedly, the driver, Zhu Yan, not only failed to decelerate, but actually accelerated. Originally, only vehicles with Shun license plates could drive at this hour. Yet the Jing A Bugatti passed effortlessly in front of the Hongxi Huafu International Architectural Expo, with no one daring to intervene. Are you implying that the capital behind the Hongxi Huafu International Architectural Expo belongs to Mr. Fu? Jingji stared intently as Zhu Yan retrieved a white jade ring. This ring contained a chip suspended by a golden thread. Indeed, Zhu Yan replied with an air of calm. After a moment of astonishment, Jingji tucked a stray hair behind her ear, tactically concealing her shock. The Bund International Architectural Expo had been renamed the Bund Hongxi Huafu International Architectural Expo after 2001. The addition of Hongxi Huafu was a result of a collaboration between the state and capital, leading to an astonishing expansion of the expo. This expansion not only introduced a street of intangible cultural heritage, but also featured traditional Chinese gardens and classical pavilions, encircling the old International Architectural Expo with classical Chinese architecture, forming a cohesive blend of commerce and culture. The Taiping Haina Group, founded by the Fu family, was the largest investor in this venture, though Jingji had not anticipated that this was one of Fu Jingxi's assets. In a prime location of a first-tier city, a hub for tourism and foreign trade, the revenue generated each minute surpassed the lifetime earnings of an average person. "How many years have you been by Mr. Fu's side?" Jingji quietly inquired. Zhu Yan respectfully responded, 23 years. Jingji was somewhat taken aback. "At what age did you join the Fu family?" Zhu Yan smiled slightly. "Yes, at the age of 5." Jingji had heard that among the offspring of prominent families, they're often accompanied a high-ranking attendant, more prestigious than a secretary. These attendants, typically orphans in their early years, were raised by noble families, educated alongside their young masters and mistresses. Their exceptional capabilities allowed them to serve not only as secretaries, but also as strategists, even possessing the authority to handle certain affairs on behalf of their young charges. Jingji's gaze flickered as she posed a long-held question. "How old is Mr. Fu?" Yan replied, 31. "What? He doesn't look it." Jingji's lips pursed slightly, and she fell silent. The remainder of the journey was marked by silence as Zhuoyan delivered Jing Ji to Shun University. She returned to campus to address her accommodation arrangements. Fu Jingxi owned a standalone villa in Shin City, conveniently located near the university, where she intended to reside. Upon arriving at Jiangdu Huafu the following day at 9 o'clock, she found herself momentarily stunned by the expansive villa exceeding 5,000 square meters. With a fountain, flowing water, small bridges, sunken courtyards, a swimming pool, gardens, and rockeries, the entire estate presented a vintage Chinese aesthetic. The villa comprised both large and small structures. Upon entering the grand entrance of the main building, one was greeted by a front courtyard leading into the hall, adorned with numerous Western antiques. Among them was a clock that Jing Ji had once seen in a classical clock book at the library, a gilded copper and enamel automaton clock, elegantly displayed on an antique table. This was a treasure trove. Even a modest item here could represent decades of her aspirations. As she surveyed her surroundings, Zhuoyan's voice cut through the moment. Young mastered, the sound. Jing Ji placed her bag on the nearby sofa. Turning towards the entrance, she saw Fu Jingxi, impeccably dressed in a suit, approaching her with poised Mr. Fu. She greeted softly. Fu Jingxi acknowledged her with a measured hum, then removed his suit jacket and handed it to Zhuoyan. On the final day in Qingxi, Jing Ji learned that Fu Jingxi's clothing was typically handled by his attendants to prevent outsiders from coming into contact with his belongings, lest it lead to any adverse consequences. After receiving the coat, Zhe Yin stood beside the sofa. Outside, several bodyguards and accompanying attendants, who Jing Ji had seen on her last day in Qingxi, stood watch. Fu Jingxi settled beside the sofa, lifting his gaze to meet Jing Ji's. After a brief pause, he extended his hand toward her delicate one. Consequently, Jing Ji took a seat next to Fu Jingxi. He pressed his lips together, retracting his hand silently. Just days prior, she had nestled comfortably in his embrace. What had changed? A flicker of dissatisfaction began to surface in Fu Jingxi's eyes, when unexpectedly, Jing Ji gently tugged at the cuff of his shirt. Her fingertips brushed against his skin, provoking a mild, tickled. Fu Jingxi turned to look at her. Jing Ji did not shy away, her fox-like eyes shimmering beneath her long lashes, her cheeks flushed, and a few strands of hair inadvertently brushing against her face. Exuding both innocence and allure, Fu Jingxi swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Let us discuss something of substance. After he spoke, he felt a shift within himself and glanced at Zhuoyan. Jing Ji's gaze followed, expectantly fixed on Zhuoyan's hands. Zhuoyan then produced a pack of cigarettes belonging to Fu Jingxi. Jing Ji blinked in surprise. What kind of substance? Fu Jingxi did not rush to respond. Instead, he took a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled lightly before exhaling a delicate plume of smoke. However, after this brief indulgence, he extinguished the cigarette in the pristine ashtray on the coffee table. Jing Ji tilted her head in confusion. After suppressing his restlessness, Fu Jingxi replied in a soothing tone, I will be frequently occupied in Jingluo for the foreseeable future, so I've arranged for someone new to look after you here in Shin City. An attendant, to take care of me? Jing Ji questioned. Puzzled, Fu Jingxi slightly lifted his chin, gesturing for her to look outside. Just then, a group of girls clad in matching new-style Chinese garments entered, predominantly in soft pink, instantly uplifting the mood. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that each girl wore a flower-like brooch on their tops, each bearing a name. One of the attendants, her hair pinned up, appeared to be just a few years older than Jing Ji, and along with her accompanying attendant, respectfully addressed, Sir, Mississippi. Jing Ji's eyes widened in curiosity as she gazed at Fu Jingxi. Although he did not speak, he reached for her hand. Jing Ji parted her lips to speak but held her tongue. Attempting to withdraw her hand, Fu Jingxi not only refused to release her, but gently caressed the palm of her delicate hand with his thumb. The sensation ignited a tingling in her heart, prompting Jing Ji to shyly attempt to pull away again. Fu Jingxi remained composed, his grip unyielding. Such subtle actions, though awkward for Jing Ji, appeared entirely natural to the others. Yin stepped forward, clarifying, Miss Jing, these are the attendants prepared for you by the young master. They will remain here to heed your commands. The attendant standing furthest to the left, wearing a gentle smile, stepped forward and said, Miss, my name is Tanju. Please feel free to reach out to me with any requests, and I will ensure they are carried out. Tanju spoke in a warm and gentle manner, which Jing Ji found endearing, prompting her to smile in response. Tanju continued introducing the other attendants. The attendant responsible for laundering garments was named Lin Yu. The kitchen attendants were 3 in number: Luo Su, Rong Qian, and Xian. The attendant responsible for arrangements was Yu Mu. The culinary attendant was Zhu Xian. The attendants for fruits, preserves, and desserts were Xiang Yuan and Tang Ju. The makeup attendants were Yun Ji and Yao Yu. The procurement attendant was Jin Ku. The driving attendant was an E. Additionally, there were 3 miscellaneous attendants: Siyu, Su Jin, and Yao Ai. In total, there were 15 attendants, all just a few years older than Jingji, each with distinct roles yet varying in their duties. For instance, Yunji was in charge of Jingji's makeup, renowned for her skills, while Yao Yu served as her assigned assistant, aiding her with various tasks. Feeling Fu Jingxi's grip still firm, Jingji turned to him. "Are you treating me so well?" The implication being, you are quite satisfied. Of course that Fu Jingxi appreciated this straightforward and genuine manner, a hint of a smile curving his lips. Zhuo Yin gestured, and the attendants nodded before dispersing to their respective tasks. Only Tanju remained, standing beside Jingji. "Young master, we should be on our way." Yin reminded. Fu Jingxi glanced at his black and gold watch, stating, "I have matters to attend to at noon. You can dine here, and I will return later." "All right," Jingji nodded. After Fu Jingxi finished speaking, he released Jingji's hand, casting a lingering glance at her before withdrawing his gaze and heading towards the door. Zhuo Yin inclined his head to Jingji and followed suit. Just as Jingji was about to rise, Tanju respectfully inquired, "Miss, would you prefer Chinese or Western cuisine for lunch? Let us indulge in some local cuisine." "For I hail from Qingxi," Jingji casually remarked. "Very well," replied Tanju, as she instructed the kitchen staff. After a day of attending to matters regarding school accommodations and an early arrival this morning, Jingji decided to ascend to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor for a brief respite, as summer tends to induce fatigue and drowsiness. Upon entering the bedroom, Jingji surveyed her surroundings. The sleeping area, which housed the bed, was more spacious than her own living room, exuding a bright and airy ambience in a traditional Chinese style, with a faint scent of ink lingering in the air. To the left lay the bathroom, featuring a long and wide vanity where Fu Jingxi's toiletries were neatly organized, accompanied by a bathtub and a shower area. Surprisingly, there was also an embedded refrigerator from Gagano. Jingji had heard of such refrigerators, which could be opened with a gentle press on the door. When it opened, she was greeted by an array of wines and fruits. She then proceeded to the right into the dressing room, where she found ties, a tie clip, a custom suit, and a belt. Although she was unsure how often Fu Jingxi returned, these preparations were quite thorough. Originally, Tanju intended to assist Jingji with her luggage, but she reminded herself that she was not truly a pampered young lady and could manage such trivialities on her own. Jingji arranged her belongings and then sat on the sofa for a while. Observing the subservient kitchen staff bustling about, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts that in truth, there is nothing in this world to worry about. It is the foolish who create their own troubles. When she regained her focus, it was already time for lunch. The meal was served in the dining hall, where the kitchen staff had prepared 8 dishes of Qingxi local cuisine. As Jingji sat down and beheld the exquisite array of delicacies, she was taken aback. "Why don't you all join me for a meal?" she inquired. "That is not permissible, miss," Tanju replied with a smile. With no choice but to comply, Jingji picked up her chopsticks. Striving to avoid waste, the kitchen staff demonstrated commendable culinary skills. While the flavors did not quite match her mother's cooking, they were nonetheless delightful. In the afternoon, Jingji leisurely explored the villa in a sightseeing cart, which was only present in tourist areas. After touring the garden and recreational areas, she ventured inside the villa. Besides the small building where the staff resided, the main house stood alone as a grand structure. The first floor boasted a reception hall, banquet hall, dining hall, fruit room, tea room, wine room, small kitchen, and a music room filled with antique instruments, as well as a storage room and laundry room. The second floor housed a study, bedrooms, guest rooms, a home theater, and private activity areas. The third floor contained additional guest rooms, a game room, a playroom, and a gym. The fourth floor featured an activity area and a spacious rooftop, enclosed in glass and adorned with various plants and flowers. It contained a large bed, allowing one to enjoy the scenery on pleasant days or even listen to the sound of rain while drifting into slumber on rainy nights. The garden was meant for admiration, while the rooftop was for enjoyment. The villa spanned 4 floors, each meticulously arranged and equipped with an elevator, the overall decor exuding an indescribable level of luxury. During dinner, Fu Jingxi had yet to return. Jingji suddenly expressed a desire to try Beijing cuisine. Tanju promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare such dishes. As Jingji savored her meal, she realized that the identity of the kitchen staff was likely quite distinguished. The dish Wang Taishou's 8 treasure tofu had been mentioned in a book she stumbled upon while studying at the library. This dish, a renowned delicacy from the Qing dynasty's imperial court, featured a variety of ingredients and intricate preparation methods. The dishes on the table all appeared sophisticated. Even for those familiar with the recipes, preparation would take at least 2 to 3 hours. After dinner, Fu Jingxi returned but immediately retreated to the study. Uncertain of his activities, Jingji took a shower in her room, intending to rest early. However, upon stepping out, she found Fu Jingxi seated at the table on the balcony. Smoking. Through the swirling smoke, his gaze settled on the prominent contours of Jingji's collarbone, gradually igniting a flicker of desire in his eyes. That Mr. Fu? Jingji inquired, peering through the pale blue haze. Fu Jingxi uncrossed his legs. His voice husky. Come here. Jingji lowered her gaze and softly suggested, I will change into something else first. Wrapped in a towel, she approached, fully aware that the towel could easily slip with her movements. Just come over like that, Fu Jingxi said, his tone firm as he tapped the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. Noting his uncompromising demeanor, Jingji pouted slightly and murmured, I won't go. Her voice was sweet, akin to a soft whisper, her words a tender blend of negotiation and playfulness. Fu Jingxi paused, his hand still, and turned his gaze towards her. Jingji lowered her chin, resembling a delicate pale fox startled by an unexpected sight. Fu Jingxi leisurely extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Are you being so disobedient? Jingji bit her lip, and after a brief moment, playfully retorted, What's wrong with you occasionally indulging a girl? Having done nothing more outrageous than pampering Jingji, a girl of delicate disposition, he found her pride amusing. Were it anyone else, they would not dare to disobey him, even in jest. Although Fu Jingxi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he could not find the words to voice his frustration. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he patted his thigh. Be a good girl and sit here. The tension between them was palpable, each unwilling to relent if one were to yield. It certainly would not be the affluent Fu Jingxi. After a moment's contemplation, Jingji ultimately complied and approached him as she had anticipated. The towel loosened slightly as she reached Fu Jingxi. To prevent it from slipping entirely, she promptly sat on his lap. The warmth enveloped her, and Fu Jingxi's eyes fell upon Jingji's finely arched brows. After a pause, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly asked, Are you upset? Jingji's gaze dropped. Yet even so, her long, curled lashes allowed glimpses of her captivating eyes, glimmering with a beguiling brightness. How could I dare? The hint of melancholy in her tone was unmistakable to Fu Jingxi. Suddenly, he grasped Jingji's slender waist and gently pinched it. Jingji gasped, her collarbone becoming even more pronounced and alluring. Fu Jingxi's gaze swept over her collarbone before returning to her enchanting eyes. Shall I carry you over in a while? Would that be all right? Among his friends, there had been instances of keeping mistresses, and he would occasionally hear amusing anecdotes. Previously, he had shown little interest, but after indulging this delicate creature, he found her pride rather intriguing. Jingji regarded Fu Jingxi, and after a moment, she remarked, You speak so casually. You must have done this often before, haven't you? A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Jingxi's eyes. Why didn't you think this way when you were in Qingxi? It was a challenge for other girls even to touch him. Now he was patiently engaging in this banter with her, and she dared to question his intentions. What was in the past is irrelevant to the present, Jingji said, her brow furrowing. With that, she averted her gaze and tilted her delicate chin. Are you trying to coax me? Fu Jingxi's lips tightened slightly. Is it that obvious? The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Fu Jingxi relaxed his furrowed brow and shifted the conversation. You wrapped yourself in a towel and came out here. Did you know I would be resting here tonight? Jingji blinked, her mouth agape in speechlessness. The Fu Jingxi's deep-set eyes bore into her, and as she remained silent, he leaned in closer. His gaze was captivating, as if he sought to see through her very soul. Jingji swallowed nervously, unsure how to respond. Noting her hesitation, Fu Jingxi grew disinterested in further probing, his tone casual. If you knew, why did you refuse to come over so confidently? The proximity was charged with an inexplicable tension. Jingji bit her lip, staring at Fu Jingzi. Are you planning something on the balcony? Fu Jingzi had mentioned he would return tonight, and Jingji was astute enough to deduce that he intended to do what had been left undone that night in Qingxi. Is that not allowed? Are you deceiving me? Jingji gazed incredulously at Fu Jingzi. He concealed his amusement, his eyes betraying a hint of concealed mirth. Moments later, Fu Jingzi removed the hairpin that held Jingji's tresses in place. Her inky hair cascaded down like a waterfall, carrying with it a subtle fragrance. He placed the hairpin on a nearby table, running his fingers through her long hair, the strands as dark and soft as ink, glistening with a lustrous sheen. Rest assured, I'm not that perverse, Fu Jingzi spoke in a calming tone. Jingji genuinely felt relieved, her gaze rising to observe the movement of Fu Jingzi's Adam's apple. Curiosity getting the better of her as she reached out to touch it. However, as her fingers grazed against it, Fu Jingzi swiftly seized her wrist. But you'd best not provoke me here, so you find it hard to resist. Jingji inquired, her eyes a blend of innocence and seduction. Brimming with curiosity, Fu Jingzi's Adam's apple moved slightly as he regarded her with interest. Would you like to give it a try? Jingji immediately shook her head. Fu Jingzi chuckled softly, averting his gaze, and with a surge of strength, he lifted Jingji into his arms and began walking towards the bed. The ambience was warm and intimate. And as Fu Jingzi set Jingji down, her hair spread across the pillow, her cheeks and fingertips flushed with a pure, enticing hue, exuding an irresistible allure. Tomorrow morning at 6, I must return to Jingluo. Fu Jingzi spoke while leisurely unfastening the cufflinks on his shirt. Jingji obediently nodded, questioning, what is the rush? Are you eager to attend court? As Fu Jingzi continued to undo his shirt, he let out a brief chuckle. Your thought is rather amusing. With that, as his shirt was unbuttoned, the interplay of his pectoral and abdominal muscles compelled Jingji to instinctively avert her gaze. Wait for me, Fu Jingzi uttered succinctly before taking the detached cufflinks and heading toward the bathroom. While Fu Jingzi bathed, Jingji set aside the bath towel. However, it wasn't long before he emerged and a peculiar scent began to waft through the room, seemingly emanating from him, a fragrance so unique that it irresistibly beckoned one closer. Both Fu Jingzi and Jingji detected it, yet they concealed their reactions, suppressing their desires. Jingji, I want you. The lingering timbre of his voice had not yet dissipated when Fu Jingzi bent down, gently pressing against her. His gaze was profound and intense, yet at that moment, it brimmed with possessiveness, tantalizingly alluring. Coupled with the intoxicating aroma enveloping them, Jingji felt a sudden flutter in her heart. In the next instant, his lips descended upon hers. She widened her eyes in surprise, but soon succumbed to his breath, transforming into a docile little fox. Throughout the night, Jingji scarcely closed her eyes. Just as she thought Fu Jingzi would relent, dawn broke. She vaguely heard him rising and turned over, ignoring it. When Fu Jingzi emerged from the dressing room, clad in a tailored suit, he appeared as distinguished as ever. Just as he was about to step out, he glanced at Jingji, and a delicate fragrance wafted around him once more, stirring an insatiable desire within. Chapter 22. All of them are young officials from reputable backgrounds. Tanju, on her way back to the young officials' quarters last night, had overheard the sounds. Though it was her first encounter with such noises, she could discern the nature of the visit. A gentleman entering a lady's chamber. Early the next morning, she arrived, anxious to see if the gentleman or lady had any instructions. She waited at the stairway. When the gentleman descended, he said nothing, but the look he cast her way immediately conveyed his meaning. Thus, she instructed the other young officials not to disturb the noble lady still asleep upstairs. By 10 o'clock, Jingji finally arose. Upon opening the door, she found Tanju and two other young officials waiting outside. Upon seeing her, Tanju greeted her respectfully with a smile. Miss, you are awake. Jingji returned a slight smile. Good morning. Tanju continued. If you have finished washing up, Yunji is ready to do your hair. Jingji did not quite understand this arrangement, but allowed Yunji to enter with the tools. Yunji inquired, what style would you like today? Jingji pondered for a moment. I have no plans today, so something simple will suffice. Yunji asked, and what about makeup? Jingji replied, I want to be going out, so I prefer to forego makeup today. Yunji responded, understood. With that, Yunji opened her case and, employing various tools, gave Jingji's hair a voluminous blowout. Jingji's crown was so enviably shaped, Her naturally exquisite features, combined with the fluffy dark hair, rendered her akin to a captivating beauty of the Hong Kong style. Yunji scrutinized the reflection of Jingji in the mirror, then smiled gently. You already look beautiful today. All I can do is style your hair. Jingji nodded, saying, This is perfect. As Yunji tidied her things. She remarked, Often, beauty does not lie in complexity. One can easily deplete their inherent charm under external influences. Beauty is diverse and multifaceted. My aim is to enhance your innate beauty while adding emotional aesthetics. Emotional aesthetics? Jingji had never encountered such a term before. Yunji affirmed, Indeed, emotional aesthetics, that if you wish to convey a vibrant impression today, I can create a lively aura based on your innate beauty. Likewise, other emotions can also be expressed. Jingji lowered her long lashes, smiling sweetly. Thank you for your hard work. Yunji replied, Creating beauty for someone as exquisite as you is akin to admiring a piece of art while sculpting it. I find great joy in it. Leisurely, Jingji asked, Who did you learn all this from? Yunji placed the comb into an intricately carved wooden box. From my master, Shijin. Jingji paused. The renowned makeup master Shijin? Yunji nodded with a smile. Jingji thought to herself, Fujinsi truly found someone of such remarkable caliber. Shijin had initially gained fame for her Eastern-style makeup, often serving the elite, which made her services extremely costly. Even celebrities in the entertainment industry could not simply afford her. It was later rumored online that she had taken on disciples, but they were few. The disciples had established their own Eastern makeup academies, leading many stars to covet the opportunity to engage a makeup artist trained by Shijin. Jingji had not expected Yunji to possess such a prestigious background. Have you not worked with anyone else before? Jingji inquired, testing the waters. Yunji smiled brightly. I spent 3 years with a young lady of the Song family, but when she went abroad for studies, I chose to remain here, and the family kept me on, eventually leading me to your side. Jingji realized, so that's how it is, and then asked, By the way, I noticed your names all have a classical flair. Is this not your birth name? Yunji elaborated. When working for noble families, we often adopt names imbued with traditional Chinese charm. Yun signifies a cloud-like coif, also implying elegance, aligning with my status. Hence I have been called this throughout my years in the profession. Jingji was genuinely taken aback. After all, she was merely Fu Jingxi's golden canary. Yet, the young officials he provided her with were all individuals of reputable backgrounds, revealing just how high and weighty Fu Jingxi's status was. During lunch, Jingji suddenly recalled something and turned to Tanju. Did the gentleman leave early this morning? Tanju replied, Yes, he departed after breakfast. Jingji nodded, remaining silent. Zhuyan had informed me that it was a matter concerning the gentleman's family in Jingluo, requiring his return. Tanju observed Jingji, her expression seemingly probing that I'm not certain how long he will be gone, but Miss can rest assured. Zhuyan indicated he would return promptly. Upon hearing this, Jingji raised her delicate brows. She lifted her gaze to Tanju and slowly set down her chopsticks. Sister Tanju, where did you serve as a young official before? In Jingluo, at the Rongning Wangfu. Jingji repeated, Jingluo, Rongning Wangfu.ic. She stood up, casually took a tissue to wipe her mouth, and moved toward the sofa. Please, go ahead, Tanju said, signaling to the nearby servants. The 3 young officials began to clear the table. I am not familiar with your profession. Do young officials like you in Jingluo have to stand and observe the family during meals every day? Jingji inquired while sitting on the sofa. Her eyes filled with curiosity, appearing quite innocent. Yes, that is the custom, Tanju replied with a gentle smile. Well then, you must have it tough. I wonder where I will work after I graduate from university. Jingji remarked, picking up an apple from the coffee table. How could the gentleman bear to let you endure such hardships? Tanju chuckled. Jingji said nothing but maintained a soft smile. Holding the apple with her delicate fingers, she examined it before reaching for a fruit knife from the fruit basket. Seeing this, Tanju approached her side. Miss, let me help you peel. No need. I can manage myself. That I'll do it, Tanju said, smiling as she took the apple and knife from Jingji. Very well, I appreciate your help. Tanju sat beside Jingji, who noticed the fruit knife had an antique design with intricate carvings. Sister Tanju, what material is this fruit knife made of? Jingji asked curiously. It's bronze plated with gold. Is it an antique? Yes, a Western antique. Tanju smiled at Jingji. How could you discern that at a glance? Is it because you all need to thoroughly understand everything in the villa before arriving? At this, Tenju paused. What's wrong? Jingji asked, puzzled. Nothing. Tenju glanced at the knife in her hand and continued peeling the apple. Before we come, we indeed need to familiarize ourselves with the villa to better serve you. Mississippi, huh? I understand. Jingji nodded earnestly that it was akin to a little fox just taking on human form. Earnestly and naively engaging with humans, seemingly curious about everything. Her true intent was to extract information through their exchanges, ultimately to better disguise herself as a human. Jingji's objective was simple, to bridge the gap with Tenju through daily interactions, forming a bond where they could confide in each other as master and servant. Miss, the apple is ready, Tenju said with a smile, handing the apple to Jingji. Thank you. Jingji accepted the apple, her smile resembling that of a child receiving candy. Tenju passed the fruit knife to the nearby servant, softly instructing, please take this for cleaning. Certainly. Just a moment. The humble servant, upon encountering a fruit knife, was promptly halted by Jingji. She took the knife from Tenju's hands, laid a tissue upon the tea table, and then placed an apple atop it, slicing it into 2 halves. There we go. Jingji said as she handed the fruit knife back to the servant and offered 1/2 of the apple to Tenju. No. Thank you. Miss, Tenju quickly declined. Let us share it. Jingji smiled warmly at Tenju, then took a bite from the other half of the apple. When I was a child, I disliked apples, but as I grew older, I came to love them. Moreover, eating apples is beneficial for the skin. After just a week of consumption, one's complexion becomes rosy and radiant. Jingji cheerfully munched on the apple. Her gaze towards Tenju was filled with tenderness and kindness. Tenju initially intended to refuse, but seeing the genuine desire of her esteemed mistress to share, and considering the apple was already in her hand, she felt it would be overly pretentious to return it. Thus, she smiled and said, Thank you. Mississippi. She took a bite of the apple, and the two exchanged smiles. Having a companion who shares one's sentiments may not be a bad thing for the future. In the afternoon, Tenju summoned a manicurist to attend to Jingji. Reclining on the couch, Jingji engaged in conversation with Tenju, who gradually opened up about her hobbies. They discussed past romances and the nature of the ladies and young miss they typically served. Whenever Jingji expressed curiosity, Tenju was more than willing to share at tea times. She would inquire about how Jingji met her gentleman and any interesting anecdotes that ensued. The courtyard was filled with lively laughter and chatter. While the manicure was midway, Jingji's phone suddenly lit up. To her surprise, Fu Jingxi had taken the initiative to send her a message. Chapter 23. The alluring essence of fatal attraction. Pheromones are a scent that can only be detected after one has been attracted to another. It is a fragrance that belongs solely to oneself. This essence can evoke desire and an overwhelming yearning for the other person, possessing a deadly allure. Jingji fixated on her phone screen, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. It was pheromones at play yesterday. No wonder. Despite the pain, she felt an intense longing for Fu Jingxi, even experiencing an impulse to kiss him when she caught a whiff of that scent. If what she read online was true, did that imply her genes had chosen Fu Jingxi? Jingji suddenly sat up straight. Tenju, puzzled, asked, Miss, what is the matter? The manicurist glanced at Tenju and then at Jingji, hesitant to proceed, fearing she had inadvertently hurt the esteemed lady. That it's nothing, Jingji replied, reclining back and furrowing her brows in thought. What if, at this rate, she developed deeper feelings for Fu Jingxi? What if one day he grew tired of her? Would she then be left in despair? Anxiously, she clicked on the man's WeChat message repeatedly, only to exit each time. Moments ago, Fu Jingxi had sent her a message. Did you wear perfume after your shower last night? She responded with, No, I didn't. She found his question rather odd. However, Fu Jingxi followed up with, There's a certain fragrance about you. Fragrance? This remark suddenly reminded her of the unique scent she noticed when she was close to Fu Jingxi last night. Initially, she thought it was merely hormones, but after researching online, she realized the existence of pheromonal essence. This revelation left her feeling anxious in the capital city of Luo, within the grand hall of the Rong Ningguang mansion. Fu Jingxi sat on the sofa, accompanied by a young relative who had come to seek his counsel. This so-called relative, known as a hostage, was a concept unique to families of prominence. Every few years, the 4 great families would send their offspring to exchange as hostages with one another, To solidify ties and ensure mutual cooperation, the young relative was anxiously awaiting Fu Jingxi's words. Yet he was surprised to find Fu Jingxi engrossed in his phone, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. Feeling somewhat dejected but reluctant to voice it. After all, he had erred, and it was only right for his uncle to withhold favor. He remained silent. Fu Jingxi extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, contemplating the chat interface with Jingji. Initially, he believed she had worn some perfume last night, one he had never encountered before, yet found unexpectedly pleasant. However, she claimed otherwise. Was she lying? Clearly, there was no need for that. She must know he cherished her innocence. She was no fool, not one to act in a manner that would displease him. Fu Jingxi stared at the last message he had sent. Minutes passed, and the young lady had yet to reply. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Just then, Jingji responded with, "It must be a pheromone. I also noticed an indescribably pleasant scent on you yesterday." Pheromones. Fu Jingxi recalled a lecture from his school days, where a professor had once explained that if one detected such a scent from another, it indicated that one's genes were selecting that individual. He had merely sensed the pheromonal essence she emitted, and it was his genes that had made the choice. Thus, the issue lay with him that a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Fu Jingxi's eyes. He then, almost impulsively, replied, "Wait for me to finish my work, and I will return." After sending the message, he set his phone aside and addressed his young relative. "Your matters will be handled at home." Upon hearing this, the young relative sprang up in excitement. "Thank you, uncle. May I take my leave now?" "Yes," Fu Jingxi replied casually. Once the relative departed, Fu Jingxi summoned Jueyin to prepare him a fresh pot of tea. He felt in a good mood today, not inclined to scrutinize the rights and wrongs of the incident. As long as it did not transgress moral boundaries, he would not concern himself with what his relative had done. However, the message from the young lady lingered in his thoughts. His phone lit up again. He glanced at it. It was her message saying good, even though she was not before him. Merely seeing that message conjured an image of Jingji sweetly uttering good in his presence. Her voice soft and delicate, like that of a kitten. Fu Jingxi stared at the message for a moment longer. "Yin?" "Yes, young master. Advance all the subsequent appointments that can be rescheduled." "Understood. Wait. What?" Jueyin, taken aback, looked at Fu Jingxi in disbelief. "Is there a problem?" Fu Jingxi's tone was icy, as if Jueyin's hesitation irked him. "No problem. I'll go do that now," Jueyin stammered, promptly exiting while casting one last incredulous glance back at his master. Having grown up alongside Fu Jingxi, he had come to know him well over the years, despite his master's deep thoughts. He understood that Fu Jingxi had always operated with meticulous planning and stringent adherence to those plans. He had risen to his current position through careful calculation and composure. Such a person would not suddenly change course without reason. On this serene afternoon, with no unexpected events taking place, it seemed curious for him to advance a previously set agenda. This reminded Jueyin of the last time when Fu Jingxi had abruptly concluded a meeting, then taken a private jet to Shin City on a whim. He adjusted his glasses, speculating that this sudden change might be due to that young lady from Shin City. Jingji sneezed several times. Tanju, thinking she had caught a summer cold, insisted on calling for the private doctor in Shin City, but Jingji immediately intervened. She felt completely well. This sensation seemed to indicate that someone was thinking of her. Could it be her family? Once the manicure was complete and the manicurist sent away, she decided to take a stroll in the garden. Sitting beneath a tree, she asked Tanju to attend to her tasks while she video called her father. Jing pinged as the video connected. She saw Jing Ping preparing tea. "Have you arrived at school?" he inquired. Jingji turned the camera to showcase the surrounding flora. "I have, but I'm outside right now. Classes start tomorrow." Jing Ping smiled warmly, advising, "Take good care of yourself over there. Enjoy outings with your classmates, and don't spend all your time in the library. Make sure to get some fresh air." Jingji chuckled playfully, replying, "I know. By the way, I'm planning to look for a part-time job this semester. If I can find one nearby, my living expenses for this term will be covered." Jingping shuffled the tea leaves. "Don't overexert yourself. If you can't find a job, that's alright. We don't spend much at home, and the remaining money is for your education. You work hard for your earnings. Treat yourself to some nice food and buy some decent clothes. Okay, I will take good care of myself here." After exchanging a few more words, Jingping reminded her, "Return to school early. Don't stay up too late tonight. Rest well so you are refreshed for tomorrow's classes." After acknowledging her father, Jing Ji ended the call. She then sat on a swing for a while. The summer breeze was gentle, yet somewhat warm, leaving Jing Ji uncertain whether she had disappointed her parents or lived up to their expectations. On one hand, she smiled deceitfully, and on the other, she lived for the present comforts of life. After pondering for quite some time without clarity, Tanju approached her. "Miss, Zhu Xian has brought some lychees from the fruit room for you." Jing Ji lifted her gaze to admire the towering Tanju for a moment, then smiled softly. "Understood. Let's go." As she walked away, the swing continued to sway, with a couple of leaves drifting onto the seat she had just vacated. She was acutely aware that no matter which path she chose, she must cherish the present. The affluent life she did not lead was one that many would live on her behalf. Chapter 24. The antique jewelry delivered to her summer mornings dawned early. And had it been the previous school terms, Jing Ji would have risen alongside her roommates. However, now they departed in pairs, while she remained solitary. When she applied for day student status, she could unmistakably sense the looks exchanged among her former roommates. As if to say, finally, she has left, Jing Ji was indifferent. She had grown accustomed to it. After completing her morning routine, Yun Ji assisted her with makeup. Yun Ji was remarkably swift, while most individuals required half an hour to an hour for their transformations. She could curate Jing Ji's attire and makeup within 30 minutes, achieving the desired style effortlessly. Since she was heading to school, overly extravagant embellishments would be cumbersome. A clean and refreshing look sufficed. She opened her wardrobe for Yun Ji to inspect, smiling graciously as she said, "Just some simple clothes." Yun Ji replied, "That matters not. If one possesses beauty, even a t-shirt can be worn with grace." With that, she selected a casual ensemble of a t-shirt paired with high-waisted shorts. It was a straightforward outfit, yet Jing Ji's curvaceous silhouette imbued it with an ethereal allure reminiscent of a snow-capped fox spirit. Yun Ji added some thoughtful touches to her hair, securing her high ponytail to be full and voluminous, while gently curling the wisps at her temples to enhance her charming appearance. The makeup was kept minimal. Her captivating eyes were complemented by a suitable lip gloss that accentuated her innate allure. "Your lip color resembles cherry red, giving you a vibrant complexion at this moment. There's no need for lipstick. A hint of clear gloss will suffice," Yun Ji remarked with a bright smile. "Let us apply it after breakfast," Jing Ji suggested, for she disliked wearing lipstick or gloss while eating, as it inevitably posed some drawbacks. Moreover, she had heard that excessive application could darken the area around the lips, which would age her. Throughout the villa, everyone, apart from the master, naturally complied with her wishes. Whatever she desired was to be fulfilled. Early in the morning, Xiao Guan brought breakfast from the kitchen. Being from the south, she relished porridge, and this morning, the kitchen had prepared a simple white porridge, accompanied by 2 boiled eggs and a plate of secret pickled vegetables. After her meal, she prepared to leave, and Xiao Guan respectfully opened the car door for her. The vehicle was a Ford E350, a luxury van provided by Fu Jingxi. She adored this car. It was spacious and comfortable. Attending school could be quite exhausting, requiring mental effort, and in the past, she often returned home feeling drained. Now, the journey would be more pleasant. Xin University was not far from Jiangdu Huafu. A mere 17-minute drive. After about 10 minutes on the road, they exited the villa district. Perhaps due to the commencement of classes today, a number of affluent young men and women were heading to Shun University, resulting in significant congestion on Wanfu. It was easy to deduce that the students driving luxury cars along Wanfu hailed from Jiangdu Huafu. Wanfu was a street where only those of considerable means had the privilege to shop. Lined with boutiques of both domestic and international luxury brands. In the past, Jing Ji would occasionally stroll this way, yet often found herself lacking the courage to enter those shops, likely due to her solitary nature. As the car came to a halt at a red light, Jing Ji gazed through the window at the surrounding shops and passers-by. Suddenly, she turned to Tanju, who accompanied her, and said, "How about we come here to shop together this weekend?" Tanju appeared somewhat surprised. "Miss, do you wish to go shopping? Which store do you have in mind? I can make a reservation for you." Jing Ji pondered for a moment and replied, I just want to buy some clothes." Tanju responded, "That's easily arranged. I will book a few luxury stores for you and accompany you this weekend." Jing Ji smiled in understanding. "All right." Just then, the window of a nearby luxury van rolled down. A girl with exquisite features, her hair slightly curled and dressed like a young heiress, leaned out, displaying a somewhat impatient expression. Upon seeing her, Jingji assumed the girl was simply venting and opened her own window. To her surprise, as she leaned out slightly, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "Hey!" Jingji's gaze sharpened. "Are you a student at Shin University as well?" Jingji nodded. The girl's expression shifted from annoyance to delight, as she cheerfully remarked, "You are so beautiful. I've never seen you before. Are you a freshman?" Jingji shook her head. "I'm a senior." "Senior?" The girl blinked in astonishment. "I am a senior too. What is your major?" Jingji raised an eyebrow. "Journalism." "And you?" The girl replied, "Economics. Our major is rather dull, whereas yours is far more enjoyable. There are many beautiful girls in your field, and I simply adore lovely ladies." Jingji smiled brightly at her. The girl suddenly seemed to realize something and quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I merely appreciate beautiful women, but my inclinations are entirely normal." Jingji chuckled softly and shook her head at that moment. The girl leaned her arms against the car window, cheerfully inquiring, "My name is Fu Zhaoyu. And you?" Finding her enthusiasm infectious, Jingji leaned over as well. "I'm Jingji." Abruptly, the sound of a car horn interrupted them. Fu Zhaoyu waved goodbye to Jingji. "Bye. See you at school." "Okay," Jingji responded with a smile, waving back that as the day of classes unfolded, Jingji found herself utterly exhausted, despite having accomplished little. On her return to Jiangdu Huafu, she sat in the car, disinclined to speak. Tanju observed her with concern. "Miss, did something unpleasant happen today?" Jingji shook her head. "I'm just worn out that I prefer quiet places. But the hustle and bustle of school are unavoidable, and I find those sounds quite tiring." After speaking, she managed a wry smile. As a university student, she often found her body at odds with her energy levels. Tanju contemplated, "Perhaps you are physically delicate." "Physically delicate?" Jingji inquired, intrigued. Tanju nodded. "Those with a delicate constitution, unlike the weak, tend to thrive in vibrant environments, such as mountains, seas, trees, and flowers. They need to frequently replenish their energy from nature and avoid exhaustion. In essence, they possess a certain privileged fate." Jingji chuckled softly, not responding, thinking that Tanju was merely trying to comfort her. After a short while, Tanju added, "Miss, perhaps the kitchen should prepare some nourishing soups for you. Drinking such soups would greatly benefit your vitality." Jingji contemplated, "Perhaps I should indulge occasionally, and perhaps engage in more exercise." Tanju smiled and nodded. "It's not a major issue." Jingji smiled in response. She genuinely appreciated Tanju. She was respectful when needed, yet warm and approachable without being distant. That in short, being in the company of such a person was wonderfully relaxing. That night, after completing her evening routine and preparing for bed, Jingji suddenly heard a knock on her door. It was Tanju, who appeared before her with a look of excitement. "What is it?" "From Jing Luo. The master has sent someone to deliver some jewelry," Tanju announced, presenting an ornate treasure box before Jingji. "Jewelry?" Jingji was somewhat puzzled. Upon opening the treasure box, she was astonished to find a necklace inside. As she examined the exquisite piece closely, she recognized it as an emerald jadeite necklace adorned with diamonds. Despite her limited experience with valuables, she could still discern the elegance and opulence radiating from this necklace. The largest emerald was half the size of her palm, intertwined with diamonds and other jadeite stones, each gem shimmering with a captivating beauty. "How much is this worth?" Jingji inquired. Tanju's expression turned apologetic. "The master acquired this antique jewelry from China Rongjia. I am unsure of its value." She glanced downstairs and added, "And that's not all. There are numerous gifts from the master awaiting you downstairs. That a multitude." Indeed, moments later, Jingji descended the staircase. As she beheld the table adorned with an array of jewelry, she felt momentarily dazzled. Tanju beamed. "The master is truly kind to you." Jingji turned to Tanju, feeling a mixture of surprise and delight. She recalled her first evening here, when she had wagered with Fu Jingxi. After losing, she had assumed the bet would be forgotten. Yet unexpectedly, Fu Jingxi had indeed purchased her jewelry, and so much of it at that. "How much is all of this worth?" Chapter 25:6. 2 billion in jewelry. Kunku opera performance under the lights. Jingji opened her laptop and entered the Rongjia official website. Major auction houses typically maintain their own websites, where one can search for pertinent auction item information. Jingji searched the jewelry section for auction records from the past week. Fu Jingxi had returned to Luoqing just a few days ago, so the items must have been acquired at an auction during this time. Indeed, she quickly found the corresponding pieces, golden pearl earrings adorned with orange diamonds, sold for 16 million, a platinum and gold bracelet with pigeon blood rubies and diamonds from the Edwardian era, priced at 52 million. A 55.6-carat glass-type bangle, weighing approximately 92.2 grams, fetched 120 million. A heavenly, exceedingly rare natural jadeite bangle sold for 66 million. A complete set of natural glass jadeite necklace and earrings, 28 million. A Colombian, oil-free, top-quality emerald necklace embedded with pointed diamonds, 130 million. A natural pearl and diamond necklace featuring a ruby teardrop pendant, 70 million. Exquisite purple jadeite earrings with pearls, 18 million. An antique gold inlaid jade cloison necklace, 120 million. Altogether, the total reached 620 million. Such a significant transaction price. Removing 100 million leaves. Jing Ji raised an eyebrow slightly, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. However, could she truly accept these extravagant possessions, which she might never be able to afford even after a lifetime of effort? Sitting thoughtfully on the couch for a moment, she felt happiness, yet a tinge of unease and anxiety lingered. She had initially thought that seeing these items would evoke tears of joy akin to a scene from a television drama. But in reality, that was not the case. Instead, her inner insecurities fortified a defensive wall. Everyone spoke of Fu Jingzi as terrifying. Many beautiful women's dignity had been trampled under his authoritative demeanor. He was regarded as the most formidable devil in the capital. Yet, Jing Ji held a different perspective. Even though their intimate encounters were merely a game to stir desire, he seemed indifferent, yet he had etched every detail into his memory, and Jing Ji, a fairy born from the mire, had encountered numerous despicable individuals and witnessed the worst of human nature. She had faced those who humiliated her, insulted her, looked down upon her, and sought to destroy her. She had seen them all. However, since meeting Fu Jingzi, this man born at the pinnacle of the capital world had not only refrained from harming her, but had also bestowed upon her countless things she had never experienced before. She suddenly understood the words of Wan Lingxi back at Qingxi. Even being Mr. Fu's mistress would suffice. Indeed, even as Mr. Fu's mistress, one could receive treatment befitting the elite. The gentleman truly dotes on the lady. Tanju sat beside Jingji, gazing at her with a beaming smile. What kind of person is the gentleman? Jingji leaned back against the couch, pondering what rumors circulated about him in Jingluo. Tanju replied, the gentleman, it is said, was once indifferent to women, becoming the head of the Fu family at a young age of 30, hailed as the tycoon among tycoons, captivating many young ladies. Is he truly that remarkable? Not only that, but he is also notoriously ruthless and indifferent toward outsiders. Few can catch his eye, and none dare offend him. What else? He is quite fearsome. Fearsome? Yes, those who offend him never meet a good end. Recently, even Wensheng Capital is on the verge of being crushed by him. Upon hearing Wensheng Capital, Jingji suddenly recalled the group. Wensheng Capital could be considered a pioneer in the internet industry, but had unexpectedly started to decline in recent years. The outside world speculated that Wensheng Capital was faltering, unaware that it was Fu Jingxi's doing. Tanju, do you know what the gentleman likes? What interests him? Jingji asked suddenly. Tanju smiled shyly. Miss, it's not that I lack knowledge. Perhaps no one in North City knows what the gentleman enjoys. Why is that? Jingji queried, puzzled. The likes of him, if known, would only increase the chances of being manipulated. Tanju thoughtfully analyzed. Such high-ranking individuals likely go to great lengths to conceal their preferences. Conceal his preferences? A hint of disappointment flickered in Jingji's eyes that I thought, since he gave me such a splendid gift, I could reciprocate with a gift for him. If that's the case, why not directly ask the gentleman what he likes? Tanju suggested he may not disclose it to others, but perhaps he would share it with someone he dotes on. Does he really dote on me? Jingji looked at Tanju, the smile in her eyes faint. At least from my perspective, he truly does dote on you. Haha. That can only signify one thing. What is that? Jingji closed her laptop, speaking slowly. Mr. Fu's allure is indeed formidable. In the imperial capital, the Fu family. On the stage within the Wangfu, renowned Kungfu opera performer Dong Zhengxian sang, without entering the garden. How can one know the hues of spring? Sitting in the Luchun pavilion, Fu Yingyan picked up a piece of green bean cake from the assorted platter on the Wang Wali carved table, just as she was about to taste it. She raised her hand and caught sight of the emerald jadeite bracelet on her wrist. The moonlight illuminated the bracelet perfectly, prompting her to discard the green bean cake and admire the bangle instead. Second brother, do you think this bracelet suits her? Fu Yingnian inquired with her curious apricot eyes, glancing at Fu Jingzi. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingzi cast a sidelong glance that it does not suit. Do you know who I am referring to? Fu Yingnian teased. Remarkable. Third sister is indeed remarkable, Fu Yingnian remarked as she took a bite of the green bean cake, propping herself up on the table with one hand. She bore a resemblance to Fu Jingzi, down to her relaxed posture exuding an air of nobility inherent to those in power. You seem to enjoy the plaything that third sister gifted you. Once you tire of it, I'll find something similar for you to play with. Fu Yingnian casually remarked. By the way, I haven't seen her appearance. I've heard she bears some resemblance to Mu Yan. More beautiful. Oh, Fu Yingnian straightened up, her eyes sparkling with interest as she gazed at Fu Jingzi. Fu Jingzi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. So, how long do you plan to play this time? Fu Yingnian probed with curiosity. There were others seated in the courtyard, but unfortunately, Fu Jusi would be returning to the Wangfu late due to urgent matters. Otherwise, she would have heard how satisfied her second brother was with the surprise she had given him. Fu Jingzi spoke with a tone devoid of warmth. Soon. With that, he stood up. Leaving just like that? Grandmother wishes for you to have lunch at home tomorrow. Remember this. Fu Yingnian watched Fu Jingzi's silhouette gradually fade away, retracting her gaze. The night in Qin City still allowed glimpses of the moon and a star or two. Jingji propped her head on one hand, quietly observing Tanju. Her freshly done nails sparkled in shades of soft pink, adorned with butterflies, exuding both allure and gentleness. Miss, do you mean? Tanju's eyes brimmed with trepidation. Jingji lowered her gaze, her tone calm. Mr. Fu is casting a spell on me. If a woman who has constantly been hurt encounters a man who treats her well, she will easily fall in love with him. Once she falls in love, if the man then abandons her, the woman will experience heart-wrenching pain, which is precisely what intrigues men. Jingji admired her nails under the light. Mr. Fu actually doesn't need a mistress. To him, I am merely a plaything to relieve his boredom. Calmly, she continued, methodically covering the jewelry boxes one by one. If I were to fall for him this easily, he would soon grow weary. Chapter 26 Kiss. When in a good mood, Tanju gasped in disbelief after hearing Jingji's words. Perhaps the gentleman. Tanju held a slight fantasy regarding Jingji, rather than indulging in unrealistic fantasies that ultimately lead to disappointment. I prefer to believe in the bamboo door and the wooden door. The bamboo door and the wooden door? Yes, the bamboo door is simply the bamboo door, while the wooden door is merely the wooden door. What exists between him and me is fundamentally impossible. Jingji concluded with a nonchalant smile. Then, Miss, are you planning to dispose of these jewels? Tanju expressed regret. Dispose of them? As a means to demonstrate that I am not ensnared. To deliberately rid myself of these valuable jewels? Jingji shook her head, her words laden with meaning. Tanju, never alter your appearance for those who look down upon you. Fu Jingzi was a figure of great power and influence. Individuals of his stature, nurtured by capital, often lacked an understanding of respect and equality, nor did they feel the need to comprehend it. In stark contrast stood Jingji, who had grown amidst the mire. Struggling daily against adversity in her world, those who toyed with her emotions were no different from those who had belittled her throughout her life. Tanju was momentarily taken aback by Jingji's words. Then you, help me with a favor. Let us place these jewels in my cabinet. As she spoke, Jingji rose to her feet, grasping two jewelry boxes, preparing to ascend to the bedroom on the second floor. Tanju, realizing the situation, promptly picked up a jewelry box and followed suit. Before long, all the jewels were placed on the topmost shelf of the wardrobe. This wardrobe was quite grand, meticulously designed and handcrafted by a skilled artisan. Adorned with classical carvings and patterns, the uppermost shelf was designated for treasures. Jingji gazed at the arranged jewelry and took out her newly acquired phone to capture a photograph. Miss, what is the intention behind this? Tanju inquired with a puzzled expression. Jingji smiled faintly and replied, I grew up in humble circumstances. I am not a daughter of privilege. Each piece of jewelry here is something I could never afford in my lifetime. To receive such adornments, I must ensure they are well kept. Her upbringing had instilled in her the virtues of composure and grace. After speaking, Jingji opened Fu Jingxi's WeChat and sent a message. Thank you for your gift. I truly adore it. She followed this with the photo she had just taken, adding a note. For now, Let it rest in high regard. The following morning, Jing Ji was awakened by Tan Zhu's persistent nudging. Upon opening her door, she was met with Tan Zhu's troubled expression. "What seems to be the matter?" Jing Ji asked. "Miss, the sir is waiting for you downstairs." Perplexed, Jing Ji approached the staircase and glanced down. There sat Fu Jingxi, impeccably dressed in a suit, lounging on the sofa, while Zhuo Yin stood rigidly beside him. The entire hall was enveloped in a chilling and oppressive atmosphere. Jing Ji wondered what could have transpired so early in the day. After freshening up, she donned a white ostrich feather shawl over her silk nightgown and descended the stairs. The breeze wafting through the villa's courtyard was refreshing, and even in her simple attire, Jing Ji moved with an elegant grace. "Mr. Da Fu," she addressed, approaching him with a sweet, melodic tone. Da Fu Jingxi extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray at the sound of her voice and cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Yin. Understanding, Yin respectfully nodded and quietly exited. As if attuned to the nuances of his position, Jing Ji's gaze trailed over the departing figures, her confusion evident. Suddenly, Fu Jingxi reached out, encircling her slender waist and pulling her onto his lap. Jing Ji met his slightly bloodshot eyes, momentarily taken aback. Was he lacking sleep, or had he spent the night awake? Nevertheless, his sharp gaze, akin to that of a hawk, scrutinized her with an intense curiosity. Jing Ji quickly lowered her gaze, gently pushing against his arm in an attempt to stand. However, Fu Jingxi would not allow it, his strong hand firmly holding her waist, rendering her immobile. She glared playfully at him, and he responded with a hint of a smile. Extending a long finger, he tapped her lips, offering her a playful avenue to acquiescence. Jing Ji frowned slightly, lowering her long lashes, pouting her lips defiantly, indicating that she would only grant him a kiss when in a better mood. In response, Fu Jingxi glanced towards the door, his voice low and icy. "You are in a foul mood again." Startled by his words, Jing Ji locked her gaze onto his eyes, questioning whether they were about to argue. Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze. The petite figure nestled in his embrace was hardly taller than him. Yet she fixed him with an unwavering stare, resembling an irate kitten with its fur bristled. Gradually, the coldness in Fu Jingxi's eyes dissipated, softening his tone. "You do not like the gift?" Jing Ji had no intention of sparking a quarrel, so she replied gently, "I sent you a message last night, expressing my fondness. Then why keep it out of reach? It is temporarily unnecessary. If it is unnecessary, why ask me to gift it to you? My preference is for pieces valued over 10 million, but you gifted me items worth over 100 million, and so many of them. I am still a student. How can I wear them?" Her voice was soft, her large eyes blinking innocently. She had merely wished for a piece worth over 10 million, thinking it would suffice for significant occasions. She had not contemplated beyond that. Fu Jingxi's lips tightened, and after a pause, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "Ah, so it appears the fault lies with me." Jing Ji shook her head and replied sweetly, "I am genuinely grateful. If you misinterpret my feelings and find yourself unhappy, then it is perfectly fine to refrain from visiting me for an extended period." In her heart, she secretly welcomed that idea. Jing Ji inwardly mused, albeit outwardly presenting an expression of innocence and guilt. Fu Jingxi smiled gently, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "You likely wish for me to stay away, do you not?" Jing Ji abruptly closed her mouth, hesitating for a moment, unsure how to respond. Fu Jingxi averted his gaze, the dimness in his eyes reminiscent of a layer of dust settling. "I recall that you once accepted a handkerchief from someone. It was during the banquet at Lu Ming Hall in Qingxi that Jing Ji had accepted a handkerchief from a young man of the Gong family, right in front of Fu Jingxi." Jing Ji's long lashes fluttered. "Why bring this up?" Fu Jingxi's ink-black eyes bore into hers. "You threw it away." Jing Ji was taken aback, but quickly nodded obediently. "All right." After responding, she averted her gaze from Fu Jingxi, fixating instead on the floor, her expression deliberately melancholic, reluctant to part with it. Fu Jingxi inquired softly. Jing Ji leisurely shook her head. "Of course not. If I were to harbor intentions towards someone else, I should not have entangled myself with you." Upon uttering this, Fu Jingxi fell silent for a few seconds. The young lady was always candid, a quality he admired. Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow and spoke. "So you believe I am too domineering and lack respect for you?" Jing Ji bit her lip, remaining silent. Fu Jingxi leaned in slightly, tilting his head to observe her expression more closely. In truth, he was not unreasonable or disrespectful. If you are unwilling, why not say so directly? He added, his tone revealing an unrecognized hint of tentative exploration. Jing Ji continued to disregard him. Fu Jingxi reached out, grasping her chin to elevate her gaze to his surprise. As he applied pressure, Jing Ji turned her head, playfully biting his hand's thumb with her teeth. The contact was light, devoid of force, reminiscent of an impatient kitten. Fu Jingxi pressed his lips together and withdrew his hand. Unlike his friends who kept obedient canaries, his own canary feigned compliance. He had never navigated such a convoluted path before. Why are you so easily incensed? Fu Jingxi pondered, perplexed by Jing Ji. Jing Ji raised her gaze, exhaling a gentle sigh, and responded petulantly, who is angry? I am simply hungry and do not wish to speak. Fu Jingxi raised his hand, glancing at his watch, noting the time, 11:30. Let us dine, he suggested. With that, he loosened his grip around Jing Ji's waist. She stood, suddenly looking up at the man towering over her. I shall go change, she declared. All right. Jing Ji turned and ascended the stairs, even breaking into a light run. Fu Jingxi watched her retreating figure, suppressing a smile. She may not wish to converse, yet she could certainly move quickly. Before long, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the air. Fu Jingxi, seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, glanced over at the sound. Jing Ji had returned. Unlike her previous attire, she now wore a fitted white knit top that revealed her collarbone, accentuating her graceful curves and slender waist, paired with a pink pencil skirt that fell to mid-thigh. Her voluminous, straight hair cascaded down her back, adorned with a delicate intangible cultural heritage silk flower crafted into a rose, exuding a radiant and charming allure, infused with a hint of traditional femininity. Fu Jingxi's gaze swept over Jing Ji, seemingly observing her, yet not quite. As she approached, a subtle scent of magnolia wafted in the air, her eyes landing on the book Fu Jingxi held. All in English, she remarked succinctly, the kind that makes one drowsy within 3 minutes. Fu Jingxi closed the book, bending to place it on the bookshelf beneath the coffee table, then straightening to glance at Jing Ji's pencil skirt. Are you going out this afternoon? Not going out. Fu Jingxi replied nonchalantly, let us eat. Jing Ji turned, walking ahead of Fu Jingxi toward the dining hall. Chapter 27. After comforting her, he flew back to the capital. Tanju and Zhua Yin had been awaiting their arrival in the dining hall. Along with a few junior officials as they lifted their eyes, they coincidentally caught sight of the approaching Mr. and Miss, their expressions brightening. Tanju leaned closer to Tanju, whispering gleefully, Sister Tanju, have you noticed how adorable the size difference is between the Sir and the Miss? Tanju glanced over, observing Jing Ji standing before the tall and elegant Fu Jingxi, as if enveloped in his presence. The height disparity of nearly 30 centimeters, combined with their differing physiques, resembled a great tiger and a petite white fox. Suppressing a giggle, Tanju covered her mouth. Just as Jing Ji entered, she turned her head toward Tanju, inquiring with enthusiasm, what are you laughing about? Is there something delightful? Tanju smiled but remained silent, shaking her head as she pulled out a Western antique chair for Jing Ji. Thank you, Jing Ji murmured softly, settling into her chair. After Fu Jingxi sat down, they both used the prepared warm towels to wipe their hands before commencing their meal. Jing Ji savored the boiled Shanghai green slowly. After a moment, Fu Jingxi observed her and suddenly asked, do you not enjoy eating meat? Jing Ji picked another Shanghai green and placed it in her bowl, gazing at Fu Jingxi's brow as she nodded. That may lead to nutritional imbalance, Fu Jingxi remarked blandly. My father often mentions that as well. Jing Ji spoke with remarkable composure before taking a bite of the greens. Fu Jingxi gently placed his chopsticks on the rest, resting his hand on the edge of the table as he gazed at Jing Ji, saying with a refined demeanor, the kitchen's little official can prepare dishes according to your preferences. But subsisting solely on vegetables is hardly sufficient. After finishing her greens, Jing Ji picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, chewing thoughtfully while fixating her gaze on Fu Jingxi. Their eyes met for 2 seconds before Fu Jingxi averted his gaze, resuming his meal. The young lady had a rather rebellious streak. Noting Fu Jingxi's indifference, Jing Ji continued to enjoy her greens until her bowl was nearly empty, finishing off the spare rib without any waste. Following the meal, Jing Ji strolled through the courtyard with Tanju, their walk ostensibly a casual one, yet it served the purpose of shopping. Meanwhile, Fu Jingxi was occupied in his study with official matters when he unexpectedly received a call from Shen Yinji. Upon answering, Shen Yinji jested, "The news of you bidding on 620 million worth of jewels at our home has spread. Is it for Miss Jing?" Sitting in an antique armchair, Fu Jingxi's expression remained unfazed as he replied with a simple, "Yes." This marked the first occasion he personally presented a gift to a girl. Previously, any gifts exchanged during social engagements had been meticulously arranged by his third sister, who would present him with a list of items to approve before they were prepared by Zhui Yan. However, this time, coinciding with the Shun family's capital event, Chinese Rongjia, at the Jingluo auction, he had inexplicably decided to attend and bid on several pieces of jewelry for her. It was not so much about making her happy. In any case, he found himself at the event almost by chance. Rarely did the offspring of affluent families attend such auctions in person, and upon seeing Fu Jui's arrival, the crowd was taken aback, unable to believe their eyes. Why would the notoriously aloof Fu Jui engage in such fervent bidding for jewelry? It seemed he must have a girl of interest. The accompanying Fu family's 11th daughter was initially perplexed by her brother's intentions. But as she assessed the situation, her experience in matters of the heart led her to deduce the truth, prompting her to set a subtle rule. She urged the onlookers to show a modicum of favor towards her brother, allowing him to bid on some appealing items. Those with sense understood the unspoken cue, and one by one, they complied. Thus, they engaged in a brief performance before allowing Fu Jiu to secure the jewelry. After the auction, Fu Jingxi instructed his third sister to compile a gift list, sending gifts to those who had attended the auction in accordance with their social standing and the nature of their relationships. It was not an act of gratitude. In his daily life, he hardly had anyone to thank. Instead, it resembled a celebratory gesture, distributing sweet treats as if sharing good news. Those in the know understood, and the recipients were informed to convey their congratulations for the auspicious happenings concerning Fu Jui. Friends of Fu Jingxi inquired through WeChat, but he paid them no mind. The rumors circulating outside were merely those he was willing to have spread. Should he wish to silence them, he could easily crush any gossip before it took root. Yet, this time, Fu Jingxi seemed unconcerned with curbing speculation, almost as if he did not deny harboring affections for a particular girl. But did he truly have feelings for Jingji? Fu Jingxi was acutely aware of his own heart. Amid the busyness of family affairs, he merely sought a diversion. As his thoughts returned, Shen Yinji suddenly posed a question. "Have you developed feelings for her?" Fu Jingxi, disinterested, hung up, as he had matters to attend to. After ending the call, he approached the window. The sun blazed outside, punctuated by sporadic birdsong. Jingji was on the swing under the purple-leafed sandalwood tree. Dappled sunlight casting playful shadows as she held a book on classic Chinese patterns that a gust of wind flipped a few pages, which she did not bother to correct, instead reading whichever page the breeze revealed. Tanju arrived with green grapes, and she accepted them with a smile, expressing her gratitude before returning to her book. Knock, knock. Fu Jingxi withdrew his gaze and returned gracefully to the armchair. Zhui Yan entered, holding a tablet, and respectfully announced, "Young master, the budget alignment meeting is about to commence. You may attend to your duties." "Have Lin Yan come in," he instructed. "Understood." Zhui Yan nodded and then sent a message to Lin Yan. Lin Yan served as Fu Jingxi's special assistant at the company, assisting him throughout the upcoming budget meeting. 5 minutes later, the meeting commenced. Throughout the afternoon, Jingji indulged in her reading, exercised in the villa's gym, and watched half a comedy film in the home theater. Midway through the film, at 5:30, she felt a pang of hunger. Pausing the movie, she placed a hand on her stomach and ventured out to find Tanju. Upon opening the door, she spotted Tanju waiting downstairs. Just as she was about to descend, Jingji suddenly caught sight of Zhui Yan emerging from the study and halted abruptly. "Miss Jing." Zhui Yan acknowledged her presence. "Is Mr. Fu busy inside?" Jingji inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhui Yan. He nodded. "He is in a meeting." Fu Jingxi had several meetings scheduled that afternoon. Jingji hesitated, glancing towards the study door. "I'm feeling a bit hungry. When will he be finished?" Zhui Yan smiled gently. "At least an hour." "All right," she replied, then proceeded downstairs. Once downstairs, Jingji informed Tanju of her hunger, to which Tanju suggested she have dinner. Jingji shook her head, opting instead for some fruit and yogurt before returning to her movie. Around 6:30, having finished the film, she stepped out only to see Zhui Yan conversing with Fu Jingxi at the study door. Upon spotting Fu Jingxi, her eyes lit up, Shall we eat? No. Moments later, the two made their way to the dining hall. For dinner, Jingji consumed a plethora of vegetables, while Fu Jingxi observed her intently before suddenly stating, "In the future, if you're hungry, feel free to eat first. There's no need to wait for me." As she chewed on broccoli, Jingji paused for a second upon hearing his words, then smiled without offering a definitive answer. For her, it had always been customary to wait for everyone to gather before beginning a meal. Conversely, for Fu Jingxi, apart from social banquets and gatherings with friends, he had not shared a simple family meal with anyone in many years. Both had their own thoughts and said little more. After their evening routines, they found themselves in bed together. Fu Jingxi naturally extended his arm for Jingji to rest upon. Just as she was about to drift off, she felt that familiar aura stirring once more. The following day, Jingji turned over, her hand brushing against the duvet. She awoke to find it was midday. After a refreshing shower, she descended to prepare for lunch. Upon opening the door, she discovered Tanju and Yunji already waiting outside. While Yunji styled her hair, Tanju remained by her side. Yin mentioned that the matriarch in Jingluo has requested Mr. Fu to dine at the Wang residence for lunch. The matriarch? Jingji inquired curiously. "Oh, Mr. Fu's grandmother," Tanju clarified. Understanding dawned on her, and she asked, "When did he leave?" "He departed at 9:30, instructing you to rest well today." Jingji nodded without further comment. Given that she was not going out, Yunji styled Jingji's hair in a more natural manner. Once ready, Jingji made her way downstairs for lunch. Noticing a delightful bowl of silver ear soup, which she decided to indulge in the past few days, Fu Jingxi had not visited, and Jingji had devoted her thoughts to her studies. On Saturday, she made a rare decision not to go to the library, instead opting for Wanfulu. Adjacent to Wanfulu was Chongning Road, and the Chongning pedestrian street was one of the defining features of Shin City. It was always bustling during holidays, with many tourists choosing to capture moments there. Wanfulu stood as the most expensive street along the Bund, where international architectural styles and luxurious commercial avenues formed a capital enclave. As it was summer, Jingji chose to venture out in the evening. The sun was mild, and the international buildings were aglow, showcasing the Bund's exquisite scenery. Having visited a few times before, Jingji had long admired Wanfulu, and today she finally had the opportunity to explore it. Early in the day, Yunji had styled her in an elegant Chanel-inspired outfit. Tanju suggested she wear the jewelry gifted by Mr. Fu, prompting Jingji to recall the incident from a few days prior. She had reciprocated Fu Jingxi's gift, and of course, it was only right to accept it graciously. Approaching her cabinet, she retrieved the box containing the golden pearl and orange diamond butterfly earrings. "I'll wear these earrings," she declared, opening the box. Upon seeing them, Yunji's face lit up with uncontainable admiration. "They're incredibly elegant and would suit you perfectly." Chapter 28. The False Heiress and the True Heiress in the Afternoon. Jingji took a brief rest, setting out as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Tanju had arranged for her to visit a high-end boutique first. Upon arrival, she was welcomed inside. Although her attire was not extravagant, her presence exuded an air of affluence, prompting everyone to treat her with utmost respect. She selected a few outfits and accessories that complemented her well before departing. The next establishment was also a luxury brand, and just as she was about to sit down, she overheard a heated argument. Approaching to investigate, she recognized one of the girls involved at Fu. "Xiaoyu? Who called my name?" Fu Xiaoyu replied impatiently, turning her head. Upon seeing Jingji, her expression shifted dramatically, instantly transforming into a beaming smile. "Oh, it's you," Fu Xiaoyu exclaimed, striding toward Jingji. Before Jingji could react, Fu Xiaoyu pulled her to face the arguing girl, boasting with a sense of triumph. "Did you see that? Even if you are adorned with designer labels, you pale in comparison to a single strand of my friend's hair. Unsightly individuals should refrain from making a spectacle of themselves. Do you truly wish to vie for that garment with me? Perhaps you ought to take a good look in the mirror." Jingji was filled with confusion. Is this what friendship entails? That girl, draped in high-end logos, may possess wealth, yet she resembles a nouveau riche with no sense of aesthetics. Fu Xiaoyu. "Just you wait," the girl stormed out, gritting her teeth. When young girls argue, a verbal victory brings them great joy. Fu Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at the girl's retreating figure. "Just you wait. I have shown remarkable restraint by not causing your family to go bankrupt." Jingji sensed that Fu Xiaoyu and that girl shared a history that transcended mere animosity. It seemed there was a semblance of camaraderie that had soured. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she refrained from probing further. Jingji? Fu Xiaoyue inquired with a smile. Jingji nodded. I can't believe I remembered your name correctly. Huh? Fu Xiaoyue released Jingji's wrist. Her joy evident. It must be that your beauty left a lasting impression on me. Jingji raised an eyebrow and replied. Beauty should be attributed to you that we are both beautiful. By the way, you came here to shop for clothes, right? Shall we browse together? As she spoke, Fu Xiaoyue took Jingji by the hand and began selecting garments. After trying on numerous outfits, Jingji discerned Fu Xiaoyue's personality. She was impulsive and straightforward, undeniably wealthy and generous, devoid of any pretentiousness, much like herself, even accompanied by a little aid. Contrary to the portrayals in dramas, the heiress did not simply purchase every item outright. Fu Xiaoyue relished trying on clothes, displaying an unwavering enthusiasm, and offered precise feedback after each fitting. After a brief respite, the two sat together enjoying tea. Fu Xiaoyue asked, Do you find me chatty? Jingji shook her head, replying, Not at all. Shopping with someone like you is truly delightful. Your emotional value is spot on, unlike those who merely offer cursory compliments. Saying things like that's nice, everything looks good on you, or this one works too, Jingji chuckled wryly. However, this resonated deeply with Fu Xiaoyue, who excitedly linked arms with Jingji, exclaiming, You are absolutely right. My ex-boyfriend was exactly that type. And just seeing him irritated me. So he is your ex, Jingji remarked. Indeed, Fu Xiaoyue said, taking a bite of a pastry. Let us become friends. How about we go shopping together next time? Jingji, intrigued by the proposition, glanced at Tanju, who promptly handed her phone to her. Let me scan you. Sure. Fu Xiaoyue instructed her aide to bring her phone. After adding each other as friends, Fu Xiaoyue pouted, saying, You have no idea. I've been at Xin University for quite some time without many friends that I finally had one I played with for 3 years, only to discover she was merely trying to ingratiate herself with my family. Stabbing me in the back all along. Fu Xiaoyue spoke with palpable frustration, forcefully stabbing her spoon into the dessert. Jingji, observing the ruined treat, chose to remain silent. She caused me to be reprimanded by my uncle. If it weren't for the sake of old times, her family would have gone bankrupt by now, leaving her without funds to continue her studies at Xin University. Fu Xiaoyue's eyes widened in anger. Yet her beauty lent her an air of a spoiled young lady, making her outburst somewhat endearing. That girl from earlier? Jingji inquired. Yes, that's her. Just thinking about her makes me irate. Fu Xiaoyue replied. Jingji gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, It's all right. If you ever want to shop, just message me, and I'll join you whenever I can. Great. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Absolutely. Shall we go now? After dining with Fu Xiaoyue at the Peace Hotel, Jingji returned home. Fu Xiaoyue had initially intended to accompany her, but an unexpected engagement necessitated her departure on the way back. Tanju, sitting beside Jingji, pondered aloud. Miss, I believe I've heard Fu Miss's name before, and given her status, she likely has some connection to the Fu family. Jingji nodded in agreement, acknowledging her surname is Fu. Perhaps she is indeed related to Mr. Fu. It said that the Fu family, a prominent household, has many offspring. There might genuinely be a connection. Tanju remarked, She seems to get along quite well with you. Unlike a girl with ill intentions, Jingji smiled. Yes, she is my first friend at Xin University, and if she truly is related to Fu Jingzi, what could that relationship entail? As the Qixi festival approached, Fu Xiaoyue and Jingji had been in frequent contact, often meeting at school for meals and conversations. Through their discussions, Jingji learned that Fu Xiaoyue initially planned to study abroad, but her fondness for Xin City led her to enroll at Xin University instead. Occasionally, Jingji would mention her new friend to her childhood companions and those she met at the Chengxi resort. For instance, even princesses have their troubles. The summer sun is too harsh, and a princess truly dislikes walking around campus. Her thoughts were simple, akin to the ideals of truth, goodness, and beauty portrayed in dramas, with happiness as her primary life goal. Yet, at times, Jingji found herself troubled. She had not been entirely honest with Fu Xiaoyue, frequently listening to her speak without revealing much about herself. While she understood Fu Xiaoyue, the latter knew little of her. The princess, however, expressed, If my inquiries make you uncomfortable, please feel free to refrain from answering. I genuinely hope our bond isn't strained by unnecessary questions. The princess's way of pondering issues starkly contrasted with that of an ordinary person like Jingzi At times. Jingji would tell Fu Xiaoyue. Inadvertently, you have brought me much positivity. I am grateful to you for healing me. Any worries and frustrations would dissipate under Fu Xiaoyue's smile and innocence. The day before Qixi Festival, Jingji asked Tanju to retrieve recent photos from their shopping trips for printing at the photo studio. Among them were snapshots of her with Fu Xiaoyue, as well as solo portraits. These images were candid, and due to the sheer volume, she had little inclination to edit them, simply sharing them directly on social media. On this day, Fu Xiaoyue sat opposite Jingji as they dined on Western cuisine. She pulled out her phone to peruse their recent group photos. Fu Xiaoyue's attention was suddenly drawn to a picture of Jingji wearing a jade bracelet. And she studied it intently. I must say, you truly suit jade jewelry. Upon hearing this, Jingji extended her left hand, adorned with the glassy jade bracelet, and smiled. Perhaps it's due to the beauty of the accessory that it compliments me. Fu Xiaoyue gazed at her bracelet for a considerable time. Now that you mention it, your bracelet seems somewhat familiar. Familiar? Fu Xiaoyue nodded. I mentioned I have a little uncle, right? Previously, my aunt sent me a picture from an auction. And the bracelet in that image was also of the glass type. She expressed a desire for that bracelet. But my little uncle happened to be there that day. It was rare for him to attend an auction in person. And he ended up acquiring that bracelet. I wonder if he was seeking a new aunt. Jingji chuckled. Is that so? She refrained from elaborating further, as she recognized that Fu Xiaoyue's little uncle was Fu Jingxi. The first time she had taken a photo while shopping with Fu Xiaoyue on Wanfu Road, she shared it on social media, prompting Fu Jingxi to message her. Initially, he complimented how well the earrings suited her, before ultimately asking, how did you end up with my niece? At that moment, Jingji realized the astonishing truth. Fu Xiaoyue was indeed related to Fu Jingxi, and they were, in fact, uncle and niece. Although Fu Jingxi later clarified that their relationship was merely familial and they seldom interacted, Fu Xiaoyue confided that their encounters usually involved her causing trouble for which her uncle had to clean up the mess. After being scolded once, she developed a healthy fear of this little uncle. Jingji surmised the nature of the trouble likely stemmed from that backstabbing friend. After finishing their Western meal, the two returned to school. That night, as Jingji sat on the sofa, she pondered whether Fu Jingxi would visit the next day for Qixi Festival. Just then, Tanju brought her a bowl of white fungus soup. Chapter 29. 7 days without contact left her restless. Eating spicy food in Shun City can easily lead to discomfort, yet being from Qingxi, Jingji had a penchant for spicy cuisine. That evening, she had the kitchen staff prepare several dishes from Qingxi. Concerned about her health, Tanju served her a bowl of white fungus soup, which Jingji took a sip of before setting it down. With a serious expression, she asked Tanju, have you ever heard how Mr. Fu used to spend Qixi Festival? Tanju was somewhat surprised by Jingji's inquiry. Was she curious whether any noble young ladies had sought his company for the occasion or about his activities with friends during the festival? After some contemplation, Tanju confirmed, indeed, there are some stories. Then do tell me, Jingji urged, pulling Tanju closer to sit beside her as she encouraged her to elaborate, recognizing the significance of such tales for the gentry. Tanju recounted what she knew in detail, that Mr. Fu is exceptionally handsome and comes from a prestigious family. Each year, numerous noble young women eagerly wish to spend Qixi Festival with him. 1 year. A young lady from the Shen family expressed interest. A young lady? Yes. This young lady is not a granddaughter, but a granddaughter by birth. However, having grown up in the Shun household, we refer to such young women as external young ladies. Ah, I see. Tanju nodded slightly and continued. This young lady, whose origins are unknown, somehow learned of the gentleman's itinerary and found her way to his room that very evening. However, half an hour later, she emerged in tears, crying upon exiting. What transpired within those walls? Tanju shook her head. I truly cannot say. One would assume that such matters would remain confidential. And what happened afterward? The young lady subsequently traveled abroad and ceased to concern herself with the gentleman's affairs. Is that so? Jingji murmured. Perhaps her heart was wounded that night. By the way, does the gentleman have a fiancée, or perhaps a distant love abroad? None at all, Tanju asserted. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many affluent young ladies openly pursuing him. Oh, Jingji pondered. It seems strange. A man of his stature should have had a marriage arrangement by now. After a moment of contemplation, Tanju replied, "That is indeed what I find peculiar. Most young masters from prominent families have designated marriage partners. Yet there are no such rumors surrounding him. What was the name of that young lady you mentioned?" Jingji inquired. Tanju shook her head. "I do not know. Initially, I thought that with so many minor officials and scions in Beijing, someone must be aware of her identity, especially since this matter has spread so widely. Yet, it appears that her identity is as if it were deliberately concealed. It is evident how formidable Fu Jingxi's influence is." Jingji took a spoonful of the silver ear soup. "The rumors about the gentleman that you have shared with me seem to be those he wishes to be known. Anything he does not want revealed, such as that young lady's identity, has been entirely erased." Upon hearing this, Tanju appeared to grasp something, saying, "Indeed, after this incident, while many young ladies from noble families still harbor affections for the gentleman, there have been no further rumors of noble ladies acting foolishly in pursuit of him. Perhaps he intends to remind them." Jingji remained silent, finishing her soup. Suddenly, Tanju looked at her and said, "Miss, if you miss the gentleman, why not tell him directly?" Jingji took a tissue to wipe her mouth and asked, "Do I look like I miss him?" Tanju smiled gently. "Tomorrow is Qixi. The gentleman is likely to come." Jingji picked up a book that had been carelessly tossed onto the sofa. "Let it be. If he doesn't come, I would feel more at ease." Tanju covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Jingji curiously asked, "What are you laughing at?" Tanju shook her head. "I was just thinking that the gentleman must find your stubbornness quite endearing. That I truly did not consider that," Jingji replied, suddenly placing the book down and reclining against the sofa. In truth, she was contemplating their last wager. During their previous encounter, he had laughed at her inability to resist, prompting her to challenge him to a bet. Fortunately, she had won once the essay result. Fu Jingxi had adhered to their agreement and had not sought her out for 7 days. She wondered what he thought of each day. In Jingluo, Fu Jingxi seldom had the leisure to sit with Shen Yinji over tea. "I visited Jinsheng yesterday, and upon returning, my ancestor summoned me for a discussion, urging me to meet a young lady." Shen Yinji chuckled helplessly, her delicate fan appearing to be a finely crafted treasure. When Fu Jingxi glanced up, he happened to ask, "Is she from the Gong family?" Hearing this, Shen Yinji glanced at the fan in her hand and methodically opened it. It was a gift from her. "Her craftsmanship is indeed commendable." Fu Jingxi sipped his tea and examined the gong fan closely. The gong fan is a non-material cultural heritage. Each fan is intricately crafted from selected bamboo, woven with thousands of bamboo strands, and can depict a variety of patterns while remaining as thin as a cicada's wing. On Shen Yinji's fan was a landscape painting, prominently featuring a pear blossom tree, signifying its significance. The pear blossom is her representative flower, and even the enamel brooch worn by her companions bears a pear blossom. Her skill is impressive, and she is certainly thoughtful, Fu Jingxi remarked. Shen Yinji closed the fan and teasingly asked, "What about you? How are things with Miss Jing?" That was a well-posed question. The young official pouring tea leaned in, and Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze to the swirling steam rising from his cup. "Zhuyan," he said coolly, "ensure that no future attendants are permitted to wear perfume." Upon hearing this, the young official pouring tea trembled in fear, accidentally shattering a pot of tea on the floor. "Get out," Zhuyan reprimanded. The young official hurriedly retreated. Zhuyan cautiously observed Fu Jingxi's expression and respectfully replied, "Understood. I will notify them immediately." Shen Yinji, intrigued, asked, "Why have you become so like Shirshu?" Fu Jingxi remained silent, a hint of weariness flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it was because none of the fragrances compared to the enticing scent she possessed. He had adhered to their wager and had not seen her for 7 days. For him, such trivialities were of little concern. It was improbable for him to fixate on a woman. Yet today, he found himself thinking of her, and with the mere thought, an itch stirred within him, a sensation only he could perceive, an intoxicating allure. He felt an urge to inhale it now. Chapter 30. Ming. On the morning of Qixi, Jingji unexpectedly encountered Fu Zhaoyue. Both had classes that day and had planned to have lunch together. But just as they exited the school gate, someone arrived with flowers. The floral bearer was Fu Zhaoyue's ex-boyfriend, a heart made of 999 oversized roses, which drew envious glances from all who beheld it. However, Fu Zhaoyue was not pleased. She erupted in anger at the sight of the flowers. "How can this person be so shameless? We've already broken up. Why is he still pestering me? That scoundrel. I'll call my uncle right now and have his family ruined." Jingji felt it inappropriate to interject, but thankfully a young official arriving to escort Fu Jiahue stopped her. "Miss, please do not be hasty. He is, after all, closely associated with the Fu family, but he has not harmed you in any way. It might be somewhat inappropriate to involve Master Fu directly." Master Fu. Fu Jingxi. Jing Ji caught onto Fu Jiahue's mention of ruin. Regardless, his father will eventually be brought down. A useless father raised a useless son. I truly do not understand how my 10th aunt could have found me such a person. It infuriates me. As Fu Jiahue spoke, her anger seemed to intensify, prompting Jing Ji to gently pull her hand that if you dislike them, why not dismantle the flowers and leave them at school? Leave them at school. Yes. Do you not enjoy amusing activities? I have an idea. What is it? In the afternoon, Jing Ji arranged for the flowers to be taken apart and placed in a large cardboard box beneath a tree. She also prepared a sign that read, "Leave a confession on a sticky note, and you can receive a rose." She thoughtfully added a line. Romance is not measured by price, but by sincerity. Once everything was set up, Jing Ji pulled Fu Jiahue aside to wait that it wasn't long before a young man passed by, paused to write a note on a sticky note, and then chose a rose from the box to take with him. Jing Ji and Fu Jiahue watched, excited and delighted, as Jing Ji observed more and more passers-by writing confessions and claiming roses. She felt a wave of nostalgia. Had a boy performed such a gesture for her before Fu Jingxi's arrival, she might have felt a flutter in her heart. At this age, love and romance should not be commodified. Yet, having met Fu Jingxi, certain things inevitably carried a price tag, one she could not reach. But she endeavored to adapt. In truth, Qixi did not solely require receiving romance from the one she held dear. The romance she crafted herself and the responses from others were equally unforgettable. "Ming Ming, is your boyfriend coming to see you today?" Fu Jiahue's question jolted Jing Ji back to reality. Jing Ji contemplated briefly. "He is quite busy, often as busy as a dog." Fu Jiahue burst into laughter. "If he is that busy, why bother dating him? Aside from being busy, he is quite wonderful." Fu Jiahue blinked twice and remarked, "If that is the case, there is nothing wrong. Seeing each other often might become tiresome." Jing Ji smiled. "He has his pursuits, and I can also lead a splendid life on my own." Unexpectedly, that evening, Fu Jingxi did arrive, bearing a gift. Jing Ji, having no classes that afternoon, returned to Jiangdu Huafu. Upon seeing the gift Fu Jingxi had brought, her surprise was uncontainable. "Are you truly giving me the Qing Lu?" That is the famed Qing Lu of the star-catching pavilion, known as the Zhou Wang. Yet Fu Jingxi was not jesting. Among those accompanying him were not only his attendants, but also professionals there to finalize the transfer of this immovable property. Yanji mentioned that you have a keen interest in the architecture of Qing Lu. Fu Jingxi said casually, rebuilding it would take too long. Thus, was Fu Jingxi truly intent on bringing her joy? Until the transfer was complete, she remained somewhat unresponsive. Fu Jingxi lifted her onto his lap, playfully toying with Jing Ji's delicate hands. Her manicure was exquisitely done, pure and enchanting, reminiscent of the fingertips of Dai. As he gazed at the lovely maiden's smile, an inexplicable yearning stirred within him. Yet, the fragrance of her body soothed his restlessness. His intention in gifting the Linglu was not solely to please Jing Ji, but rather, having grown weary of it himself, he found it acceptable to bestow it upon her. That night, Jing Ji stood by the bed, engrossed in replying to a message from Fu Jiahue, oblivious to the footsteps approaching from behind. As she turned, she found herself unexpectedly enveloped in Fu Jingxi's warm embrace. The scent that surrounded her was delightful, and the proximity heightened the clarity of their breaths. A faint blush crept up Jing Ji's fair neck. "You were peeking," she teased, as Fu Jingxi's gaze traced her collarbone, the depths of his eyes reflecting subtle waves of intrigue. "Your nickname?" he inquired. "Why have you never mentioned it to me?" She had never thought to share that she possessed such a soft, endearing nickname. She, which signifies beauty and grace in ancient times, is indeed a charming appellation. Had it not been for her niece's sudden message, he would have remained unaware of her nickname's existence. "You never asked." Jing Ji murmured, her eyes downcast. Fu Jingxi's attention fell upon her fluttering eyelashes, and after a moment's pause, he chuckled softly, leaning closer. Jing Ji lost her balance and tumbled onto the bed. It was not until the late hours of the night that she found the opportunity to rise. Chapter 31. The Mid-Autumn Festival approaches the following day. Fu Jingxi departed early once more. By the time Jing Ji awoke, Tenju was already waiting downstairs. During breakfast, Jing Ji remained silent. Tanju, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "Miss, are you thinking of the sir?" "Huh? No, I'm not," Jing Ji replied hastily. Taking a bite of the peeled egg, Tanju continued, "But I noticed that the sir seemed rather reluctant to leave Do. What do you mean?" Jing Ji asked, setting down the egg and looking at Tanju. Tanju smiled, explaining, "This morning, as he was leaving, he stood by the door in a daze for a moment. If it weren't for my clumsy words to remind him, he might have lingered even longer. That's so." Jing Ji pondered. Tanju nodded. "I've heard the sir is known for his composure, yet I feel he can hardly contain himself whenever he sees you." Coughing lightly, Jing Ji nearly choked, and Tanju quickly poured her a glass of water. After taking a hearty sip, Jing Ji hastily finished a few spoonfuls of porridge before preparing to head to school. This time, Tanju did not accompany her. Jing Ji felt it would be too troublesome and ostentatious to have Tanju follow her to school, so she opted not to have her continue. In the car, reflecting on Tanju's words, she opened WeChat and sent a message to Fu Xiaoyue. "You seem so afraid of your uncle. Is he really that intimidating?" Moments later, Fu Xiaoyue replied, "Intimidating? Quite so. Though he is only 30 and handsome, he can be exceedingly ruthless. The members of the Fu family harbor a certain wariness towards him. He knows precisely what each person fears most. Yet it is nearly impossible to discern his thoughts. Moreover, his self-control is remarkable. Every time I see him, I feel his restraint borders on the abnormal." Whenever Fu Xiaoyue spoke of her uncle, he could type out a flurry of messages in under a minute. As Jing Ji read Fu Xiaoyue's portrayal of Fu Jingxi's character, she couldn't help but feel that she might be witnessing a fade of the man who seemed to desire nothing more than to consume her. Composed, self-controlled, on the plane, Julian cast a glance at the young master, who was resting with his eyes closed, harboring doubts about whether or not to voice his thoughts. The once indifferent young master, who had shown little interest in women, was now taking a late-night flight to see Miss Jing, even though he would need to rise early the following day for his return to Jingluo. The dark circles under his eyes betrayed the events of the previous night. What could he have been up to? Since Fu Jingxi's return to Jingluo, Jing Ji had awakened from her brief bout of infatuation. She realized that a person like Fu Jingxi was not one to be easily loved. More accurately, she needed to understand her own identity. Initially, she would occasionally find herself unable to resist the urge to share joyful moments. But as Fu Jingxi became increasingly occupied and his replies grew delayed, her desire to share waned. Yet, this loss of sharing was only with Fu Jingxi. Her social media posts became even more frequent, and her interactions with old friends intensified. She often called home, and due to her recent frequency in calls. During the approach of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jingping made a special call to her. He conveyed that with the limited holiday time, the journey from Shun City to Qingxi would be quite the hassle. And with little time before returning to school, it would be best for her to stay in Shun City for the Mid-Autumn Festival and return during the National Day holiday instead. Though Jing Ji cherished her family, the frequency of her calls and video chats had alleviated her feelings of longing, so she acquiesced to Jingping's suggestion to remain in Shun City for the festival. On the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jing Ji rose early. Yin Ji helped her with her appearance before she began her breakfast. During this time, the attendant, Zhu Xian, brought in mooncakes and a pot of Phoenix Dansong tea to cleanse the palate. While eating, she glanced into the pantry and noticed an abundance of both the tea and mooncakes remaining, prompting her to tell Tanju, "Please distribute these among everyone." Tanju replied, "These are reserved for you and the guests." Jing Ji smiled and said, "I never have much desire for mooncakes. A token offering will suffice. For guests. I doubt anyone will visit today. You may distribute them freely." Tanju complied and shared the treats with everyone. After breakfast, Jing Ji set out with Tanju. Before leaving, she instructed the household attendants to return home early to reunite with their families. Unquestionably, the attendants were quite taken aback. Initially, some were puzzled, prompting Jing Ji to ask, "Are you not returning home for the holiday? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival." The attendants exchanged glances, yet none spoke at that moment. Tanju interjected, "Miss, we came from Jingluo and follow a fixed holiday schedule. If they do not grant us leave, we cannot return." Jing Ji contemplated this, realizing that it required Fu Jingxi to advocate on their behalf. Tanju nodded in affirmation. Checking the time, it was barely past 7. So she decided to call Fu Jingxi. It felt somewhat sudden, as she rarely initiated calls even when missing him. Upon connecting, She directly inquired if the attendants could be allowed to return home. After a brief silence, Fu Jingxi instructed her to take charge of such matters. Consequently, she ended the call and informed the attendants, "You may return home now. If you wish to stay for a few extra days, just let me know in advance." Having said this, she paid no mind to the attendants' reactions and prepared to call for a taxi. Just then, Tanju stepped forward, saying, "Miss, my family lives nearby. If you have matters to attend to, we can accompany you." Jingji immediately declined, wanting to avoid delaying their return to their families. However, Tanju insisted, stating that her family would only celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at night, so it wouldn't interfere. After much back and forth, Jingji ultimately agreed to have Tanju and the chauffeur accompany her. The morning's plans were not extensive. She intended to visit a floral design company to personally select some flowers, requesting them to be arranged beautifully for her to take home. Although she could have simply summoned a florist, Jingji wanted to visit this particular company. The floral studio, recognizing her intent, dispatched their premier florist to assist her. Originally, the florist had been unavailable, but the generous compensation offered by Tanju changed that. Sitting in the floral studio's VIP lounge, sipping tea, Jingji watched as Tanju stood by, encouraging her to take a seat. After several prompts, Tanju finally relented and joined her. After waiting for about an hour or two, the florist personally delivered the arrangements. Jingji rose to greet the florist with a smile. After a polite exchange, the florist began to introduce the floral gifts one by one. The first bouquet was named Happiness and Reunion, featuring dahlias symbolizing great fortune and prosperity, complemented by golden lilies representing happiness and the nurturing of beauty within the home. Jingji admired the first bouquet, noting the rich red of the dahlias and the luxurious elegance of the golden lilies. The second arrangement was called Moonlit Floral Shadows, showcasing sunflowers with a vintage charm. Whimsical fountain grass and imported celery, symbolizing steadfastness, all bundled together to convey good wishes. The third was a creative little floral basket named Little Reunion, featuring a soft, warm orange palette reminiscent of sunlight, bringing warmth to the cooling weather. The fourth arrangement, a premium gift bouquet named Graceful Autumn, was composed of deep warm reds and oranges heralding the arrival of autumn, with red roses fermenting love akin to sweet wine, perfectly suited for family or loved ones. After concluding her presentation, the florist observed Jingji's reaction with a smile. Throughout the process, Jingji maintained a gentle smile, and after meticulously examining the floral gifts, she finally nodded in approval. "I truly love them." A simple statement, devoid of excessive description. After Tanju instructed someone to load the flowers into the carriage, Jingji promptly returned home. Upon her arrival at noon, Zhu Xian, responsible for the tea and wine service, did not rush to leave, stating that the festive tea, wine, and pastries had already been prepared. She even showcased the Song Dynasty tea picking technique to Jingji using Inchiyulu tea. The first demonstration yielded a delightful floral and avian illustration, while the second revealed a serene landscape awash in shades of green. As early as the previous day, the mid-autumn gifts and red envelopes prepared for the junior officials in Luocheng had already been distributed. Initially, these officials had no intention of returning home, with the culinary junior officials starting their preparations for the mid-autumn feast at dawn. Since the ingredients were already ready, it would be quite wasteful not to use them, prompting the culinary officials to move the evening dishes to the noon meal, the midday feast. Jingji gazed at the table laden with dishes and silently took a photograph with her phone. While crab is the customary delicacy for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jingji had a peculiar preference for shrimp over crab. The coveted crabs that others yearned for merely caught her eye before she snapped a photo and set them aside. After sampling a dish, she ceased to eat further. Observing her silence, Tanju inquired, "Is something amiss? Are the ingredients not satisfactory today?" Jingji chuckled softly, replying, "No, it's just that eating alone doesn't feel quite as delightful." Tanju nodded in understanding. "I see." Moments later, Jingji suddenly looked up at Tanju, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "If you don't mind, would you care to join me for a meal?" Tanju, taken aback, responded, "Ah, is that appropriate?" Without waiting for a response, Jingji stood and pulled Tanju down to sit beside her. "Everyone has been given the day off. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Let us eat together. I'll go call the others." Before Tanju could react, Jingji darted off to summon the remaining junior officials who had yet to leave. After their midday meal, Jingji took a group photo with everyone and subsequently shared it on her social media. setting it to private. She could not publicly disclose any photographs taken within the Jiangdu Huafu villa. Thus, she opted for this method of documentation. However, she perceived nothing wrong with it. Everyone harbors secrets, and maintaining a modicum of mystery within oneself is beneficial for self-reflection on how one lives. By afternoon, the junior officials departed, leaving Jingji alone in the spacious villa, suddenly feeling a twinge of loneliness. After a brief call to her family, she settled onto the sofa to browse her phone when she unexpectedly received a message from Fu Xiaoyue. My dad asked me to find my uncle. I feel like crying. Upon reading this message, Jingji was momentarily stunned. As she contemplated her response, she noticed that the sender was typing the, "Oh, you also reside in Jiangdu Huafu. Which building? How about I come find you tonight?" The abruptness of the message left Jingji frozen, staring for a full minute, unable to formulate a reply. If Fu Xiaoyue were to come and discover everything, could she truly accept that her good friend was her uncle's pet? Yet, if she intentionally concealed this, it would lack loyalty. What to do? Chapter 32. The uncle is an older man. After a minute of inner turmoil, Jingji ultimately decided to let events unfold naturally. "I'm at home," she sent in response. Shortly thereafter, Fu Xiaoyue replied, "Which building?" Just as Jingji was about to send her location, Fu Jingxi called, "I will arrive at 5 this afternoon. Oh, alright. MHM. After this exchange, Fu Jingxi hung up, his tone devoid of warmth, making it difficult to discern any emotion. However, Jingji did not dwell on it. If Fu Jingxi wished to hide his feelings, she would be completely unaware. After sending her location to Fu Xiaoyue, the latter immediately sensed something was amiss. "Isn't this my uncle's villa? Has he changed residences? Hold on, I need to call my uncle." Growing up in a sheltered environment, she had never contemplated such complexities. Jingji decided to send a candid message. "Actually, I live with him." After sending this revelation, she stared at the screen for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Fu Xiaoyue responded, "You can't be referring to my uncle as your boyfriend, right? You're actually dating my uncle." Jingji's heart tightened. Just as she was about to clarify that they were not in a romantic relationship, Fu Xiaoyue sent another message. "I assume my uncle doesn't visit often. Otherwise, I would hesitate to come visit you." The wealthy heiress was indifferent to material possessions, only concerned with whether she could find companionship. Jingji pursed her lips, deleted her prepared response, and typed anew. "Xiaoyue, wait until you arrive, and I'll explain." "All right." In the evening, Fu Jingxi arrived first. Jingji stepped outside to greet him and happened to see Zhuo Yin holding a bouquet of flowers. "Miss Jing," Zhuo Yin greeted. Presenting the flowers to Jingji, she accepted them with a smile, looking up at Fu Jingxi, who seemed more distinguished than usual, yet lacking the warmth he typically exuded. Conversely, Zhuo Yin, who often wore a serious expression, maintained a gentle smile throughout. Jingji was perplexed by the shift in atmosphere as she followed Fu Jingxi into the foyer. Upon reaching the sofa, Fu Jingxi sat down and pulled Jingji onto his lap. Fearing that Fu Xiaoyue might arrive and witness this scene, she gently squirmed. "Don't move," he said in a low voice, laced with a subtle sense of authority, indicating that he was not in the best of moods. Jingji contemplated this, observing Fu Jingxi's lowered gaze as light fell on his nose and eyes, yet his cool demeanor remained unchanged. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, speaking softly, "I sent everyone home to celebrate the festival with their families. So no one has prepared dinner." Fu Jingxi raised his gaze slightly. "I have made a reservation at the He Ping restaurant. We will go there later." "Good." After acknowledging this, Jingji leaned in closer, whispering, "Xiaoyue will be here soon. You should let me down first." She had already informed Fu Jingxi about Fu Xiaoyue earlier that afternoon. It would not matter if she saw them together. Fu Jingxi remained calm, showing no intention of loosening his grip. Jingji lowered her gaze. The thought of Fu Xiaoyue's reactions made her feel guilty. If such a naive heiress were to discover her friend's unsavory connections, it might hinder her ability to forge friendships in the future. "What troubles you?" His deep voice snapped Jingji back to reality. She looked up at Fu Jingxi and shook her head. "It's nothing. I just wanted to check when she would arrive." Just then, Fu Xiaoyue messaged to say she had arrived. "She's here." Jingji quickly pushed Fu Jingxi away and settled onto the adjacent sofa. In the next moment, the doorbell rang, prompting Zhuo Yin to swiftly answer. The familiar Porsche pulled into the villa's garage shortly thereafter. Moments later, Jingji saw a figure enter. It was Fu Xiaoyue. Biting her lip, she felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Fu Xiaoyue rushed in and, upon spotting Jingxi, immediately threw herself into her arms. Ming Ming, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. You look so beautiful today. I absolutely adore it. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to you too. You re even more stunning, Jingxi said, steadying Fu Xiaoyue with a beaming smile. Uncle? Fu Xiaoyue glanced at Fu Jingxi, blinking in surprise and momentarily awkward. Fu Jingxi replied in a monotone voice. Had she not witnessed it herself? Jingxi would have been oblivious to Fu Xiaoyue's apprehension towards Fu Jingxi. Just a moment ago, she was full of laughter, but now her demeanor shifted to one of tension. Uncle, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Fu Xiaoyue fidgeted, her tone markedly subdued compared to her usual vibrant self. The atmosphere seemed to plummet to an icy silence. Jingxi felt compelled to interject, but sensed it was inappropriate. So she held her tongue. Fortunately, Fu Jingxi broke the silence. Little girl, happy Mid-Autumn Festival as he spoke. His gaze flickered towards Jingxi, seemingly observing her without truly meeting her eyes. Fu Xiaoyue, beaming, gestured to the junior officials accompanying her. They presented the flowers and gifts, which Zhuo Yan accepted. The gifts were not particularly extravagant. Being from affluent families, they often exchanged tokens of goodwill rather than anything of significant value. Fu Jingxi glanced at his watch and said, "Let us go." Jingxi turned to Fu Xiaoyue, tentatively asking, "If you don't mind, would you like to join us for dinner?" "Of course, that would be delightful." Before departing, Jingxi did not ride with Fu Jingxi, but chose to accompany Fu Xiaoyue instead. Perhaps due to Fu Xiaoyue's ignorance of the truth, Jingxi felt more uneasy than usual during the drive. Along the way, Fu Xiaoyue asked how she and her uncle had gotten together. Jingxi pondered for a considerable time before meeting Fu Xiaoyue's gaze and candidly stating, "Actually, Mr. Fu and I are not in a romantic relationship." Really? Fu Xiaoyue appeared taken aback. Jingxi continued, "I am not a wealthy heiress. I am merely a girl from a small town. I was fortunate enough to encounter Mr. Fu, who is willing to support me. Thus, it was only on the day of school reopening that I had the chance to encounter you." After speaking these words, Jingxi let out a heavy sigh. In truth, she had already prepared herself to accept any reaction from Fu Xiaoyue. She had even contemplated that if Fu Xiaoyue were to cast her out of the car at that moment and verbally humiliate her, she would accept it without a second thought. After all, nothing a person does is ever flawless. For every aspect that one embraces, there exists a counterpart of discontent. To navigate life, one must have a clear understanding of the path they tread in order to walk steadily. Evidently, Fu Xiaoyue was momentarily stunned. She gazed into Jingxi's eyes, seemingly at a loss for a few seconds. But soon after, she incredulously asked, "How can you endure a man as old as my uncle?" At this remark, their eyes met. This response took Jingxi quite by surprise. Chapter 33. You really should call her Annie. Jingxi licked her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Xiaoyue expressed her confusion, saying, "He does indeed possess a handsome exterior. Yet we girls cannot solely focus on appearances. Take my ex-boyfriend, for instance. He was a classic case of all that glitters is not gold. My uncle, he truly..." Fu Xiaoyue's expression turned fierce for a moment as she spoke sincerely. "Do you not find him terrifying? Our entire family is afraid of him. My grandfather cannot manage him, nor can my great-grandmother keep him in check." Perhaps driven by her emotions, Fu Xiaoyue appeared somewhat agitated as she boldly stated, "He is like one of those characters in novels who seem gentle and kind on the surface, but are actually deranged villains at heart. Several of my aunts have warned me to steer clear of men like my uncle in the future. We princesses ought to seek sunny and cheerful gentlemen, not cunning old men like him. Oh my, do you not feel that you have been mistreated? Firstly, it is common for a good friend to disapprove of her sister's boyfriend, regardless of social class. Secondly, a princess is often aware of her status and believes her friends to be princesses as well. Lastly, when Fu Xiaoyue uttered her final words, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. After spending some time together, Jingxi understood that Fu Xiaoyue was a straightforward person, which is why she dared to be so candid. Indeed, this outcome was evidently the most favorable. Listening to this heartfelt discourse, Jingxi was initially taken aback, then moved. "You don't blame me for hiding this from you. You don't think less of me?" Fu Xiaoyue shook her head, her eyes even reflecting a hint of admiration. "Your ability to be candid with a friend about such matters shows great courage and sincerity. I have a penchant for those who are genuine and brave. Moreover, whatever my uncle chooses to do is not for me to manage. All I know is that my friend remains the same person I cherished as she spoke. Fu Xiaoyue tugged at Jingji's hand. The slight tingling in her nose made Jingji realize that this moment was indeed real. Had it not been for her inner strength, she might have found herself in tears, feeling embarrassed. I am also quite worried that you might not wish to remain friends with me, and no need to fret however. Please do not disclose my earlier remarks to my uncle. If he finds out, I shall surely be doomed. As he can be unforgiving when it comes to certain matters, I won't tell him. Fu Xiaoyue smiled gently. If you need money, I can provide it. How much do you require? Ever since my little mishap, my monthly allowance has been reduced. Although I now receive 600,000 a month, I can always ask my parents for more. Jingji was taken aback. No, it's unnecessary. We are friends. Asking friends for money feels inappropriate and rather strange. Besides, your uncle is quite easygoing. Easygoing? Fu Xiaoyue's eyes were filled with skepticism. But if he does not let you go? I wouldn't dare to confront him. Haha. Fu Xiaoyue scratched her head, suddenly recalling something. But if you ever feel wronged, do tell me. At least my great-grandmother still has some influence over him. I can ask her to advocate for you. As she dotes on me. As Fu Xiaoyue spoke, she displayed a stubborn and unwavering expression, which made Jingji chuckle with affection. Children raised by capital often exhibit one of two extremes. One type, like Fu Jingzi, possesses supreme power, enigmatic and distanced. The other, like Fu Xiaoyue, embodies the genuine virtues of reality, treating money as secondary and seeking to enjoy the finer things in life beyond mere wealth. Initially, I pondered whether, had you and my uncle shared a conventional romantic relationship, I would have had to address you as auntie. How peculiar that would have been. Thankfully, there is no need to grapple with that now. As Fu Xiaoyue exited the car, she playfully complained to Jingji, and the two laughed heartily, linking arms as they prepared to leave. Little did they expect that after taking just a few steps and looking up, Fu Jingzi would appear. He cast a casual glance in their direction. Seemingly indifferent, yet exuding an air of pressure. Fu Xiaoyue froze in place, and so did Jingji. What are you discussing? Fu Jingzi inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze betrayed a nonchalance that hinted at an underlying coldness, as if the mere downturn of his lips could turn that warmth into a chilling demeanor. Discussing the matters between you and me. Jingji's voice was almost a whisper, particularly now, so soft and delicate that one couldn't help but lean in closer to listen. Fu Jingzi looked at her, taking a few steps closer, his gaze as heated as the current atmosphere. What matters between us? Jingji lowered her eyelids, unable to meet his gaze, and instinctively taking a step back, her grip on Fu Xiaoyue's hand tightening ever so slightly. She nodded, remaining silent. What about between you and me? Fu Jingzi questioned lightly. Relationship, Jingji replied softly. Relationship? Fu Jingzi's tone seemed to carry a hint of amusement. He turned to Fu Xiaoyue. You really should address her as auntie. Fu Xiaoyue blinked in surprise. Jingji furrowed her brows, a hint of innocent confusion evident on her face. Oh. Fu Xiaoyue glanced at Jingji, wanting to inquire about the situation. Jingji too looked at Fu Xiaoyue, equally puzzled by Fu Jingzi's thoughts. Fortunately, after uttering this remark, Fu Jingzi turned and walked away. Fu Xiaoyue and Jingji hurriedly followed suit. That night, Jingji lay in bed, given that she was on her period. Fu Jingzi did not disturb her. After a brief soak in the bathtub, he emerged, wrapping a towel around his lower body. Droplets of water clung to him, accentuating the well-defined lines of his physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and taut muscles. Much like himself, he appeared devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Curiosity flickered in Jingji's eyes. Fu Jingzi, catching her gaze, patiently inquired, "What is on your mind?" Jingji tugged at the blanket and quietly asked, "I see you are usually quite busy. Do you have time to maintain your physique?" Upon hearing this, Fu Jingzi raised an eyebrow. "Exercise? Take a guess?" "I refuse to guess." "Humph." With a playful pout, Jingji buried her head under the blanket, wrapping herself entirely in its folds. Moments later, light filtered through the blanket, and an intoxicating scent wafted into the space. Instinctively, Jingji shrank back, watching Fu Jingzi with a hint of wariness. Yet, Fu Jingzi merely smiled, droplets of water still glistening in his hair. The interplay of light and water droplets accentuated his Western features, revealing the depth of emotion hidden beneath his Eastern complexion. Undoubtedly, anyone who encountered Fu Jingzi would feel a twinge of envy. He was born into privilege, a true scion of wealth, the privileged individual nurtured by capital, yet possessing a visage that incited admiration, exuding elegance when required, and exuding an air of exclusivity when needed. Sleep now, I want to touch you. After softly uttering these words, Fu Jingzi enveloped Jing Ji in his embrace. Jing Ji felt the warmth of his body pressed against her, and the heady scent of pheromones enveloped her, making it difficult to drift into slumber. What kind of person are you? Jing Ji asked, tilting her head to gaze up at Fu Jingzi with wide, sparkling eyes filled with expectation. Why the sudden inquiry? Fu Jingzi toyed with her hair, his tone unchanged, as if he had been asked such questions countless times before. Jing Ji speculated that this was indeed the case, further affirming Fu Zhiyue's assertion that Fu Jingzi was an incredibly complex and unfathomable individual. Intriguing enough to pique the curiosity of many. Jing Ji lowered her gaze. I simply feel that I do not know you well enough. Normally, one might ponder seriously how to respond at such a moment. But Fu Jingzi appeared disinclined to reflect. He casually remarked, a good person. Jing Ji shifted slightly in Fu Jingzi's embrace, her voice soft and sweet. Oh, so you are a bad person, then bad person? Until this moment, Fu Jingzi's tone exhibited only the slightest change. Yet this shift seemed to convey his reaction upon learning of Jing Ji's assessment of him. Neither sorrowful nor joyful, unmoved, and neither refuting nor acknowledging her words. His response appeared more akin to that of someone who had not truly heard another's opinion of themselves. This objective and composed demeanor, in fact, served to advance some of Jing Ji's speculations within her mind. She turned over and lay on her bed, gazing with keen interest at the man beside her. Then, she extended her slender fingers and gently tapped the tip of his nose, so wicked that he can disregard all evaluations. She mused, her voice soft and delicate, sounding almost like a compliment, though a closer examination would reveal the underlying disdain. After speaking, she flashed a sweet smile, almost teasingly as he anticipated. Fu Jingzi did not exhibit even a moment's hesitation, maintaining his poised and dignified demeanor as a powerful figure. Yet, in the next instant, the pheromone-laden atmosphere exploded like a burst of color, the dye spreading uncontrollably. Fu Jingzi domineeringly pulled her into his embrace and kissed her, savoring her briefly. After finally releasing her, he began to toy with her body once more. Jing Ji gently removed his hand and broached a serious topic. The National Day holiday is long. I need to return to Qingxi. All right, Fu Jingzi readily agreed. Jing Ji chose not to elaborate further, harboring some thoughts as night fell. During dinner that evening, a high school classmate from Qingxi unexpectedly sent her a message, suggesting a gathering during the National Day holiday. This group, comprised of those who had bullied her, wished to convene. Chapter 34. Beauty will encounter the greatest malice in the world. Since their last conversation, Fu Zhiyue felt that living alone in the villa had become rather dull. Coincidentally, her uncle rarely returned home, so she often found herself at Jing Ji's place, keeping her company in the days leading up to the National Day holiday. Jing Ji experienced a series of nightmares over several consecutive nights. The first 2 times she awoke startled, she brushed it off as nothing unusual, but by the 3rd night, Fu Zhiyue could no longer restrain her curiosity. Jing Ji believed that by being candid, perhaps she could find someone to confide in, so she revealed the truth. I dreamt about my high school days. Fu Zhiyue was perplexed. High school days? Did you have a difficult experience back then? Jing Ji nodded. I actually did not complete high school. I dropped out after the first year. It was only later, through self-study and registering for the college entrance exam with the Education Bureau, that I was able to gain admission to Xinda. Fu Zhiyue was astonished. You took the exam on your own? That's impressive. I, on the other hand, completed 3 years of school, during which my parents even hired numerous tutors to help me. Jing Ji smiled calmly. Suddenly, Fu Zhiyue asked, what caused you to drop out? Jing Ji lowered her gaze, contemplated for a moment, and began to recount her experience. That time, many people at school could not tolerate me. Some spread rumors and slandered me, some harassed me, some isolated me, and others held inexplicable prejudices against me. That I lived in constant fear, always alone, crying and enduring their gossip by myself. Some of those people were students. Some were teachers. Even teachers? Fu Zhiyue covered her mouth, incredulous. Jing Ji nodded indifferently. Once, during a monthly exam, our desks and chairs were rearranged, and the homeroom teacher instructed us to write our names under our chairs. After the exam, only mine and another male student's chairs went missing. When I sought out the homeroom teacher, he told us to figure it out ourselves. Fu Zhiyue couldn't comprehend this, I asked that how you handle missing furniture for your students. Jing Ji continued. Later, during a break, I desperately searched for my chair, only to see the homeroom teacher giving the male student a chair. I went up to ask the teacher if he had seen my chair, and he said the student found it on his own. So, I inquired of the male student where he had found it, but he initially refused to tell me. Eventually, perhaps seeing my anxiety, he revealed that the teacher had instructed him not to say anything. What? The teacher did that on purpose? And then, Jing Ji sighed. At that time, I thought the teacher simply didn't know where my chair was. Since class was about to resume, I had no choice but to share a chair with my desk mate, which was quite amusing. Point two people, one chair? Jing Ji nodded. Later, I bought a chair myself, one slightly taller than the standard classroom chairs, since I was considered relatively tall in class. The homeroom teacher used the excuse that I was blocking the view of the students behind me to move me to the back row. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyue could no longer contain her outrage, exclaiming, "What kind of homeroom teacher is that? How can someone so biased be allowed to teach? Who hid your chair?" Jing Ji nodded. It was hidden by a girl who had always disliked me, though I still don't know where it is. However, it no longer matters. I won't encounter her again. Fu Xiaoyue, infuriated, waved her hands in the air. So, your homeroom teacher colluded with that girl to bully you? Jing Ji smiled helplessly. Why? Was that girl exceptionally beautiful? How could she sway the homeroom teacher? No matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to you. You're the most stunning girl I've ever seen. Fu Xiaoyue spoke with utmost sincerity. Jing Ji pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps it was because her family was quite wealthy in the area. Wealthy? Good heavens, how can a little money allow someone to bully their classmates like that? Do they have no conscience? Fu Xiaoyue seethed with anger. Jing Ji took a sip of water and continued, it goes far beyond that. They spread rumors about me, then gathered a crowd to humiliate me. They told every classmate about the bad things I had supposedly done, isolating me from everyone. They labeled me as a promiscuous girl who was only good at seducing boys, and I lost count of how many times I was slandered. Now, as Jing Ji recounted these events, she sometimes felt a pang of sympathy for her past self, but upon remembering that those days were behind her, she found little reason for sorrow. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoyue, hearing all of this, was so enraged that tears streamed down her face. They went too far. Do you know where they are now? I'll get someone to deal with them for you. Upon witnessing Fu Xiaoyue's righteous indignation on her behalf, Jing Ji felt a sudden sting in her nose, tears welling in her eyes, reminiscent of a lotus flower in the rain. That I have no contact with them. I left the class group the day I dropped out. In hindsight, I realize I wasn't strong enough back then. I lacked the courage to fight back. If I could relive those days, I would take responsibility for that version of myself. However, I don't regret my decision at that time. As life's journey is vast, and every path can be traversed splendidly. Fu Xiaoyue, upon seeing Jing Ji like this, couldn't help but burst into tears, embracing her and sobbing so hard that she could barely speak. No wonder you are so much more composed than I am. It turns out you have endured so much hardship. Jing Ji gently reached out to wipe away Fu Xiaoyue's tears. She looked at Fu Xiaoyue and smiled tenderly, saying, but I don't believe that everything I've experienced is merely a misfortune. I've endured it, and a vibrant life is just beginning, isn't it? Fu Xiaoyue nodded, gripping Jing Ji's hand firmly. Rest assured, I will protect you. If one person bullies you, I'll call 10 to retaliate. If 100, then 1,000. In terms of wealth, I have yet to see anyone richer than the Fu family in both cities. On National Day, Jing Ji rode back to the town in a Ford E350 van, but after stopping in a relatively secluded area, she got out and bid farewell to Tanju. Tanju, I apologize. I had originally intended to invite you all to my home. But as you know, I have many inconveniences at the moment. Tanju smiled and replied, Miss, you are too kind. Please take care on your journey. We have followed your instructions and brought you here. Jing Ji stepped back a few paces and waved to them. The little attendants also waved back before departing. Jing Ji hurried toward her home with her suitcase in tow. Upon reaching the doorstep, she called out, Dad, Mom. Jing Ping's voice preceded his appearance, responding with a hearty, eh. Jing Ji dashed to the entrance, where she saw Jing Ping wheeling himself out in a wheelchair, joyfully gazing at her. Dad, have you been recovering well lately? Jing Ji approached Jing Ping, concern evident in her tone. Jing Ping nodded, saying simply, much better than before. Quickly take the suitcase to your room. Where's Mom? Jing Ji swiftly pushed the suitcase into the main room, then ran to assist Jing Ping with the wheelchair. Your mother went to work as a tea farmer. She'll probably be back around 7 in the evening. Working part-time. In this scorching weather, she's gone to be a tea farmer? Jing Ji asked anxiously. Jing Ping smiled back at her, reassuringly saying, It's all right, don't worry. And my sister? Jing Ji inquired. Your sisters went to a classmate's house, claiming they had homework to do together. Jing Ping halted the wheelchair. Jing Ji released her grip on the wheelchair and noticed vegetables still draining on the table. She picked up the basket and headed to the kitchen, laughing as she walked. That's good. All our children excel in their studies. Jingping gazed at Jingji's busy figure, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a flicker of guilt and heartache in his eyes. That night, the family gathered at the dinner table, the two twin sisters watching Jingji intently. The elder sister remarked, Sister, we thought you wouldn't be home until evening. The younger sister chimed in. Yes, you used to take a whole day to get back. How come you returned this morning? Jingji took a bite of chicken and explained, A friend of mine was also heading home, and her family drove me back. Jingping inquired, Which friend? Jingji replied, We met in college, though we aren't particularly close. We just happened to cross paths, and I've already expressed my gratitude. That's good, Jingping said, placing a large chicken leg into Jingji's bowl. Today, this chicken leg is for you. Big sister. It's your favorite. The two younger sisters obediently agreed. Jingji then turned to her mother, saying, Mom, could you refrain from working as a tea farmer this week? The weather is quite hot, and you might get sunburned. I've recently taken on some work at school, which is quite lucrative. I've deposited money into the family card. Did you know? Jing's mother set down her hands, which had been resting on her shoulders, and replied, I know, it's tough for you to earn money. I can still do some odd jobs to maintain our daily expenses. Don't worry about it. Getting some sun ice and tea a bad thing. Jingji smiled back at her mother, but her heart was burdened with unspoken worries. Later that night, the three sisters chatted in their room. The elder sister suddenly asked, Sister, could you take me and the little sister to the county town tomorrow? Jingji inquired, Why? The elder sister replied, I want to buy some books and practice exercises. Several classmates who excel in studies have purchased them, but they aren't available in our town. Their parents went to the county town to buy them. I originally wanted to ask them to help me. But, Jingji turned to look at the elder sister, who seemed hesitant to continue to tea that moment. The younger sister spoke up, but they think our family is poor and don't want to help us. It felt like salt had been rubbed into a wound in Jingji's heart. After a moment's pause, she gently patted her two sisters' heads. Don't worry, I'll take you shopping tomorrow, she said with a smile. The following morning, Jingji took her sisters to wait for the village bus. Once they boarded, she sent a message to Fu Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue, are you awake? I'm taking my sisters to the county town today. Do you want to join us? Shortly, a reply came back. Great, send me the location, and I'll head over. Jingji pondered where would be a good place to meet, and eventually sent the location of Chunlei bookstore. Fu Xiaoyue quickly responded with an enthusiastic okay. A day prior, Fu Xiaoyue had accompanied Jingji to Chengxi, though they had taken different routes, and thus did not share a ride. Jingji was returning home. While Fu Xiaoyue was unsure where to spend the National Day holiday, so she decided to follow Jingji to Chengxi. Upon arriving at the resort area, she simply rested. As the largest hot spring resort in the country, it was easy for a wealthy heiress like Fu Xiaoyue to find her family's establishments wherever she went. Traveling nationwide felt akin to a private inspection, allowing her to see her own family's enterprises along the way. Since they had agreed to meet at Chunlei bookstore, Jingji headed straight there upon arriving in the county town. Even during holidays, the bookstore was bustling with students purchasing books. There were 3 prestigious high schools nearby. And although Chunlei bookstore was small, it was quite popular. Just as Jingji finished her payment and exited the store, she spotted Fu Xiaoyue searching for the shop along the street. Upon seeing her, she waved enthusiastically. Xiaoyue. Fu Xiaoyue turned at the sound and hurried over to Jingji. Are these your twin sisters? My goodness, they look just like reflections in a mirror, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in delight. As if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, the two sisters turned to Jingji simultaneously, and Jingji smiled, saying, This is my good friend. You can call her Sister Xiaoyue. Both sisters turned to Fu Xiaoyue and chorused. Hello, Sister Xiaoyue. Fu Xiaoyue leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she greeted them. Hello. Wow, you both are so interesting. Which of you is the elder and who is the younger? The elder sister pointed to herself, saying, I'm the elder, though. You have a beauty mark beneath your left eye. The younger sister also pointed to herself, declaring, I'm the younger. Wow, You have a beauty mark beneath your right eye. After saying this, Fu Xiaoyue stood up and turned to Jingji, saying, I really like your two sisters. Can I borrow them for a while? Ah, Jingji was taken aback. Immediately, Fu Xiaoyue leaned down to the two younger sisters and asked, Would you like to go shopping for clothes with me? The sisters exchanged glances, and the elder sister replied, No, sister, we came to buy books. Jingji added, Yes, Xiaoyue, thank you for your kindness, but they are still in middle school. I am taking them to buy some books, and we'll look around and have some fun afterward. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyue straightened up, visibly disappointed. All right then. At noon, they went to a barbecue restaurant. It was the first time for the two younger sisters, and while they enjoyed it, they hesitated to eat too much. Jingji reassured them, It's fine. If you want more, just go and get it. This is a buffet. Take as much as you like, just don't waste any. After hearing this, the two sisters went back for more meat. While the younger sisters were away, Jingji leaned closer to Fu Xiaoyue and said, I am sorry, Xiaoyue. You probably aren't used to this buffet style, but since my sisters are here, I can't treat them to anything too extravagant. Fu Xiaoyue picked up a piece of meat and smiled, saying, I understand. If it were me, I might not be as considerate as you. Just take your time. The phrase take your time struck a chord with Jingji, causing her nose to tingle with emotion. She had always been thinking about taking things slowly. Thanks to Fu Jingzi, she managed to escape from her dire situation, yet looking around, her family still remained in turmoil, and her heart felt no lighter than before. Thus, Fu Xiaoyue's words resonated deeply within her. Noticing the tears welling up in Jingji's eyes, Fu Xiaoyue quickly handed her a tissue. Though no words were exchanged, concern radiated from her gaze. Jingji swiftly wiped her tears just as the two younger sisters returned with fresh ingredients. Upon sitting down and seeing their sister with a tissue, they asked, Sister, what's wrong? Before Jingji could respond, Fu Xiaoyue interjected, She was just telling me how hard you both study, and she is touched. Really? The sisters exclaimed. Jingji nodded, placing the tissue down and using the barbecue tongs to serve the freshly grilled meat to her sisters. If you like it, should I bring you here again next time? The sisters, with pieces of grilled meat in their mouths, smiled and muffled a reply of agreement. After lunch, there were some entertainment venues in the mall. Jingji took her sisters to play a bit. Initially, she feared Fu Xiaoyue might find it dull, but to her surprise, Fu Xiaoyue enjoyed playing with the younger sisters immensely. Jingji watched from the side, occasionally joining in the fun. Suddenly, a familiar face approached her. Jingji glanced at the person and then said to Fu Xiaoyue, Xiaoyue, could you keep an eye on my sisters for a moment? I've run into a high school classmate who wants to have a word with me. Fu Xiaoyue glanced at the girl, her expression indicating she held no fondness for Jingji's high school acquaintances. That if she tries to bully you, let me know immediately, all right? Jingji smiled and nodded. Got it. Jingji and Xianyan settled down in a milk tea shop. Xianyan stared at Jingji for a long time, and Jingji allowed it. Finally, Xianyan remarked, You look even more beautiful now than in high school. Jingji smiled and replied, Thank you. Xianyan took a sip of her milk tea and said, I won't take up too much of your time. I just wanted to say I didn't expect to encounter you here. Since we've met, I'd like to make amends for some past regrets. Amends for regrets? Jingji was curious. Xianyan continued, You must have seen the message I sent you a while back about a gathering. On Mid-Autumn Festival. The message Jingji saw was indeed sent by Xianyan. Jingji nodded, looking into Xianyan's eyes, silently urging her to continue. Xianyan continued, They didn't invite Xiaowen.at first. Jingji managed to maintain her composure, but upon hearing that name, even if she appeared calm on the surface, her grip on the milk tea cup tightened, betraying her true feelings. Xianyan noticed and continued, Honestly, after entering university, whenever I think back to high school, the most remorseful part is my lack of support for you. I am truly sorry for standing by her side back then, but I still have to acknowledge that she was my good friend in high school. Jingji smiled faintly, but said nothing. Xianyan went on, Everything she did to you eventually backfired on her. As she spoke, a glimmer of disdain appeared in her eyes. Backfire? Jingji asked, puzzled. Yes, backfire. After you left school, many classmates started to dislike her because of her foolishness. Gossiping about her, she even offended others, and by the end of the second semester of our sophomore year, she transferred schools and didn't continue her studies here in our senior year. Yin Xiaowen, the principal instigator of Jingji's bullying during high school, is the root of all troubles. With great effort, Jingji restrains her inner emotions and inquires, "You claim that you were good friends with her during high school." Xinyan nods without hesitation, admitting, "I despise that version of myself, weak and indecisive, merely following others to isolate classmates in order to ensure my own safety from isolation. In01 wanted to befriend me back then. She urged me to join her, and I was terrified, so I complied each time. But now, reflecting on it, I truly loathe that past self." As Xinyan speaks, she seems to recall something, and tears suddenly stream down her face. Jingji is familiar with this display of tears, for Xinyan was known to be a weeper during their high school years. She hands a tissue to Xinyan, who accepts it with surprise. "I did not come seeking your forgiveness. Rather, I feel I owe you an apology." Upon hearing this, Jingji exhales deeply, soothing her tumultuous emotions that it is all in the past. "I will always remember how you willingly shared half of your seat with me. As my deskmate, you helped me immensely." Their brief period as deskmates during high school, particularly when Xinyan shared her seat after Jingji lost hers during a monthly exam, evokes bittersweet, yet humorous memories of sitting on half a stool in class. Although Xinyan is a timid and tearful individual, she did lend a helping hand when it mattered, demonstrating her ability to discern right from wrong. Wiping her tears, Xinyan looks at Jingji and smiles. Suddenly, Jingji remembers something and asks, "By the way, do you still keep in touch with her? What is she doing now?" Xinyan replies, "As for her, you know her family has some wealth after transferring schools. She is now studying the arts. However, I am unclear about the specific institution. She has always seemed quite intent on becoming an actress." Jingji gazes out the window, lost in thought and recalling past events. Her lack of conventional beauty and desire to be an actress led her to resent classmates who were attractive, as she sought validation from boys to prove her allure. Furthermore, her impoverished background made her an easy target for bullying, particularly directed at Jingji. Could this be considered her comeuppance? On her way home, Jingji ponders internally, what kind of outcome constitutes retribution? However, upon hearing about this incident, Fu Xiaoyue becomes exceedingly irate. "You should ask that classmate of yours, the girl who bullied you, where she studies, that I will confront her." Jingji does not actively deter Fu Xiaoyue, but calmly states, "I believe it is best to disregard her for now, but should we cross paths in the future?" She gazes ahead, her eyes filled with determination. "I will not hesitate to confront the injustices of my past." Chapter 36, Rising to Fame Through Beauty. On the day they return to Cheng City, Tanju waits for Jingji at their usual spot. Once Jingji enters the car, she pulls out her phone and opens her chat with Wan Lingxi. Wan Lingxi is no longer in a minor position, and although her family is from Beijing, she has recently encountered some troubling matters. The nature of her troubles remains unspoken. After a moment of contemplation, Jingji decides to send a message. "Lingxi, if you wish to travel and unwind, consider Cheng City. I can show you around, and if you don't mind, you can stay with me. Perhaps sharing your troubles will lighten your heart. I might be able to help." Her desire to assist Wan Lingxi stems from a place of gratitude. Had it not been for Wan Lingxi's earlier support, it is uncertain how her current situation with her family would have unfolded. From the depths of her heart, she regards Wan Lingxi as a close friend, akin to Fu Xiaoyue. Shortly thereafter, Wan Lingxi replies, "Thank you, Jingji. I am quite anxious at the moment and often find myself missing you. It brings me joy to see you thriving. Once I sort through my thoughts, I will come to visit you." Jingji responds affirmatively. Such matters can only be resolved through personal reflection. Upon returning to Jiangdu Huafu, everything resumes its usual rhythm. Jingji's two younger sisters' birthdays are set for a few days after National Day, prompting her to meticulously select numerous books online. These include renowned domestic and international literary works, classic texts, study guides, and practice exams. With 2 copies of each, she also purchased a plethora of workbooks, scrap paper, and pens. Beyond online shopping, she visited her local library to note down useful titles, ensuring that everything available was acquired online. After purchasing some study supplies from a bookstore, she meticulously organized all the items into 2 large plastic boxes before sending them back home. On the day of her sister's birthdays, she receives an enthusiastic phone call. "Sister, I have never seen a delivery person bring a package to the door before. Big sister, we received everything. This birthday gift is such a delightful surprise." After a long period devoid of joy, Jingji finds herself elated. Once the call concludes, Fu Xiaoyue, sipping tea, remarks, "Mame, you could actually consider enrolling your sisters in a better school. Jingji pauses, contemplating before responding. I have thought about it. I have always wanted my sisters to attend a school in the provincial capital, as the education they would receive there would be immensely superior, greatly benefiting their future. However, that would require exorbitant funds in my parents' eyes. They currently view my part-time job as merely a means to earn a little extra money, and no matter how good the job is, it could never bridge the significant gap that exists in their perception. I fear they might grow suspicious. After a lengthy contemplation, Fu Jiaihua suddenly suggests, what about a side hustle? If you had a lucrative side business, your parents might not be suspicious that a side hustle. What could possibly earn substantial income? Jingji inquires. Perplexed. Fu Jiaihua opens her phone and shows Jingji a popular influencer she has recently been following. These days, becoming a blogger or influencer can yield considerable income, provided one has a substantial following. This influencer has nearly 10 million followers. A friend of mine once sought her for a promotion, and I heard she charges around $600,000 for a single advertisement on one platform. Across 3 platforms, her monthly earnings could easily reach several million. While it may not be a fortune, it could certainly provide you with a reason to enhance your family's current living standards. Jingji is taken aback. This information presents a lucrative opportunity that requires some processing. She has previously followed various influencers, but never delved deeply into their monetization methods. Now, armed with insider knowledge, she finds herself intrigued. You're so beautiful. Becoming a beauty influencer would surely attract a multitude of followers, Fu Jiaihua confidently asserts. Jingji ponders. Then, should I start by posting some of my previous photos on the 3 platforms? Fu Jiaihua gives her a thumbs up, exclaiming, absolutely, let's do it. While Jingji may appear calm and unhurried, once she decides to undertake something, she acts without hesitation. With her phone at hand, she organizes her candid photos from a recent shopping trip and posts a set directly on all 3 major platforms without editing. Opting for the raw images instead, after completing her posts, she sets her phone aside, sips her tea, and casually chats with Fu Jiaihua. I've been thinking about visiting the bookstore again. Fu Jiaihua inquires. Are you planning to buy more books for your sisters? Jingji shakes her head, replying, I intend to select some books of my own interest for the study. Fu Jiaihua suddenly realizes, bursting into laughter. Is it that my uncle's usual reading material is too dull for you? Ha. I can hardly imagine you immersed in those books. They must all pertain to economics. Jingji nods, chuckling along. The books in the study are enough to put me to sleep. Some are even entirely in English. Fu Jiaihua reflects. Sometimes I genuinely feel that being with my uncle is rather unfair to you. At our age, we should be vibrant and lively, yet spending too much time with her can make one feel gloomy. Upon hearing this, Jingji lowers her gaze in silence, uncertain of her own thoughts. Fu Jiaihua suddenly states, last time, my uncle mentioned that I should indeed call you aunt, suggesting he holds you in high regard. Perhaps wishing to bestow a title upon you. Jingji looks up, glancing at Fu Jiaihua with uncertainty. Is that so? He has always been unpredictable, difficult to fathom. Fu Jiaihua suddenly appears deflated, saying, true, even as family. We have lived with my uncle for so long without truly understanding his thoughts that I wonder how well Brother Zhuyin comprehends him. Jingji raises her brows in curiosity. Brother Zhuyin? Fu Jiaihua shyly smiles, playfully adding, don't you think Brother Zhuyin is both handsome and grounded? Brother Zhuyin. He is indeed quite attractive, but you? Jingji hesitated, her eyes casting a tentative glance at Fu Jiaihua. Fu Jiaihua lowered her head slightly, a shy smile gracing her lips. Jingji seemed to understand something, taking a tactical sip of tea before reaching for her phone. Initially, she intended to use her phone to alleviate the awkwardness. But upon unlocking it, she was taken aback to see the red notifications on the 3 apps rapidly increasing. In mere seconds, the number on Xiaohongshu surged from 62357 to 71827. Douyin's count skyrocketed from 862576 to 926876. And Weibo's climbed from 273,681 to 327687. Jingji gazed at the screen in confusion. Fu Jiaihua leaned in, inquiring, what is happening? Is it as explosive as I mentioned? Without a word, Jingji handed her phone to Fu Jiaihua. Upon receiving it, Fu Jiaihua gasped in astonishment. Oh my goodness, you forgot to turn off the notifications for these 3 platforms. You're going viral. Jingji was momentarily stunned as Fu Jiaihua illuminated the screen before her. It was Xiaohongshu's interface, showcasing her first post, which had now garnered over 80,000 likes and her follower count had jumped to 42,000. continuing to rise. Fu Xiaowei then displayed the figures from the other platforms, revealing that her first Douyin video had amassed 1.08 million likes, with followers skyrocketing from 0 to over 500,000. Meanwhile, her initial Weibo post approached 350,000 likes, with followers totaling 160,000. You've only posted once, and it's already a sensation, Fu Xiaowei exclaimed, tugging at Jingji's hand and returning the phone to her. My friend mentioned that during the period when the platform boosts your visibility, if you capitalize on that momentum and update again, you will achieve even greater success. You can post again tonight and remember to check your messages. Jingji nodded in agreement. That night, following Fu Xiaowei's advice, Jingji updated her content across all 3 platforms. By combining the day's events, she now boasted over 2 million followers across all platforms. Initially, she found this figure somewhat exaggerated, but upon witnessing the online discourse about how one could become an overnight sensation, she began to entertain the notion that perhaps she possessed the talent to pursue this path. After updating, she spent some time reviewing her messages and was surprised to find collaboration requests, including an official invitation to join a partnership platform. In just a few hours, had she opened up a new avenue for her career. Chapter 37. Because she is enchanting. Jingji majored in journalism and advertising at university and had already gained substantial knowledge about new media in her classes. She had a thorough understanding of the platform's rules and mechanisms, including a deep study of copywriting and tagging. These were merely the fundamentals. That evening, the official accounts of the 3 platforms sent her invitations to join their business cooperation platforms. For instance, Xiaohongshu invited her to the Dandelion platform, where creators could set prices for image and video advertisements upon joining. Douyin, on the other hand, provided options for different pricing based on the timing of ads inserted into videos. Moreover, to assist new creators, the platform offered pricing suggestions. That night, Jingji's followers on Xiaohongshu surpassed 100,000, with the suggested pricing from Xiaohongshu ranging between 10,000 to 20,000 per post. However, Jingji chose not to rush into setting her rates, as she anticipated that her follower count might exceed 200,000 by the end of the night. She decided to update her pricing once a month and delayed filling out the form. For Douyin, the suggested advertising rate was between 100,000 and 150,000, while Weibo's was relatively lower. That night, several brands reached out to her via private messages, even before she joined the official cooperation platform. Seeking collaboration, Jingji added each PR contact one by one, and they quickly accepted her requests. After exchanging pleasantries, they began inquiring whether their projects could collaborate with her. Jingji compiled a list of the collaboration requests. Noticing that, perhaps due to her beauty influencer trajectory, the brands approaching her were primarily cosmetics, skincare, and beauty-related products, encompassing both large and small brands. She created a spreadsheet, noting that by that night, a total of 26 brands had reached out across the 3 platforms. Jingji declined offers from lesser-known or brands she deemed unsatisfactory, retaining only 12 prominent brands, including those in fragrances, cosmetics, and skincare. Based on her follower count and engagement, she quoted these brands, with some immediately agreeing to collaborate, while others acknowledged her proposal, suggesting that the intermediaries could not directly finalize agreements. These intermediaries varied, some being from agencies while others were independent PR professionals. After wrapping up her tasks, Jingji noticed a message from Fu Xiaowei. Jingji, let me introduce you to a friend of mine. She has started her own new media company, and you'll soon hear about her agency specializing in promoting internet celebrities called Yuan Man. I'm not suggesting you sign with her agency. I just want you to meet her, as she can provide you with assistance. Jingji's eyes lit up, and she promptly replied, Thank you, Xiaowei. I'm looking forward to it. Fu Xiaowei quickly responded, I'll have her fly to Xin City tomorrow. Let's South gather at your place in the evening. Jingji swiftly replied with an affirmative. The next day, after attending classes, Jingji rushed to a bookstore near Xin University to purchase several books, including Dream of the Red Chamber, Lychee of Chang'an, Economic Accounts of the Ronghua Mansion, Everything is the Best Arrangement, Illustrated Guide to Chinese Classic Patterns, A Graceful Life in the Song Dynasty, and An Interesting Banquet of the Song Dynasty. Upon returning to Jiangdu Huafu, Tenju promptly organized the books in the study. Around 6 in the evening, Fu Xiaowei arrived with her friend, Wen Ying. The 3 settled on the sofa while the attendant, Chu Xian, quietly brewed Mengding Ganlu tea that I told her not to dress so formally. We're all good friends. but she was worried you might think she looked unprofessional and didn't dare to dress too casually. It's quite amusing, Fu Jiawei remarked with a smile. Wen removed her blazer, laughing. If I had known Jingji was so approachable, I would have relaxed my attire much earlier. The three exchanged smiles, and Jingji invited, Wen, why not stay over tonight? I'll prepare some sleepwear for you. With that, she cast a knowing glance at Tanju. Tanju immediately stepped forward, inquiring, Miss Wen, what size sleepwear do you wear? Are there any patterns or colors you would prefer to avoid? Wen, accustomed to interacting with elite families, recognized the implications of Tanju's question, given her experiences with Fu Jiawei. Just as she was about to respond, Fu Jiawei interjected, Size X, she dislikes sleepwear with polka dots and isn't fond of dark red. Tanju nodded, understood. She then quietly instructed the attendant, Jin-ku, please have Sister Ani assist you. Jin-ku nodded in acknowledgement. All right, you can trust me. After Jin-ku left, Tanju returned to Jingji's side and overheard Jingji teasingly nudging Fu Jiawei's arm. You remember her preferences so well. What about mine? Fu Jiawei feigned ignorance. You like pink, preferably designs featuring rabbits or little white foxes. You also dislike polka dots due to your trypophobia, am I right? Fu Jiawei lifted her chin with a sense of pride. Tanju couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Fu remembers even better than I do. Fu Jiawei shot Jingji a knowing look. See? Jingji smiled modestly. All right, I'll let you off this time. Reunions among friends are invariably filled with laughter. Once Chu Xian had prepared the Song Dynasty tea treats, she presented them to the three ladies. Wen admired the tea in her hands, remarking, if your tea master shared her creations online, she might just become a sensation. The presentation is truly exquisite. Jingji took a sip of the tea and earnestly asked, It's delightful, Chu Xian. Have you ever considered sharing your work online? Chu Xian set down the tea set, smiling gently. Miss, have you forgotten my mentor? At that, Jingji paused, lightly tapping her head. I've been preoccupied lately. My apologies for the oversight. Wen looked on with curiosity. Jingji explained, Sister Chu trained under the international tea master, Feng Jina. Wen gasped, setting down her tea in excitement. I know about him. We once had a tea brand wanting to collaborate with Master Feng. And a single post on Zaihongshu was priced at 120,000. Fu Jiawei added. And that's just one aspect of his income. My grandmother hired him for a tea ceremony, and it cost 8 million. Wen Ying's eyes widened as she looked at Chu Xian, who continued to brew tea with diligence. I indeed overstepped my bounds. However, Fu Jiawei seemed puzzled as she gazed at Jingji. Jingji. There aren't many disciples of Master Feng. My aunts, due to their high standing in the family, have tea masters who are his disciples, but neither my cousins nor I do. How is it that you? Fu Jiawei paused, contemplating. Actually, my uncle dotes on you quite a bit. Is that so? Jingji's delicate voice held a hint of nonchalance. The jade bracelet on her wrist, crafted from exquisite glass, exuded an air of refinement. With her dark hair and fair skin, she appeared even more enchanting than a seductive charm. Chapter 38. The National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance at Riyun Palace. Wen was blissfully unaware of the underlying implications. Yet, Jingji understood the insinuation. The privileges that the daughters of the Fu family had failed to attain were now bestowed upon her, a mere kept woman. If one were to claim that Fu Jingzi did not dote on her, no one would believe it. As Jingji's thoughts drifted for a moment, she quickly returned to the present, smiling at Wen and suggesting, shall we dine first? Wen nodded in agreement. Sounds good. The kitchen's junior official had prepared some hairy crabs upon Jingji's special request, having learned from Fu Jiawei that Wen had a fondness for them. During the meal, Wen remarked, The moment I see Mei Mei's face, I know she is destined for this line of work. Fu Jiawei immediately chimed in. Look, she has interacted with so many internet celebrities and collaborated with actors. She even said you are suited for this profession. Jingji smiled with poise. Fu Jiawei continued. It's because she is so stunning and possesses such a delightful personality. When I first met her, she was wearing a simple t-shirt, unadorned, yet her beauty instantly lifted my spirits. Jingji couldn't help but chuckled at that moment. A junior servant presented a rolled-up warm towel. She naturally took the towel, wiped her hands of the grease, placed the soiled towel into a small golden dish meant for towels, and softly uttered her thanks. Were one unaware of her background, merely observing her graceful demeanor would lead one to assume she hailed from an aristocratic family. The junior servant offered Jing Ji a polite smile before departing. Mei Mei, could you assist me in peeling the crab? I can manage the rest myself. Wen Ying expressed her gratitude. Jing Ji nodded, replying, once we finish this, there's more from the kitchen. Later, we can enjoy some mutton soup to ward off the chill. Sounds good, Wen Ying replied. After a short while, Wen Ying said, I just reviewed the trends on your 3 platforms. This is merely the beginning. Typically, these platforms grant traffic for about 6 months, after which it stabilizes. The previous month was the peak period. This month, you should update more frequently. As for advertisements, many brands should be seeking you out now. Just take on the big names, and as your following grows, you can raise your rates to several 100,000 per piece. Wen Ying elaborated. Her insights became increasingly detailed, revealing many industry secrets that Jing Ji was hearing for the first time, such as the intricacies of securing advertisements. After the meal, Tanju summoned individuals to bring in a set of neatly arranged sleepwear, selected by the procurement junior official, Jin Ku. Wen Ying chose a champagne-colored silk nightgown. Tanju immediately instructed the laundry junior official, Lin Yu, to wash and dry the sleepwear. That night, the 3 of them, clad in their nightwear, sat on the sofa and chatted for a while before preparing to rest. After Jing Ji returned to her room, Fu Jingxi unexpectedly sent her a message. Do you like flowers? Jing Ji pulled back the covers and sat up on the bed, somewhat perplexed. Why would Fu Jingxi suddenly ask this? As October drew to a close, the autumn in Shin City was quite unpredictable. Yesterday, the sun shone brightly while the wind blew cool, yet today it might rain, with the breeze feeling gentle and warm, even slightly humid. Jing Ji, having no classes over the weekend, initially intended to sleep in, but received an early morning call from Fu Jingxi. Although she wished to linger in bed, he urged her to rise for breakfast and stretch her legs. Reluctantly, she got up early to freshen up. She had no plans to go out today, so she asked Yunji to create a lazy, comfortable makeup look for her. She donned a silk dress underneath and draped a white-pink feather shawl that reached her ankles before heading downstairs. After breakfast, she settled on the sofa with a book titled Lychee from Chang'an. Just as she was engrossed in the protagonist's decision to journey to Lingnan, Tanju excitedly rushed in. What's the matter? Jing Ji inquired. Tanju smiled at the junior servant behind her, who was holding a pot of chrysanthemums, and instructed, Come closer, let the esteemed guest take a look. Certainly, the junior servant replied, stepping forward to present the chrysanthemums to Jing Ji. Jing Ji placed her book on the coffee table, put on her shoes, and sat up straight to examine the pot of flowers. The cobalt blue jade vase held 2 pristine white chrysanthemums, which appeared exceptionally exquisite, resembling clouds and snow, as if a beautiful maiden stood elegantly in a solitary vase. Jing Ji was delighted and glanced at Tanju. Tanju immediately asked, Miss, can you guess who sent these flowers? Jing Ji pondered for a moment and asked, Is it from the gentleman? Tanju shook her head with a smile, turning to the junior servant who presented the flowers. Jing Ji looked over. The junior servant appeared to be a young woman in her early 20s, possessing a fresh and sweet demeanor, respectful yet not sycophantic. The junior servant smiled gently and said, I kept you in suspense. These are from the 11th young lady, sent on an early morning flight, as she did not wish to delay, just to present you with the finest flowers from Ryun Palace. That's so. This flower is named Ryun Palace. Jing Ji mused to herself. The 11th young lady? Jing Ji asked, intrigued. Tanju approached her and said with a smile, She is the gentleman's 4th sister. I see. Jing Ji nodded. Tanju added, Miss, this junior servant is called Tu Jin, sent by the 10th young lady. I've heard that the 10th young lady learned from the gentleman that you like flowers, so she specifically arranged for a floral artist to present them to you. Brought in from Huajia. Upon hearing this, Jing Ji felt a wave of surprise wash over her. This 10th young lady must be Fu Jingxi's 3rd sister. The 3rd sister sent a floral artist, and the 4th sister had this floral artist send the flowers to Ryun Palace. Fu Jingxi was generous towards her, but she hadn't anticipated that his 2 sisters would also be so thoughtful. A warmth surged within Jing Ji's heart. Regaining her composure, she said to Tu Jin, Please place the flowers on the table. Of course, Tu Jin set the flowers down on the table. Jing Ji gazed at the blossoms, reflecting, Though I am unaware of what the gentleman and the 2 young ladies have discussed, I am immensely grateful for their kindness towards me and shall remember it dearly. At that moment, several individuals entered, carrying a screen. Observing this, Tanju approached them and instructed, Please place it over here. The individuals carefully set the item aside. Jing Ji scrutinized it. It was a beautifully crafted antique screen adorned with floral patterns, exuding vibrancy and elegance. Tan Zhu returned to Jing Ji's side and explained, "Miss, this is an antique treasure screen sent by the gentleman, which perfectly complements the redwood round table that was delivered earlier. From now on, Tu Jin will arrange the flowers there for your enjoyment." As Tenju spoke, more individuals entered, bringing in a round table and 5 round chairs, all of which were set beside the screen. Jing Ji surveyed the entire hall and found a relatively empty space, pointing to it and suggesting, "How about we place everything over there?" After her words, the group moved the screen, round table, and chairs to the designated spot. And Tu Jin placed the Ruiyun Palace flowers on the round table, instantly adding a touch of classical Chinese elegance to the hall. Once the group departed, the bronze-gilded enamel clock in the living room chimed, signaling mealtime. Chapter 39. Have you missed me? In the afternoon, the wind rustled through the garden, scattering leaves. Jing Ji noticed Tu Jin picking up some fallen leaves from the ground. Tu Jin was a lovely name. Jing Ji thought Tu Jin is actually a metaphor, signifying brilliance and beauty, akin to blooming flowers. Liang Qichao mentioned in his treatise on transitional times, "Who can set limits on the golden world and the splendid life?" Thus, Jing Ji adores the name Tu Jin and cherishes the person it represents. Tu Jin herself appears to be a vivacious young lady, radiant like a blossom, evoking a refreshing sensation. Spending time with someone like her uplifts one's spirit. Jing Ji returned to her circular stool, gazing at the screen and the table, pondering that this entire setup amounts to nearly 10 million. The transaction price can be verified on the Rongjia official website. The screen is valued at 6.8 million from the mid-Ming period, while the round table and chairs from the late Qing dynasty cost 3 million. As for Tu Jin, she is a floral artist from Huajia. Previously, Jing Ji only knew that Huajia is the largest and most renowned floral organization in the country, offering annual contracts with weekly flower deliveries at specified times. However, she had never heard of directly hiring a floral artist to come to one's home. Yet, she could not inquire about her annual salary. Such personal matters are likely to be met with vague responses from Tu Jin. In this era, labor can be devalued, but when it is valued, it commands a high price, judging by Tu Jin's demeanor. It is reasonable to presume she is well compensated. That afternoon, while admiring the vase of Ruiyun Dian, Jing Ji suddenly felt inspired and asked Tenju to take a few photos of her. After capturing the images, she promptly shared them across various social media platforms, undoubtedly garnering explosive engagement. Delighted, Jing Ji glanced at the comments, noting a popular remark on Douyin that received 120,000 likes, with hair half tilted. Just awakened, the floral crown disheveled as I descend from the hall. It praised both Ruiyun Dian and Jing Ji herself. Jing Ji smiled, reposting the images in her circle of friends. The pictures were enchanting and atmospheric. In them, she wore a subtle makeup look, her long hair cascading freely, draped in a pink-white feather cloak that highlighted her innocence and allure. The naturalness of her poses created a harmonious blend of relaxation and languor. Reminiscent of the verses of Li Qixiao, "As autumn wanes, the snow is clear and jade-like, longing for the infinite world." Jing Ji observed the likes on her post, repeatedly glancing at the man's avatar. Yet she did not see the scene she longed for. Wearied, she reclined on the sofa, lazily muttering, "Wretched man," before putting away her phone and resuming her reading of Lychee and Chang'an. The world holds no more precious fruit than the lychee. Its jade-like skin encased in crimson silk. Were it not for Tanju's intervention, fearing she might overheat, she could have devoured 300 lychees in a day. By the afternoon, Jing Ji had consumed several pounds of lychees. Unable to stop her, Tanju instructed the kitchen assistant to prepare some cooling summer herb tea. Jing Ji tasted it, but found it unpalatable. Consequently, Tanju had the cook prepare some mung bean soup. While one cannot say the mung bean soup was bad, its preparation varies greatly across regions, leading to differing flavors. Jing Ji took a sip and noted it lacked the taste of her mother's cooking, but did not wish to trouble the chef further. She drank a modest bowl before claiming she could not consume more. Hearing this, Tanju refrained from insisting at tea dinner. Tanju had the kitchen prepare some dishes to cool the body. Jing Ji, who was not picky with food, nonetheless found her stomach limited, and after a few bites, she felt full. She took a stroll in the small garden. Upon returning, she settled on the sofa, intending to rest before a bath, when she suddenly heard voices by the door. Listening closely, she discerned the voices of Tan Zhu and Fu Jingxiai. Peering towards the door, she heard Fu Jingxiai say, "Next time, I will feed her." In the next moment, Fu Jingxiai, impeccably dressed in a suit, walked in. Jingji slowly set down her book, observing Fu Jingxiai as he gracefully approached her. "What brings you here so late?" Fu Jingxiai shrugged off his coat and tossed it onto the sofa, then seated himself at her feet that he reached out to grasp her ankle, drawing her into his embrace. "Did you miss me?" His voice was deep and mellifluous, reminiscent of a spell. The air around them was infused with the scent of polished wood and magnolia. Upon hearing this, Jingji lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Fu Jingxiai, whose gaze resembled moonlight in the night sky that I did not expect. She averted her gaze. Fu Jingxiai held her chin gently, teasingly. Jingji pushed his hand away, pouting playfully. Earlier that day, Fu Jingxiai had seen her post on social media, where her image was captivating and alluring that he shouldn't have opened it during the meeting. His restlessness was difficult to suppress. Concluding the meeting earlier than planned, he boarded his plane from Luo City to Shin City. Now that he was in her presence, Fu Jingxiai felt content. After gazing at her lips for a moment, he suddenly spoke in a low tone. "A friend has invited me to play snooker and golf tomorrow." Jingji resumed flipping through her book leisurely. "Fu Jingxi," I glanced at her lowered lashes. "Are you coming?" Jingji paused her reading, turned to Fu Jingxiai, and replied nonchalantly, "I want to." Fu Jingxi's gaze lingered on her slender fingers. "I can teach you." Jingji met his eyes, and after a brief moment, a mysterious smile crept onto her lips. "What if I turn out to be exceptionally skilled?" Fu Jingxiai chuckled, unfazed. "Then I shall await your demonstration." That night, as Jingji prepared for sleep, she sipped from her water glass, a droplet sliding from her lips. Fu Jingxiai extended his hand, gently stroking her lips with his thumb. When their eyes met, the atmosphere turned intimate. Jingji licked her lips, her tongue lightly brushing against Fu Jingxi's fingertip. He suddenly paused, retracting his hand. How could the lofty Fu Jiuyi truly be moved? He merely indulged her temporarily. A fleeting infatuation that would soon wane. Jingji set her teacup down, gazing up at Fu Jingxiai, her tone casual. "Do your family members know of my existence?" "Yes," Fu Jingxiai replied, settling on the edge of the bed. Jingji approached but did not sit. Instead, she regarded him thoughtfully. "As your kept lover, they wouldn't tea." "Wouldn't tea what?" Fu Jingxiai raised his eyelids, casually observing her. Jingji shook her head, feeling shy about continuing. Noticing her hesitation, Fu Jingxiai did not press further. He wrapped his arm around her waist, his tone firm. "You are mine, and no one dares to speak ill of you." Jingji raised an eyebrow, teasingly brushing a strand of hair against Fu Jingxi's nose. That a playful sensation surged within him, causing his grip to tighten. That a smirk played on Jingji's lips, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "Time for bed." With that, she gently removed his hand and climbed into bed. Fu Jingxiai said nothing, extinguishing the light and retiring for the night. In the dead of night, Jingji suddenly felt overheated. Dreaming that she had transformed into a little fox, chased relentlessly by a great tiger, she gasped for breath until suddenly, the tiger pinned her leg, trapping her in its embrace. The following morning, after completing their morning routines, Jingji and Fu Jingxiai descended together for breakfast. Fu Jingxiai picked up the utensils with an unnoticeable patience in his voice. "This morning, I must visit the branch office. You should rest at home. And I will come to pick you up after lunch." Jingji nodded, spooning some congee into her mouth. After breakfast, Fu Jingxiai drove off in his Bugatti. The Taiping Haina Capital Group branch is the tallest building across from the Bund in Shin City. Upon his arrival, Fu Jingxiai left shortly after, needing to negotiate with the real estate acquisition party, thus going in person. With little to do at the villa, Jingji took out a book she had previously purchased. If This Is the Song Dynasty, and began to read. An hour later, she strolled through the courtyard. Upon returning to the hall, she watched artisans' works on Bilibili using her tablet. After finishing her lunch, Jingji changed into a newly tailored qipao, lazily sitting on the sofa while Chunji's Love played on repeat in her Bluetooth earphones. This piece was soothing and comfortable, evoking images of a fateful encounter amidst the golden breezes and jade dewdrops. On a certain afternoon, at the corner of a quaint alley in Jiangnan, two destined souls crossed paths, the gentle halo casting everything in a dreamlike quality that I thought it was the light that redeemed me. But in the depths of that light, I saw you. Listening intently, a tenderness and yearning flowed from her very bones, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, evoking deep emotions. She lost track of time until a gust of wind roused her from her reverie. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she caught sight of a tall, slender figure walking towards her against the light. Propping herself up, she straightened, only to see the composed man with alluring brows and eyes approaching her. Suddenly, the music ceased. Jingji blinked awake, staring at Fu Jingxi, who was leaning down. He glanced at the AirPods in his hand, placing them to his ear to listen for a moment. A minute later, Fu Jingxi removed the earphones and handed them to Jingji, his cold demeanor gradually warming, akin to the caress of a summer breeze. Excellent taste, he remarked, before unexpectedly cupping her delicate face in his hands. His gaze was profound, his touch as gentle as when his thumb brushed against her soft cheek. Jingji gazed into Fu Jingxi's eyes, as though the melody still lingered in the air. The surroundings fell silent, the occasional birdsong breaking the stillness. An awkward cough broke the moment as Fu Jingxi and Jingji abruptly returned to reality. One shyly averted their gaze while the other withdrew their hand. You're back so early. Jingji opened her eyes to gaze at the sandalwood bamboo. The bamboo, with an enigmatic expression, offered a silent smile. Fu Jingxi straightened his back, the gentleness in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a piercing coldness. He then cast a sidelong glance at Vian, who, receiving the warning glance, promptly nodded in a gesture of respect. Young master, we should be on our way. Fu Jingxi languidly withdrew his gaze and turned back to Jingji, his voice low and composed. Are you ready? Jingji quickly nodded, indicating that they could depart. Fu Jingxi watched Jingji rise and adjust her light yellow qipao. He suddenly noticed the delicate, fair leg revealed by her slit. Fu Jingxi opened his mouth, but for a long moment, no words emerged. What's the matter? Jingji inquired. Fu Jingxi swallowed lightly, concealing the words he had intended to say, and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing, let us go. Chapter 40. A touch of jealousy. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Fu Jingxi and Jingji arrived at the classical Chinese-style billiards hall owned by the Jiang family's capital. Upon entering the VIP snooker room, Jingji's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Fu Jingxi's friend, though she felt it was somewhat expected. This was Jiang Tingwei, the scion of the Jiang family, whom Jingji had met before in Qingxi, and beside him stood Bai Xuanhe. Miss Jing, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while, Jingji responded with a nod. Good to see you again. Miss Bai, Mr. Jiang. Fu Jingxi greeted Bai Xuanhe with a nod, then turned to Jiang Tingwei. Are you certain you wish to compete in snooker with me? Jiang Tingwei lowered his brows slightly. If you're afraid, I can entertain you with Chinese black 8 instead. Fu Jingxi scoffed lightly, accepting the gloves offered by a nearby attendant. Don't cry if you lose. Jiang Tingwei shrugged, shaking his head. The Jiang family's offspring are never lacking in skill when it comes to play. At these words, Fu Jingxi paused, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Jiang Tingwei before placing the gloves back down. Are you sure about that? Fu Jingxi said, taking the custom cue offered to him, his gaze fixed on Jiang Tingwei with determination. Jiang Tingwei, without gloves, picked up a cue with ease. Then let us proceed. As the two made their way to the table, the gameplay of snooker differed significantly from other forms, demanding precision. Better feel the cue's power. Professional players often prefer to wipe away any perspiration with a towel rather than don gloves. Fu Jingxi, typically indifferent to such matters, felt an unusual surge of competitive spirit today. Jingji sat behind the curtain with Bai Xuanhe, sipping tea, enjoying the ethereal aroma rising from her cup. Miss Bai, I truly appreciated the magnolia fragrance you gifted me last time. Thank you. Bai Xuanhe gathered her long hair behind her, the jingling of her jade bracelets echoing softly. I caught a whiff of your fragrance as well. You are too kind. She paused before adding, if you enjoy Chinese scents, I shall send you a sample of any new products I develop in the future. How does that sound? Jingji nodded with delight, lifting her teacup to savor a sip of warm tea, the jade bracelet on her wrist accentuating her fair skin. I shall write a detailed fragrance review for you, Jingji declared earnestly. Bai Xuanhe smiled brightly in response to a tea. That moment, Jiang Tingwei burst through the curtain, grumbling, my skills have been a bit rusty lately. Just you wait. After uttering his challenge, he bent down to gulp from Bai Xuanhe's teacup in one swift motion before setting it down and leaving. Bai Xuanhe was momentarily speechless, refilling her own cup. Jingji observed her with silent amusement. After a while, Jiang Tingwei re-entered, pulling Bai Xuanhe's hand as he urged, "Let us step outside for some fresh air." Bai Xuanhe, lifted to her feet, glanced at Jing Ji, who offered a gentle smile without uttering a word. Once they had exited, Fu Jingxi approached, immediately bending to pick up Jing Ji's teacup. "That is this yours?" Jing Ji hesitated. Fu Jingxi paused, inquiring with elegance, "Do you mind?" Jing Ji shook her head. Fu Jingxi then consumed the floral tea, turning to Jing Ji as he set down the cup. "Care for a match with me?" Jing Ji lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment before her eyes brightened with a hint of mischief. "Sure, yes," she spoke. Jing Ji rose and gently brushed her fingers against the corner of Fu Jingxi's lips. As she withdrew her hand, she said softly, "Remember to go easy on me." With that, Jing Ji gracefully stepped out from behind the curtain. Fu Jingxi followed closely, noticing her reaching for a standard cue. He interjected, "Use mine." Jing Ji looked back at him. Fu Jingxi then directed Julian, "Fetch my other cue." Jing Ji promptly replied, "No need. I prefer the standard cue." Fu Jingxi paused momentarily, then nodded in acquiescence, handing the custom cue to Julian and opting for a standard one himself. Jing Ji wiped the sweat from her hands with a clean towel, and Fu Jingxi, observing her composed demeanor, suddenly found her quite intriguing. As the match commenced, it was Jing Ji's turn to break. She positioned herself at the table, leaning forward to place the cue. Fu Jingxi stood nearby, his gaze drifting over Jing Ji's delicate legs. Suddenly, Jing Ji's eyes flickered with sharp focus. Then she exerted her strength, striking the cue. Fu Jingxi watched as the ball gently collided across the table, finally making a soft contact with the red ball. Then coming to a halt, Jing Ji's eyes brightened instantaneously. Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow, casting a side glance at her, approvingly noting, "A ma's break, subtly executed." Jing Ji, straightening up, beamed with delight. "It's my first successful break too." The ma's break, originating from Williams, is a technique requiring precise control to strike the ball in such a thoughtful manner that in professional play, this technique is often deemed so unconventional that it risks being banned. "It's your turn," Jing Ji said cheerfully as she approached Fu Jingxi. He took a new towel to wipe his hands and walked to the table. Ultimately, Jing Ji narrowly triumphed in the match. Fu Jingxi glanced at the scoreboard, struggling to find the words to express himself. Jing Ji looked up at him, her eyes wide and innocent. "Mr. Fu, next time we can use custom cues to compete." Fu Jingxi felt as though he had been reprimanded, akin to a student scolded for having too many supplies. This was the first time Fu Jiao encountered a girl capable of overshadowing him without inciting his ire. Just then, Jiang Tingyue returned with Bai Xuanhe. Jiang Tingyue's gaze lingered on the scoreboard for 2 seconds before sweeping past Fu Jingxi and Jing Ji. "Fu Jiao, have you conceded to Miss Jing?" Fu Jingxi shot Jiang Tingyue a sidelong glance. "What's so surprising about that?" Jiang Tingyue chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm just a bit amused." "What's so amusing?" Fu Jingxi muttered. Jiang Tingyue shrugged. "I don't know." "It's just oddly delightful." Fu Jingxi retorted. "Then be quiet." After leaving the billiards hall, Fu Jingxi led Jing Ji to a golf course owned by the Jiang family. When they arrived around 3 o'clock, Fu Jingxi's friends were already waiting. Upon entering, Jing Ji was taken aback to find Shang Shishu present. Shang Shishu had not brought a female companion, instead accompanying several young scions, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor but with a gentle tone. "Miss Jing," Jing Ji nodded. "Mr. Shang." The other young scions greeted Jing Ji, and those with female companions invited her to join them for tea. The sunlight in the afternoon was splendid, not overly intense, making a September golf outing quite pleasant. Jing Ji sat among the companions of the young gentleman, engaging in leisurely conversation while savoring tea. One girl, Wen Chu, dressed in an off-shoulder top, appeared somewhat sullen upon noticing several attractive caddies enter the golf course. "It's infuriating, my insufferable cousin is inside. She knows about my relationship with Zheng Gongzi and is surely trying to seduce him." The others turned their attention to Wen Chu, while Jing Ji observed her with a detached gaze. Someone suggested, "Why not change into something more suitable and join them?" Wen Chu hesitated. "I didn't bring extra clothes." A nearby individual chuckled. "Is this your first time here? This is one of the best golf courses in the country. Acquiring a change of clothes is merely a matter of asking that moment." Several girls exclaimed in surprise. "Is that so?" The individual blinked. "Yes. Are you all first-timers?" Jing Ji thought to herself. Had she been more talkative, she would have shared in their astonishment that in reality, it was a simple distinction, Some young gentlemen were bringing girls for the first time, while others were introducing their current partners for the first time. After hearing this, Wenchu quickly proposed, "Shall we go play too?" "Sure, let us go. I know a bit about golf. Count me in. Take me with you. I want to go too." The girls eagerly decided to join. While Jingji remained comfortably seated at AS when Chu departed, she asked, "Aren't you coming?" Jingji replied, "I'm waiting for news from someone. You all go ahead at AS." Soon as the words left her lips, several girls did not think much of it, and after informing the staff at the golf course, each of them changed into stylish yet casual golf attire before stepping onto the green. Jingji sat in the tea room, her gaze leisurely drifting towards the golf course that a group of girls approached the young gentlemen from prominent families, some already engaging in hands-on instruction, their movements intimate. Others had taken up clubs, attempting their first swings. Fu Jingzi and Shang Shirshu were engaged in conversation, but after a brief moment, he suddenly took the phone from Zhuoyan's hand and stepped aside. Lowering his head to check his device, in the next instant, Jingji's phone on the table lit up. She opened it to find a message from Fu Jingzi. "Come here." Jingji smiled subtly, picked up her phone, and walked out. Shortly after, she entered the golf course. As she approached, a faint and distant fragrance of magnolia wafted through the air. The crowd turned to look, their gazes lingering for a few seconds. Fu Jingxi's eyes fell upon Jingji's high ponytail. Her hair was straight and thick, and as the wind blew, a few wisps brushed against her delicate face, glistening in the sunlight like a small white fox basking in its warmth. After a few seconds, Fu Jingxi's gaze traveled downward, the tailored golf attire perfectly accentuating Jingji's curves. Her figure was both graceful and voluptuous, exuding an enchanting aura even while standing still. Fu Jingxi extended his hand. Jingji placed her hand in his and offered a polite smile to the onlookers. A group of people returned the smile before respectfully averting their gazes. Jingji, not wearing high heels, looked up at Fu Jingxi and after 2 seconds, tugged at the cuff of his shirt. "Could you move a bit closer to block the sun for me?" Fu Jingxi obediently shifted, asking softly, "Why don't you come over like everyone else?" Jingji revealed a crescent smile. "Aren't you busy discussing matters? I didn't want to interrupt you." "Interrupt me?" Fu Jingxi's gaze slowly descended to her collarbone, his voice low and alluring. "What kind of interruption?" Jingji chuckled softly at his words, poking his hand. "Teach me how to play golf." Fu Jingxi rubbed the spot she had poked. "All right." With that, he led Jingji to the teeing area, while the others gentlemanly stepped aside. Fu Jingxi handed her the golf club, grasped her hand, whispered the rules, and then stood behind her. A surge of charisma accompanied the scent of wooden incense, causing Jingji's gaze to suddenly sharpen. Her emotions momentarily unbridled, but soon, Fu Jingxi held her hand firmly and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Little fox, let me see your true level. Oh no, my disguise as a novice has been discovered." Jingji's lips curled into a gentle crescent as she feigned innocence. "I'm quite unskilled." Fu Jingxi applied pressure to her palm, chuckling softly. "If you don't perform well, your punishment will be a kiss." Jingji shot him a glance, prideful. "Then it seems you may not have the chance." With that, Fu Jingxi guided her swing. In an instant, Jingji's gaze transformed, appearing relaxed yet containing hidden strength in her strike. "Beautiful," someone praised. "That shot was indeed splendid." Does she still need Fujio to teach her? It was evident to all that Jingji's swing was remarkably professional. Fu Jingxi smiled gently, his eyes filled with affection. And after removing his gloves, he leisurely wiped his hands with a towel. Jingji had no intention of taking a second or third shot, handing the club to the caddy. "I'm thirsty." Jingji approached Fu Jingxi, her demeanor obedient. Although she had just emerged from the tea room not long ago, the summer heat on the golf course made thirst come easily. Fu Jingxi, hearing her, handed his towel to the staff, then took the water from Zhuoyan, twisting it open before offering it to Jingji. She took a sip, but suddenly a gust of wind blew, catching her off guard and causing her to choke on the water. "Cough, cough, cough." Fu Jingxi gently patted her back. Jingji wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and handed the water to Fu Jingxi. He accepted it, passing it to Zhuoyan, then lightly pinched Jingji's cheek. After the golf session concluded, the group freshened up and changed into their respective outfits. After exchanging farewells, Jingji followed Fu Jingxi back to Jiangdu Huafu. During dinner, both Fu Jingxi and Jingji had hearty appetites. Halfway through the meal, Fu Jingxi looked at Jingji and casually asked, "Did you learn all this during work?" Jingji paused, chewing on her greens. How did you know I learned it while working? In the past, to help her family financially, she had taken summer jobs as a billiards assistant and a golf caddy, as both paid well and quickly. Typically, it was difficult for newcomers to become assistants, as they had to start from basic training. However, driven by a desire to earn money and possessing strong learning abilities, or perhaps a natural talent for these sports, she quickly honed her skills. I would know. That's quite normal, Fu Jingxi replied in a calm tone. Jingji contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Saying nothing further, Fu Jingxi was not naive enough to keep a pet without knowing its background. But previously, Fu Jingxi's Adam's apple bobbed. What about before? Jingji asked casually. Do you dress like this in front of other men? After saying this, Fu Jingxi fell silent, lowering his gaze as he continued to serve himself. Jingji swallowed her vegetables and casually remarked, even more alluring than this. What did you say? Fu Jingxi set down his chopsticks. Jingji's gaze fell between Fu Jingxi's furrowed brows, and she slowly explained. To earn money, one must sometimes trade on their appearance. Different industries have their own norms. While this approach may be criticized, it is prevalent in many fields. Fu Jingxi placed his chopsticks down, resting his hand on the table's edge. Slightly leaning in, after staring for a few seconds, he patiently asked, Then, has any man ever touched you? Where did he touch you? What was his name? No, never. Jingji shook her head. I'm not foolish. Fu Jingxi's gaze softened. But many men have pursued me. Fu Jingxi lifted his eyes. However, the handsome ones are usually broke, and the wealthy ones are unappealing. Back then, Jingji's family wasn't in dire straits. Her only thoughts were to study and earn money. Fu Jingxi furrowed his brows, looking straight at her, casually asking, Are you implying that I possess both qualities? Jingji nodded. I told you this when we were at Qingxi. That is indeed the case. Fu Jingxi picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the vegetables in his bowl. Yet, after only a couple of bites, he suddenly felt something amiss. Why was he comparing himself, especially when he hadn't even pursued her? Fu Jingxi glanced at Jingji, who was engrossed in her meal, and after a long moment, he placed a piece of braised pork into her bowl. The next second, Jingji transferred the meat to Fu Jingxi's bowl. Frowning, It's too greasy. I don't want it. Fu Jingxi opened his mouth, his tone slightly serious, like a concerned elder. You're all skin and bones. How could it be greasy? Jingji shook her head in refusal. I don't like it. Fu Jingxi sighed wearily. Children can be so difficult to raise. The next morning, the chef prepared a new breakfast. Jingji was not picky. She preferred plain rice porridge in the mornings, enjoying simple, light flavors, which had kept her body and skin in a remarkably refined state. The two sat together at the table, surprisingly harmonious. By the way, last time, when Zhaiwei casually mentioned that I had become popular on new media platforms, Jingji began, It wasn't because the money you provided was insufficient. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingxi shot her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Jingji set down her chopsticks and leisurely took a piece of paper to wipe her mouth. However, after a long pause, she did not continue speaking. Fu Jingxi asked softly, Why don't you go on? Hearing this, Jingji's lips curled slightly as she leaned in and planted a sudden kiss on him. Fu Jingxi froze for a moment. I have my own secrets. The warmth lingering on her cheek felt like feathers brushing against him, stirring a flutter in Fu Jingxi's heart. Her sweet voice echoed in his ears as he averted his gaze. 2 seconds later, he replied mildly, Since it's a secret, if you don't want to share, that's fine. At his words, Jingji lifted her gaze to sneak a glance at Fu Jingxi, noticing that he showed no signs of anger. And she smiled faintly. During their last phone call, Zhaiwei had inadvertently revealed that she had amassed 10 million followers online, so Fu Jingxi was naturally aware of her income as an internet celebrity. Though Fu Jingxi often displayed a strong and domineering demeanor, he did not express any displeasure regarding this matter. He merely inquired whether she was dissatisfied with the money he provided, after taxes. It amounted to 300 million a year, and that was merely the basic sum. The jewelry Fu Jingxi had gifted her alone was worth over 600 million, not to mention the luxurious mansion, the Zhaowang's star-seizing pavilion, which was priceless. If she were still unsatisfied, how greedy could she be? She clarified that she was not. This time, she reiterated her point, wanting to keep Fu Jingxi happy. After all, he was her benefactor. And even if she enjoyed his favor, she needed to maintain some self-awareness. After finishing their meal, Fu Jingxi changed his clothes in preparation for leaving Shin City. Fu Jingxi was busy, busier than a dog. Before departing, Jingji tugged at the hem of his shirt. What's wrong? Nothing. Fu Jingzi casually glanced at Jingji. She seemed to hesitate. Did he not know what this little fox was thinking? A flicker of delight crossed his eyes as he feigned impatience. I'll be back in a few days. As Jingji lowered her gaze, she contemplated using your money to purchase a residence in Qingxi, allowing my family to move in. It is not that I am unwilling to part with it. That is simply inconceivable. Fu Jingzi cast a lingering glance at Jingji. Suddenly, his eyes turned indifferent, saying, "You may allocate the funds I provided as you see fit, without the need to consult me." "Very well," Jingji replied, lifting her eyes to meet Fu Jingzi's. He entered his car, and with an unrefined gesture, closed the door, nodding slightly at Jingji. After departing from Jiangdu Huafu, Jingji returned to the front hall alongside Tanju. Sitting on the sofa, Jingji mused, "Perhaps I truly should not discuss such trivial matters with him." Tanju, positioned nearby, inquired, "Why not? It seems the gentleman does not appear to harbor any ill feelings." Jingji shook her head, remarking on his unpredictable temperament. He could be exceptionally kind at times, yet remarkably cold at others. "I shall refrain from mentioning such trifles to him in the future." Tanju hesitated, suggesting, "Might it be possible that the gentleman believes you are reluctant to part with him, wishing to convey sentiments that would encourage his swift return?" "Huh?" Jingji seemed caught off guard. She lowered her gaze, stating, "Regardless, my mother's birthday is approaching, and I must begin arrangements for the house purchase, so that I may bring them to the provincial capital before her special day." Tanju regarded Jingji thoughtfully, sensing that should matters persist in this manner, the gentleman might indeed become infatuated, which could lead to complications. The following day, the bedding from last night had been replaced, allowing Jingji to sleep soundly without the disturbances caused by Fu Jingzi. However, early in the morning, Tanju knocked on her door. Upon opening it, Tanju leaned in and whispered, "Miss, a lady has arrived from Luoqing." As Jingji descended the stairs, having completed her grooming, the sun was high in the sky, casting a bright, warm light that danced in her eyes. The jade bracelet on her wrist complemented her fair, delicate skin, while a pair of pearl and purple jade earrings swayed gracefully with her movements. Awaiting her below were several young officials, their backs stiffened to near rigidity, respectfully greeting her with Mississippi. Approaching the front hall, she spotted a lady seated on the sofa, accompanied by a similarly aged young official, while her own official, Chu Xian, prepared Song Dynasty tea for her. As she drew nearer, she observed the lady sitting upright, as if a ruler. Adorned in silk with intricate tassels and traditional knots, her fair wrists adorned with a deep green jade bracelet. Dangling from her ears were diamond-embedded jade earrings, and her hair was elegantly styled with an imperial green jade hairpin. Exuding a subtle yet refined air of nobility, the lady gazed straight ahead, while the young official beside her glanced up and caught sight of Jingji's approach, prompting him to lean in and murmur something to the lady. She turned her head to regard him, then lifted a teacup from the table, allowing the fragrant steam to rise as she leisurely blew on it. Jingji glanced at the young official Tanju beside her and continued walking forward. Upon hearing her footsteps, the lady turned, and after locking eyes with Jingji, offered a faint smile. The lady appeared to be in her 40s, while it was evident that she was significantly older than Jingji, who was in her 20s. Jingji smoothed her chi-pao and gracefully settled onto the adjacent sofa, smiling gently at the lady. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. May I inquire who you are?" The lady remained silent, but the young official beside her spoke sharply. "Are you implying that our young official failed to inform you of our visitor?" Jingji's smile gradually faded. The young official continued, "Our lady is the wife of the 6th master of the Shun family in Jingluo." Upon hearing the scolding directed at them, Tanju's expression shifted dramatically. She stepped forward, ready to question the young official's meaning. But Jingji raised her hand to stop her. This gesture, though subtle, caused the seated Lady Shun to slightly shift her gaze. Tanju assumed Jingji wished to endure the situation, yet to her surprise, Jingji laughed lightly. Such words. Jingji leaned back on the sofa, the coolness of the morning air filling the hall, and she leisurely adjusted her delicate hand, which was as pale and exquisite as jade. Coldly, she queried, "Having served as a young official for so many years, have you ever personally witnessed one who dared to withhold information regarding a guest from the host?" At her words, the young official beside Lady Shun furrowed his brow in discomfort. Jingji shot a disdainful glance at him, her eyes reflecting a sense of cold indifference. "Speak. Have you ever encountered a young official who neglects to answer the host's inquiries?" The young official quickly glanced at Lady Shun, who calmly took a sip from her teacup. Sensing her composure, he replied, "Naturally, I have encountered such a scenario." Encountered? Jing Ji raised an eyebrow. "Have you seen it in your household? Are your young officials so lacking in decorum?" "Ours, however, adhere to proper etiquette." Jing Ji's gaze bore into the young official's eyes, as if demanding a thorough answer. The young official averted his gaze, seeking solace in Lady Shen's presence. At this moment, Lady Shen set her teacup down. Speaking softly, "Why must we start the day in such an unpleasant manner?" "Beeching, you are being overly sensitive." She cast a sidelong glance at the young official beside her. Beeching nodded slightly, falling silent. "Indeed, you are correct." "My lady," Jing Ji interjected, causing Lady Shun to look up, her brows furrowing in mild confusion. Jing Ji lowered her eyes, raising her well-manicured fingers to the light streaming through the window, nonchalantly stating, "I have yet to encounter a young official who disregards the host's wishes and acts on their own accord. Just moments ago, Tanju was upset by your young official's words, and I intervened to prevent her from confronting you." Jing Ji's words were laden with intention, leaving no doubt as to their underlying meaning. She insinuated that Lady Shun was merely playing the role of a benevolent figure, yet it was her own young official who had dared to utter such words without her consent. Lady Shen clearly grasped the implications, fixing her gaze on Jing Ji, her eyes flashing with a barely perceptible sharpness. "You, young lady, have quite the sharp tongue, but ultimately, you are still young and rather immature," Lady Shen remarked, her tone lacking anger. Jing Ji tilted her head slightly, a smile playing on her lips as she appraised Lady Shun. "If you have had your fill of this charade, please feel free to tell your junior what your purpose for visiting is." With that, Jing Ji lifted the prepared tea from the table and took a sip. Lady Shen chuckled, glancing at Beeching, who steadied her hand. "I have come to visit on behalf of the mother of the 9th young master of the Fu family." "As we are quite close," Lady Shen stated, her words suggesting that her visit was merely a courtesy on behalf of Fu Jingxi's mother. Understanding the significance of the situation, Jing Ji suddenly rose and took a seat beside Lady Shun, who instinctively shifted away, her expression one of confusion. Jing Ji angled her body slightly toward Lady Shun, resting her elbow on the sofa and propping her chin on her hand. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting warmth. "Do you find me beautiful?" The question took Lady Shen aback, her face reflecting disbelief as she laughed incredulously. "What do you mean by that?" Jing Ji feigned curiosity, responding, "Surely you are aware that I am merely the mistress of Mr. Fu, and as a mistress, beauty is paramount," she continued. "You are quite right in saying I am immature and capricious. I have never aspired to be composed and reserved, nor has Mr. Fu ever wished for me to change. He is fond of my appearance, and furthermore—" "What else?" Lady Shun inquired, a hint of intrigue in her tone. "Additionally, my curvaceous and elongated figure," Jing Ji said, deliberately lowering her gaze as if shy. Lady Shun felt overwhelmed. She had never encountered a girl so unabashed in her speech. Shaking her head, she seemed to communicate her disapproval of Jing Ji's demeanor. Enraged, Lady Shen stood up and exclaimed, "You are indeed beautiful. One of the few stunning young ladies I have encountered. It is truly remarkable that the 9th young master has taken a liking to you." Jing Ji cast a flirtatious glance at Lady Shun, a look that pushed her over the edge. Beeching hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "Return to Luocheng," Lady Shen commanded. "Very well," Tanju replied, moving to approach Lady Shun. "No need." Lady Shun waved her hand dismissively. Just then, a bright, cheerful voice rang out. "Mimi, shall we go shopping for clothes?" Chapter 42. Mother, 6th Uncle. The agarwood in the stove had burned for barely 2 hours, and the maple tree in the small courtyard was tinged with a rich chestnut hue by the autumn breeze. 3 junior officials in the kitchen were engrossed in studying how to make the mung bean cake that had been sent from Jingluo. That a few days prior, a parcel had arrived from the nobleman's ancestral home in the southern city, which the nobleman claimed was a secret recipe mung bean cake sent by a friend from the northern city. Unaware of her current residence, it had been dispatched to her old home. The nobleman shared the mung bean cake with them for a taste, and they exchanged knowing smiles. It was none other than the secret recipe from the Rong family in Jingluo, although they could not uncover the secret formula. They were eager to experiment since the nobleman relished it. Early in the morning, they began their preparations. The junior official, Lao Su, was diligently carrying the recipe transcribed from ancient texts towards the kitchen. As she passed through the small front courtyard, She spotted the young lady of the Fu family alighting from a carriage, her spirits high as she dashed towards the front hall, eagerly announcing her desire to accompany the nobleman for a shopping spree to buy clothes. "I have been saving pocket money for 2 months." The sound of Fu Xiaowe's bright and melodious voice echoed from the front hall. Jingxi observed with indifference the figure of Madame Shenlu, who had come to stir trouble, as she exited the front hall. Upon hearing the commotion, a flicker of brightness crossed her eyes. "Xiaowe has arrived?" Just as Jingxi's words fell, Fu Xiaowe rushed in, only to freeze in her tracks, her smile abruptly fading. Jingxi rose gracefully, smoothing the fabric of her qipao. The pearls and purple jade adorning her ears shimmered as she moved, accentuating her allure. She took a couple of steps forward to greet Fu Xiaowe, but just as she approached Madame Shenlu, she overheard Fu Xiaowe unleashing a torrent of invective at her. "Have you lost your mind? What are you doing here? Goodness, are you here to provoke me? What is the meaning of this?" Jingxi's elegant brows arched slightly in intrigue, her fox-like eyes glinting with curiosity as she glanced from the furious Fu Xiaowe to the stunned Madame Shenlu. Discreetly, she summoned Tanju to her side. Fu Xiaowe rolled her eyes in exasperation at Madame Shenlu, discarding her Chanel bag onto the ground. A junior official hastily retrieved it, while Fu Xiaowe glared at Madame Shenlu, exuding an aura of defiance, hands on her hips as if ready to brawl at any moment. Jingxi was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such a fierce side of Fu Xiaowe. At that moment, Biqing, who was beside Madame Shenlu, interjected, "Miss Yu, my lady only came as per the wishes of the 9th young master's mother to see Miss Jing, with no ill intentions." "She is about to leave now, mother," Fu Xiaowe exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Did my grandmother crawl out of her grave to inform you?" she questioned loudly. Jingxi remained perplexed, while Fu Xiaowe scoffed. "Are you referring to that old woman? Goodness, she claims to be my little uncle's mother." Shaking her head in derision, Fu Xiaowe disregarded the decorum expected of a Fu family daughter, reaching for her bag from the junior official with indignation. "I am calling my little uncle right now." The junior official quickly fished out a phone from Fu Xiaowe's bag and handed it to her. Without a hint of jest, Fu Xiaowe directed a steely gaze at Madame Shenlu. Unlocking her phone to make the call, Jingxi observed as Madame Shenlu nervously gripped Biqing's hand, her composure from earlier completely unraveled. Biqing hurriedly addressed Fu Xiaowe. "Miss Yu, please do not be angry. We mean no harm, truly no harm." "Then why are you here?" Fu Xiaowe retorted, turning to Jingxi. "Mimi, did they come to pick a fight with you?" Upon hearing this, Biqing and Madame Shenlu turned to Jingxi, their eyes filled with concern and pleading. Understanding their unspoken intentions, Jingxi offered Madame Shenlu a reassuring smile. Not at all surprised by Jingxi's unexpected defense, Biqing and Madame Shenlu exchanged glances, gratitude dawning in their expressions. "They didn't make things difficult for me. They even praised me for being naive and delicate." Jingxi's soft voice carried a hint of mischief, causing the expressions of Madame Shenlu and Biqing to darken. "I knew it. You came here to stir trouble." Fu Xiaowe pointed accusingly at Madame Shenlu, and in the next moment, she lowered her head to dial. The call connected almost immediately. "Hello, little uncle," she began. Upon hearing this, Madame Shenlu, disregarding Jingxi's gaze, swiftly pulled Biqing and exited in haste mid-conversation. Fu Xiaowe, noticing Madame Shenlu's departure, hurled her bag in frustration, though it missed its target and instead struck the front of an oncoming car. Realizing whose car it was, Fu Xiaowe's mouth fell agape in shock. "They even used my grandmother's name, claiming your mother sent them? I'm furious. Anyway, little uncle, I have a bit of business to attend to, so I'll talk to you later." After hanging up, Fu Xiaowe dashed towards Jingxi, taking refuge behind her. Perplexed, Jingxi allowed the unfolding drama to continue, only to soon recognize the figure emerging from the car, none other than the long-absent Shen Yanji. Today's events were nothing short of a spectacle, as Madame Shenlu, a mistress supported by Fu Jingxi, unexpectedly sought confrontation. After provoking Shenlu, she encountered Fu Xiaowe, who, as Fu Jingxi's niece, harbored an inexplicable hostility towards Madame Shenlu, while also revealing the absence of Fu Jingxi's biological mother. To add to the intrigue, Shen Yanji, who had not been seen in ages, had suddenly arrived. After stepping out of the car, he cast a glance at the departing figure of Madame Shenlu and exchanged a few words with the junior official before bending down to pick up the fallen bag. "Miss Jing, long time no see, Mr. Shan." It's been a while that I didn't expect to see you here, Jingji replied, offering a gentle smile. Shen Yinji approached her, his demeanor still warm and inviting. However, upon noticing Fu Xiaoyue hiding behind Jingji, the warmth in his eyes gradually faded. Fu Xiaoyue, have you lost all semblance of a Fu family daughter? Under the intensity of Shen Yinji's gaze, Fu Xiaoyue stepped forward, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Sixth uncle, it's been so long. What brings you here? Chapter 43. Concerning the Fu family, Shen Yinji took a step forward, pulling Fu Xiaoyue out from behind Jingji, his voice cold as he chided. If I don't come, who will clean up the mess you've made at school? He thrust her bag into her arms, admonishing, hold on to your belongings. If you keep tossing them around, they'll end up in flames. Understood, Fu Xiaoyue muttered in resignation, clutching her bag. Jingji, bewildered by the unfolding scene, suggested, why don't we step inside and talk? Once seated in the front hall, Shen Yinji presented a list of grievances. Tapping the table for emphasis, Jingji caught a glimpse of the document, which bore the damning line. Verbally abused the instructor, destroyed the instructor's coat, and left behind a debt of 30,000 yuan. Jingji covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shen Yinji cast a brief glance at Fu Xiaoyue and stated, your father has decreed that your monthly allowance will be halved. Why? The question was not one of inquiry but a furious challenge. Fu Xiaoyue stared at Shen Yinji in disbelief, unable to comprehend. Shen Yinji slid the list of grievances toward her, his gaze warm, yet his tone icy. In half a semester, you've caused 12 incidents. Come, take a look and see if you can recall them. Alas, Fu Xiaoyue wept bitterly, her sobs punctuated by soft coughs, her eyes and nose reddened from her emotional turmoil. In her state of despair, she cared for nothing but the release of her tears. Observing her distress, Shen Yinji sighed, his tone softening as he spoke. Enough now, cease your crying. Your sixth uncle will surely indulge your wishes. It is you who brought forth this sorrowful news. The heiress of a financial empire had never envisioned experiencing the harsh realities of society, yet she found herself confronting the treacheries that her family legacy imposed upon her daily. All she desired was to saunter through the streets in search of new garments, to champion righteousness, to lend a hand to those in need, and to express her fiery temper with candor. After Xiaowei had wept to exhaustion, Jingji gently persuaded her to rest upstairs. Once downstairs, Jingji settled onto the sofa and engaged Shen Yinji in conversation. Miss Jing, how fares your relationship with Fu Jut? Shen Yinji inquired, maintaining his ever-gentle demeanor. Jingji responded with a smile. Quite well, indeed. By the way, did you come specifically to seek out Xiaoyue? Shen Yinji replied nonchalantly. I visited her villa, but she was not present. Upon inquiring with Xiao Guan, I learned she had come here, thus I followed. Jingji nodded in understanding, glancing towards the room where Xiaoyue rested. Has Xiaoyue always possessed such charm? Shen Yinji smiled lightly. Indeed, she has always been this way. It is my fault. I indulged her temperament in the past, leading to her current disposition. Indulged? Jingji mused. Yes, she has been by my side for 6 years. Jingji regarded the tea on the table. You refer to the 6 years since she was sent to the Shen family, correct? A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Yinji's eyes, yet he soon chuckled. It seems Xiaoyue holds great trust in you. Jingji offered a composed smile, neither confirming nor denying. This matter stemmed from a heartfelt midnight conversation between Fu Xiaoyue and Jingji, wherein Xiaoyue expressed her envy for Jingji's warm familial bonds. Since the age of 12, she had been sent to the Shun household. The enduring legacy of the 4 prominent families rested on their vast foundations and their strategic alliances through marriage. Over generations of intermarriage, to avoid inbreeding, the families would carefully select suitable partners from other esteemed lineages. Such illustrious households seldom sought alliances with those of common lineage. Furthermore, due to the numerous offspring within these families, a practice emerged decades ago where select children would be sent to other families for upbringing, serving as hostages in exchange for care. This arrangement, though seemingly absurd, resembled the Grandview Garden of Dream of the Red Chamber, where scions from various families would coexist, sharing meals and leisure, yet scattering in times of obligation. For Fu Xiaoyue, both the Fu and Shun families felt like home. Occasionally, when she returned to Jingluo and wished to avoid the royal residence of the Fu family, she would take refuge in the Shun household, charming the elders for pocket money when in high spirits, and occasionally causing mischief when in a foul mood, after inadvertently damaging a treasured item belonging to the Shun elders. She faced repercussions at times, though there were instances where her endearing demeanor spared her from punishment. Children like her were numerous across the four prominent families. At noon, Shen Yinji departed due to other commitments, and Jing Ji ascended the staircase afterward. She inquired of Xiao Guan, who lingered by the door. "Has your young lady awakened?" Xiao Guan replied, "She is awake, but she refuses to allow anyone in." Jing Ji nodded. "Then I shall wait outside." As she stood to the side, a voice tinged with tears emerged from within. Jing, please come in." Jing Ji raised her gaze to the door and replied, "All right." Upon entering, she found Fu Jiahua perched on her bed, her posture curled as she sat with a lingering sadness, though her tears had ceased. Jing Ji settled beside her, drawing the blanket over Jiahua's abdomen. "Your sixth uncle has departed," she remarked. Fu Jiahua pouted, adopting an air of indifference. "Jiahua, do you refer to Shen Yinji as your sixth uncle due to his position among the younger generation of the Shen family?" Jing Ji softly inquired. Fu Jiahua nodded and then shook her head, explaining, "There are simply too many offspring in the family. I have scarcely met many uncles and aunts. Besides, the family is not composed solely of Shen descendants. It is a chaotic mix. I address them as instructed by the elders." Jing Ji nodded in partial understanding. "And what of your little uncle? Is he the ninth in the Fu family?" Fu Jiahua wiped her tears, responding earnestly, "That is somewhat accurate, though not entirely." She pondered aloud. "Actually, my little uncle ranks 11th. How curious," Jing Ji remarked with intrigue. "Then why does everyone refer to him as Fu Jui? And your grandmother had over a dozen children?" Fu Jiahua's attention shifted to Jing Ji's questions, momentarily forgetting her previous grievances. She sniffled, gesturing with her right hand. "This tale begins with my great-grandmother, who longed for a daughter in her youth, but bore 4 sons instead. Their births occurred within the royal residence, thus determining their rankings from the outset. My little uncle is referred to as Fu Jui because he ranks 9th. I see," Jing Ji mused. "But you mentioned that your little uncle is actually 11th. How does that come to pass?" Fu Jiahua drew Jing Ji closer, explaining calmly, "My grandfather was previously married before wedlock to my grandmother. The first marriage, well, it cannot truly be called a marriage. My grandmother bore him 2 children in her youth, both of whom tragically passed away, and soon after, she herself died. My great-grandmother vehemently opposed her entry into the family. Hence my 2 deceased uncles were never recognized as members of the Fu lineage." Jing Ji gasped softly at the revelation of such unrecognized heirs within a prominent family. "Subsequently, my grandfather married my grandmother. My father is his first child, ranking 5th among his generation, while my little uncle is the second, ranking 9th. Then came my 3rd and 4th aunts. However, my grandmother passed away early, and my grandfather remarried." As Fu Jiahua spoke, her expression soured. "You can likely surmise that I harbor no fondness for my grandfather's new wife." She fidgeted with the bedding, seemingly venting her frustrations. "Indeed, it is quite apparent that you do not favor her," Jing Ji acknowledged. "This is also why I refer to my little uncle as simply that. I do not acknowledge the children she bore with my grandfather as my uncles and aunts." Fu Jiahua's disdain was evident, while Jing Ji remained unaware of the complexities underlying these familial dynamics. She comprehended that they reflected the intricate entanglements of affluent households. That a shadow of melancholy deepened in her gaze. "Miss, the gentleman's call," came the voice of Tan Zhu from outside the door. Jing Ji glanced up, perplexed. What could Fu Jingxi want at this moment? Chapter 44. His mood is dismal. He wishes to seek her in Shun City as Fu Jingxi requested the surveillance footage to be retrieved. The call he had just answered revealed his half-brother kneeling in a private room, polishing another man's shoes. In the elegant and opulent office, he lounged on the sofa, while his father's new wife stood opposite him. Her hair was elegantly styled with an imperial green hairpin, and she donned a newly made song brocade gown, adorned with exquisite jewelry upon her neck, ears, and wrists. Though in her 40s, she retained an alluring grace. Her figure exquisite, her face devoid of any visible wrinkles. Yet, upon witnessing her son in such a humiliating position on the screen, her eyes reddened, her nails digging into her palm. "Hello, Mr. Fu?" The sweet voice of Jing Ji resonated through the phone. And Fu Jingxi, despite his earlier agitation, found solace in her tone. "I heard that someone from the Shun family visited you." His voice was heavy as he sipped the tea prepared on the table. Jing Ji replied with a light chuckle. "I sent them away in anger." Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow, his demeanor unhurried as he urged, "Do elaborate. How did you offend them?" as Jingji gracefully descended the staircase. She recounted her encounter with Mrs. Shun that had incited her ire. Upon finishing, she added, "The moment I learned they were from the Shin family, I thought to myself that I am not your legitimate wife. So there is no need to fear offending them, as long as you indulge me. I fear neither heaven nor earth." She was merely Fu Jingxi's mistress, and thus felt no obligation to endure grievances on his behalf. Behind her facade of weakness lay a clear mind. That Fu Jingxi's lips curled into a slight smile as he queried, "Such a honey-tongued vixen, have you never contemplated winning my favor to become my wife? That is a matter for the future. Even if I were to consider it now, you would never marry me, would you?" Jingji replied, settling onto the sofa. "Is this your way of implying something to me?" The voice on the phone was as sweet and enticing as if conversing directly with Fu Jingxi. Though he maintained an impassive demeanor, he was ultimately betrayed by the reactions of his body. Fu Jingxi's throat constricted slightly. He had been attentively gazing at the screen, but at that moment he found his focus diverted by Jingji's words, inexplicably lowering his gaze to the teacup still swirling with fragrant tea smoke. "You wish to see me transform into a woman devoid of integrity and filled with cunning, merely to marry into the Fu family as your wife." Fu Jingxi raised his eyes towards the screen. Though he had little desire to observe its contents, a longing to smoke creeping over him. Where was his cigarette? He cast a sidelong glance at Julian. Julian froze for a moment. Suddenly realizing, he promptly retrieved a prepared cigarette from his pocket. The matte texture of the lighter subdued his restless thoughts. As the white cigarette ignited, a spark flared up, clenching it between his fingers. The agitation in his eyes was somewhat quelled, his demeanor remaining as elegantly poised as ever. "If you find this amusing, I can certainly put on a performance for you." Fu Jingxi exhaled a ring of smoke, his expression indifferent as he unreservedly uttered 3 words. "No time to watch." After the call ended, Fu Jingxi turned his gaze to the woman standing nearby, his eyes cold as ice. Wei Shu had been observing how her youngest son had sunk to a despicable state. Akin to a dog, after enduring so many years in the Fu family, she had finally reached this point. She remembered when performers came to the Wang residence to sing, and those sisters-in-law of higher birth had the privilege of sitting with the matriarch to enjoy the performances, while she had toiled for years, only recently gaining the right to do so. Furthermore, she recalled how her 2 stepdaughters had looked down upon her, though their attitudes had softened slightly in recent years. Yet, in front of this stepson, she would forever lack even the right to sit. He even forced her to witness how debased her son had become. "Mo is at least your brother." Wei Shu trembled as she reminded him that Fu Jingxi remained unmoved. His gaze coldly fixed on the screen, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, his tone devoid of warmth. "A dog is a dog. How can I concern myself with him?" His deep voice resembled a knife twisting through the heart, slowly torturing the soul. Concern for him? Wei Shu was on the verge of collapse as she watched her son. Like a lapdog, kneeling on the ground, begging those men for approval with money in his mouth, her eyes filled with hatred as she shouted, "You are the one who made him this way." The office echoed with the furious cries of this madwoman, causing Fu Jingxi to furrow his brow slightly, suppressing a murderous intent. A born wretch, even if pampered, remains a wretch. Fu Jingxi sat there, unwavering, embodying the very essence of innate nobility. Born in the Rongning Wang residence near the imperial palace of Jingluo, his mother was a daughter of the renowned Song family, an exquisite lineage that drew congratulations from noble families across the north and south upon his birth. In his youth, he entered the business world ahead of his peers, and through keen insight and adeptness, he propelled the Fu family's Taiping Haina Group to new heights of international success. With enterprises spanning the globe, before reaching 30, he was already hailed as the tycoon among tycoons. At the pinnacle of capital, money had long ceased to be mere currency for him. Power was simply a matter of claiming what he desired. She, Wei Shu, a mere commoner, bore a son whose very essence reeked of lowliness. He is not a wretch. He was also born in the Rongning Wang residence. Wei Shu shouted passionately. Is that so? Then why does he rush to fetch a bone when I throw it? Like a dog? Fu Jingxi replied nonchalantly, the corners of his mouth curling in a devilish smirk. In the north and south cities, it is well known that Fu Jui's ruthlessness is nothing short of terrifying. He excels in exploiting the deepest vulnerabilities of a person, attacking them mercilessly. To provoke him is akin to awakening the most dreadful hell within oneself. A mere mortal, how could one not be wary? Wei Shu, having been impoverished, frantically adorned herself each day. striving to present herself as a noblewoman, craving jewels and fineries to shed her own lowliness. Fu Jingxi's gaze pierced through her faade, awakening the most disgraceful aspects of her youngest son, forcing her to witness his gradual descent into wretchedness. What would your father say if he saw this? Have you ever considered? Wei Shu's jade earrings flew off, her hair disheveled. If one were unaware of her previously dignified demeanor, they might mistake her for a resentful noblewoman. Fu Jingxi cast a cold laugh, lowering his gaze. At that moment, the office door swung open. Entering was none other than Fu Jingxi's father, Fu Zichen, as mentioned by Wei Shu. Upon hearing the commotion, Fu Jingxi glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man being wheeled in. Zichen, please save our child," Wei Shu cried, collapsing at Fu Zichen's feet. Fu Jingxi bore a striking resemblance to his father, yet those who had seen his mother often remarked that he resembled her even more. His eyes, exceptionally beautiful, radiated warmth, as if illuminating the world around him. Yet, he could no longer recall when his son's gaze had become so frigid. He glanced at the scene displayed on the screen. Even he, typically unperturbed, felt a slight furrow in his brow at the sight. Fu Jingxi wore a gentlemanly smile prepared for his father, but the mockery in his eyes was unmistakable. Enough venting, that should suffice. Fu Zichen's deep voice resonated. He regarded Fu Jingxi with a cold stare, as if negotiating with a demon. "Father, you always possess a remarkable perspective." Fu Jingxi smiled graciously, his long fingers tapping lightly on his crossed legs. He glanced at Julian, who nodded in acknowledgement, instructing someone to turn off the projection. Wei Shu was in utter disarray, and Fu Zichen glanced at the young officials nearby, who promptly began to escort her out. Just as Fu Jingxi had stated, his perspective was a product of coercion. Years ago, when his legs were not as they were now, during a conversation, he discovered his son's wolfish ambition and the aspects that incited dread. He had intended to control it, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Fu Jingxi stood beside him, calm yet terrifying, stating, "Father, do you know, for someone exceptionally gifted, earning money to my extent has become quite mundane. Once I conclude my current undertakings, I believe I shall seek something more intriguing to do. For instance, destroying you." Time passed, and Fu Zichen sometimes reflected on how his son seemed to be the finest specimen in existence. Yet he struggled to comprehend why he had nurtured such a fine seed into a corrupted one. The sound of the cigarette igniting pierced the air. As the cries subsided, Fu Jingxi, cigarette in hand, strolled leisurely to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the entirety of Jingluo. "Your birthday is approaching. Do you desire anything?" Fu Zichen observed Fu Jingxi's silhouette with a calm demeanor. Fu Jingxi was not surprised that his father remembered his birthday. After all, weak and inept individuals often seek to please others, starting from the depths of their hearts. The father, who was so busy that he rarely saw his son, only to be witnessed by him during his mother's funeral, engaging in lewd acts with another woman. Such a father remembering his son's birthday would surely evoke much sentiment. Even a demon might feel touched. With his hands tucked in his suit pocket, Fu Jingxi exhaled a smoke ring, stating indifferently, "What I desire has long ceased to exist." Fu Zichen averted his gaze, instructing the young officials beside him to assist him out. After a long pause, Fu Jingxi extinguished his cigarette. His mood was exceedingly poor. He wished to visit Shuncheng to find her. Chapter 45. Proud as she is. As November approached, Jingji had recently purchased an apartment in the city center of Qingxi Province. Paying in full, the location was quite advantageous, with convenient transportation situated in the most bustling area of the city. Nearby were several prestigious junior high and high schools, with the schools attended by Jingji's two younger sisters located in close proximity. The swift resolution of these matters was aided by Fu Jingxi, who had instructed Julian to arrange assistance for her on the first day of moving in. She spent only a day in her new home before returning to Xincheng. Arriving at Jiangdu Huafu in the afternoon, she found Fu Xiaoyue waiting for her in the front hall. Fu Xiaoyue was a carefree individual, although she had been upset for a day or two due to a reduction in her allowance. She quickly recovered after a few good cries. Xinyanji, too, was not one to be dismissive. When she mentioned buying clothes and jewelry for Fu Xiaoyue, she was sincere. During this period, while Jingji busied herself with matters in Qingxi, Fu Xiaoyue refrained from disturbing her, often dragging Xinyanji along to ask for money to go shopping whenever she had a free moment. Noticing that Fu Xiaoyue was dressed in song brocade, Jing Ji inquired. Have you changed your style? Fu Xiaoyue smiled, responding. I've taken a liking to it recently. Chinese aesthetics are indeed more enduringly beautiful. This statement held merit, since the revival of intangible cultural heritage in recent years. There has been a focus on promoting Chinese aesthetics, supported by policy initiatives, leading to diverse developments in the intangible cultural heritage families of both cities. International magazines like Rui, which specialize in classical jewelry, clothing, and fragrances, have become highly coveted, with many renowned stars vying for the cover of the annual September and October issues. Gong fans, Keisai, Su embroidery, and so forth are all regarded as treasures of high Chinese luxury. Kungfu, Peking opera, Suzhou Ping'an, etc. are all beloved pastimes of the aristocratic youth. They're beautiful. I think I'll have a few customized for myself to wear. Jing Shi Dao, wearing a chi pao for an extended period. It is indeed refreshing to occasionally switch up one's style. Fu Xiaoyu. I knew you would appreciate it. I have a friend from the Su family in Su City. I will reach out to her to assist you. Su City, being adjacent to Shin City, is renowned for its song brocade, particularly from the Su family. Many scions of the Su family frequently reside in Shin City, and the song brocade master known to Fu Xiaoyu happens to be the 16th daughter of the Su family. That afternoon, Su Shilu arrived at their doorstep, and Jing Ji requested Chu Xian to serve her some fine tea. While Su Shilu was measuring Jing Ji's dimensions, Fu Xiaoyu remarked, with your figure being so splendid, how could it be concealed by song brocade? Jing Ji smiled faintly, replying that it was of little concern. As the process unfolded, Jing Ji found much common ground with this 16th daughter of the Su family, and they soon became friends, initially intending to invite her for dinner that evening. Fate intervened when Tanju announced that there was news from Zhuo and Fu Jingxi was to arrive that night, making it inappropriate to keep a guest. Su Shilu was amiable and gentle. Upon hearing this, she graciously accepted Fu Xiaoyu's invitation to visit her instead. That evening, after finishing dinner and resting for a while, Jing Ji early on began her evening routine, donning a silk nightgown and draping a pink feather shawl that trailed the floor. Xiaoguan had prepared some fruits for Jing Ji, who then hurried to the study to practice her calligraphy. Leaving a couple of grapes half-eaten, she recited a poem by Li Bai, Wu Yi Ti, using the slender gold script. Just as she began the first stroke, she mused that despite not having touched a soft brush in many years, her solid foundation allowed her to write quite well when she focused. However, she lost track of time, so engrossed that she did not hear Xiaoguan's announcement of the arrival of the gentleman. The table was strewn with several sheets of her practiced Wu Yi Ti, and as she was engrossed in the line, stopped at the loom, a reminiscence of distant friends, Jing Ji suddenly heard faint footsteps. Upon looking up, she was met with the sight of Fu Jingxi, weary from travel. Their eyes locked, and as Jing Ji held her brush still dripping with ink, she found herself momentarily transfixed, causing a droplet to fall onto the paper below. Setting down her brush, she suppressed her elation and stepped forward. You've arrived? Fu Jingxi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jing Ji, his tailored suit seemingly imbued with the winds of another city. Lian stepped forward to take his coat. No need to stand on ceremony. Understood. Once the attendants departed, Jing Ji shyly approached the desk, taking a step forward, and the man followed suit. Her petite strides allowed Fu Jingxi to close the distance in just a few steps. She was about to speak when the man enveloped her in his embrace. With her back against his chest, separated only by a vest and shirt, she could distinctly feel the solidness of his physique and the overwhelming sense of presence he exuded. Did you miss me? He queried softly. Jing Ji's eyelashes fluttered as she pondered. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Fu Jingxi smiled gently, a low chuckle that made Jing Ji's heart race, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly noticed the rice paper on the desk. Practicing the slender gold script, he inquired, picking up one of her sheets to examine it. After a moment of silence, Jing Ji quickly snatched the paper away, folding it and clutching it tightly in her hands. Reluctant to show me? Fu Jingxi countered. Jing Ji shook her head in denial. I simply think it is not good enough. Fu Jingxi looked puzzled. I think it's quite fine. Jing Ji cast a sideways glance at him. Without further explanation, Fu Jingxi took up the brush and wrote a character on a fresh sheet of rice paper. Jing Ji focused on the character, unconsciously reading it aloud. Ji. Indeed. Fu Jingxi set down the brush. Your slender gold script is beautifully written. Jing Ji gazed at Fu Jingxi with admiration. Therefore, you must believe in my approval. he gently insisted. Jing Ji smiled delightfully. Suddenly, Fu Jingxi seemed to recall something, releasing Jing Ji before moving to the bookshelf. Jing Ji observed him as he opened a lower cabinet and retrieved a scroll. Returning to her side, "Take a look." Fu Jingxi handed the scroll to Jing Ji. Confused, she accepted it and carefully unwrapped it, revealing a traditional Chinese painting. "Whose artwork is this?" "Yours," she inquired. Fu Jingxi casually nodded. Jing Ji was astonished. Surprised, Fu Jingxi regarded her with a hint of pride. "This is a painting I created before I turned 10." Jing Ji was even more astonished. "So, you didn't always prefer the deep, dark colors as you do now?" Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a moment, then lifted it with a calm expression. "What?" Jing Ji slowly placed the painting on the desk, admiring it as she explained. "It's nothing. Really, that I was just noticing that this piece is golden mountain and water, which is quite different from your current black and gold style. Traditional Chinese painting is categorized into three main types: figures, landscapes, and flowers and birds. Within landscape painting, it is further classified by form or color, distinguishing the three types, as well as blue-green landscapes that in this painting. You used stone blue and stone green to depict the mountains and water, accented with gold mud for the outlines, giving it a resplendent golden hue." Fu Jingxi responded lightly, moving behind Jing Ji to take her hand. "Have you studied traditional Chinese painting?" "Yes, I was quite interested in it before." Jing Ji attempted to withdraw her hand, but Fu Jingxi held firm. Her hand felt as soft as a kitten's paw. He gently squeezed her palm and whispered near her ear. "Have you ever learned it?" Jing Ji shook her head. "Such artistry is beyond the reach of ordinary households. I shall teach you," Fu Jingxi said, his gaze lingering on Jing Ji's delicate earlobes. Jing Ji softly protested. "I don't want to. You shall," was his decisive reply. Fu Jingxi stepped closer, taking hold of Jing Ji's hand, his eyes clouded with unspoken thoughts. The study, devoid of air conditioning, felt as warm as a stove. Fu Jingxi lifted Jing Ji effortlessly into his arms, her soft, delicate hands encircling his neck. Hearing the door open behind them, Jing Ji instinctively nestled closer to his chest. Chapter 46, November 16th, edited. The gentleman arrived at 7 in the evening, and by 10 the next morning, the kitchen attendants began preparing lunch after clearing away breakfast, when Tanju brought in clean clothes. Jing Ji was seated in the bathtub, while Fu Jingxi, clad in a bathrobe, accepted the garments. Shortly thereafter, Jing Ji emerged and immediately inquired of Tanju whether lunch was ready. The kitchen staff hastily brought the dishes to the table. It was now past 11, and Jing Ji began her lunch. The first bite was beef, a stark contrast to her usual first bite of vegetables. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you," Fu Jingxi said, his tone unusually gentle. Jing Ji, eating rather quickly, glanced at her clothes to ensure no oil stains had splattered, and upon seeing none, she confidently took another piece of beef to savor. She looked up at him with innocent eyes, mumbling, "I'm hungry." Seeing her like this, Fu Jingxi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he returned his gaze to the wine glass, taking a small sip. After a moment, he stated, "I will be leaving this afternoon." Jing Ji paused, her clear eyes meeting his. "What?" "It's nothing." Jing Ji continued to eat, aware that she had no right to inquire when he would leave or what he would be doing. He was a quintessential benefactor, and she a competent canary. Their occasional flirtations and tenderness were reserved for the late-night hours. When he was cold, he was particularly frigid, like an isolated island, forbidding anyone from approaching. Yet, when he was gentle, he exuded an extraordinary charm, making it seem as though no woman in the world could resist him. Such a person likely played with the hearts of others. In truth, Jing Ji had never considered delving into the depths of his heart. She sensed the multitude of secrets within that abyss, but felt no curiosity to explore them. In the afternoon, Fu Jingxi sat on the sofa, attending to various matters, while Jing Ji remained uncurious. Recently, she had become quite fascinated by the traditional Chinese flower arrangement taught by the floral artist from Jingluo, named Tu Jin, and often observed her work. Tu Jin belonged to the realm of artistic expression, favoring the subtle beauty of flowers over extravagant displays. Presently, the autumn maples were breathtaking, and Tu Jin had combined them with Jiaochan flowers, as if transporting a picturesque landscape into a floral vessel. Jing Ji adored the vibrant, swaying branches, which evoked memories of her childhood. The tranquil summer afternoons amidst overgrown rose bushes, the dazzling sunlight illuminating the verdant expanse. On a whim, she would sometimes attempt to replicate the art herself. Previously, she had shared her daily life in Jiangdu Huafu on a social media platform, which attracted a considerable audience. Once, during a phone call with her family, her sister suddenly asked, "Sister, I saw you on Douyin. Your current residence is beautiful." Jingji chuckled. "That's all a facade that I have many fans, and some organizations rented a nice place for me to film. All to enhance my public image. This is to attract more followers, allowing me to secure advertisements and earn more money for us to live a better life." Jingji had previously been a well-behaved child who never told lies to her family, which fostered a deep trust in her words that in recent days, her video uploads had dwindled, prompting her followers across various platforms to urge her for updates. She, however, found little motivation to check her messages, spending her days either attending classes or lingering in the library, with the occasional visit from Fu Jingxi prolonging her stay at it was only when engaged in activities she cherished that her mind remained untroubled. Thus, when Fu Jingxi embraced her from behind, she was jolted back to reality that "I'm leaving." "Alright." Fu Jingxi gently squeezed Jingji's palm, inhaling the fragrance that lingered about her before slowly releasing her as was customary. Jingji saw Fu Jingxi off, a routine she had executed flawlessly in recent times. As November dawned, Jingji sat in the library engrossed in her reading, while Fu Xiaoyue, for reasons unknown, had suddenly developed a fondness for spending her time there as well, not for studying, but rather to doze off. The weather in Chongqing was peculiar. It was oppressively warm on sunny days and uncomfortably cold when overcast. With a languid demeanor, Fu Xiaoyue remarked to Jingji, "I believe humans also undergo a hibernation phase. I find myself perpetually underrested at this time of year." Jingji, flipping through her book, responded with a soft smile, "Who isn't? I'm only alert while reading. The rest of the time, I too succumb to drowsiness." Fu Xiaoyue yawned and said, "In a while, it's my uncle's birthday, and I need to return to Jingluo." Jingji paused. "Your uncle's birthday? When is it?" "November 16. November 16, Jingji murmured. Her gaze fell upon a page in her book that described something intriguing, piquing her interest. As Christmas approached, numerous tourist attractions both domestically and internationally had surged into the spotlight, igniting fervent discussions across major new media platforms. The rain in Shenzhen rendered the air thick and humid. The weather had been capricious of late, casting a pall over one's spirits. Upon the arrival of a custom-made non-material cultural heritage Song Jin gown, the 16th daughter of the Su family had specifically instructed a messenger to convey a message, inviting Jingji to visit her in Su City should she find herself with free time. Jingji responded affirmatively. Her waist-length inky hair was elegantly styled with a green jade and gold hairpin, and she wore diamond-studded butterfly earrings crafted from the same jade stone. The originally accompanying jade ring had been placed in a Qing Dynasty blue jade inlaid silver jewelry box by Jingji. "Miss, there's a call for you from the gentleman," Tanju's voice chimed in, filled with a tone of delight that uplifted the mood. Jingji noticed Tanju had handed her phone to her, and as she reached out to take it, she inadvertently knocked her jade bracelet against the table edge. She inhaled sharply, checking the bracelet for any damage, relieved to find it intact before accepting the phone. Her fingertips grazed the screen, and her newly done soft jade-hued nails accentuated the delicate appearance of her hands. "Hello? Do you know what just happened?" Jingji answered the call, her heart racing with trepidation. "No. What happened?" came Fu Jingxi's deep, warm voice from the other end. Jingji momentarily froze, realizing her folly. How could Fu Jingxi possibly know what transpired? Yet, to her surprise, he did not chide her for her triviality, but instead responded playfully. Jingji chuckled softly. "I accidentally bumped into the bracelet you gifted me. If I had bought it myself, it wouldn't matter much, but since it was a gift from you, breaking it would be difficult to explain." Fu Jingxi's smile was faint as he leisurely teased. "Why would it be difficult to explain?" "Well," Jingji mused, her gaze lowered, "I fear you might think I don't appreciate it." The new bracelet adorning Jingji's wrist was a stunning imperial green jade piece, acquired by Fu Jingxi's associate at the autumn auction in Rongjia Jingluo for a staggering 360 million. It was her favorite among the jewels he had sent her 3 months prior. Unlike the last one, which had been a wager made during a more intimate moment. When she inquired about the reason for this gift, Fu Jingxi had simply mentioned that his younger sister remarked that women should be supported by jewelry. "If it breaks, we can always get a new one." If it doesn't tea, then it's still there, Fu Jingxi remarked, tapping the ash off his cigarette with a low-voiced, "It's affordable." Jing Ji smiled at those profound words, her eyes sparkling with allure as she gazed into the mirror. By the way, what prompted your call? Fu Jingxi exhaled a puff of smoke. Later, I will send someone to bring you here. Jing Ji discerned a commanding tone in his leisurely speech and refrained from inquiring further. Simply stating, please pick me up at 8 at Hongxi Huafu. I have a dinner meeting there. A bit late, Fu Jingxi replied, his tone casual yet laced with a hint of amusement. I'll have to insist you wear that outfit. Instantly, the image of the outfit he referred to flashed through Jing Ji's mind, her ears warming with embarrassment as she retorted, understood. After hanging up, she handed her phone to Tan Zhu and stood before the mirror, admiring her ensemble and makeup, satisfied with her appearance before saying to Tan Zhu, all set, let us head out. The Ford E350 van traversed the North Shanghai Highway and approached the Bund. The influx of luxury vehicles intensified, and rain began to fall unexpectedly. Upon entering the vicinity of Hongxi Huafu, the classical architecture shimmered with lights, bustling with traffic. The U-shaped Eastern aesthetic complex embraced the international architectural marvels of the Bund, boasting superb feng shui design. Behind this grand expansion project, which united political and capital interests, lay one of the largest yet most discreet financiers, Fu Jingxi, the princely heir of the Jing Circle. Surrounding vehicles gradually slowed, forming a queue as they entered through the side gates of Hongxi Huafu. Among them was a van discreetly carrying a celebrity who had come to attend a dinner, initially intending to alleviate her boredom by gazing out the window as they crawled forward. She was unexpectedly captivated by the scene that unfolded. The imposing vermilion gates of Hongxi Huafu swung open as Tan Zhu reached out from the car window, handing a special jade ring to the security guard at the gatehouse. After a verification process, the gates suddenly opened. As the gates parted, numerous drivers rolled down their windows, and visitors outside the mansion turned their attention to the spectacle, some capturing the moment on their phones, others expressing astonishment and speculation. Wow, it's my first time seeing the grand gates of the inner mansion open. Don't look at me. It's my first visit here, and I have no idea why. What brand is that car? It can't be owned by some capital mogul, can it? A Ford van. A celebrity. I remember the big star Mu Yin was photographed entering through the main gate before. The air was filled with fragmented conversations, but one particular statement drifted in through the slightly opened window, causing Mu Yin, seated inside the vehicle, to withdraw her gaze, her expression troubled. It can't be her. I picked her up 2 weeks ago, and her assistant didn't look like that girl who just reached out the window. That I feel like it really is her. Look, I just captured a video. Although the girl on the right in the back seat blocks most of it, but that profile really seems like her. Look, it resembles her, but definitely isn't her. I noticed her brow ridge isn't as pronounced as we usually see. Could it be the quality of the phone's camera? No way, absolutely not. I also don't think it's her. Although the shot is blurry, it gives off the vibe of a social media influencer. That girl looks remarkably like Mu Yan, and she has nearly 40 million fans. Oh my gosh, it really does look like her. I adore her. She's even more beautiful than the stars. Upon hearing these words, Mu Yin felt a sense of foreboding wash over her as she furrowed her brows, witnessing the van enter through the prestigious main gate of the inner mansion. She took out her phone to open Weibo. After attempting to input a Fu Luo, the algorithm produced a social media influencer, a Fu Luo DTGE, boasting over 10 million followers. Her profile picture a split image of the influencer and a cat. As Mu Yin scrolled down, her frown deepened upon seeing the latest post featuring the influencer with the cat. It was no wonder she had been out of touch with new media platforms, for she was unaware of the existence of a rapidly rising influencer who bore a striking resemblance to her, even possessing certain features that surpassed her own. A Fu Luo Dite, the Greek goddess of love and beauty, Mu Yin murmured. She turned her gaze towards the closing gates of Hongxi Huafu, a flicker of anxiety surfacing in her eyes. After all, the only individuals permitted to enter through the main gate of the inner mansion were either political figures or capital magnates involved in the initial expansion. She reminisced about the time she had the opportunity to enter through the main gate, thanks to a well-known figure in the industry. But now, she shook off her thoughts, gazing at the screen where a face resembling her own stared back, pondering whether this influencer had powerful backers or perhaps hailed from a privileged background. As the vehicle entered the inner mansion, envious and speculative glances continued to be cast in Jing Ji's direction. She caught sight of the jade ring Tanju had stowed away. This ring, crafted from sheep-fat white jade, housed a chip-laden storage device suspended within, designed to display identity information upon scanning. With a smile, Jingji addressed Tanju. From now on, let us enter through the side gates. Tanju tucked the jade ring into her bag, intrigued. Miss, did the gentleman provide you with the ring for convenience? Do you find it too ostentatious? Indeed, Jingji mused, lowering her gaze in contemplation. It does seem a bit showy. Tanju, with a gentle smile, advised, but if you enter through the side gates, you'll have to wait in line. As we've planned a dinner today, queuing could delay your time. Jingji lifted her gaze to meet Tanju's eyes, uncertain of what to articulate. Tanju was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in her mind and understood them well. Nonetheless, she gently advised, you must adapt to this, for Sir favors you, and there lies an even greater wealth and splendor awaiting you. When one member of the family ascends to prosperity, the entire household follows suit. Having relied on Fu Jingxi for a considerable time, Jingji comprehended the implications of Tanju's words. Your perspective is not without merit, yet I do not embody the ideals of truth. Goodness and beauty, Jingji replied with a subdued tone. Tanju shared a knowing smile. However, a woman must possess the spirit of assertiveness. An evening rain had left Jingji feeling a chill as she entered the vehicle. She turned slightly, coughed delicately, and spoke with a voice as faint as a whisper. Tanju hesitated for a moment, pondering the essence of assertiveness possessed by a monarch, the wisdom of a sage, and the strategy of a warrior. Jingji rested her left hand on the armrest of the car seat, then leisurely extended her index finger to gently massage her temples. Indeed, even the roots must be nurtured for the tree to flourish. The source must be filled for the stream to flow abundantly. Tanju regarded Jingji with a contemplative expression, finding the sentiment familiar, reminiscent of Wei Zheng's admonishments to Emperor Taizong. Jingji's eyes sparkled with surprise. You have read that piece? Indeed, I have, and I even memorized it. To be a high-ranking official, one must possess a wealth of knowledge. One must not only be a secretary and a steward, but also a strategist. Tanju remarked with a sense of admiration. Jingji was aware that Tanju had completed her graduate studies, yet she was taken aback by the depth of her understanding, stirring within her a sense of respect. However, as Tanju was a few years older than Jingji, it was she who felt admiration for Jingji. At just over 20, she was already cognizant of the spirit of assertiveness. This insight suggested that, even as a mistress to the crown prince, she would undoubtedly become a woman capable of stirring up great tides in the future. As the car entered the VIP parking area, a Rolls-Royce glided past them. Jingji withdrew her gaze from the window, sat up straight with deliberate grace, and glanced at her phone, which had just illuminated with a notification that a message from Yuan Lingxi appeared. Mimi. I'm slowly making my way into the Huafu. Have you arrived yet? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Jingji's heart raced, and her phone slipped from her grasp, landing by her feet. Tanju bent down to retrieve it. But as she handed it back, Jingji instinctively grasped Tanju's arm. Miss, are you all right? Tanju inquired, her expression tinged with concern as she assessed Jingji's reaction. After a few moments of rapid heartbeat, Jingji gradually released her grip, her voice slightly trembling. What just happened? Tanju returned the phone to Jingji and glanced back toward the rear of the vehicle, revealing that the Rolls-Royce they had just passed had been involved in a collision. Jingji turned her head with a grave demeanor to witness the aftermath. The luxurious vehicle had been struck by a Panamera. Moments later, a stunning woman, bedecked in sunglasses with meticulously styled hair and a graceful figure, emerged from the Panamera. The beautiful woman approached the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, and with a swift kick, she struck the vehicle. With a resounding thud, the window slowly descended, allowing Jingji to catch a glimpse of a man in a suit, his face obscured by the woman's waist. The striking woman placed her hands on her hips and scolded the man inside with a melodious yet furious voice. Let me tell you, this is far from sufficient for my satisfaction. After her tirade, she turned on her heel and departed just as Jingji's car made a turn into the parking area. Unfortunately, she did not catch sight of which young master had incurred the wrath of that spirited young lady. Once the vehicle came to a stop in the VIP parking space, Jingji exited gracefully in her high heels, her fair, elongated legs emerging from the slit of her song brocade skirt. Regrettably, the exquisite fabric concealed her voluptuous curves, leaving only an air of noble elegance. Jingji accepted her phone from Tanju, opened the unsent message, and with her slightly long manicured nails hindering her typing, she tapped the screen twice before sending it. I am in the parking lot. I will head to the private room to await your arrival. A response came promptly. All right. Jing Ji switched off her phone, wary of further notifications, and chose not to hand it over to Tanzhu. As she approached a set of stairs, Tanzhu extended her hand, and Jing Ji instinctively placed her arm on Tanzhu's, slightly lifting her skirt as she took a small step. In front of the elevator stood a girl adorned in a fashionable outfit, who smiled warmly upon seeing Jing Ji. Jing Ji returned the smile, and as the elevator doors opened, she entered alongside the young lady. This was the underground parking garage. Jing Ji needed to reach the first floor of the inner Huafu, from which she would enter the Hongxi Huafu Pingming Grandview Garden, and then proceed to the Qingping Tiao restaurant. Upon exiting the elevator, Jing Ji stepped out, and the young lady followed suit, calling out to her. Are you Aphrodite? The young lady asked tentatively, her eyes shining with anticipation. Jing Ji paused for a second, then nodded. The young lady gasped in delight, her excitement palpable as she inquired, May I take a photo with you? You are even more beautiful in person than online. Glancing at the young lady's already opened phone for selfies, Jing Ji replied, Of course. The young lady squealed with joy and bounded over to Jing Ji's side, ready to snap a picture, just as they captured 2 photos. Jing Ji's phone indicated an incoming call. She turned to the young lady with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I have a friend calling. She is urging me to answer. That's all right, the young lady replied. Closing her selfie app, thank you. Jing Ji offered a faint smile before making her way with Tanzhu towards the Pingming Grandview Garden. The inner Huafu of Hongxi Huafu stands as the grandest and most aesthetically pleasing representation of Eastern beauty amidst the architectural marvels of the Bund. It evokes the elegance of Bianjing from the Song dynasty and the grandeur of Chang'an from the Tang era, adorned with gold and jade, captivating the eye with its opulence, due to the fusion of politics and capital. This expansion primarily replicates classical Chinese architecture that a mere 5-minute walk from the elevator leads to the Lianghe Small Stone Bridge, connecting directly to the entrance of the Pingming Grandview Garden. Upon arriving at the garden's entrance, attendants dressed in Song-style Hanfu greeted them, and entering the Grandview Garden felt akin to stepping into a classical garden, replete with kunku opera performances and Suzhou Pingtan. Tanzhu produced the reservation details, and the attendant guided them to the Qingping Tiao restaurant. 5 minutes later, Jing Ji settled into a private room on the 5th floor of the Qingping Tiao restaurant, where Tanzhu quietly informed her that it was already 5:23. After making a phone call, Wan Lingxi arrived within 10 minutes. As soon as she entered, Jing Ji stood up with a smile to greet her. It has been a while. You've become even more beautiful, Wan Lingxi exclaimed joyfully, gently pinching Jing Ji's cheek. Jing Ji beamed and ushered Wan Lingxi to the seat of honor while Tanzhu stood by, discreetly signaling to the attendant that they could begin serving the dishes. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jing Ji took the handkerchief from Tanzhu and dabbed at her lips. Wan Lingxi observed the handkerchief with curiosity and, upon closer inspection, asked uncertainly, Is that a Jiaxia dyed Beijing embroidery handkerchief? Jing Ji smiled faintly. Indeed. Do you also follow intangible cultural heritage? Wan Lingxi replied. Intangible cultural heritage is all the rage nowadays, an internet celebrity. While I may not have as many fans as you, it's essential to stay attuned to trends. Wan Lingxi's eyes sparkled with delight, her dimples sweetening her smile. Currently, Wan Lingxi boasts over 20 million followers online, making her a prominent internet personality. Though her following pales in comparison to Jing Ji's more than 40 million, it took Wan Lingxi 2 years to reach her current level of fame, while Jing Ji achieved widespread recognition in less than 6 months. Where did you acquire it? Wan Lingxi inquired, puzzled. As far as I know, Jiaxia-dyed fabric is relatively easy to obtain, and you can purchase Beijing embroidery products with sufficient funds. Wan Lingxi shook her head in confusion, but a Jiaxia-dyed Beijing embroidery handkerchief is of national quality. It is not an exaggeration on Wan Lingxi's part. The Jiaxia dyeing technique has gained popularity in recent years, supported by the Song family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families. Likewise, Beijing embroidery has garnered high collectible value, having been selected as a national product and sent abroad by political figures after its integration with the Jiaxia dyeing technique. Such items are rarely available for personal possession, yet Jing Ji nonchalantly used it to remove her lipstick that it was sent by Mr. Fu. Jing Ji replied indifferently, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. After wiping away her lipstick, Tanju reached for the handkerchief, placing it into her bag. Wan Lingxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Didn't you say he has no feelings for you? I think he treats you exceptionally well. In their usual conversations, whenever the topic of Fu Jingxi arose, Jingji would refer to him as that cunning old man. He holds great power and wealth, which for me, represents an abundance of riches. Yet to him, it is merely a trivial offering that it does not necessarily indicate feelings towards me. Jingji spoke calmly, pouring a glass of red wine for Wan Lingxi from the attendant's tray. Wan Lingxi felt both delighted and surprised that Jingji would personally pour her wine. Thank you. I didn't expect you to do something like this for me. What is so special about it? Just a few months ago, I was serving wine to young masters and young ladies. If it weren't for your company back then, I wouldn't know how I would have managed. Jingji chuckled lightly. Wan Lingxi recalled the Jingji of that time in Qingxi, who was much the same as now. Beautiful, charming, and gentle, with a vitality that seemed to rise from the depths of despair. What a coincidence. Isn't it? The wheels of fate began to turn with a glass of red wine, intertwining your destiny with that of Mr. Fu. Then, Wan Lingxi's hand gracefully swept across the table before Jingji, as if inviting one to admire a flawless masterpiece. From the dragonstone jade hairpin perched in Jingji's tresses to the imperial green bracelet adorning her wrist, and further to the exquisite song brocade ensemble enveloping her form, culminating in the red-soled high heels that graced her feet, it all contributed to the splendor of your present. The dishes laid out upon the table resembled a lavish feast, each plate akin to pearls nestled within their shells. One could discern their opulence merely by glancing at their exquisite presentation. Jingji smiled with composure, delicately gesturing towards a dish of drunken pigeon. You've just undergone surgery, so I've ordered some nourishing dishes for you. Do try this red braised pigeon. Certainly, I shall indulge, you replied as the clock approached 7. Jingji set down her chopsticks after a lengthy conversation with Wan Lingxi, discussing their recent endeavors and future plans. Until Wan Lingxi unexpectedly mentioned someone else. Wan Lingxi displayed a video on her phone, revealing a serene scene within an ancient temple's courtyard. As twilight descended, raindrops cascaded from the eaves, and wisps of smoke curled from the large incense burner at the center, while a compassionate Buddha statue gazed benevolently. With Christmas approaching, the Fu family, with their vast global enterprises, found themselves inundated with meetings, as the offspring of these illustrious families gathered in succession, including Chu Yao, who had accompanied them to the Chengji Temple in Sioux City. After finishing the video, Wan Lingxi scooped another spoonful of the drunken pigeon soup. Indeed, it was not only Christmas. Previous festivals had also seen the 4 prominent families thriving within their respective domains. Each year, their names adorned the rich lists, their status as top-tier financial dynasties attributed to their interdependence, with each family's myriad enterprises intricately intertwined like a web, should they wish to monopolize an industry. It would merely be a matter of time. Consequently, these families maintained close collaborations, engaging in countless meetings, with a cadre of minor officials at their service. Jingji remarked, I plan to visit tonight, and perhaps check in on Chu Yao. You going this evening? Wan Lingxi inquired. It's not a formal affair. Mr. Fu simply sent someone to fetch me, Jingji replied, glancing at her phone, noting the time. 7 o'clock, by 7:30. They concluded their meal, and a server brought tea. Jingji leisurely sipped, rinsing her palate, and Wan Lingxi followed suit. Finally, Jingji signed the bill presented by the server. Seated beside her, Wan Lingxi noticed the total amount highlighted in capital letters, 123,000 yuan, and was taken aback by Jingji's signature, not because it was peculiar, but rather, it was beautifully penned. The Western Han scholar Yang Xiong once stated, writing is the painting of the heart. Thus, those who possess exquisite handwriting are indeed remarkable. Jingji's script bore her unique characteristics. The strokes were as resilient and forceful as slender gold, clean and decisive, yet overall exuded an aura of fluidity. Akin to water, softness encompassed the ability to embrace all like water, while strength resembled gold or earth, capable of conquering the world. After signing, Jingji handed the pen and receipt back to the server, expressing her gratitude, then turned to Wan Lingxi, her eyes twinkling with warmth. He'll send someone to pick me up at 8. I'll arrange for you to come to my place tonight. Wan Lingxi chuckled, shaking her head. How can the host be absent while I go alone? I have an advertisement shoot tomorrow morning. It would be more convenient to stay at a hotel nearby. Very well then, Jingji conceded, rising to hand her phone to Tanju. Lingxi, allow me to escort you. Certainly. Wan Lingxi smiled brightly at Jingzhi. As dusk enveloped the sky, raindrops fell like fireworks, creating rippling water splashes on the ground. The brilliantly lit Pingning Grandview Garden was as resplendent as the Grandview Garden in Dream of the Red Chamber, though it was merely a fragment of the inner Huafu. Reflecting on the entire Hongxi Huafu's Bund architecture, Jingji couldn't help but admire Mr. Fu Jingxi's discerning taste and aesthetic sense, as striking as his captivating visage. In no wonder he toiled like a dog. The world would indeed suffer a significant loss without such a devoted man. After bidding farewell to Wan Lingxi, Jingji made her way to the underground parking garage, where Tanju informed her that Mr. Fu's car was waiting at parking space A09. Jingji instructed the attendant, to return her car to Jiangdu Huafu before proceeding with Tanju to A09, where they entered a Maybach. Just as she was about to get in, a thought struck her, and she turned to Tanju. The gentleman asked me to where. She paused. Mr. Fu Jingxi had requested her to don a specific outfit for their meeting. Should she ask Tanju to fetch it? After a moment of contemplation, Jingji decided, no need. Let us just get in. The evening was hazy, the air cool, and the rain continued to fall. It seemed excessive to require her to wear such attire. Perhaps indulging that dog of a man was not entirely appropriate. Chapter 49. Mr. Fu, please take my phone. It had rained all day beneath Puyin Mountain, and the ground outside Qingji Temple was strewn with red maple leaves, while the offering platform before the Mahavira Hall brimmed with rainwater. After disembarking from the sleek black Maybach Accelero, Jingji spent a moment removing all her jade ornaments. She took off the jade hairpin. Her inky tresses cascaded down like a waterfall, the air infused with the scent of rain mingled with a hint of magnolia. Tanju carefully stowed the imperial green bracelet in her bag and presented Jingji with a small purple sandalwood cloud hairpin. Jingji's satin-like black hair was recoiffed, and as she stepped under Tanju's oil paper umbrella, she offered a faint smile to the attendant leading the way. Thank you for your efforts. You re too kind, Tanju replied. As night deepened, while strolling through the long corridor, a cool breeze accompanied by a gentle drizzle swept past, prompting Jingji to adjust her collar. The low-cut song brocade ensemble crafted for her by Sue Shirley revealed her elegant collarbones, glistening with tiny raindrops, adding an air of mystery. Miss, please walk inside, Tanju urged, her brow slightly furrowed, worried that her mistress might catch a chill in the rain, which would incur the gentleman's displeasure. No need, Jingji replied with a gentle smile. Have you ever visited Qingji Temple? Located in Sioux City, Qingji Temple has become quite popular, especially renowned for its efficacy in granting romantic wishes. Tanju nodded. I attended university in Sioux City and visited every year, though I typically go to the Drum Tower to pray for the god of wealth's blessings. Seeing Tanju's clever smile alleviated some of the melancholy that the drizzling autumn rain had cast upon Jingji's heart. After passing through the ancient corridor of the Medicine Buddha, Jingji walked over stone steps for an indeterminate time until they finally arrived at the secluded Sai-in courtyard. Fortunately, spending ample time in the villa's gym had left her relatively unbriefless as she stepped onto the bluestone steps. Madam, we have arrived, the attendant announced, turning back to Jingji. Thank you, she replied, the tension in her brow easing as a gentle smile graced her lips. You're too kind, the attendant said before bowing slightly and descending. Tanju gazed toward the entrance of the Sai-in courtyard, where the soft glow of lights illuminated the misty rain, revealing a man dressed in formal attire standing beneath the eaves. Miss, Zhuyin is waiting for you, Tanju quietly reminded her. Jingji lifted her gaze. Let us go. Though the courtyard's bluestone paved area was smooth, it had accumulated small puddles from the rain. As Jingji's high heels struck the ground, a tiny splash erupted. Just as she reached the eaves, Tanju folded the oil paper umbrella, and Zhuyin greeted her with a polite smile. The autumn chill and rain are relentless. You've worked hard, Miss Jing. Jingji's slightly flushed nose responded with a subtle remark. It's no trouble at all, it's merely that your young master enjoys toying with people, making it difficult for her. Pondering this, she followed Zhuyin into the Sai-in courtyard. Within Sai-in courtyard, the corridors twisted and turned, with pavilions and courtyards illuminated brilliantly, revealing the verdant woods behind the temple. She had assumed the temple would simply consist of a single courtyard, but as Zhui Yan led her through 3 courtyards, she realized just how extensive Sai and courtyard truly was. Zhui Yan guided her towards the largest meditation room. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, and Jingji glanced up at the darkening sky as if sensing something. When she shifted her gaze, Fu Jingxi's figure came into view at the doorway of the meditation room. Having shed his suit jacket, his tie and black shirt accentuated his form, while the vest lent him an air of gentlemanly composure. Standing tall, he exuded an aura of unblemished nobility. The rain blurred his profile as he tilted his head to light a cigarette. The flame flickering briefly before transforming into a small spark. Jingji's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to fade swiftly. What of charm? In the script of her life, those who love to toy with others are invariably cast as villains. She would not allow herself to harbor even a speck of affection for this grand antagonist. Amidst the sound of rain, the click of her high heels echoed, and as Fu Jingxi released a languid smoke ring, he turned his gaze towards her. Even with a demeanor of indifference, his deep-set eyes, framed by long, dark lashes, exuded a profound allure, especially now. With his Western bone structure and Eastern skin, his gaze appeared particularly piercing under the soft illumination. Not at all, Jingji thought to herself. Clearing her mind of distractions, she focused intently on Fu Jingxi as she approached him. Young master, sir. Zhui Yan and Tanju simultaneously nodded towards Fu Jingxi. Fu Jingxi did not respond, merely casting his gaze downwards to observe Jingji. Even though she wore high heels, he towered over her significantly. As he lowered his gaze, he beheld her porcelain-white, delicate face, where a few rebellious strands of hair curled against her cheek, and tiny raindrops clung to her long, curled eyelashes, enhancing her allure as they shimmered in the light. Yet, the song brocade she wore concealed her voluptuous curves, imbuing her appearance with an air of untouchable elegance that contrasted with her usual cheongsam. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, the scent of wood and ink mingling with a hint of nicotine filling Jingji's senses. The man exuded a compelling aura reminiscent of a majestic mountain, causing Jingji's heart to race. Prompting her to instinctively take a step back, Fu Jingxi's eyes swept over her flustered expression, his voice, low and husky, pressing against her throat. Is it cold? Unbeknownst to her, the pheromone fragrance that only Jingji could perceive slowly wafted into the air. And though his words lacked tenderness, even carrying a hint of chill, the profound emotion in his gaze stirred her imagination. Jingji's eyelashes fluttered, and in a moment of disarray, she gently pushed against Fu Jingxi's wrist with her fingertips. The unexpected contact, soft as tender branches, sent a shiver through him as his palm met hers, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Smoke slipped from his long, jade-like fingers, falling to the ground. The eaves were wide. Despite the torrential downpour outside, not a single drop of water marred where they stood, and the cigarette still lingered on the ground, curling into the air. Jingji's gaze flickered, her brows knitting in feigned reproach as she suddenly stepped forward. Her voice sweetly flowing, "You know it's cold, yet you still want me to come closer." As she drew near, the heat of her breath intertwined with the brisk autumn wind, a dangerous dance of warmth and chill. Where the one who fears first would be the loser, Fu Jingxi's gaze shifted to Jingji's crimson lips. With a playful pout, she gently pressed her fingertip against his chest, through the fabric. The fleeting sensation of his strong chest muscles vanished almost instantly, and Jingji retracted her hand, lifting her skirt as she stepped into the adjacent meditation room. The tingling sensation gradually dissipated. And after a moment of silence, Fu Jingxi raised his hand, signaling Zhui Yan to leave, to which Zhui Yan nodded. Tanju swiftly retrieved Jingji's phone from her bag, hesitating to speak. "Miss, your phone." Fu Jingxi cast a glance at it. "Mr. Fu, please hand me my phone." Jingji's clear voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingxi remained silent, in the elegant and spacious meditation room. Jingji sat at the tea table, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Jingxi as he approached her. "No one dares to command me," Fu Jingxi stated, handing her the phone, his tone relaxed yet low. Jingji accepted the device, a soft laugh escaping her lips. "I know." "What do you know?" Fu Jingxi inquired casually. Seated across from her at the tea table, the warmth enveloped the room, and Zhui Yan had closed the door behind them, making it even cozier, lifting Jingji's spirits which had been dampened by the cold. "I know you're deliberately baiting me." Jingji's fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief. Fu Jingxi's lips curved into a graceful smile, his natural charm creating an irresistible allure that even a fleeting glance could stir one's heart. "Do enlighten me. What bait?" His voice was slow, gradually deepening. "If you get it right, there will be a reward." Perhaps it was the promise of a reward that proved too tempting, for Jingji tightened her grip on the phone, biting her lip as she replied candidly, "The hook you're using to catch me." After all, Jingji was a decade younger than him, in her early 20s, and despite her beguiling charm, she still retained a touch of innocence that appeared rather endearing. Yet, she also had a tendency to overthink. Fu Jingzi let out a faint scoff, uninterested in engaging further. "Do you think I would gradually win your affection due to your special treatment? That once you fall for me, I would toy with your feelings?" Fu Jingzi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jingji, and after a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he remarked, "Continued at where's the fun in that for me?" Jingji poured herself a cup of hot tea from the cup in front of Fu Jingzi, gulping it down in one go, her voice still faintly sweetened with lingering emotions. "I'm so beautiful, young, gentle, and intelligent, yet I feign affection for you, seeking wealth and good looks. If one day I were to fall for you because of your kindness, only for you to abandon me and let me plummet into despair, wouldn't that be precisely what you find amusing?" "Is it amusing?" he mused. "It's passable, but not particularly interesting. Is it not something I do every day?" "Not at all." Fu Jingzi lazily eyed Jingji, his tone flat, then reached out to wipe the corner of her lips. But there could still be a reward. Just like back then, when she had bet with him, even in loss, he had granted her the stake she desired, doubling it, a matter of 620 million in jewelry, a memory that remained etched in her mind. The warmth of his fingertip brushed against her lips, which had just tasted tea, before he withdrew. "What reward?" Jingji asked, her expression radiating innocence. Fu Jingzi felt a strange sensation, akin to a snake biting into his heart, not painful, rather a feeling he found oddly pleasurable. He retracted his hand, pouring himself another cup of warm tea. A sight Jingji had not seen before, him serving himself without anyone else's assistance. "The reward is that you need not wear that outfit." Fu Jingzi took a measured sip of tea. In the phone call prior to their meeting, he had insisted she wear that particular outfit, which she had not. Had she donned her usual cheongsam, he might not have noticed, but today she wore a low-cut song brocade, easily revealing whether she had adhered to his request. Her defiance did not anger him. Rather, he chose to indulge her in playful banter, a rare display of his tolerance and generosity throughout his life. No one else would dare to challenge him in such a manner. Jingji gradually withdrew her smile. "You're a deceiver, a cunning man," she declared, "and this is my punishment for you." Jingji tilted her head, studying Fu Jingzi, her eyes glimmering with a clear, mischievous spark. "What do you mean?" Fu Jingzi raised an eyebrow, patiently awaiting her next words. "It's misty and drizzling outside. You had someone bring me from Shin City to Sioux City. What if I catch a cold?" She pouted, playfully covering her mouth as she coughed lightly, her brows knitting adorably as she glanced at Fu Jingzi, exuding fragility. The smile on Fu Jingzi's lips deepened. He gently set down his teacup, his gaze darkening as he ominously reminded her, "Jing, I only relish punishing others." Jingji sensed the danger in his words, lowering her chin, her eyes sparkling like a little fox spirit, her hand that had been toying with the teacup loosening as she switched topics. "The scenery outside looks lovely. I think I will take a stroll." She flashed a sweet smile, as if there were indeed a beautiful view outside. Rising cautiously to glance at Fu Jingzi, who appeared disinterested in causing a scene, she prepared to dash away in her high heels. The sound of her footsteps echoed until it abruptly ceased. Just as Jingji was swept into Fu Jingzi's arms, he carried her several paces before tossing her onto the intricately carved wooden bed in the bedroom. She struggled to rise, but Fu Jingzi would not allow it. As he lifted her leg to remove her high heels, he suddenly noticed a black mark on the red sole, a remnant of a cigarette burn. "Is it beautiful?" Jingji's large eyes sparkled with excitement. The deep red of her high heels bore a black scorch mark, a result of her deliberately stepping on his cigarette as she leaned closer to him outside. Just gazing at that mark conjured an image of her graceful figure approaching him, charm radiating from her every move. How could it not be beautiful? Fu Jingzi set the shoe down, his gaze obscured in thought. He pinned her beneath him, his enticing scent mingling with an overwhelming force pressing down on Jingji, each breath brushing against her cheek. She immediately quelled her playful spirit, chuckling softly. "Wait." Fu Jingzi gazed intently at Jingji, and then suddenly asked, "Do you believe in Buddhism?" Of course, do you not? Jing Ji countered playfully, gently pushing against Fu Jingxi as if negotiating. Fu Jingxi's eyes bore into hers, and seeing her earnest expression, he diverted his gaze and stood up, sensing she was about to provoke him again. If you don't believe, then why are you wearing a nine-eyed stone bead bracelet on your wrist? Jing Ji sat up on the bed, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Fu Jingxi. Fu Jingxi glanced at the nine-eyed stone bead bracelet on his wrist, disinterested in recalling the auction where he had acquired it. He removed it and placed it on the table without a second glance. Jing Ji blinked in astonishment, recalling that she had once seen a similar bracelet auctioned at over 2 million. But that was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the fact that the countries in the Himalayan region still regarded these beads as heavenly gifts. Exceedingly rare and valuable. If he was uninterested, he should not possess it. It should be left for those who appreciated its worth, like her. Are you interested? Fu Jingxi's gaze swept over Jing Ji, his voice low and somber. Jing Ji blinked a couple of times, responding with an Fu Jingxi picked up the bracelet again, approached Jing Ji, and gently clasped it around her slender wrist before walking over to the window. Retrieving a document that Jing Ji couldn't discern the contents of, and returned to the tea table in the living room. Jing Ji wondered to herself what he was up to. She craned her neck to survey the entire bedroom but, upon failing to find what she sought, peered through the beaded curtain at the side of the door, gazing at Fu Jingxi's silhouette. Mr. Fu, I need some slippers, she called out. Fu Jingxi, lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by Jing Ji's sudden request. Causing him to furrow his brow slightly, he set down what he was holding and got up to fetch a pair of his slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Tossing them in front of Jing Ji with an impassive expression, "You don't know how small my feet are?" she chided, her tone a mix of playful reproach, her gaze unwavering as she stared at Fu Jingxi. He offered no reply, merely turning back to the shoe cabinet to retrieve another pair. Upon seeing Fu Jingxi return with a fresh pair of slippers, Jing Ji's irritation dissipated, and she looked at him with a beaming smile. "Oh, these are just like the slippers I had at Jiangdu Huafu," Jing Ji exclaimed, delighted that they fit her perfectly. With a joyful glint in her eyes, she slipped on the slippers and gazed at Fu Jingxi, teasingly asking, "Did you have another woman over before I arrived? Her feet are the same size as mine, right? Do you have a penchant for beautiful women with this foot size?" A moment of silence ensued. Eventually, Fu Jingxi cracked a slight smile, his gaze lingering on Jing Ji with a profound intensity. The atmosphere was so still that one could almost hear their breaths. Jing Ji fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist. Unable to meet Fu Jingxi's eyes, for reasons unknown, he gently lifted her chin, pressing his lips against hers in a soft kiss. Jing Ji remained still, recognizing that Fu Jingxi's intentions were solely to kiss her, without any ambition for more, and so she responded obediently to his affection. Little did she know, this kiss was imbued with a tenderness that rendered her eyes misty with emotion. Chapter 51. Mr. Fu, have you treated other girls the same way? The man seated in the grand armchair, though in his 30s, bore the visage of one in his 20s, yet his demeanor radiated a maturity that was fitting. His face was chiseled and aristocratic, his skin flawless and as meticulously cared for as jade, a testament to his upbringing in an affluent family, standing at an impressive height of 6'4". Even seated, he commanded attention, adorned in a tailored suit, a black and gold watch, and a silk shirt, complete with a subtly luxurious tie clip. His deep-set eyes possessed a captivating allure, even when absorbed in the documents before him, as if he were reading a love letter penned by an admirer. Yet, should one meet his gaze directly, a sense of trepidation would arise from the cold detachment reflected in his eyes. In truth, before Fu Jingxi exited the room, Jing Ji had harbored concerns that he might lose control, but once the kiss concluded and he left, it was evident he had merely sampled the moment. Jing Ji suddenly perceived that Fu Jingxi was not always the unyielding figure of authority he often portrayed. A silent smile graced her lips as she donned the slippers he had prepared for her and skipped joyfully to the bathroom. Upon entering, her eyes widened at the sight of the wide vanity laden with an array of skincare products, and she gasped, "Goodness, Mr. Fu." With her eyes fluttering, she lowered her hand from her mouth and reached for a serum on the countertop, her expression brimming with disbelief. When Fu Jingxi appeared at the bathroom door, his demeanor was less composed than usual, and the slight urgency in his steps dissipated upon seeing Jing Ji standing before the mirror. "What is it?" he asked, his expression neutral. Jing Ji turned her head, bewildered, and asked, Do you really have magical powers? Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, akin to the warmth of her excitement, and clad in the pink and white bathrobe Fu Jingxi had prepared. She appeared particularly petite, yet not exaggeratedly so in his expansive Jiangdu Huafu villa. Fu Jingxi's calm gaze swept over her, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked leisurely, "What thoughts occupy your little mind?" Jingji, her wide eyes fixed on Fu Jingxi, was filled with wonder and curiosity. "How did you know I would use these?" she inquired. Fu Jingxi cast a fleeting glance at the items in her hand. His voice steady. "I remember after just one look." "Remember after just one look?" Jingji echoed, suddenly turning back to the array of products, her expression incredulous. She conceded that while she seldom needed skincare products, she enjoyed purchasing them, and the collection surely numbered in the dozens. The mere sight of them arranged on the counter was enough to overwhelm her senses. Fu Jingxi remembered them at a glance. She preferred to believe he possessed magical abilities instead, blinking in certainty. Noticing Jingji had no further inquiries, Fu Jingxi withdrew his gaze, preparing to leave, and casually remarked, "Help yourself to the fruit." "Okay." Jingji responded obediently. Scampering to the refrigerator nestled in the bathroom, her delicate hand gently pressed the button of the built-in refrigerator, and as the door swung open, she paused at the wine section before ultimately selecting a platter of cut fruit from the designated area. Her gaze drifted to the dessert section, where she spotted the delectable treats she had previously praised during her stay at Jiangdu Huafu. She pouted in delight, selecting a glass cup filled with golden mooncake before skipping off to enjoy her bath. After her bath, Jingji emerged enveloped in a subtle fragrance reminiscent of magnolia, her complexion radiating a delicate blush. She donned a pair of seasonally appropriate slippers and, without lifting her gaze, called out to the man in the living room. "I need to speak with you in the study." Fu Jingxi's deep voice resonated with a weighty tone. "Oh." Jingji, having changed her slippers, passed by the open study door without entering, instead veering toward the bedroom. After a while, her voice echoed from within, "Where's my nightgown?" Although her tone was raised, it was not jarring, laced with a sweet timbre that hinted at her frustration from searching in vain, tinged with a playful invitation for Fu Jingxi to come to her aid. "Come here," she beckoned, momentarily surprised, as she dragged her feet toward the study. Upon reaching the doorway, she caught a whiff of faint Cuban tobacco. Inside the study, with its darkly embellished bookshelves, Fu Jingxi was seated in the grand armchair. His gaze fixated on the computer screen, a Cuban cigar poised between his fingers, with a glass of brandy resting beside him. Jingji pouted, approaching Fu Jingxi's side but opting not to sit opposite him. Instead, she stood beside him, her brow furrowed in a manner reminiscent of a child confronting a teacher. Fu Jingxi turned his attention from the screen, his hand holding the cigar sliding around Jingji's waist, while his other hand gently nudged her. She naturally leaned into his embrace. "Why did you hide my nightgown in such a hard-to-find place?" Jingji chided playfully. Fu Jingxi flicked the ash from his cigar, his deep eyes locking onto hers. After a moment, he pressed his lips together, indicating he was unprepared to answer. Jingji straightened up, her expression one of feigned indignation as she glared at Fu Jingxi. "You're lying." She puffed her cheeks, feeling unsatisfied and repeating, "You're a big liar." Fu Jingxi remained unfazed, taking a leisurely puff from his cigar and exhaling the smoke slowly. His gaze languid, the hazy mist enveloped Jingji like a delicate veil. The rich aroma of smoke mingled with the scent of wood wafting to her nostrils. That Fu Jingxi possessed an innate ability to command and influence those around him, rendering them compliant without effort. Jingji scrutinized him, her bright eyes weighing her judgment. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, declaring, "I don't believe you." Fu Jingxi chose not to continue the debate, casually discarding the half-smoked cigar into the ashtray, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, and refrained from teasing her further. "It's in the room." Jingji pondered. Could it be the box on the table? She had a habit of not disturbing others' belongings, often disregarding non-personal items as if her mind simply erased them from her perception. But oh, she mused, placing her hand on Fu Jingxi's firm bicep for support as she stood, "I'm going to bed." Just then, the phone on the table lit up, revealing an incoming call from someone named Louis. "Go to sleep," Fu Jingxi instructed, picking up the phone. "Hurry up," she urged. Fu Jingxi acknowledged her request, answering the call and placing it against his ear, his veins visible like jade as he held the phone with ease and composure. As Jingji exited the study, she overheard Fu Jingxi conversing in French, realizing that, in addition to the German and fluent American English she had previously encountered, he also spoke French. She gently closed the study door behind her and surveyed the expansive Zen space of the living room, her curiosity piqued by the sheer size and completeness of Fu Jingxi's sanctuary, which seemed far removed from the essence of a traditional temple. Could San Courtyard possibly be his as well? And what about the structure she had seen perched against Qingji Temple during her ascent? It appeared deliberately constructed, yet it didn't seem intended for the temple's use. Was it perhaps a venue for their meetings? Why bother overthinking? Jingji waved her hand dismissively and retreated to her room. Where she opened the box, she retrieved her pajamas. They emanated a refreshing scent of cleanliness, reminiscent of those she wore in Hongxi Huafu. After changing into her sleepwear, Jingji reclined on the intricately carved wooden bed, which, contrary to its appearance, was surprisingly comfortable and soft, possibly due to some unknown addition. With Fu Jingxi yet to arrive, she found herself unable to sleep, her eyes wide open as she gazed at the ceiling. The overall design of the room exuded a luxurious and elegant Chinese ink wash aesthetic, much akin to Fu Jingxi's own style. Jingji turned on her side, curling slightly. In her solitary nights at Jiangdu Huafu, she would fall asleep swiftly, though occasionally, Fu Jingxi's presence would keep her awake through the night. However, tonight felt different. The words she had uttered before leaving the study had the tone of a playful command typical of romantic partners. And Fu Jingxi's natural compliance suggested a relationship that was more than mere benefactor and lover. Jingji turned again, surrendering to drowsiness, and soon drifted into slumber. Later that night, after Fu Jingxi returned from his bath, he saw Jingji curled up in sleep and instinctively straightened her legs. As she turned, he rested his arm behind her neck, embracing her as they both fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Jingji felt a warm comfort enveloping her from behind. Stirring from her dreams, she turned again, the soothing warmth still present, drawing her deeper into slumber. On the following morning, the bell of Qingji Temple resonated throughout Puyin Mountain. Upon opening her eyes, Jingji beheld Fu Jingxi affixing a vintage gold cufflink to his shirt. His long, powerful fingers moved with a grace akin to that of someone delicately handling a jade bead, the veins on his forearms subtly shifting as he did so. Truly, even the act of grabbing a bedsheet could evoke such feelings. Maintaining an air of composure, Jingji propped herself up, her long, dark hair cascading down her slender waist. Awake? Fu Jingxi glanced at her slightly, his voice husky with the remnants of sleep. Freshen up and join me for breakfast. Jingji replied softly, her gaze dropping to the sheets as her mind slowly cleared. Fu Jingxi was clad in a white shirt paired with a black waistcoat, a deep brown tie adorned with intricate patterns, and the cufflinks added a touch of exquisite opulence reminiscent of a GQ magazine's 17th page. His polished black shoes gleamed with sophistication. He seemed unhurried to don his suit jacket, casually strolling out of the room with his hands tucked into his trousers. After Jingji refreshed herself, she made her way to the living room, where she caught a glimpse of Zhuoyan entering with a small official in a navy blue long robe, carrying a pearwood food box. Zhuoyan did not notice her behind the window, instead greeting Fu Jingxi with utmost respect. Jingji missed the rest of their conversation as she entered the washroom. This morning in Sioux City, the light mist dissipated to reveal a stunning blue sky, a sight unseen in Shin City. The humidity in the air faded, lifting her spirits. After dressing and grooming, Jingji stood by the window, taking in the verdant mountains and azure sky, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Come and have breakfast, came Fu Jingxi's voice from behind her. She turned and seated herself across from him at the dining table, delicately sampling a spoonful of fragrant rice porridge. Jingji's demeanor at the table was refined and tranquil, mirroring Fu Jingxi's own composed posture. Despite her humble origins, she exuded an air of sophistication. Being a southerner, she relished the rich porridge in the mornings, and Fu Jingxi discreetly ensured it was prepared to her liking. Reflecting on the details from the previous night brought her joy. Yet she dared not harbor any unrealistic expectations. Fu Jingxi, as ever, indulged in a Western breakfast. Eschewing the temple's customs, he exuded an aura of control, as if his status allowed for a life of ease, where every aspect of his meals and accommodations was arranged to his specifications. Jingji leaned slightly closer to Fu Jingxi, a gentle crescent smile gracing her features, her eyes bright with curiosity. Mr. Fu, have you treated other girls the same way you did me last night? What? Fu Jingxiai replied without lifting his gaze, calmly cutting into a piece of steak, awaiting her next inquiry. Chapter 52, Mr. Fu. I seek a match. The soft morning light streamed through the window, casting a glow on the high bridge of his nose and enhancing his regal aura, when he lowered his gaze to Jingxi. The weight of his presence felt intensified. Jingxi silently took another bite of her porridge, her lashes illuminated by the dawn, as she looked up at Fu Jingxiai, and stated, "You appear indifferent and aloof. Yet you had someone prepare for me everything identical to what I had in Jiangdu Huafu. Have you done the same for other girls? The slippers, toiletries, favorite fruits and desserts for bath time, pajamas and breakfast, all were strikingly similar. Surely, it could not be as simple as Fu Jingxiai claimed to merely remember them at a glance. Jingxi felt such a feat was beyond her capabilities. Yet, she could not deny that the detail was delightful, even exhilarating. Fu Jingxi chewed a piece of beef slowly, the motion of his throat as he swallowed punctuating a statement that hung weightily in the air. Yes, many times. Jingxi set down her porcelain spoon, lowering her eyes to mask her emotions. Suddenly, her tone remained bland. Noted. I shall employ such tactics to ensnare other prey in the future. At her words. Fu Jingxiai paused, setting down his utensils to regard her with a penetrating gaze. After a moment, he smirked slightly. Did you not always claim you did not believe what I said? Why would I ask you if I didn't believe you? Jingxi retorted, puffing her cheeks defiantly as she averted her gaze to the floor. Minutes passed, and her porridge cooled, forming a thin layer of white on the surface due to the chill from the window. I'm lying. Fu Jingxiai fixed his gaze on her. I have only treated you this way. At his admission, Jingxi redirected her gaze, her lips moving as she stirred her porridge, her tone tinged with pride. I don't believe no one had ever dared to contradict Fu Jingxiai in such a manner. Typically, his mere glance would render others cautious and eager to appease him. Fu Jingxiai's gaze shifted to the barely touched breakfast before him. And when he looked back at her, he asked, an inscrutable expression in his eyes, why aren't you trying to ensnare me? Aren't we already in this kind of relationship? Jingxi, avoiding his gaze, continued to eat her breakfast with poise and ease. Fu Jingxiai, suppressing a barely perceptible smile, remarked in a warm, rich tone, this is just the beginning. Jingxi felt a flicker of surprise within her heart, her eyes widening as she observed Fu Jingxiai attentively slicing his beef, her own large eyes sparkling with curiosity. I wouldn't dare. I'm too timid. After she spoke, she kept her gaze downcast, silently finishing her meal. Fu Jingxiai paused momentarily, his eyes fixed on her before he let out a soft scoff, choosing not to respond further. Jingxi, stealing a glance at Fu Jingxiai, reached over to tug at his shirt sleeve playfully. He ignored her, perhaps too indifferent to engage. Jingxi withdrew her hand, resting it on the table, her delicate pink nails gently poking her cheek. Her voice soft and sweet. When will you send me back to Shen City? Upon hearing this, Fu Jingxiai glanced at her, yet remained silent. Jingxi's eyes sparkled with warmth as she suggested, I have classes tomorrow. After a brief pause, Fu Jingxiai replied with a hint of warmth, I will send someone to take you back later. Jingxi chuckled lightly. How about 10 o'clock? I'd like to visit Qingji Temple first. For what? Fu Jingxiai inquired casually. I seek health for my family and wealth for myself, she answered. Fu Jingxiai, maintaining his leisurely pace, asked, why not seek a match? Qingji Temple is renowned for its efficacy in matters of love. Jingxi looked at him in surprise, thinking he was indifferent to such beliefs. With a bright smile, she replied honestly, I'm not particularly interested in romance. Fu Jingxiai raised an eyebrow, setting down his utensils. The napkin draped across his lap was elegantly lifted by his fingertips, and after wiping his mouth, he placed it neatly on the left side of his plate. Jingxi observed Fu Jingxi's refined and graceful mannerisms, then glanced at his unfinished breakfast. Curiosity piqued. Is that all you're having? Fu Jingxiai stood up, his tone devoid of warmth. He then exited the dining room. After Fu Jingxiai left, Jingxi leisurely sipped her porridge and, once finished, followed him out of the dining room. Zhui Yin had just concluded a conversation with Tan Zhu when he heard the door open and turned respectfully. Young master. He smiled broadly after speaking. Fu Jingxiai passed by without a glance. Had his smile seemed insincere today, Zhui Yin redirected his gaze toward Tan Zhu, offering a genuine smile and a nod of farewell before hastily pursuing Fu Jingxiai. Tan Zhu returned the smile politely. Upon hearing another door open nearby, he turned to see Jingxi emerging. Miss, Tan Zhu greeted her with a warm smile. Good morning. Jing Ji replied, her face radiant with joy. Shall we go pay our respects to the Buddha? Absolutely. Tan Zhu responded cheerfully. Tan Zhu inquired from the side. Jing Ji put away her phone and said, I originally intended to visit my friend. She mentioned that she returned to her hometown last night. Knowing I was here preparing to board a flight, I told her to enjoy herself at home instead. Yesterday, Jing Ji had informed Wan Lingxi of her plans to come here, intending to pay a visit to Chu Yao as well, but she forgot to send a message in advance. After sending a message this morning, she was surprised to learn that Chu Yao had also returned to her hometown last night. So that plan was abandoned. I see, Tan Zhu remarked, raising her eyes to the front, where she spotted someone waving in their direction. Upon closer inspection, she immediately turned to Jing Ji and said, Miss, it's the 16th daughter of the Su family. Following Tan Zhu's gaze, Jing Ji saw Su Shilu standing at the entrance of the Great Hero Hall, waving at her, while a nearby minor official waved as well, fearing they might not have seen her. Jing Ji responded with a wave and walked towards Su Shilu, the side of the hall. Su Shilu looked at Jing Ji's attire with admiration and proudly declared, I am renowned in my family for my exquisite skill in song brocade. I even won first place in the national competition organized last year. At first, Fu Xiaoba was concerned that the song brocade would overshadow your perfect figure, but I believe you resemble a modern-day Daji from Jiangnan. You look stunning in anything you wear. Jing Ji smiled brightly. In truth, Fu Xiaowei had merely been joking that day, but for someone like Su Shilu, a master of the intangible cultural heritage of song brocade, those words could be elaborated upon for quite some time. It was no wonder Fu Xiaowei had said that. Jing Ji's figure was ample and graceful, and she looked like a Diao Chan rose in a qipao. The elegant and precious song brocade attire required a slender frame to wear well, yet Jing Ji possessed a natural talent, with every detail perfectly balanced between delicate and ample. Jing Ji gently tugged at Su Shilu's hand, her eyes bright with curiosity as she asked, Did you come to Chengji Temple for a meeting as well? The four prominent families had been convening there in recent days, and since many young heirs from both the southern and northern cities were present, Jing Ji assumed Su Shilu was one of them. Su Shilu covered her mouth with a smile and shook her head, saying, That concerns the heir of the Su family in power. I specifically came to Chengji Temple to fulfill a vow. Jing Ji nodded in understanding, her eyes suddenly sparkling with curiosity as she asked, Why do you think they are holding meetings in the back mountains of the temple? Su Shilu lowered her eyelids, contemplating for a moment. Because Chengji Temple has good feng shui, the upper class pays attention to feng shui in everything, doesn't it? I heard that the four prominent families invested 28 billion in merit at Chengji Temple back in the day. After obtaining construction permits, they built a large building in the back mountains. Jing Ji's face lit up with intrigue. Is that so? Mr. Fu, didn't he mention this to you? Jing Ji shook her head earnestly, her eyes devoid of disappointment. Simply curious as she replied, I didn't expect they don't believe in Buddhism, but do believe in feng shui. Well, how should I put it? My brother says believing in Buddhism is about seeking help from others, while we, as heirs of prominent families, prefer to rely on ourselves unless absolutely necessary, Su Shilu said seriously. However, feng shui can change with the passage of time and the shifting of the earth. In some respects, it is also a form of science. This was the first time Jing Ji had heard such a perspective, and she found it quite fascinating. Su Shilu continued, but I think there is nothing wrong with believing in Buddhism. Making a wish to the Buddha and hoping for good things to come in the future is a form of aspiration for those who feel lost. It's certainly better than having no faith at all and not even hoping for good things. Jing Ji lowered her gaze, her eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. Yes, there will always be hardships that make life difficult, and without a glimmer of hope for the future. It is hard to endure. A few months ago, Jing Ji had experienced a hardship that nearly crushed her, so she understood the importance of harboring hope within one's heart. Just as they were speaking, Su Shilu suddenly recalled something, tilting her head curiously at Jing Ji. Oh, I saw your trending topic yesterday. Were you at Hongxi Huafu last night? Jing Ji paused for a moment. Trending topic? Yes. You don't know yet? I don't. Su Shilu expressed surprise, opened Weibo, and handed her phone to Jing Ji. Taking the phone, Jing Ji saw the trending entry about herself, which had a bright red explosion mark attached. Aphrodite Ji at Hongxi Huafu, a social media sensation with a prominent family background. Aphrodite Ji gained 2 million followers overnight. Mu Yan. Aphrodite Ji using a silk handkerchief to touch up her lipstick. Jing Ji thought to herself, She had merely gone out for a meal with friends yesterday. There was no need for such fuss from netizens. She returned the phone to Su Shirlu, a faint smile on her lips, saying, "That's too much. I'll check it out later." After paying her respects at the temple, Jingxi descended Puyin Mountain and Fu Jingxi's Maybach. On the way, she messaged Fu Jingxi, "Mr. Fu, I prayed for love." On the other end of the chat, Fu Jingxi was resting in the lounge, while a member of the Jin family from Nan City came to apologize. "Mr. Fu, my son was thoughtless. I brought him here to apologize for the previous incident." Fu Jingxi glanced at the message, raising an eyebrow slightly, and smirked as he sent a symbol in response. The Jin family patriarch, believing Fu Jingxi's smile indicated leniency, glanced at his son beside him and nudged him. The son, now 20, was filled with trepidation after the last incident and cautiously stepped forward. "Jingxi messaged, but it's not related to you." Fu Jingxi paused for a second, his smile slowly fading to "Mr. Fu." He remarked that Fu Jingxi exited the chat, his gaze turning deep, and a palpable pressure emanated from him, making the atmosphere stifling. The Jin family's son said, "Dad, should we just go back? I'm feeling a bit scared." Chapter 53. What are you trying to imply? That I have feelings for you. I hope Qingji Temple can grant my wish and allow me to marry the god of wealth soon. Jingji clicked send, her fox-like eyes slightly upturned, and her lips curved into a lovely crescent. Moments later, a reply came through. "You like money that much?" Jingji quickly typed her premeditated response. "I've heard that when a man loves a woman, he occasionally gifts her things she likes. You always give me money and jewelry. Did you already know that I love money?" As the silver-topped Maybach exited Puyin Mountain and entered the wind, the red maples by the roadside were blown away. Jingji glanced at them, and when she looked back at her phone, Fu Jingxi had replied, "Are you suggesting that I love you?" Jingji slightly raised her brows, her under-eye dimples forming as her smile widened, not rushing to answer the question directly. "The day after tomorrow, I'll return to Qingxi. It's about what I mentioned to you last time." The matter she referred to was a decision she had made over a month ago. Over a month ago, Fu Jingxi, amidst the gathering of stars, believed he had celebrated his birthday in a low-key manner. On his birthday, a fireworks display showcasing Oriental aesthetics erupted, capturing the internet's attention with vibrant lights and lavish banquets surrounding the four royal manors. Standing outside the Rongning Manor, one could imagine the revelry within, filled with indulgence and excess. Amidst the clinking of cups, even a mere frown from the seemingly indifferent Fu Jiao could invoke anxiety among the northern and southern aristocracy. He received a phone call from Shin City that he found rather dull. On the other end, Jingji's sweet, delicate voice floated through. "Mr. Fu, I prepared a birthday gift for you. Please come to Shin City tonight." Fu Jiao lit a cigarette and, surrounded by a haze of blue smoke, raised his eyes with a smirk, coolly rejecting her. "I'm busy." After being turned down, Jingji's voice conveyed a hint of disappointment. "All right, then you'll miss out." Behind her, laughter intertwined, and Fu Jiao misinterpreted the phrase "miss out" as something more scandalous. Had she mentioned those two words earlier, he wouldn't have refused. Not long after hanging up, news of Fu Jiao's headache spread amongst the gathering aristocrats, who expressed their concern. Meanwhile, a silver-topped Maybach slowly exited the side gate of the manor, with the troubled Fu Jiao seated inside, exuding an air of elegance. In the early morning, the Jiangdu Huafu villa was ablaze with lights. Fu Jiao calmly ascended to the upstairs room, waking the slumbering Jingxi. His cold gaze remained unchanged as he said, "I have limited time. You may begin showcasing the surprise you prepared." Jingxi propped herself up in bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes, after a moment of surprise. She took Fu Jingxi's hand, only to realize it was just past 3 in the morning, and lay back down. With a dismissive tone, she said, "Happy birthday, but you came a bit early. Let us rest a while." Fu Jingxi replied, "What? Do we need to choose a specific time for such matters?" To better embrace this surprise, Fu Jingxi walked to the bathroom, retrieving fine wines and delicacies from the built-in refrigerator. Preparing for a bath, after finishing his bath, Fu Jingxi emerged in a loose silk robe, the scent of wood and ink enveloping him as he leaned down. Jingxi caught the fragrance and opened her eyes. Momentarily stunned, just as Fu Jingxi leaned in to kiss her, a knock at the door jolted her fully awake. "Miss, it's time," came Tanju's voice from outside. Jingxi abruptly pushed Fu Jingxi away and called out, "Got it." After speaking, she got out of bed and retrieved a gossamer, floor-length satin gown from the wardrobe. Fu Jingxi sat on the bed, patiently reaching out to embrace Jingxi's waist. Unexpectedly, she playfully swatted his hand away, saying, "Mr. Fu, put on your robe." Fu Jingxi's deep, ink-like eyes remained silent. Jingji, taken aback for a moment, stepped forward and planted a gentle kiss on the man's cheek, then took his hand to help him rise. Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow slightly. Once on his feet, Jingji stood before him, deftly tying the sash of his robe. With a downward gaze fixed on his nightwear, Fu Jingxi found himself lost in thought. But in the next instant, Jingji grasped his hand and dashed toward the door. The little attendant halted in his tracks, bowing respectfully as he greeted them. "Sir, Mississippi." The elevator ascended to the rooftop. And as Jingji reached the final step, the breeze from the garden above enveloped them. Standing beside Jingji, Fu Jingxi observed how her flowing black hair danced around her graceful figure, each strand exuding a vibrant life force. As Jingji noticed the night sky gradually lightening, her eyes sparkled with joy, reminiscent of the dawn's early light. "Mr. Fu, follow me," she urged, leading him to the edge of the garden's railing. Resting her hands upon it as she leaned slightly outward, looked down. Fu Jingxi pressed his lips together, maintaining a composed demeanor as he complied, stepping beside Jingji to gaze below. The horizon began to blush with the light of dawn, revealing the expansive garden beneath, where peach trees adorned with pink buds awaited their bloom. Tilting his head slightly, he contemplated whether to retract his indulgent gaze. In that moment, a shaft of sunlight poured forth from the rising sun, coaxing the dormant blooms to unfurl gently. Fu Jingxi's eyelashes fluttered as he turned his head to glance at Jingji. The young woman before him, barely 20, had her birthday in the scorching end of June. The pinnacle of youth, her face was exquisitely sharp, embodying the essence of beauty with skin as smooth as cream, delicate and fair, radiating a lively charm. Her fox-like eyes conveyed emotions with a captivating allure. A beauty that bore an air of mystery yet was vibrantly alive. In truth, prior to witnessing this delightful surprise, Fu Jingxi's mood had been somewhat weary. However, upon seeing her bright expression, his inner turmoil began to dissipate. He diverted his gaze, maintaining an air of indifference as he spoke in a gravelly tone. "What brings you to show me this place?" Jingji turned her head towards him, her smile radiant. "I know you enjoy admiring beautiful scenery from above, so I brought you here to see it." A flicker of intrigue danced in Fu Jingxi's eyes. "Who told you I relish gazing down upon beauty?" Jingji slowly withdrew her gaze, lightly biting her lip as she replied, her voice soft. "Did you not once confide to a girl in your youth that you enjoyed such views?" She had heard that although the girl had cried from his words, they eventually reconciled after a certain event years later. Fu Jingxi's throat tightened, his eyes darkening. "Are you not curious who that girl was?" "Of course," Jingji replied candidly, releasing the railing to grasp Fu Jingxi's hand. Fu Jingxi's hand instinctively found its place on her waist, drawing her close against him. Jingji lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering. "Do you like this gift?" Lowering his eyes, Fu Jingxi suddenly found her intriguing. She expressed curiosity without prying, addressing only what was necessary and focusing on the present moment. He sidestepped the question, shifting the conversation. "Memory metal?" Jingji nodded. "It cost me over 90 million, but she had extracted that sum from the annual fee Fu Jingxi provided her after their arrangement, commissioning a batch of memory metal flowers and spending a bit more to have them affixed to a large tree made of iron wire. The memory metal, when heated, would unfurl from its closed state, blossoming into flower-like shapes at dawn's first light, creating this stunning spectacle. A hint of a smile graced Fu Jingxi's lips as he remarked softly, "I'll reimburse you." Jingji beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she inquired meaningfully, "The iron tree blooming must hold significance, right?" Standing behind her, the wind caused their delicate garments to cling to their skin, accentuating their forms. Fu Jingxi's smile was faint, a knowing glimmer in his gaze. "What are you implying? That I have developed feelings for you?" Jingji opened her mouth slightly, her eyes playful and lively. "This is a clear indication. You indeed have feelings for me." As Fu Jingxi's fingers brushed against Jingji's, he felt a coolness to her touch. "How so?" he inquired languidly. "Intuition," she replied. "She is so radiant and beautiful that it would be hard for any man not to be moved." Fu Jingxi, being merely human, must feel something, even if it's just a little. Fu Jingxi's gaze lingered on Jingji, his eyes settling on her lips. Moments later, his look turned heated as he leaned down, gently kissing her. Chapter 54. Encounter with a rival after Fu Jingxi's birthday. Jingji arranged for the 90 million worth of memory metal peach blossoms to be transported to Qingxi, claiming it was for profit. Fu Jingxi scoffed at her. Such feigned sentiment. Jingji merely chuckled, unfazed by his remark that he may have spoken harshly. But any desire Jingji expressed, he would accommodate. For over a month, she had been preoccupied with collaborating with Qingxi's cultural tourism. Just days prior, the Qinglu's stunning peach blossom night had trended online, announcing the performance of memory metal peach blossoms, which was Jingji's creation. The Qinglu featured a water curtain cascading into a lotus pond, which was not merely a muddy pool, but a collection of lotus flowers set to create such a spectacle. Fu Jingxi had given the Qinglu to Jingji, who placed the memory metal blossoms into the lotus pond. With a slight heating of the water curtain's flow, the memory metal would bloom naturally, orchestrating the enchanting display. However, Jingji's profit did not stem solely from this. The Qinglu remained closed to outsiders, and she believed it better to commercialize the flowers rather than let them languish in the garden. For a week, the topic trended on Weibo, with various new media platforms continuously featuring it, and Qingxi TV even announcing a live broadcast for Christmas Eve. Related trending topics included Qingxi's Double Festival Stunning Peach Blossom Night, Qingxi Hot Springs Resort's Grand Double Festival Feast, and the Iron Tree Blooming Spectacle at the Star-Picking Pavilion. Jingji casually clicked on the 3 trending topics, glancing over the rest before handing her phone to Tanju. Additionally, to express their sincerity for this collaboration, Qingxi TV had designed a segment inviting a mysterious guest to co-host. Jingji was that mysterious guest. Soon, Fu Jingxi responded, "Okay." Jingji had merely intended to inform him so he wouldn't trouble her in the days to come. As situations like their previous journey from Shun City to Su City tended to repeat, seeing Fu Jingxi fall silent, she put away her phone. A week later, on Christmas Eve, Jingji appeared elegantly attired in a qipao at Qingxi TV's live broadcast for the Christmas stunning night. Aphrodite Ji once again trended. Aphrodite Ji topped the charts, accompanied by an explosive entry. Having studied journalism, Jingji was capable of co-hosting as a mysterious guest with diligence. The adage beauty is justice applied to her. Despite her internet celebrity roots, her striking looks and melodious voice, coupled with her charming smile, garnered admiration rather than disdain. The following morning, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted Jingji's slumber. Drowsily, she answered. "Hello, hello. May I ask if you are Aphrodite Ji?" Taken aback, Jingji replied, "Yes, I am." "Who is this?" The woman on the other end chuckled. "Wonderful. We are from Shun City Eastern TV." After a brief exchange, Jingji understood. Approaching New Year, Shun City Eastern TV, like several major networks, was preparing for their annual New Year's Eve gala. In recent years, to promote Eastern aesthetics, they had included numerous programs celebrating such culture. Given Jingji's daily content rich in Chinese aesthetics and intangible cultural heritage elements, along with her rising fame and impressive performance during her time at Qingxi TV, they wished to invite her to participate in the New Year's Eve celebration. Typically, preparations for the New Year's gala required extensive lead time, but since Jingji was a last-minute addition as a host, they were eager to confirm her availability. Jingji checked her notes for upcoming classes and relayed her available dates. Another week passed, and Jingji arrived at Shun City Eastern TV's rehearsal hall. Tanju draped a shawl over her shoulders as staff greeted her, to which she reciprocated warmly. "A.S. Jing?" settled on the sofa. The host brought over the script, smiling slightly. "Miss Jing, you've arrived quite early. I hear 2 artists will join us today." Jingji wore a faint smile. She had received notification the night before that in addition to her co-hosting duties, 2 artists would be invited to casually chat during the New Year's Eve gala. The host, Songya, smiled. "Indeed, they should be here shortly. Here is the script." Jingji accepted the script handed to her by Songya, glancing through it until her gaze finally settled on the name Mu Yen. Mu Yen. Jingji tilted her head in contemplation, feeling an odd familiarity. It seemed she had previously shared the trending topic with this artist. Songya lifted her eyes to look at Jingji, smiling gently. "What is the matter? No need to feel awkward." "Awkward? Why would I feel awkward?" Jingji replied, puzzled. "Isn't it said online that you and Songya are both hesitant to speak?" Jingji did not comprehend, but sensed something amiss, so she took out her phone and searched for Mu Yen on Weibo. Upon opening it, she discovered nearly 30 million followers, along with her profile picture and posts. "Wow, she actually resembles this artist quite a bit. Online, they say I'm her substitute," a 2.0 enhanced version, and once I enter the entertainment industry, I'll overshadow her, with people claiming I've had surgery to look like her. Jing Ji blinked, retracting her phone. Songyo appeared astonished. You didn't know before. I didn't that I only found out who Mu Yin was today. Jing Ji replied candidly. From a distance, Mu Yin mused. Is it my lack of popularity? Or your ignorance? Jing Ji turned to Songya, offering a bright smile while adjusting her shawl. Just as she tilted her head, she noticed a graceful figure standing afar, staring at her. Upon closer inspection, my goodness, she looks remarkably like Mu Yin. Jing Ji froze for a moment, raising her hand tentatively to wave. Hello? Mu Yin thought. Why is she waving at me? Is she really not feeling awkward? Chapter 55. Hurry and come pick me up. The river shimmered like gold under the sunlight, with the flowers along the banks appearing as vast golden scales. Truly, this is Shin City. On one side of the river, opulence reigns, while on the other lies the pinnacle of finance. Did you see that Pearl Tower? Do you think there will be celebrities up there? Definitely. ISNT New Year's Eve coming soon. They must be preparing for the New Year's gala, right? That will be at the Performance Center, not at the television station. Indeed, last night, Jing Ji received a last-minute call informing her of a change in the rehearsal location, requesting her to come to the television station. She didn't find it troublesome, as the Oriental television station was just across the river. Hongxi Huafu's international architecture was on this side, and her residence, Jiangdu Huafu, was nearby. Even with traffic, it would take no more than half an hour to arrive. Inside the television station, since it was still relatively early, there weren't many staff members bustling about. Miss Tanju leaned in closely to whisper in Jing Ji's ear. Upon hearing this, Jing Ji raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with amusement. Got it. After Tanju left, Jing Ji turned to look at Mu Yin, who was approaching. Mu Yin smiled gracefully at the host, Songya, before taking a seat in the center. Jing Ji extended her hand, smiling slightly. Hello. Hearing her voice, Mu Yin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, but did not respond. Jing Ji's smile momentarily froze, her lips pressed together lightly, her expression shifting from friendly to indifferent as she prepared to withdraw her hand. Unexpectedly, Mu Yin reached out again, elegantly extending her hand towards Jing Ji, her smile blooming like a precious flower. Hello, Mu Yin. Just as Mu Yin's hand was about to touch Jing Ji's, Jing Ji subtly withdrew hers, the motion akin to a proud, beautiful willow branch. The imperial green bracelet on her wrist swaying gently, accentuating her fair complexion like jade. Jing Ji. This time, Mu Yin's smile faltered for a moment. Sitting beside them, Songya wore an awkward smile, her grip on the script tightening, mentally cursing the television station's planning. Was it really necessary to create such a contentious scenario for the sake of ratings? With both of them resembling each other by 70 to 80%. They would undoubtedly be compared. Would this not invite scorn during the live gala? Fortunately, at that moment, another host, Nanine, arrived. Breathless and apologetic, she approached. Sorry, I got caught in traffic. No problem, it's all good. As Nanine settled down, she looked up to find both Jing Ji and Mu Yin smiling at her, momentarily taken aback. Previously, she had only seen them online, where their differing makeup and styles made them appear 6 or 7 parts similar. However, seeing them side by side now, they looked like identical twins. Yet, upon closer inspection, one's features were slightly more refined and three-dimensional than the other. Nanine returned a smile and discreetly glanced at Songya on the far left, both understanding the awkwardness of the situation. This year, the television station had invited Jing Ji to serve as the non-material cultural heritage and aesthetics ambassador for the gala, intending for her to introduce the Eastern cultural elements within the performances. The artist's makeup and performances incorporated elements of non-material heritage and Chinese aesthetics. During the gala, Mu Yin would perform and then be invited to Jing Ji's side, where Jing Ji would discuss the non-material heritage and Chinese aesthetic elements of Mu Yin's attire. Initially, their playful banter seemed trivial, but as the formal rehearsal commenced, everyone showcased their professionalism, and the process surprisingly went smoothly. During a break, Tanju brought Jing Ji's phone, whispering, "A call from M.R.Fu.Mu Yin." Standing nearby sipping coffee brought by her assistant, showed no reaction upon hearing this. Jing Ji took the call, walking toward the floor-to-ceiling window, her voice bright and cheerful. Mr. Fu Mu Yin abruptly lifted her gaze, instinctively tightening her grip on the coffee cup, glancing nervously at Jing Ji by the window. She always felt a premonition that her connection with Jing Ji extended beyond mere physical resemblance. Jingji accepted the rose coconut milk tea that Tanju handed her, taking a sip while gazing at the tallest building across the street through the window. That building housed the Fu family's Taiping Hainan Capital Group in Shin City. "Can you hurry up?" Jingji casually inquired that a familiar deep voice came from the other end. "Miss me?" The tone was laced with playful teasing, and upon recognizing it, Jingji gently bit her lip, pausing for a moment before responding haughtily. "Who misses you? I just want to go shopping if time permits. You want me to accompany you?" Jingji's voice was barely above a whisper. A few seconds later, Fu Jingci chuckled softly, his voice nonchalant. "Message me when you're done, and I'll come pick you up." Jingji's lips curved into a smile. "All right." After hanging up, Jingji returned to the rehearsal sofa, only to see Mu Yin leaving with her assistant. As they brushed past, an artist clad in a qipao, adorned with gold and silver, caught Jingji's eye. She brightened. "Over here." Lu Mu Yin glanced over upon hearing her voice, a look of surprise illuminating her face as she approached with an air of excitement. "Hi, Ji? Yes, my real name is Jingji." "Oh, is it that, Ji?" "Exactly." "Wow, I think you look even more stunning in person." Lu Mu Yin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jingji smiled sweetly. "I find you quite breathtaking as well, exuding both elegance and warmth." Lu Mu Yin had debuted for 4 years, supported by capital and celebrated as a rising star. Moreover, she was the daughter of the Lu family in Nanxing. Following her rise to fame, her family's non-material heritage flower silk inlay craft gained attention. Whenever she appeared, she donned exquisite gold and silver accessories, resembling a beautiful white peacock. However, she faced a setback when her past poorly made gold and silver pieces were exposed by rivals, leading to public ridicule for being unworthy of being a cultural ambassador, resulting in a tarnished reputation and the loss of several high-end endorsements in the East. Fortunately, with the backing of a new powerhouse, she swiftly reclaimed those endorsements and secured a significant performance in the upcoming gala. Recently, Jingji became online friends with her and, upon learning that Lu Mu Yin would also attend the gala, she thought it would be nice to meet in person. Their conversation turned out to be neither awkward nor uncomfortable, but rather enjoyable. Lu Mu Yin gazed at Jingji with sparkling eyes. "By the way, have you met Mu Yin yet?" Jingji nodded but remained silent. Lu Mu Yin sighed. "I must confess, I particularly dislike her." Unlike Jingji, who had come without prior knowledge of Mu Yin's presence, Lu Mu Yin's mood had been affected upon hearing the news. Previously, Mu Yin had the backing of a prominent figure, portraying the role of a wealthy young lady from Beijing, while Lu Mu Yin was hailed as the beauty of a prestigious family in Jiangnan. As contemporaries, they were bound to compete, and due to their similarly pronounced names, the rivalry intensified. She even suspected that the incident regarding the gold and silver pieces was orchestrated by Mu Yin. "But you're more beautiful than her, and your personality shines brighter. I like you." Lu Mu Yin smiled radiantly at Jingji. Jingji returned the smile. "I like you too." During their conversation, Jingji realized that Lu Mu Yin's demeanor bore some resemblance to Fu Zhaoyu. Yet while being straightforward, she also left room for discretion, much like Jingji, but with subtle differences. Just then, Songya and Nan Yin approached. After finishing her rehearsal with Lu Mu Yin, Jingji messaged Fu Jingci, "I'm done. Have you arrived at the company?" Fu Jingci was planning to stay in Shun City for a while, and his first stop would be the Taiping Hainan Group's branch there. Precisely the building Jingji was currently gazing at. Given Fu Jingci's character, his office was likely on the top floor. Noticing that Fu Jingci had not replied, she sent another message. "If I buy a telescope, will I be able to see you in your office from the television station?" A few seconds later, Fu Jingci called. "Hello? Didn't you say you would come pick me up?" Jingji's voice carried a hint of playful reproach, yet her tone always seemed to convey a sense of endearment. Fu Jingci chuckled softly. "I'm on my way now. Oh. Jingji pouted her lips without any particular meaning. 2 seconds later, Fu Jingci replied, "If it were that easy to be seen, wouldn't it be?" Jingji suddenly realized that Fu Jingci was referring to her message about needing a telescope to see him and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" The sound of Fu Jingci exhaling smoke lazily came through the phone, his voice slow and textured. "The next time you come to my office, wouldn't it be easy for the discerning to catch a glimpse?" Catch a glimpse? Jingji's voice revealed her confusion. After a moment, her eyes brightened suddenly. "You don't mean to say you want to?" Jingji hesitated, glancing around shyly, observing that the surrounding staff were all engrossed in their tasks. and playfully chided, "You're too wicked." Wicked? This is just the beginning. There are far worse things. Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze, suppressing a smile, tapping the cigarette between his fingers, remaining silent, afraid that if he spoke further, the young lady might cause a scene. "Hurry and come pick me up," Jing Ji hummed softly. "All right." Fu Jingxi replied, his tone laced with an affection he was unaware of himself. After all, for anyone else, he would have merely offered a detached let alone tolerate someone urging him playfully like this without feeling annoyed. After Jing Ji hung up, she adjusted her sheepskin shawl and prepared to exit the television station. This shawl was an improved version of the traditional Naxi ethnic 7-star sheepskin shawl, crafted with intricate and labor-intensive techniques. Yet it was warm and windproof, a gift from Fu Jingxi. The December winds in Shin City were fierce and mischievous. One afternoon, Fu Jingxi had casually asked Jing Ji how she would like to improve the shawl. Curious about its origins, Jing Ji inquired, and Fu Jingxi simply replied that it was something he found among gifts from a certain aristocratic family. When Jing Ji asked what he meant by found, Fu Jingxi, disinterested in explaining, sent her a photo. In the picture, a grand Chinese-style room resembling something from the Forbidden City was adorned with intricately carved window frames, and the high shelves were stacked with boxes of various sizes. A few officials were busy organizing the items on the shelves, and one had just opened a box, revealing a Qing Dynasty Qianlong imitation Ru ware begonia vase. Not expensive, with a transaction price of 6.48 million. Jing Ji was impressed, thinking to herself that Fu Jingxi's room resembled a treasure trove filled with tributes from ministers. As Fu Jingxi's Maybach pulled up in front of the television station, a Rolls-Royce happened to drive by and turned to a stop. Fu Jingxi, seated in the back, was engrossed in the chat interface on his phone and didn't he notice. After a while, Jing Ji and Lu Muyin descended together, waving and smiling as they bid each other farewell. The doors of the Maybach and Rolls-Royce opened simultaneously. Fu Jingxi stepped out, his long legs striding forward, and momentarily froze upon seeing the man exiting from the opposite vehicle. The man across from him also paused for a second upon spotting Fu Jingxi. Jing Ji happened to catch a glimpse of the man picking up Lu Muyin. Lu Muyin also noticed the man coming to pick up Jing Ji. "Isn't that Shun Yinji? And isn't that Fu Jingxi? Young master, young master." The simultaneous calls of young master broke the awkwardness. Moments later, the Maybach and Rolls-Royce passed each other in tacit understanding. Inside the Maybach, Jing Ji burst into laughter. Fu Jingxi thought she was laughing at the awkward moment of him meeting a friend, a flicker of displeasure surfacing in his eyes. "What is so funny?" Jing Ji turned to Fu Jingxi, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You know, the day you picked me up to Sioux City, I think I ran into Mr. Shun in the underground parking lot of Hongxi Huafu." Fu Jingxi did not lift his gaze, his tone flat. And then, Jing Ji, still smiling, leaned toward Fu Jingxi's ear and whispered about that day's events. After a while, Fu Jingxi chuckled softly, and Jing Ji giggled as she retreated. Just before getting into the car, Jing Ji noticed Lu Muyin casually rummaging through her bag to retrieve a pair of sunglasses. Instinctively, she tried them on briefly before putting them back, then entered the vehicle. Watching this scene, Jing Ji suddenly recalled the incident in the parking lot when a Porsche intentionally collided with the Rolls-Royce. Shortly after, a beautiful woman emerged from the Porsche, strutting over to the Rolls-Royce, and forcefully kicked the car door with her high heels, leaving with a rude remark. "Let me tell you, that's not enough to vent my anger." At that moment, Jing Ji had assumed it was some rich young lady throwing a fit at a young master, not realizing it was Lu Muyin and Shun Yinji. After a chuckle, Fu Jingxi suppressed his amusement and turned to Jing Ji, asking with a hint of affection, "Where do you want to go shopping?" Jing Ji pondered for a moment, her voice gentle. "To customize a few kipeos." Fu Jingxi withdrew his gaze, slightly furrowing his brow, puzzled. Why waste time on that? Ruyi's kipeos are a renowned representation of Eastern fashion, with several design masters. And the Jing-style qipao has been designated as the qipao for female diplomats since 1984, but the Sioux-style qipao is consistently selected for Eastern haute couture, while the high style is the most popular among all styles. If they were to add their intangible cultural heritage embroidery, it would become a luxury item in Chinese style, with many starlets willing to pay a high price for a piece. The Ruyi brand is under the Song family of the 4 prominent families. And while it is unknown whether the other 3 families hold shares, it is clear that these 4 families share the honored Fu Jingxi's comment about Jing Ji wasting time stemmed from the fact that all the women in the Fu family had their kipeos designed by Ru Yi's top designers. And a simple phone call could acquire the latest design elements, making a limited edition piece easily attainable. Why bother making the trip? Jingji's previous kipeos had all been tailored by Ru Yi, coming to her for measurements. And several had even been embroidered with flowers according to her preferences. This time, Fu Jingxi couldn't fathom what had changed. Jingji sighed softly, her cheeks puffed out, casting a sidelong glance out the window. Her tone slightly displeased. Then I might as well get my nails done, do my hair, and a lot of other things after finishing, she added with a hint of sulkiness. Sometimes I feel like you rich people are rather boring. Fu Jingxi shot her a bewildered glance, and finally, lowering his gaze, coldly retorted, "So you prefer the poor?" Jingji turned to Fu Jingxi, her eyes full of disbelief. "Let me out. I'll call Tanju to come pick me up." "No. Why not? No one dares to speak to me like that I'm different. You like me." Jingji slowly turned back, gazing silently out the window. The silver-topped Maybach with the license plate Jing A9 was still eye-catching even amidst the luxury cars at the Bund. And Jingji noticed people passing by taking out their phones to snap photos. The car fell into a long silence. After Fu Jingxi was at a loss for words, he swallowed hard, managing to squeeze out, "What's all the fuss about? I didn't say I wouldn't accompany you." Chapter 56. Are you feeling better? Sure. Yin silently drove, for the first time neglecting the young master's words as they went in one ear and out the other. Jingji muttered indignantly, "Who dares to fuss with you?" Fu Jingxi, neither angry nor annoyed, merely reached out to cup Jingji's chin, looking into her eyes, and gently asked, "So tell me, was today smooth?" Jingji slightly lowered her chin, suddenly biting Fu Jingxi's hand lightly, gazing at him without blinking. After a moment, she released him, exclaiming in annoyance, "You still care about such trivial matters?" Fu Jingxi felt as though a little fox had nipped at him, not painful, but rather enjoyable. Though he could not show it as he prepared to withdraw his hand, he noticed her captivating eyes fixed on him, filled with petulance and a hint of playfulness, as if intentionally provoking him. Fu Jingxi, caught off guard, let out a soft laugh that he half closed his eyes, his hand still holding Jingji's chin, but suddenly it moved to her waist, followed by his other hand, before Jingji could react. Fu Jingxi effortlessly lifted her, cradling her against him. Jingji found herself sitting on Fu Jingxi's lap, momentarily at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing. Fu Jingxi's eyes held a deep, inscrutable amusement as he gently squeezed Jingji's delicate waist, his voice a soft threat, "Will you talk, or not?" Jingji hastily grasped Fu Jingxi's hand, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Fu Jingxi tightened his embrace around her waist, their bodies mere inches apart. He then leaned closer, murmuring 2 words into her ear in a deep, seductive tone. Instantly, Jingji's cheeks flushed crimson. Her hands flailed anxiously against Fu Jingxi's chest, unwilling to let go even for a moment. The audacious words, emerging from the lips of such a refined young master, carried an undeniable intensity. Had this been in the Jiangdu Huafu, Jingji would not have been so flustered. Perhaps she could have turned the tables on him. Yet, in the confines of the car, she felt no inclination to do so. Fu Jingxi, however, relished in the sight of the little fox's fluster. The more she squirmed, the tighter he held her. Jingji's breath hitched, a wave of emotion rising within her chest as she pouted. Her eyes a mix of anger and grievance. That Fu Jingxi's gaze slowly drifted to her lips. Moments later, he felt warmth against his mouth as Jingji initiated a kiss. After a brief interlude, he held her even closer, eagerly reciprocating her kiss. As the car entered the International Architectural Exposition area, they fortuitously arrived just as the external license plate restrictions were being enforced. Juyin casually lifted his gaze. Retrieving the prepared jade ring from his pocket, the Maybach with the license plate A9 glided past the International Architectural Exposition without a hint of slowing down. Suddenly, Fu Jingxi's brow furrowed slightly. Jingji had bitten his lip. Just as she wondered why Fu Jingxi had yet to release her, she felt his lips gently suck on her lower lip. That Fu Jingxi had initially intended to retaliate with a bite. But considering the little girl's proud nature, he refrained from applying too much pressure. Once the kiss concluded, Jingji gazed intently at the bite mark on Fu Jingxi's lips, gently licking her own. Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze at the sight of the little fox relishing his blood, inexplicably unperturbed, instead curling his lips in a teasing smile. "Are you feeling better?" His tone conveyed a surprisingly good mood, the reason for which even he could not comprehend. Jing Ji's eyes flickered as she looked up, only to glance down again at the red mark, feeling a twinge of guilt. She leaned in to plant a soft kiss as a form of consolation. Fu Jingxi's tongue brushed the spot where Jing Ji had kissed him. Jing Ji steadied herself against the car's administrative saddle as she slowly settled back into her seat. Fu Jingxi reached over, playfully pinching her cheek. Ignoring him, Jing Ji proudly adjusted her qipao. Coincidentally, the car arrived at the main entrance of the Hongxi Huafu. Moments later, Yin rolled down the window, unveiling the jade ring strung on a golden thread. After a brief wait, tourists lined up at the side doors, eager to enter the inner Huafu, witnessing the grand vehicle with its impressive license plate glide through the main entrance, just as when Jing Ji had entered before. Many tourists, having never seen such a spectacle, eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. In the underground VIP parking lot, the Maybach parked in the special spot A09, and as the door opened, a cool breeze rushed in. Upon exiting the car, Jing Ji instinctively shivered, casting a gaze at Fu Jingxi that was both delicate and vulnerable. Fu Jingxi looked down at Jing Ji, who stood a head shorter than him, before his fingers deftly fumbled with the buttons of his suit jacket. Jing Ji flashed a sweet smile. Prior to boarding Fu Jingxi's car, she had instructed Tanju to take her non-heritage wool shawl back with her. After removing his jacket, Fu Jingxi draped it over Jing Ji's shoulders. Jing Ji tugged at Fu Jingxi's hand, which he did not withdraw from. Instead, he naturally intertwined his fingers with hers. Their warm, delicate hands clasped together felt entirely natural, perhaps due to the numerous intimate moments shared between them, rendering the gesture devoid of any awkwardness. Fu Jingxi walked with a leisurely grace. Yet his long strides left Jing Ji struggling to keep pace behind him. The sound of her high heels echoing as her qipao's slit subtly revealed her fair, slender legs. That a glimmer of mischievousness danced in Jing Ji's eyes as she softly inquired, "Mr. Fu, have you ever draped your coat over another girl?" Hearing the rhythmic click of her heels, Fu Jingxi, for once, slowed his pace, oblivious to any underlying tension. He replied nonchalantly, "You were the first." Jing Ji's gaze fell, her lips curving in a restrained smile, a hint of playful arrogance in her tone. "Then do you think your future girlfriend would feel jealous if she found out?" After all, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this for her. "Oh, so you're implying that you've done many firsts with me?" As they approached the elevator, Zhuyin pressed the button and promptly positioned himself behind the young master and the esteemed guest. 2 seconds later, the elevator doors opened, and Fu Jingxi took Jing Ji inside, while Zhuyin stood in a corner, pressing the button for their destination. Jing Ji gently shook Fu Jingxi's hand. Insisting he respond, Fu Jingxi turned his head slightly to regard her, and after a moment's pause, casually asked, "Did you just realize?" Jing Ji raised her hand to casually tuck a strand of long hair behind her ear, responding with a playful, "MHMRUE, celebrated as a paragon of Eastern luxury fashion, is favored by celebrities, international friends, and aristocratic daughters alike, necessitating prior reservations for visits. However, due to the shared prestige of the 4 prominent families, Zhuoyin effortlessly arranged everything with a single phone call. Upon reaching the first floor, the elevator doors opened, and Fu Jingxi guided Jing Ji out. The sight of opulent architecture, adorned with gold and jade, was ever mesmerizing, a testament to Eastern aesthetics that never ceased to captivate. Jing Ji, clad in a form-fitting qipao, exuded grace and allure, while Fu Jingxi, tall and resplendent, resembled a deity descended from the mountains. Even the high-ranking officials nearby radiated an elegant nobility characteristic of their lineage. Without a doubt, passers-by turned their heads in unison. Jing Ji released Fu Jingxi's hand and moved forward. Fu Jingxi's large hand encircled her delicate waist, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "Where to?" Jing Ji looked up at him. "To the Grand View Garden." Rui also resided within the Pingning Grand View Garden, which, in its pursuit of luxury and authenticity, featured only one dining establishment and one hotel, with no 2 shops offering the same wares. Consequently, foreign luxury brands had engaged in a protracted battle for prime locations, and domestically, Rui stood as the sole qipao luxury brand allowed entry into the Pingning Grand View Garden. Jing Ji had anticipated traversing horizontally via the elevator to reach the Grand View Garden. As before, Fu Jingxi's lips curled slightly, remaining silent. When Jing Ji attempted to break free, Fu Jingxi's grip remained steadfast. Suddenly, a jeep came into view. Fu Jingxi pulled the bewildered Jing Ji into the vehicle. Inside, Jing Ji blinked at Fu Jingxi, her rosy lips parting slightly before retreating, as if she had something to say but hesitated. Fu Jingxi glanced at her, then received a phone call that he conversed in German with familiarity, discussing matters for 2 minutes before hanging up. Jing Ji was momentarily lost in the scenery outside the window. Fu Jingxi gently pinched her cheeks, turning her head toward him. What were you going to say? Jing Ji's lips puffed out adorably, her words muffled. Is this the power of capital? Recently, when Jing Ji visited, she had only entered the Grandview Garden by taking a sightseeing cart to her destination, while Fu Jingxi, with the backing of Hongxi Huafu, arrived directly in a jeep, bypassing the crowds. She mused that perhaps this capital was understated and rare, explaining why she had never seen anyone online mention it. Fu Jingxi released her, turning back with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes penetrating as he countered, "Did you not find me dull?" Jing Ji widened her eyes in surprise, recalling how just half an hour ago, she had muttered in the car that sometimes she felt wealthy individuals like him lacked interest. He holds grudges, she thought, feeling a pang of guilt. Jing Ji lowered her gaze, contemplating what to say, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a round archway she had never seen before, presumably designed for vehicles to pass through. In less than a minute, the car came to a stop. Jing Ji stepped out, and her eyes were drawn to the golden plaque inscribed with the characters Ru Yi, written by the renowned calligrapher Sheng Huijing. Hanging on the opposite red wall of the green-tiled building. On the central stage of the Grandview Garden, a kunku opera performer sang a segment of Dreaming of the Garden, the line originally. The colorful blooms spread everywhere, resonating through the concealed audio equipment into the VIP room on the 3rd floor of Ru Yi. The manager hurriedly ascended the stairs, holding a tray of freshly brewed Ming Ding Gan Lu tea. Upon reaching the stairway, he paused to catch his breath before entering. Just as Fu Jingxi was about to sit on an intricately carved wooden chair, the manager's voice interrupted, "Master Fu, I sincerely apologize. I was on my day off, but I rushed here upon hearing you were coming. I meant no disrespect." The manager bowed respectfully, keenly observing Fu Jingxi's expression. Fu Jingxi glanced at the tea in the manager's hands before taking a seat. Coolly commanding, "Replace it with rose coconut milk flower tea." The manager promptly replied, "Of course, right away." As the beaded curtains were drawn aside by staff in kipeos, Jing Ji emerged from the fitting room. Stepping in front of a vintage full-length mirror, she shook her head and retreated back inside. Our Yuyi's kipeos were categorized into ready-to-wear and bespoke options, with the bespoke split into 2 types, in-store and designer visits. Previously, in Jiangdu Huafu, Jing Ji had opted for the latter, but upon arriving at the store this time, the staff immediately consulted customer preference information from their Xincheng branch, since she was the young lady brought by Master Fu. They presented her with replicas of the headquarters' top designers' creations for her to try on. As her figure and preferences differed from the existing styles, they chose a foundational design and took her measurements for later alterations. Once these tasks are completed, the details of the qipao will be customized, selecting from the elements already designed by the designer, such as choosing floral embroidery for the qipao or opting for intangible cultural heritage embroidery by skilled artisans. After trying on 3 outfits, Jing Ji stood before the mirror, observing herself from side to side for a minute, then turned to Fu Jingxi with a gentle smile, inquiring, "Does this look good?" Fu Jingxi, tapping the cigarette between his fingers into the ashtray, lifted his gaze to meet hers and, after a brief moment, replied softly, "Not bad." Hearing his response, Jing Ji's lips curled upwards, the slight swell of her under-eye bags, resembling droplets of water, accentuated her charm. She then approached the intricately carved wooden tea table, bending down to retrieve a vintage floral cup. After taking a sip of rose coconut milk tea, she blinked at Fu Jingxi, wondering aloud, "How did they know I've been drinking this rose coconut milk tea recently? Did you mention it?" Fu Jingxi, taking a drag from his cigarette, exhaled a languid plume of smoke and simply murmured, "How could you remember it after just one glance?" Jing Ji asked, her surprise evident. Fu Jingxi, with a subtle lift of his eyelids, cast a casual look at her, as if predicting her next words. "Are you going to say you don't believe me?" Jing Ji's slightly parted lips promptly sealed shut. Can he really remember something said in Sioux City for so long? She mused, scrutinizing Fu Jingxi with curiosity. After pulling a piece of paper adorned with poetry, she delicately picked a piece of osmanthus cake and took a bite before settling into the chair beside him. Fu Jingzi extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his gaze focused. Jing Ji leaned slightly forward, gently tugging at Fu Jingxi's sleeve, her voice softening as she suggested, "Shall we select the elements together?" Fu Jingxi, reclining leisurely against the back of his chair, rested his arms on the carved wooden armrests, interlocking his fingers as he studied her for a couple of seconds. Noticing the anticipation in her eyes, he replied slowly, "That could be quite exhausting." Jingji straightened her posture abruptly, placing the osmanthus cake down, inhaling sharply as a hint of playful indignation flickered in her eyes. "Oh, so you've done this with another woman before?" Fu Jingxi raised his gaze and replied indifferently, "My sister. At once." Jingji's spirited demeanor dimmed, and she responded with a subdued, "Oh." Fu Jingxi's eyes swept over her, seemingly unperturbed, stealing a glance at him. Jingji pondered for a moment before slightly turning her body toward him, her luminous fox-like eyes fixed upon him. She was being endearing. She simply wished to tease him. Fu Jingxi remained silent for a few seconds, then lowered his hands and lifted his lips, uttering two words, "I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Jingji chuckled softly, and as she rose, Fu Jingxi extended his hand slightly. She used it for support, holding the unfinished osmanthus cake in her hand. In every store of Ruyi, there are reception rooms designated as Chong E and Ru. Ordinary customers enter the Chong room, while the affluent or esteemed guests are welcomed in the Ru room. However, even the ordinary elite may not have the privilege to enter the E room. Due to Fu Jingxi's high status and power, no one dared to treat him lightly. The EVIP room, located on the entire third floor, is exclusively for this esteemed guest, where one can not only try on garments, but also groom, adorn, and rest. Because selecting custom elements can be mentally taxing, they moved to the Crescent Hall. The room featured wooden flooring, patterned glass, folding fans, glass lamps, and a canary with a long tail in a birdcage. A beautifully carved concubine's couch was adorned with intricately designed railings, and beside it lay freshly washed fruits and desserts. The store attendant placed a phonograph on the turntable, and classical melodies began to play softly, while another attendant tended to the warm stove, releasing curling smoke that painted a dreamy atmosphere. After the selection was complete, Jingji wished to rest for a moment, and everyone else exited when Zhuyin left. She took the canary's cage with her. Jingji sat on the concubine's couch, reaching for a green grape to pop into her mouth. The warmth of the room flushed her cheeks with a delicate rosy hue. Her jade-like legs beneath the qipao slender and elegant, making her even more enchanting than the canary in the cage. Fu Jingxi removed his suit vest, tossing it onto a nearby wooden chair, and approached Jingji with an inscrutable expression. Chapter 57. She is quite difficult to please. Asvian brought the canary's cage into the Crescent Hall. Jingji was just sitting up from the concubine's couch. Fu Jingxi stood against the light by the window, his features obscured in shadow, rendering him indistinct. The black gold watch and gold cufflinks accentuated his noble and imposing air. He accepted the suit jacket presented by Zhuyin and draped it over Jingji's shoulders. The weight of the jacket was slightly heavy, causing Jingji to pause momentarily. Then she looked up at Fu Jingxi with a smile. "I'm hungry. Shall we head home for dinner?" Fu Jingxi's gaze was fixed on Jingji, his dark lashes casting shadows over his deeply affectionate eyes. As Jingji met his gaze, her heart stirred. If not for her lingering clarity, she might have fallen into Fu Jingxi's trap, with her thoughts collected. Jingji gently placed her hand on Fu Jingxi's wrist for support as she stood. Before descending the stairs, Fu Jingxi paid for the custom qipao with a black card. For an ordinary person, a custom-made high-end Chinese garment could represent a lifetime of savings, but for him, it was merely a trivial expense. Just as they were about to leave, Jingji inadvertently glanced at the qipao button area on the first floor. Suddenly, she recalled how every time she and Fu Jingxi were close, he would deliberately tug at the qipao buttons. Since they were returning to Jiangdu Huafu, she might as well pick a couple of attractive buttons to take with her. Jingji lifted her gaze to Fu Jingxi, still feeling the lingering warmth from their closeness, her chest gently rising and falling as she spoke in a voice as delicate as thread. "Please wait for me a moment while I choose a couple of buttons." Fu Jingxi glanced at her, slightly adopting a tone of a mentor, reminding her, changing plans at the last minute isn't a good habit. However, Jingji lowered her chin, her gaze towards Fu Jingxi filled with playful defiance. "You're here to accompany me shopping, so of course, I decide." Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of skepticism in his expression. For the first time in his life, Fu Jiao had heard someone speak so audaciously in his presence. Fu Jingxi's lips parted slightly, his gaze cool. Go ahead. With that, he maintained his indifferent demeanor and walked leisurely to the vintage sofa. Taking a seat with ease, Zhui Yan beside him gaped in surprise, inhaling a breath of cold air, and followed suit, her eyes reflecting confusion. Jing Ji turned her gaze to observe Fu Jingxi's figure. Blinking curiously, she thought she was ready to debate with him, yet she hadn't anticipated this man to be so agreeable. The reason for his demeanor remained a mystery. Jing Ji reined in her playful attitude and gracefully went to select the buttons. The culture of Qipao has flourished, and in the Jiangnan region, couples have taken to gifting Qipao buttons, similar in significance to cufflinks. Yu Yi's new collection of buttons is exquisitely crafted, and Jing Ji deliberated extensively. Unable to make a decision. In her indecision, she decided to seek out Fu Jingxi. As she approached the button display area, she called out to the man on the vintage sofa, who turned to look at her. Just as she was about to speak, a soft Mr. Fu rang out. Jing Ji halted, her eyes widening with curiosity as she turned towards the staircase. Soon after, a somewhat familiar figure descended the stairs. Upon recognizing who it was, Jing Ji's eyelids lowered slightly, her gaze turning icy. It wasn't this Mu Yan, whom she had encountered at the television station that morning. She held no fondness for Mu Yan. Not merely because of their similar appearances, but because Mu Yan exuded an aura of being overly sweet and cunning. Jing Ji had initially thought that Mu Yan would pretend not to recognize her, so she had intended to act as if they were strangers. To her surprise, Mu Yan beamed brightly, extending her hand in a friendly greeting. Hi, Jing Ji. What a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Jing Ji furrowed her brows momentarily. Her slender fingers brushing through her long hair, the glass bracelet on her wrist shimmering beautifully. She responded with a meticulously crafted business smile, albeit a false one, yet still stunningly pleasant to behold. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, Mu Yan could not possibly be oblivious to Jing Ji's insincerity. Yet, rather than showing annoyance, her smile grew even brighter. Noticing Jing Ji draped in a suit jacket large enough to envelop most of her figure, Mu Yan seemed momentarily dazed before her gaze shifted to Fu Jingxi on the sofa. The man sat with a cigarette burning between his fingers, his tall frame and chiseled features exuding an air of wealth and status. His tender gaze, however, remained focused on Jing Ji rather than Mu Yan. Jing Ji shot a casual glance at Mu Yan before returning her attention to Fu Jingxi, adjusting her jacket as she prepared to approach him. Just then, Mu Yan spoke up unexpectedly. Jing Ji, is this your boyfriend? You two are quite the match in terms of looks. Mu Yan emphasized the word looks deliberately. Jing Ji's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she turned to her. Cautiously asking, You don't know Mr. Fu? Mu Yan responded with a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. Jing Ji's smile became strained as she struggled to contain her exasperation. She thought to herself, You don't know Fu Jingxi? Yet you called him Mr. Fu as if you were meeting an acquaintance. Are you just mimicking me? Mr. Fu holds a prominent position. I have long admired him, Mu Yan said, flipping her hair, then added, Jing Ji. If he isn't your boyfriend, may I get to know him? Mu Yan finished speaking and revealed a charming smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Fu Jingxi. It must be said, witnessing this gesture from a face strikingly similar to her own. Jing Ji found it somewhat appealing, yet also somewhat repulsive. She shifted her gaze towards Fu Jingxi, who remained silent, his eyes lowered, the cigarette dangled between his fingers, hovering over the ashtray, the act of shaking off the ash deliberate and languid. The corners of his lips curving in a nonchalant arc, as if he were deliberately enjoying the spectacle of a fierce contest. Jing Ji refocused her attention on Mu Yan, who also averted her gaze, maintaining a smile as she fixed her eyes on Jing Ji. For reasons unknown, Jing Ji felt as if Mu Yan were wagering on her response. Was she betting that Jing Ji wouldn't dare to claim Fu Jingxi as her boyfriend? Jing Ji arched her brows and a soft, playful tone escaped her lips. He is my boyfriend. Once she spoke, she tucked her long hair, hidden beneath her suit, behind her shoulder, revealing her poised gaze. At my young and beautiful age, with a figure to match, it is indeed his good fortune to have me as his girlfriend. The light illuminated Jing Ji's waist-length hair, the thick, lustrous black locks shining with an enviable sheen. A stark contrast to Mu Yan's often damaged hair from constant styling. That statement seemed directed at Mu Yan, for if youth was the measure, Jing Ji was undeniably younger, if beauty was the standard. Jing Ji was undoubtedly more exquisite. And if figure was the criterion, Jing Ji's ample grace had never been outshone on Mu Yin since the implication, her smile freezing for a few seconds before she turned to Fu Jingxi and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Is that so? Marketing accounts claim that I resemble Jing Ji. If Mr. Fu hadn't gotten ahead of me, might I have had a chance too?" Mu Yin reflected on the years she had spent in the entertainment industry, having encountered all manner of characters. Moreover, from her understanding of Fu Jingxi, he relished the thrill of watching fierce battles unfold, finding delight in the chaos. How could he willingly end such an engaging drama? Thus, there was no need to fear Jing Ji. Upon hearing Mu Yan's words, Jing Ji couldn't restrain a cold sneer, feeling the urge to roll her eyes in exasperation. After the disdainful laugh, she cast a discreet glare at Fu Jingxi. What a despicable man! Was his silence truly an indication of agreement? Jing Ji scoffed inwardly, if sensing her gaze. Fu Jingxi leisurely took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. And with an air of interest, he tossed the cigarette into the ashtray, observing Jing Ji with a curious gaze. This little fox, with her innocent yet fierce expression, was rather endearing. The corners of Fu Jingxi's mouth twitched ever so slightly. After a moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, he turned his attention to Mu Yan. His cold eyes bore into her for a time before he spoke in a low, indifferent tone. "What are you performing? A chance encounter?" Instantly, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Fu Jingxi half lowered his eyes, elegantly lifting the teacup from the wooden table, taking a sip of the Ming Dingon Lu tea before lazily commenting, "Such green tea." Mu Yan's lips twitched slightly. Moments later, Jing Ji's laughter broke the silence, her melodic giggles filling the air. Even Zhui Yan, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a smile, struggling to maintain his composure. "So, you two know each other," Jing Ji remarked, glancing at Mu Yan. "No wonder, you're quite the actress. You played your part convincingly, fooling me entirely. Alas, I must admit I am rather naive." Jing Ji feigned a dramatic sigh, lamenting her overly sheltered life. With her exquisite beauty, even her pretentious behavior seemed to exude a charming audacity. Mu Yan stood frozen, mortified. Fu Jingxi set down his teacup, lifting his gaze to Jing Ji, and after a pause, he lightly patted his thigh, casually beckoning, "Jing Ji, come sit here." Jing Ji flashed a radiant smile and approached, settling herself on Fu Jingxi's lap, playfully chiding him. "If I didn't know better, I might think you were insulting me with that comment about green tea. You really mustn't say such things." She reached out and playfully poked his lips. Fu Jingxi embraced Jing Ji's waist, his indifferent gaze betraying a hint of affection. "Have you chosen the button yet?" he inquired. Jing Ji pouted slightly, her voice soft. "How can I think of such things when I encounter someone I dislike? Isn't the green tea referring to you?" Mu Yan interjected. Fu Jingxi raised a hand to gently tap Jing Ji's nose, then effortlessly lifted her up. Jing Ji instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her fox-like eyes brimming with innocence. Mu Yan stood stunned, watching as Fu Jingxi carried Jing Ji to the door. Zhui Yan followed, but after a few steps, the young master halted, coldly instructing, "Zhui Yan, inform Song Chia." Yan immediately straightened, attentive. "In the future, I do not wish to see you with anyone I dislike." "I apologize, Miss Mu. The headquarters has blacklisted you. Here is the fee for your recent custom order, which will be refunded shortly." Kim Yuan exited Rui, her eyes as still as a placid pond. Indeed, she had long been accustomed to the repercussions of offending the powerful Fu Jiu. She had loved him for so many years, yet he had only ever shown her his arrogant, superior demeanor, humiliating her and trampling her dignity underfoot. Earlier that day, while selecting a custom qipao at Rui, she had overheard Fu Jingxi conversing with Jing Ji, her curiosity incessantly urging her forward. Was that Jing Ji's voice? And Fu Jingxi's as well? But would Fu Jingxi accompany a woman on a shopping trip? Surely, she must have misheard. She replayed the scenario in her mind for several minutes, feeling as if she were on the brink of a mental breakdown, vacillating between recounting the grievances of her past and reassuring herself that she must have been mistaken, until Jing Ji's playful call of Mr. Fu rang out. Jealousy instinctively prompted her to echo the sentiment. Yet, it was somewhat amusing. She had thought her approach could once again captivate Fu Jingxi, but she hadn't anticipated that the perceived substitute would receive far more affection than she ever had. In truth, it seemed Fu Jingxi had never shown her any form of endearment. Indeed, Why was it that a beast nurtured by capital would lash out at her while treating Jingji with such careful affection? She would not accept this, nor would she concede. As the silver-topped Maybach with the A9 license plate exited Hongxi Huafu, onlookers could only envision the imposing figure of a powerful individual within. Entirely unaware that the esteemed figure was being playfully pummeled by the little lady in his arms. "All right. Does your hand hurt?" Fu Jingxi held Jingji's hand. She sat in his lap, her knees resting on the seat. Her cheeks flushed with indignation, her fox-like eyes filled with reproachful fury. "So, you really do know her," Fu Jingxi lazily affirmed with a casual gently kissing her lips. "Though, you are so annoying." Jingji pushed against Fu Jingxi's chest, preventing him from kissing her again. A hint of displeasure flickered in Fu Jingxi's eyes as he fixed his gaze on her, remaining silent. She was quite difficult to placate, he mused. Jingji exhaled, her brows furrowing slightly as she tilted her chin up, playfully interrogating. "How do you know her? I could see she was interested in you. Oh, I see. You must have flirted with her." Jingji's gaze bore into Fu Jingxi, as if scrutinizing a man who had strayed from his moral compass. Fu Jingxi, taken aback, paused for a moment before slapping her palm lightly. Jingji was taken aback. "Did you just hit me? Is that what you call hitting? You hit me. You hit me. You hit me." Jingji retaliated by playfully pounding Fu Jingxi's chest once more. "All right, let me explain how I know her." Fu Jingxi once again grasped Jingji's hand, kneading it gently. "You tell me. I'll tell you at home." Jingji gazed at Fu Jingxi for a long while, then lowered her gaze, softly warning, "If you dare to deceive me, I will bite you." Fu Jingxi chuckled at her toothy grin, ruffling her hair with great patience. After a moment of contemplation, Jingji looked up with curiosity. "How do you even know the term green tea?" "I've seen it quite a few times. Oh, right. So, do you think I portrayed green tea convincingly just now?" "Not convincingly. Is that so?" "Really? You're lying. I can't feel it." "Danju." As soon as Jingji stepped out of the car, she called out to the front courtyard. Danju promptly dashed out from the hall, arriving just in time to see Jingji. "Miss, sir, I'm hungry. The kitchen has prepared the meal. I will have them bring it out right away." During mealtime, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Jingji took a few bites of vegetables, and upon seeing Fu Jingxi parting his lips to speak, she glanced over and said, "Let us talk after we finish eating. I am afraid it might spoil my appetite." Fu Jingxi suppressed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and after a moment, he gently pulled at his lips, saying, "I just wanted you to eat a bit slower." Oh. After finishing the meal, Jingji felt quite pleased, sitting behind an antique folding screen, arranging traditional Chinese flowers in a vase, momentarily forgetting about Mu Yin. Fu Jingxi received several phone calls, busy with work in the study. Around 4 in the afternoon, Danju suddenly dashed over to Jingji. "What's wrong?" "Miss, someone has delivered a large box. It seems to have been arranged by Sir from Jing Luo. I'll go take a look." Jingji followed Danju out from behind the screen and saw several burly men carrying a wooden box nearly taller than a person, setting it down before leaving. Jingji looked at Danju in confusion for a moment, then asked, "Is Sir busy?" "Yes." Danju, having finished speaking, dashed towards the study on the 2nd floor. Upon noticing Danju ascend, Jingji approached the study door and knocked lightly, when Zhuo Yin emerged to open the door and uttered a few words. Danju promptly ran back down. Once by Jingji's side, Danju remarked, "Approximately half an hour." Jingji glanced upstairs, deciding to handle matters on her own once Danju returned. With that, she settled onto the sofa, retrieving a long-forgotten book on lychees from Chang'an from the coffee table, flipping to the bookmark page to continue her reading. Jingji possessed a profound love for literature, immersing herself in it within mere moments. Half an hour later, Fu Jingxi emerged from the study, playfully tugging at Jingji's ankle as he approached her. Without lifting her gaze, Jingji commented, "This has been delivered for quite some time." Fu Jingxi seated himself beside her, effortlessly lifting her onto his lap, and with a gentle grip on her waist, stated, "It's a gift for you." "Pardon?" Jingji lifted her eyes to meet Fu Jingxi's, questioning, "For me? What is it?" At that moment, Zhuo Yin produced a key from his pocket. After unlocking a box, he revealed numerous small wooden cases, which he opened one by one, taking quite some time. Yet, when Jingji beheld the dazzling array of jewelry, she was utterly astonished. She descended from Fu Jingxi's lap and approached the treasures, standing in awe for a considerable duration. It was said that families of true affluence hardly valued even the Forbes list. How much wealth did Fu Jingxi possess? Blinking in disbelief, she picked up a bracelet to examine it. The exquisite jade was of the finest quality. Turning to glance at Fu Jingxi, she found him reclining on the sofa, legs crossed, hands naturally resting on his knees, as if the treasure trove before them was but a trivial matter. After a moment of contemplation, she took the bracelet and sat beside him. Leaning in to whisper a soft thank you in his ear, Fu Jingxi cast a sidelong glance at her, casually replying, "You ought to express your gratitude through action." Jingxi blinked, then broke into a playful smile. Responding, "I don't quite understand." Fu Jingxi scoffed lightly. "You lack heart." Jingxi chuckled and inquired, "When did you acquire these?" Fu Jingxi replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "They were gifts from the young masters during my last birthday. Some were given to the women of the family, while the rest are here." Jingxi felt a sense of admiration. These were merely jewels he no longer required, which he bestowed upon the female relatives and her. Beyond these, he must have retained paintings and jade artifacts for his own enjoyment. She mused, this was no mere gift-giving. It was as if vassals were presenting tributes from across the land, all revolving around him like a constellation. As she pondered, she suddenly turned to Fu Jingxi. "Curious, will I need to return the favors later? My third younger sister will handle that." The mention of Fu Shiqianjin piqued Jingxi's interest. She seemed quite formidable within the family, possessing considerable authority over domestic affairs. Occasionally, Jingxi found herself wondering about the internal structure of the Fu family, in such a grand and noble lineage. Surely each offspring had their own responsibilities. Fu Jingxi was evidently the one engaged in commerce. But how had he emerged as the most significant heir among so many? Moreover, why was it said that Fu Jiuyi was so fearsome? Jingxi had always felt that Fu Jingxi was rather intimidating in bed, but during other moments, he merely seemed a touch aloof, never displaying any anger towards her. Lost in thought, she was abruptly handed Fu Jingxi's phone by Zhuyan. Upon receiving it and glancing at the caller ID, he answered the call. Grandmother, in his calm tone, Jingxi detected a respect that had never before graced Fu Jingxi's voice, staring at him in astonishment. She listened as a gentle, slightly tremulous voice of an elderly woman resonated on the line. "Cheng Su." Jingxi was taken aback, wondering who Cheng Su was. Fu Jingxi merely responded with a nonchalant hum. Before stepping into the courtyard to take the call, when he returned, Fu Jingxi had made a trip to the study. Jingxi handed the jade bracelet to Tenju, then made her way to the study. Outside, she noticed the door ajar and curiously peeked inside. There, she found Fu Jingxi seated in a grand chair, leisurely savoring a sip of brandy from a vintage glass, and then picking up a well-heated Cuban cigar from the ashtray. Taking a draw before languidly exhaling a plume of smoke. "Come here." Jingxi straightened her back, blinking twice before gently pushing the door open to enter. As she approached Fu Jingxi, he opened his arms, indicating for her to sit. Complying, she settled onto his lap, gazing up at him. Through the slightly hazy smoke, Fu Jingxi's Western features and Eastern complexion exerted an alluring pull on Jingxi's mind. Though she understood it was not love, his eyes bore an undeniable charm. "What did you hear?" Fu Jingxi's tone remained as calm as ever. "I heard your grandmother call you Cheng Su." Jingxi replied, uncertainty lacing her voice. Fu Jingxi did not respond. Instead, he reached for the cigar, dipping it into the brandy glass to moisten the tip. "That I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. That I never said you were." "Oh," Jingxi remarked, her gaze fixed on the cigar. "Who is Cheng Su? Is it you?" Fu Jingxi took a slow draw from the cigar, releasing a tendril of fragrant smoke. The hazy aroma carried notes of brandy sweetness that wafted towards Jingxi. "Why do you have another name? Cheng Su?" she inquired softly. Fu Jingxi tapped the ash from the cigar into the ashtray, responding leisurely, "It was my original name. Hardly anyone calls me that anymore." Suddenly, Jingxi recalled an earlier piece of information she had seen regarding the names of the younger generation in the Fu family. Xiuyan, Wanyin, Rongqian, Jingxi, Jiuxi, Ingyan, Yanche, Yanmo, among others. It seemed that Cheng Su harmonized better than Jingxi. Turning to Fu Jingxi, she asked with puzzlement, "Then why was it changed to this one?" "Because I did not wish to hear those I despise call me Cheng Su," he replied in a flat tone. Jingxi pondered for a moment before meaningfully saying, "Come to think of it, Mu Yin calls you Mr. Fu. I suddenly don't wish to call you that anymore." Upon hearing this, Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze to meet Jing Ji's, his dark eyes deep and captivating, slowly asking, "Then what would you like to call me?" Chapter 58. Yet I insist, having endured poverty in her youth and encountered the harshest of life's realities. Jing Ji emerged as a captivating enchantress from the mire, exuding pure allure and resplendence. Not long after her 21st birthday, she exploded onto the internet, swiftly ascending to become the most prominent online sensation. Appearing on shows and venturing into the entertainment industry with remarkable success, netizens dubbed her the Jiangnan Daji, draped in silk and adorned with jade, radiating opulence beyond measure, her home filled with classical grandeur and an abundance of precious gems. Yet, few were aware that her persona as a Jiangnan heiress was a fade, the extravagant wealth bestowed upon her by the aloof and proud ninth master of the Jingluo Fu family. Upon accepting the invitation to the Oriental television station's New Year's Eve gala, high-ranking officials within the station, fearful of offending Fu Jiuyi, remained tight-lipped, refraining from revealing that she was merely a substitute. In truth, they were all keenly observing the competition for affection between her and Fu Jiuye's first love, the star Mu Yin. Oblivious to the underlying complexities, Jing Ji laughed aloud at the bewildered gazes directed at her. Her attention gradually shifted away from these incongruous details, focusing instead on the powerful man. Often likened to a tyrant within the Jing circle, she grew accustomed to the intimacy shared with this man. A decade her senior, whom she ought to refer to as little uncle alongside her friends, Fu Jingxi, the young man ranked ninth among the four illustrious families, was known for his cold demeanor and ruthless tactics. The true master of the Fu family, a devil nurtured by capital, rumors circulated that he wielded tremendous power, his private life shrouded in mystery. With an air of audacity, the young lady approached the man like a charming little fox. Pouting and rubbing her eyes, "Cheng Su, I want to sleep." On the other end of the line, the young ladies and gentlemen of the Jingluo, Rongning Wangfu's Qingxi Hall fell into a stunned silence. The name Cheng Su had become a rare privilege to invoke. Holding their breath, the man on the other end of the line tossed the cigar into the ashtray, the smoke dissipating gradually as he regarded her with a gaze that was both dark and profound. After a few seconds, he wrapped a large hand around her slender waist, asking, "Shall we rest in my embrace for a while?" Shin City rarely saw snow, at most experiencing a mix of rain and flurries. Accompanied by the winds from the Bund, the following morning, Jing Ji boarded a chauffeur-driven car to attend her classes at Shun University. With the New Year's Eve gala approaching, she would have rehearsals in the afternoon following her morning lessons. Adjacent to the Bund stood the pinnacle of finance, with the Pearl Tower of the television station offering a view of the towering Taiping Haina building across the way. The Taiping Haina capital, a branch of the Fu family in Shin City, was positioned at an unattainable height, much like their illustrious family itself. In a top-floor office, Fu Jingxi sat in his chair. Having just concluded a meeting, after closing his notebook, he suddenly recalled something and glanced at Juyen, who stood nearby. "Young master," Juyen promptly acknowledged as a top aide. He could swiftly decipher the various nuances behind Fu Jingxi's different gazes. "Purchase the buttons she viewed yesterday and have them delivered to Jiangdu Huafu," Fu Jingxi instructed, his tone devoid of embellishment. Here, she was evidently Jing Ji. Yin nodded in agreement. A moment later, Fu Jingxi inquired, "Why haven't you left yet?" "Young master, I have something to say, but I'm unsure if I should." Fu Jingxi lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Juyen, his eyes brimming with a hint of impatience. Juyen's mouth contorted into a straight line as he inhaled sharply. "Well, what I meant to say is that you seem unusually attentive to Miss Jing lately, which is rather unlike you." After speaking, Juyen cautiously glanced at Fu Jingxi. Unlike other minor officials, and distinct from the special assistant beside Fu Jingxi, Juyen was well acquainted with the core philosophies of the master, and he felt compelled to remind Fu Jingxi of certain matters. Fu Jingxi remained silent, instead picking up a document from the table, leisurely flipping through it, his lowered gaze obscuring any discernible emotion. Juyen immediately nodded in deference, signaling his respect. For a long while, the office was enveloped in silence. "Sir," Juyen respectfully interjected. Fu Jingxi tossed the document onto the table with a casual motion, producing a soft thud. Juyen lowered his head further. Fu Jingxi was an exceedingly composed individual capable of restraining his emotions. And after years of proximity to Fu Jingxi, Juyen could sense the underlying discontent, Even if it was faint at that moment. Fu Jingxi's assistant, Lin Yan, knocked on the office door. Zhuyan pressed the button to open it. And Lin Yan entered. Fu Jingxi turned his gaze towards Lin Yan, his eyes icy and devoid of the gentleness he exhibited in front of Jingji. Under the oppressive atmosphere, Lin Yan instinctively swallowed hard. Sir, the sixth son of the Shin family has arrived. Fu Jingxi partially closed his eyes, the chill in his gaze gradually dissipating. In the tea room, the Ming Dynasty purple sandalwood intricately carved sofa loomed impressively. The minor official beside Shen Yinji carefully placed items on the antique tea table. Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze to the envelope on the table. Zhuyan leaned forward, using a lighter to ignite the cigarette that Fu Jingxi held between his lips. Shen Yinji, in good spirits today, allowed his own minor official to light a cigarette as well. The smoke curled languidly, and Fu Jingxi subtly raised his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. Zhuyan tore open the envelope. Moments later, several photographs were neatly arranged on the tea table. Fu Jingxi reclined against the back of the chair and picked up one of the photographs. Your lips, Shen Yinji remarked after a moment's appraisal. Look like they've been bitten. Such certainty suggests you possess quite the experience, Fu Jingxi replied in an unperturbed tone. He placed the photograph back on the table, displaying no particular reaction. Shen Yinji withdrew his gaze. A faint smile gracing his lips as he lowered his eyes, not denying the implication. When did you two make amends? Fu Jingxi leisurely inhaled from his cigarette, retrieving a second photograph from the table. As he exhaled, he squinted slightly, seemingly scrutinizing the image in his hand. Shen Yinji understood that Fu Jingxi was referring to his relationship with Lu Mayan and, taking a puff of smoke, replied nonchalantly. We haven't reconciled. Fu Jingxi raised his gaze, a sardonic curl of his lips forming after a lengthy pause. Quite the sycophant, aren't you? As the sixth master of the prominent Shin family, pursuing someone after a breakup. What else could it be called? Shen Yinji calmly picked up another photograph, examining it for a moment before retorting. You, too, are quite the flatterer, the ninth master of the illustrious Fu family, kissing in the car and then accompanying someone shopping after having his lip bitten. What else could that be? Fu Jingxi pressed his thin lips together, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, Shen Yinji set down the photograph and remarked casually that media outlet has already undergone internal reorganization. Fu Jingxi placed the photograph down. His demeanor composed and indifferent. Perhaps some media outlet had become desperate for attention, daring to offend powerful figures whom the political realm would not challenge, but such photographs would inevitably be intercepted before exposure. The four prominent families had been intertwined with the entertainment industry for years, and no one dared to take such risks. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Shen Yinji extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and prepared to depart. Fu Jingxi replied with a cool though he did not rise, adding nonchalantly, let us have a meal together sometime. Shen Yinji acknowledged with a brief before exiting the tea room. A while later, Fu Jingxi extinguished his cigarette, contemplating the photographs before him. Zhuyan, frame these photographs and place them on my desk. Is that all right? Jian paused, disbelief evident in his eyes. Fu Jingxi stood, a flicker of impatience shadowing his gaze as he remarked coldly. Your execution and comprehension have noticeably declined of late. Jian immediately nodded. I shall do so at once. The afternoon rain dampened Jingji's spirits as she arrived at the rehearsal venue, a hint of melancholy lingering on her brow. Inside the Jia De Mayu Eastern Grand Theater, a constellation of stars mingled, each ensconced in their own busyness. With less than 3 days to go, the Eastern Television's New Year's Eve Gala was set to take place here. Upon her arrival, Jingji coincidentally encountered Lu Mayan and greeted her. In their conversation, Lu Mayan whimsically lamented, that old man. He hasn't even graced his own performance center with a visit, yet he expects a chance encounter. Jingji casually inquired, is the theater his? Indeed, Lu Mayan suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Jingji's eyes, adding, it also belongs to Mr. Fu. Did you not know? Jingji raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing her surprise. She genuinely had no idea. Sometimes, she found herself curious about how he and Fu Jingxi managed to share a bed daily, yet remain strangers to each other. It must be because most of their time is spent. And after that, it's either eating or sleeping, leaving no time for understanding, Lu Mayan explained, her demeanor unperturbed. No wonder our dressing rooms are adjacent. I suppose the television station arranged it out of consideration for them. Jingji realized, Comprehension dawning upon her, Lu Mian nodded in agreement. In the VIP lounge of the Grand Theater, Jing Ji and Lu Mian shared a room. Although Lu Mian was merely a rising star, she had access to the VIP lounge just like the top-tier celebrities, while Jing Ji, having only recently entered the industry, was also entitled to this exclusive space, shared solely between the two of them, and not crowded with other artists. This was evidently a courtesy extended due to the influence of the two capital magnates. Lu Mian pursed her lips slightly, her expression turning serious as she suddenly advised. By the way, if Mu Yin speaks to you, just assume whatever she says is nonsense. Jing Ji narrowed her eyes slightly, her long lashes fanning together. What's the matter? Lu Mian was at a loss for how to explain and offered an awkward smile. As the specially invited ambassador of Eastern aesthetics for the New Year's Eve Gala, Jing Ji had much to learn, but fortunately, she found the topics of interest and adapted quickly, encountering little difficulty during the rehearsal. During the intermission, instead of retreating to the lounge, Jing Ji stood by an unoccupied window, gazing at the scenery. Suddenly, Mu Yin approached her. Jing Ji cast a fleeting glance and ignored her, sipping the floral tea that Tan Zhu had handed her. Mu Yin, facing Jing Ji's indifference, exhaled heavily, glancing at the bustling staff around them. When her gaze returned to Jing Ji, it was imbued with disdain. You must already know you're my substitute, right? Upon hearing this, Jing Ji turned her head slightly, surveying Mu Yin from head to toe with an expression of mockery. Did you suffer some mental breakdown after being humiliated yesterday? Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly laughed derisively. You wouldn't still be unaware of my affair with Mr. Fu, would you? Jing Ji arched an eyebrow, her eyes calm and unperturbed, revealing no surprise. The water cup in her hand exuded a fragrance that matched her own essence. Mu Yin subtly pressed her lips together, staring at Jing Ji for several seconds, before taking a deep breath and arrogantly declaring, I dated him for 3 years, so after our breakup, he has not exactly warmed towards me. Jing Ji slowly turned back, maintaining her composure, though she couldn't entirely suppress the slight furrow in her brow as her grip on the teacup tightened. Her gaze drifted towards the tallest building outside the window. Fu Jingxi should be up there today. What could he be doing? Mu Yin seized upon Jing Ji's subtle change, a victorious smile creeping onto her lips, although her eyes, resembling Jing Ji's, still held a glimmer of brightness. They also bore a shadow that she herself had yet to recognize. At that moment, Tan Zhu tugged at Jing Ji's sleeve, glancing at Mu Yin, then cautioned, Miss Lu said not to believe anything Mu Yin says. Jing Ji's thoughts snapped back to the present as she turned to Tan Zhu, smiling softly after a few seconds, indicating her understanding. Seeing this, the gloom in Mu Yan's eyes deepened as she suddenly exclaimed, If you don't believe me, you can ask some of the higher-ups at the television station. They witnessed Mr. Fu picking me up back then. And then, Jing Ji handed her teacup to Tan Zhu and turned back to Mu Yin. Her eyes still laced with derision. Dio, you want to learn more? Mu Yin provocatively gazed at Jing Ji, her smile failing to reach her eyes, vividly portraying her malice. Jing Ji regarded Mu Yin coolly. Her stature slightly taller, her lowered gaze akin to a condescending glance. She brushed a strand of hair aside, her delicate, pink-tipped nails accentuating her femininity. You've been staring at my profile for quite some time. Have you realized my nose is more refined than yours, my brow bone superior, and my jawline more exquisite? Jing Ji maintained a cold smile as she fixed her gaze on Mu Yin. Mu Yan's eyes flickered with unease. Jing Ji let out a scornful huff before brushing past Mu Yin. How utterly tedious. You're neither as beautiful nor as charming as I am. What a nuisance. The voice of Jing Ji drifted from afar, leisurely and relaxed. After the break, Mu Yin and Jing Ji proceeded to rehearse together. For some unknown reason, this particular rehearsal did not go particularly well. Mu Yin spoke on behalf of Jing Ji, suggesting that perhaps she was a bit fatigued and needed 5 minutes to adjust. The television station's higher-ups, aware of Jing Ji's background, had specifically instructed everyone to treat teacher Jing with utmost care. And with Mu Yin's intercession, no one dared to challenge her. Mu Yin nudged Jing Ji with her elbow, bringing her back to focus. My assistant mentioned that she noticed you standing with Mu Yin for a while. Did she say something that affected you? Mu Yin gazed at Jing Ji with her enchanting eyes, filled with curiosity. Jing Ji lowered her gaze for a moment, then raised it again to softly inquire. Mu Yin. Did Fu Jingxi have any past relationship with her? Mu Yin, upon hearing this, opened her mouth slightly, lowered her eyes to the floor, and hesitantly replied, "Actually, I'm not quite sure. I only know that Mr. Fu did indeed support her for a time, and their relationship was somewhat close. She grew up in the Fu household, and there were rumors that she was Mr. Fu's first love, but those are merely rumors." Understanding this, Jingji withdrew her gaze and exhaled a long breath, declaring, "I'm ready. We can begin." Lu Muyan looked at Jingji uncertainly, a hint of worry on her face. Fortunately, Jingji's performance during this round was commendable, earning praise from the director. After the next scene, Lu Muyan, due to further rehearsals, advised Jingji not to overthink things and then retreated to the lounge. Jingji, however, did not head to the lounge but instead sought out Mu Yan. In the deserted corridor, Mu Yan regarded Jingji with an air of arrogance. "What? Do you want to hear more about my relationship with him?" Or, a pause, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Mu Yan stood there, stunned, covering her face that had just been slapped. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Jingji was filled with disbelief. Tanju rolled her eyes at Mu Yan, as if to say she deserved it. Thankfully, the manicure hadn't been removed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had such an effect. Jingji calmly twisted her wrist, her furrowed brows emanating an aura of cold elegance that was not to be trifled with. Today, she had opted for a more understated jade bracelet. A Myanmar jade bangle worth over 50 million that its flawless green hue was pure and vibrant, akin to a green serpent coiling around her slender wrist. Mu Yan's eyes widened, and she raised her hand, ready to strike Jingzi Hi. The next moment, Tanju forcefully pushed her aside, causing her back to collide with the wall of the corridor. Tanju stood protectively in front of Jingji, furrowing her brows fiercely at Mu Yan. "Is she someone you can hit?" Jingji's brow relaxed slightly as she observed Tanju's silhouette, a flicker of gratitude in her gaze. After a moment, Jingji gently pressed down on Tanju's hand, speaking softly. "Tanju, thank you." Understanding her intent, Tanju smiled slightly and stepped aside to allow Jingji to pass. Jingji advanced a couple of steps, frowning at Mu Yan, who leaned against the wall with eyes filled with resentment. After a few seconds, she coldly stated, "I told you yesterday, Cheng Su is my boyfriend. You coming here to say this to his current girlfriend shows not only your lack of character, but also you're deserving of a slap." "Cheng Su?" Mu Yan's voice was filled with disbelief. "Yes." Jingji smirked, looking at Mu Yan with a hint of sarcasm that he quite enjoys it when I call him that. Jingji paused, scanning Mu Yan from head to toe. "Haven't you ever called him that?" Her voice was sweet, sometimes laced with a delicate breathiness, reminiscent of a little fox, kitten, or bunny playfully scratching at someone, yet due to her exquisite and beautiful nature, her soft voice rendered her impossible to truly despise. This was how Fu Jingxi viewed her, but not how Mu Yan did. Mu Yan's breathing suddenly quickened, her wide eyes burning with anger, jealousy, and resentment. Jingji found her demeanor somewhat unhinged, after casting her a cold glance. She turned to leave with Tanju. Jingji halted her steps impatiently, glancing back to allow Mu Yan to finish her thought. "Do you believe that I could take him away from you?" Mu Yan's voice was strong, as though she was utterly confident. Jingji rolled her eyes at the ceiling in annoyance, her voice rising. "Take him? Why don't I just give him to you?" "But does he even want you?" Jingji tossed her hair over her shoulder, exuding an air of nobility akin to a delicate white magnolia. "Wait until I uncover the truth. If I find out you deliberately deceived me today, I have 1,000 ways to make him confront you personally." Jingji's rehearsal concluded relatively early. After bidding farewell to Lu Muyan, she emerged from the Grand Theater as dusk fell. While answering a call from Fu Zhaoyu, she walked towards the chauffeur waiting to pick her up. On the other end of the line, Fu Zhaoyu's apologetic voice came through. "Sorry. I didn't notice my phone at first. It's all right." Jingji replied, lowering her head as she entered the car. "What is up? You called?" Fu Zhaoyu's tone was relaxed. Jingji glanced at her high-heeled shoes. "Having accidentally stepped into a puddle earlier, leaving a bit of water stain on the red soles, I just wanted to ask if you know Mu Yan." "Mu Yan?" Fu Zhaoyu pondered for a moment. "The actress Mu Yan? I don't know her. I don't watch her work. By the way, she does resemble you a bit. I'll check out her shows when I have time." Tanju prepared to bend down and wipe the water stains from Jingji's shoes. But Jingji quickly stopped her, taking the tissue from Tanju's hands to clean her shoes herself. Fu Zhaoyu's voice came through again. "Why did you suddenly think of her? By the way, how did your rehearsal go today? Did you run into her?" Jingji paused for a moment before getting straight to the point. "Zhaoyu, did your little uncle ever have a romantic relationship?" "I don't know. She replied with a light laugh. I've never heard my dad mention it. Why little uncle's private life is quite secretive. Even some of us from the Fu family might not know. Plus, I spent most of my childhood at the Shen family, rarely returning to the Rongning Wang Fu, probably just once a year, and I seldom paid attention to adult matters. That if you want to know, you might have to ask my little uncle directly. Fu Zhaoyu smiled as she spoke, but whether he has had a relationship or not is all in the past. It's not that important, right? Indeed, it's not important, Jingji thought to herself. What truly mattered was whether she was a stand-in for Mu Yin. If Fu Jingxi really treated her as a mere substitute, then this man was in for it. After hanging up, Jingji found some truth in Fu Zhaoyu's words. If she wanted to know if she was truly a stand-in, she could ask him directly. The clouds above loomed thick, making it hard to breathe as torrential rain began to pour. Inside the car, Jingji dialed Fu Jingxi's number. When the call connected, his deep voice resonated. What is it? Jingji pouted, her voice sweetly teasing like the gentle drizzle. Can I come find you? Miss me? No, not at all. Fu Jingxi chuckled softly. Come to the building. I'll have Zhuyin come down to bring you up. All right. After the call ended, Jingji's playful smile gradually faded, and as she raised her gaze, her eyes were calm and unruffled. She headed to Taiping Haina building. The earlier teasing had all been an act. Once she reached the building, she would demand clarity, arriving before the Taiping Haina building. The night was hazy, and the building shone brightly, towering majestically. Jingji had messaged Fu Jingxi earlier, and now Zhuyin awaited her at the entrance. After stepping out of the car, Tanju opened an umbrella to shield her from the rain, which fell upon it like a view through a window. However, Jingji had no interest in admiring the scenery. Approaching Zhuyin, Tanju retracted the umbrella, and Zhuyin respectfully greeted her. Mississippi. Jingji smiled slightly, her gaze towards Zhuyin revealing an unexpected glimmer. This usually humble person had always referred to her as Miss Jing, but today, like Tanju, he addressed her simply as Mississippi. Had her status risen? Regardless, Jingji's mood lightened somewhat. Let us go, she instructed succinctly. Understood. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Inside the office, Jingji followed Zhuyin, and a dazzling chandelier hung from the grand ceiling. Adorned with landscape paintings, a rosewood desk, and vintage sofas, exuding a luxurious yet classical aura that conveyed a sense of power and prestige, somewhat overwhelming. That Fu Jingxi held a cigar between his fingers. And upon noticing Jingji's arrival, his deep gaze fixed upon her as he leaned back casually. Exuding gentlemanly elegance, Jingji sat on the sofa, silent, the corners of her mouth slightly downturned. Fu Jingxi cast a sidelong glance at her, sensing something amiss, and gestured for Zhuyin and Tanju to leave the room. Moments later, the door closed. Jingji sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the floor to her right. Remaining silent. Fu Jingxi, after a brief glance, discarded his cigar into the ashtray. When he finally approached her, he pushed her down onto the sofa, trapping her between the cushions and himself. His voice was deep and powerful, laced with a hint of tenderness. Who has upset you? Jingji raised her gaze to meet Fu Jingxi's, pouting slightly as she imperiously commanded. Let us play a game. Truth or dare. Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow, setting the cigar down, and leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her pouted lips, his tone unwavering. I won't play. How do you know that what I say is the truth? Jingji furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of playful annoyance dancing in her fox-like eyes as she pouted and playfully insisted, but I absolutely must. Fu Jingxi had never truly considered declining her request. Seeing Jingji's adorable antics in his arms, a subtle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He gazed at her with tender affection and inquired, So, how do you intend to play this game? Jingji immediately laughed softly, reaching out to pat Fu Jingxi's arm. Understanding her unspoken cue, Fu Jingxi stood up, allowing Jingji to sit up, supporting herself on the sofa. Jingji cheerfully proposed, just one round. I ask you a question. You answer truthfully, and then I'll offer you a daring challenge. Fu Jingxi turned his head to glance at her, and after a few seconds, he averted his gaze and leaned back on the sofa. Responding in a calm tone, go ahead. Jingji faced him, her expression serious as she looked into his eyes for several seconds before solemnly asking, Have you ever regarded me as Mu Yin? Fu Jingxi turned to her, his eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief, as if he had just encountered a bizarre occurrence. That of course not. He replied nonchalantly. The weight lifted from Jingji's heart. She still believed him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked. Yet, she yearned for more. Turning her head with a playful glint in her eye, she declared, "I don't believe you." Fu Jingxi turned back towards her, his tone indifferent. "Then what is there to play?" Jing Ji, proud and silent, continued to stare at the floor. An air of quiet enveloped them. After a long pause, Fu Jingxi reached out, wrapping his arm around Jing Ji's delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly to sit on his lap. Facing him, his calm voice held an unspoken patience. "Did she upset you?" Jing Ji pouted, her eyes cooling instantly, remaining silent. "Just get rid of her." Fu Jingxi pressed his lips against hers again, as if to soothe her discontent. Jing Ji averted her gaze and let out a soft, petulant hum. Fu Jingxi playfully tapped her nose with his finger, speaking patiently. "If the little fox cannot bear to do it, then allow me to assist you." Upon hearing this, Jing Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. Fu Jingxi, witnessing this, also allowed a smile to grace his lips. Jing Ji lifted her eyes, her large, luminous fox-like eyes sparkling enticingly under the light. She wrapped her arms around Fu Jingxi's neck, her expression one of feigned grievance. "Cheng Su, what you just said? I truly believe it." Fu Jingxi promptly pinched her waist lightly, his voice rich and deep. "Then what is my daring challenge?" The corners of Jing Ji's eyes lifted slowly, her curled lashes resembling delicate butterflies. She leaned in close to Fu Jingxi's ear and whispered something. Fu Jingxi's gaze flickered, his throat unconsciously tightening. "Don't regret it." Chapter 59, A One-Sided Quarrel with Him, Sweet. Rumor has it that the ruthless and arrogant heir of the Fu family is not fond of women. Jing Ji scoffed inwardly, moments ago, by the floor-to-ceiling window, and now at the intricately carved mahogany desk. The rain poured outside. Jing Ji wore only Fu Jingxi's suit jacket, her long curled lashes glistening with tears. Her fox-like eyes now imbued with even more seductive allure than before. A photo frame rested on the desk, and Jing Ji reached for it. After gazing at it for a few seconds, she turned to Fu Jingxi, who was buttoning his shirt, and asked, "Is this a candid shot from when you accompanied me shopping? How did you get this photo?" Her voice still carried a hint of breathlessness, her chest gently rising and falling. When Fu Jingxi lifted his gaze to her, he captured this moment in his memory. He leisurely fastened his shirt's buttons, replying, "It's from Yin, Mr. Shin?" Jing Ji blinked in surprise. And after a moment, realization struck her. Since the 20th century, certain industries under the four major capital families had entered the entertainment realm, and media outlets, since the era of Wan Lingyu, had begun to establish a strong yet discreet monopoly in this market through solid collaboration with the political sphere. They leveraged these channels to elevate their other ventures to new heights, demonstrating that within the mutual prosperity of the four families, they never engaged in low-end competition, but rather aggressively dominated the high-end market. Jing Ji was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes widened with a hint of dread as she looked at the photo in her hand. "So, the rumor that your private life is a mystery is merely because such information was intercepted before it could be released?" Fu Jingxi picked up his belt and fastened it to his suit pants, his movements calm, replying with a simple Jing Ji's mouth formed a small O shape, and after a moment, she placed the photo frame back in its place. Watching as Fu Jingxi approached her, confused, and asked, "Aren't you worried about being misunderstood by leaving the photo here?" After all, she and Fu Jingxi were not in a romantic relationship. No one dares to casually speculate on my intentions. Fu Jingxi stated firmly that he moved to the desk, embracing Jing Ji as he walked toward the sofa. Gently setting her down, her gaze fell upon the qipao and lingerie draped on the sofa. With her high heels placed beside them, Fu Jingxi sat beside her, and Jing Ji playfully regarded him, leisurely shedding the suit jacket she wore. Fu Jingxi raised his eyes, turning to her. Her slender fingers glided over his suit jacket, revealing her delicate shoulder inch by inch. Fu Jingxi's throat involuntarily moved as he watched. Moments later, Fu Jingxi's strong hand encircled Jing Ji's slender waist. He drew her close, preparing to kiss her soft lips. Jing Ji's delicate fingers gently pressed against Fu Jingxi's lips. Fu Jingxi's brow twitched slightly. Jing Ji's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "You cannot touch me tonight." "Why not?" Fu Jingxi removed Jing Ji's hand, gently squeezing it before burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent with great restraint, letting out a low sigh. Jing Ji's eyes glimmered with a misty sheen as she softly stated, "I have to wake up early for rehearsal tomorrow. No staying up late tonight." Fu Jingxi nibbled at Jing Ji's fair neck, and after a moment, he released her, a satisfied glint appearing in his eyes upon spotting a strawberry mark left behind. Is it not time to return home? Fu Jingxi's tone remained unchanged, deep and indifferent. Jingxi, her gaze filled with desire, glanced at Fu Jingxi and boldly challenged, "What do you think you're doing?" Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze at Jingxi, suddenly leaning down to gently nibble on her tender, slightly flushed earlobe. What he intended to do was clear to Jingxi without him needing to say a word. That evening, in the grand villa of Jiangdu Huafu, Jingxi had Tanju call a nail technician to help her remove her nail polish. Her manicure was delicate and alluring, perfectly complementing her gentle and refined demeanor, but it took considerable time to remove. Fu Jingxi sat nearby and coolly inquired, "Must it be today?" Jingxi ignored him, lifting her hand to admire her natural nails, which were also exceptionally beautiful, long and glossy, a pearly white with a hint of pink. Resembling the hands of a pampered young lady, she responded with a soft complaint. The New Year's Eve gala is in 2 days, and with such tight rehearsal schedules, today is the only option. The New Year's Eve gala hosted by Dongfang Television was highly anticipated, and as the ambassador for Eastern aesthetics, many viewers were women. The network believed her nails should be adorned with elegant and luxurious colors to better convey Chinese aesthetics. In truth, Fu Jingxi had no objections. He simply awaited the chance to be close to Jingxi. Unable to resist. Fu Jingxi replied indifferently, casting his gaze away as he ascended the stairs. The following morning, the gentle patter of rain continued outside. Jingxi caught sight of the numerous strawberry marks on her neck and collarbone in the mirror, more than a dozen. That dog of a man. She muttered to herself, "What will I do if someone sees these before rehearsal?" Frustrated, she tried to maintain her composure as she finished her morning routine and stepped out of the bathroom with a playful pout. The man was fastening his shirt cufflinks, his tall figure exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. Without her high heels, the height difference between her 5'6" stature and his towering 6'3" frame meant she barely reached his chest. After a few seconds, Jingxi lifted her gaze, her large, enchanting eyes filled with playful reproach. "I want to kiss you." Fu Jingxi glanced at her, his gaze inscrutable, as he skillfully fastened a $1 million cufflink with his long, elegant fingers. After a moment, he succinctly replied, "On your toes." Jingxi's lashes fluttered as her playful reproach intensified. Staring at Fu Jingxi, without blinking, Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze, watching her for a moment before slightly bending down, granting her the opportunity to indulge. A glint of mischief crossed Jingxi's eyes as she wrapped her arms around Fu Jingxi's neck, and in the next instant, she kissed his neck with a vengeful intensity. Fu Jingxi's brow furrowed for an instant, but he quickly enveloped Jingxi's slender waist with his strong arms, lifting her effortlessly. Just as Jingxi was about to retaliate, she found herself at his mercy. Fu Jingxi captured her lips in a kiss, leaving no room for resistance or retreat. Jingxi attempted to push him away, but her efforts were in vain. After being released, Jingxi gasped for breath. Fu Jingxi let out a low sigh, his eyes still reflecting lingering desire. Moments later, he arrogantly grasped Jingxi's chin, his gaze filled with the confidence of a dominant figure. His voice was slow and gravelly, laced with a sense of pressure. "Are you seeking revenge?" Jingxi leaned back against the table, her collarbones resembling 2 prominent lines, while the delicate straps of her silk nightgown slipped slightly down her shoulders. With her eyelids gently lowered, she cast a fleeting glance at Fu Jingxi's neck, where a small strawberry mark was imprinted beside his pronounced Adam's apple, exuding a sense of boldness and audacity. A subtle smile played at the corners of Jingxi's lips, her fox-like eyes gleaming with a charming triumph. What of her penchant for vengeance? He was equally meticulous in his own regard. Just wait, and she would leave a dozen strawberry marks on him, as if punishing him. She intended to drag him into her game as well. Fu Jingxi shot her a dangerously intense look. He was angry. Jingxi, reminiscent of a fox, slightly lowered her chin, her slender fingers gradually entwining with the large hand that held her jawed. In a soft, coaxing tone, she murmured, "Chung Su, you hurt me," each time she addressed him as Chung Su. Her sweet voice seemed to dissolve his very bones. Fu Jingxi's anger dissipated slowly. After averting his gaze, he released her and strode toward the cloakroom. "Come here." Jingxi was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing with curiosity as she descended from the table to follow him. "What's wrong?" She leaned against the doorframe, refraining from entering. Fu Jingxi selected a tie from the collection, his tone inscrutable. "Help me tie this." Jingxi tilted her head slightly, and moments later, she stood before Fu Jingxi. boldly admitting, "I don't know how." Fu Jingxi's expression remained unchanged as he placed the tie in her hands, instructing, "I'll teach you." Complying, Jingji allowed Fu Jingxi to guide her hands as she began to tie the knot. After finishing, Fu Jingxi inquired, "Have you learned?" Jingji shook her head, her gaze somewhat bewildered. She had heard that there were numerous ways to tie a tie, and it seemed overly complicated. Fu Jingxi then picked out a gray tie clip. Responding to her earlier remark, "Would you be willing to learn for my sake?" His tone was rather indifferent, leaving Jingji momentarily speechless. Moments later, her hand was once again grasped by Fu Jingxi. The gray tie clip placed in her palm that he guided her in fastening the clip onto the tie. Fu Jingxi's deep, penetrating gaze fixed upon Jingji, a heavy reminder in his eyes that it was hard not to be captivated by such soulful eyes directed at her. Jingji shifted her focus to the tie clip, swallowing hard before responding with a warm, prideful tone, "I won't learn unless you pamper me until I'm happy." She didn't demand that Fu Jingxi amuse her daily. She merely required him to indulge her with treasures. In truth, the gifts Fu Jingxi had bestowed upon her were so abundant that she might never exhaust their worth in her lifetime. Yet, Fu Jingxi suddenly released her hand. Glancing at the mirror beside him, his voice relaxed and steady. "Before coming to Shen City, I secured a bid on a raw stone from the Shun family's public auction. After it was processed, it yielded a top-quality material weighing 10 kilograms, ice-type imperial green. I'll have it sent over shortly." As he spoke, Fu Jingxi glanced at Jingji, then nonchalantly added, "You can have it to play with." "What do you think?" Jingji stood frozen in place. Wait a moment. Did the man just say he had bid on a raw stone at the Shun family's public auction, which was backed by the wealthy Shen family? And it had ultimately yielded 10 kilograms of ice-type imperial green jade. Jingji had previously familiarized herself with the world of gambling stones, and at this level, a successful bid would easily exceed 50 million. Yet, the revelation of 10 kilograms of ice-type imperial green jade was worth at least 5 billion. For Fu Jingxi, a tycoon with assets exceeding $1 trillion, gambling on stones was merely a game of judgment. But in the jade industry, it would be enough to label someone as the king of jade gambling. However, as the head of the Fu family, he likely scorned such a title. After all, the last time Fu Jingxi had gifted her an array of exquisite jade ornaments, each of considerable value. Jingji had only just begun to adapt to his generosity, yet she could not help but wonder, how could this man possess such extraordinary looks, immense wealth, and lavish generosity? At this rate, she might just fall in love. Jingji's eyelashes fluttered slightly as her heart raced. Before she could finish her thought, Fu Jingxi's nonchalant voice interrupted, "If you don't like it, take it to the Shen family and have it made into a bead." With his hands tucked into his trousers pockets, he walked away with a leisurely stride. "Don't you like green grapes? Have them strung with gold thread for you to enjoy." Jingji's breath caught for a moment, her gaze following Fu Jingxi's retreating figure as her lips pursed slightly. After a brief pause, she stepped forward, nimbly trailing behind him like a fox. "Cheng Su." Jingji's bright eyes shimmered with curiosity. Fu Jingxi draped his already retrieved suit jacket over his arm, looking down at Jingji. She caught his arm, her gaze pleading, and softly suggested, "The buttons you gave me yesterday were really beautiful. May I gift you a tie clip?" After returning home the previous day, she had spotted the exquisite knot buttons, all of which she had seen in Ruyi's collection, and he had purchased them all. According to contemporary Jiangnan customs, knot buttons were an ambiguous gift from men to women, just as a tie clip was an ambiguous gift from women to men, reaching the pinnacle of subtle flirtation. Fu Jingxi raised an eyebrow, a rare hint of teasing in his voice. "Oh, you actually pay attention to these things?" "Of course," Jingji replied with a lively smile. "You give me things I like. So I want to give you something you like." Fu Jingxi narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Jingji. Suddenly, he leaned closer, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. His deep, dark eyes seemed capable of piercing through everything. Fixated on Jingji as if wanting to see through her very soul. In a slow, magnetic tone, he remarked, "I recall you saying that when a woman loves a man, she gives him things he likes." Jingji's heart raced unexpectedly. She had not anticipated Fu Jingxi's sudden boldness. For a moment, she was left speechless. After a long pause, Fu Jingxi unexpectedly smirked, his gaze laden with meaning. "You love me." The surrounding air fell into a profound silence. Jingji's eyes flitted over Fu Jingxi's chiseled features, her throat tightening. "I meant that when a man loves a woman, he gives her things she likes." Jingji countered, desperately defending herself. It's you who loves me. Fu Jingxi withdrew his imposing presence, straightening up and looking down at Jing Ji with a steady gaze. You love me. His tone was resolute, causing Jing Ji to nearly believe it herself, though taken aback by the sudden confrontation. Jing Ji quickly regained her composure. With newfound enthusiasm, she tilted her head, gazing up at Fu Jingxi. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around Fu Jingxi's neck, her lips curling into a slight smile. Her eyes sparkling beautifully as she boldly declared, I love your money. Fu Jingxi scoffed lightly but did not press the issue, changing the topic with a nonchalant tone. All right, hurry up and get ready. We need to go down for breakfast. In December, the mixed rain and snow fell over Shin City, while in Jingluo, heavy snow blanketed the ground. When the snow fell in Jingluo, the Forbidden City transformed into the Purple Forbidden City, and the nearby 4 royal residences buzzed with life. The 4 prominent families of noble lineage had a tradition. As the new year approached, all their offspring were required to return to their respective family residences. With the members returning to their roots in the morning, they would rise early to greet the matriarch of the Fu family at Qingxi Hall. The elderly lady adored lively gatherings but preferred them to remain manageable. Once the crowd grew too large, she would chat for a while before sending the children back to their own courtyards. Fu Yingyan, the 11th in line within the family, was the youngest among the 4 daughters. Having been pampered since childhood and grew up without worries, later, she relied on her favored status and the wealth of the noble family, with no one daring to oppose her whims, except for her elder brother Fu Jingxi. After finishing her conversation with their grandmother in Qingxi Hall, Fu Yingyan and her cousins, along with her sisters-in-law, bid farewell and returned to their respective courtyards. Fu Yingyan looked up at the snow-laden sky, then reached out to grasp her elder sister Fu Qiuxi's hand, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister, will you accompany me for a stroll in the snow? The esteemed Fu Qiuxi was known for her cold and noble demeanor, exuding an alluring yet distant charm. She managed all internal affairs of the Fu family, her ambitions running deep and unfathomable. What time is it? Still looking at snow. Fu Qiuxi shot an icy glance at Fu Yingyan. Fu Yingyan, irked, clicked her tongue and nudged Fu Qiuxi with her elbow, her tone laced with a hint of petulance. I just want to talk to you. Speak. You mentioned that you found a girl resembling Mu Yin to keep by second brother's side. Why does he like her so much? He still hasn't grown tired of her. Privately, the two often referred to Fu Jingxi as second brother. What do you mean? Fu Qiuxi asked. Well, you see, during our last phone call, we both heard her call second brother Qingsu. Not only that, but there's more. Fu Yingyan began counting on her fingers the gifts received from the noble families for his birthday, all those jade ornaments that ended up in my hands. I thought second brother had stopped caring for me. Who knew they were all sent to Shin City? Moreover, just a few days ago, second brother had successfully bid on a piece of ice-type imperial green at the Shun family auction. Though we had plenty already, in previous years, he would have given it to me, but I just heard he had it transported to Shin City. After listening, Fu Qiuxi cast an uncertain glance at Fu Yingyan. Who knows? Second brother took years to grow tired of Mu Yin. This is different. Others think second brother's first love is Mu Yin, but I know for certain it was Mu Yin who spread that rumor. And he never liked her. Given second brother's nature, even if Mu Yin wanted it to be known, it wouldn't have been without his consent. But have you ever seen second brother treat Mu Yin like he treats that girl? I haven't. Then there you go. I should tell grandmother. Fu Qiuxi halted her steps, casting a cold glance at Fu Yingyan. Fu Yingyan grinned playfully. What's wrong? Fu Jingxi withdrew his gaze and gently reminded. That night, grandmother inquired about this matter. I told her I was unaware of Urge's thoughts. After a brief silence, grandmother said nothing further. You mentioned, what if grandmother seeks out Urge later? Well, let him handle it. Haha, enough of this. I shall take my leave. As Jingji arrived at the Jiada Mayu Grand Theater, the rain had just ceased. Upon entering the VIP lounge, she encountered Lu Mayan, who coincidentally walked in at the same time. Noticing Jingji, Lu Mayan sat beside her, leaning in with curiosity, as if she had a question to pose. However, in the next moment, Lu Mayan's attention was drawn to the reddish mark partially concealed by Jingji's qipao collar. After a moment's pause, she straightened up, her eyes glimmering with approval. It seems you have Mr. Fu completely under your thumb. Jingji sipped her hot tea and glanced at Lu Mayan. Lu Mayan squinted playfully. I heard that Mu Yan's show has been reduced to just one left. Did you persuade Mr. Fu to call the television station about this? What? Jing Ji feigned ignorance. Lu Mian continued, I heard that the higher-ups at the station received a call today. And then Mu Yan's show was down to just 1.0. Jing Ji took another sip of her tea. Lu Mian, gazing into the mirror, casually inquired, why didn't you ask Mr. Fu to have them cancel all her shows? Just then, the door swung open with a bang. Jing Ji and Lu Mian turned to see Mu Yan. Lu Mian frowned, her expression one of disdain. Do you not understand the concept of knocking? Mu Yan ignored Lu Mian and fixed her gaze intently on Jing Ji. Jing Ji tilted her head slightly, her eyes radiating an unyielding demeanor. Shall we step outside to talk? Mu Yan raised an eyebrow and asked. Jing Ji smirked coldly, afraid you might not be up to the challenge. In the deserted corridor, Jing Ji stood beside Tanju, while Mu Yan and her assistant occupied the opposite side. Suddenly, Mu Yan raised her hand and slapped Jing Ji, who responded just as she had previously, delivering a sharp slap back to Mu Yan. While Tanju firmly held Mu Yan's hand. It was an astonishing scene. Mu Yan glared at Jing Ji, her gaze gradually shifting towards her assistant, who shrank back uneasily. Jing Ji elegantly shook her numb hand and coldly addressed Mu Yan's assistant. She is merely an assistant. What makes you think she would risk offending me for you? With resentful eyes, Mu Yan looked at Jing Ji, and after a few seconds, she released Tanju's hand and mockingly raised her chin. You're only so confident because of Mr. Fu. Jing Ji's smile was as frigid as ice. Before discussing my connections, let us talk about you. How does it feel to have your shows reduced to just one? Mu Yan understood the underlying meaning in Jing Ji's words. She had come to confront her over this very issue. I know it's you, but Mr. Fu still showed mercy, didn't he? He didn't have the station cancel everything. That was my doing. A moment of silence ensued. What? Mu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jing Ji casually looked at her feet, stepping forward in her high heels with an air of relaxed victory. You resemble me quite a bit, having known Mr. Fu longer than I dot. But so what? You know better than anyone whether he holds you in his heart. Jing Ji shot Mu Yan a glance, her voice icy and detached. I heard you've only secured this one show in the past 2 months. As the new year approaches, I shall cut off all your sources of income. After saying this, Jing Ji glanced at Tanju, and they prepared to leave. Yet, just as they took a step, Mu Yan seized Jing Ji's wrist. Nodding gratitude, Mu Yan took a deep breath, striving to suppress the pain within her. What do you want? Jing Ji turned her gaze towards Mu Yan. Mu Yan's chest rose and fell slightly as she held back tears, coldly stating, even I might not qualify to marry into the Fu family. You have no chance whatsoever. At your words, Jing Ji's gaze flickered. The Mu family, after all, was a prominent family in Beijing, and if such a family lacked the qualifications to enter the Fu household, one could only imagine how little hope Jing Ji had. After a few moments of silence, Jing Ji withdrew her gaze, nonchalantly tossing back, I never even considered marrying him. On stage, the star performers were showcasing their talents, and Jing Ji quickly fell into the rhythm. With Mu Yan's show being reduced to just one due to a call from Fu Jingzi, naturally, there needed to be other programs to fill the void. Even if the television station found the situation overwhelming, they dared not offend the capital represented by Master Fu. Jing Ji didn't concern herself with how the replacements were arranged. Her role remained unchanged. Though the shared stage with Mu Yan had been replaced by other artists, during intermission, Jing Ji happened to walk towards the lounge with Lu Muyan. As they chatted idly, they soon noticed some staff members nearby whispering and glancing in a particular direction. Jing Ji and Lu Mian turned to look. It was the higher-ups from the television station, accompanied by capital representatives. A group of people wore smiles like spring breezes, occasionally introducing the higher-ups to the capital representatives, who responded with polite smiles. In the most prominent position of the crowd stood 2 tall, elegant capital magnates, devoid of smiles, dressed in tailored suits, their wristwatches of significant value, instantly drawing the attention of surrounding artists. Is that the 9th master of the Fu family? So handsome, one exclaimed. That must be Master Shun, right? I think they are both incredibly handsome. Another chimed in. It turns out that the entertainment industry is filled with unattractive figures propped up by capital. The truly attractive capitalists have no need for the entertainment circle. Everyone marveled, for Fu Jingzi and Shun Yinji indeed possessed striking appearances that could invoke tears of envy from any onlooker. Suddenly, Lu Mian waved her hand, calling out, Shun Yinji. Shun Yinji turned to look. Lu Mian, straightforward as ever, pulled Jing Ji along. Shall we go over? Jing Ji recalled Lu Mian's boldness, having once driven her car into Shun Yinji's vehicle, and quickly shook her head. They are working. Let us not disturb them. Lu Mian laughed. Don't be misled. This isn't their main focus. They rarely come by, so they must be here intentionally to see us. All eyes turned towards them. Jingji glanced over at Fu Jingzi in the distance. After a moment, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing a hint of displeasure. You go. I'm still upset. What? Did you have a quarrel? No. It's just me sulking unilaterally. All right then, I'll go. Jingji nodded, and Lu Mian eagerly approached Shin Yinji. Meanwhile, Master Fu, had it not been for the rumors of his aversion to women, many would have wished to approach him. Nearby, some ambitious female artists whispered among themselves. Why can't we be as bold as Lu Mian and approach Master Fu? Are you dreaming? Lu Mian was rumored to be backed by Master Shun. It's a different situation than with Master Fu, but I genuinely want to meet him. Wasn't there a rumor that Mu Yin once relied on him? Mu Yin has only one show left now. It seems Master Fu has no ties to her. By the way, doesn't that female internet celebrity resemble Mu Yin? She was suddenly invited to be the ambassador for Eastern aesthetics by the main station. Could it be? Keep your voice down. I've seen her videos. She's more stunning than Mu Yin, and she's genuinely wealthy. She must be of noble birth. Look at the icy jade bracelet on her wrist. It must cost at least a couple $100 million. We artists earn only a fraction of what she spends on a bracelet. Upon hearing these remarks, Jingji stood still, gently brushing her long hair. Exuding charm and grace, Lu Mian engaged in conversation with Shun Yinji for a while. Then after a moment, he exchanged glances with Fu Jingzi before departing with Lu Mian. The spectacle of a capital figure being whisked away by a female artist was enough to incite whispers among the surrounding artists for quite some time, and would surely fuel gossip for marketing outlets. However, Lu Mian was the type of woman who would kick the door of Shun Yinji's Rolls-Royce without a care for others' opinions. After Shun Yinji left, the higher-ups continued to engage Fu Jingzi, who appeared distracted. Fu Jingzi turned his gaze towards Jingzi in an instant. The surrounding chatter filled with excitement. Master Fu is looking over here. Is he looking at me? You're reading too much into it. Do you really think you're that attractive? Jingji met Fu Jingzi's gaze, raising an eyebrow before walking towards the lounge with Tanju, exuding an air of aloof elegance like a flower too lofty to approach. She didn't even bother to spare him a lingering look. Fu Jingzi's expression hardened, his brow furrowing slightly. The laughter of those around him abruptly froze. The leading figure, who had been lively and engaging, stiffly turned to glance at Jingji's lounge. Can they not retreat? Others would gladly approach Master Fu, yet the girl he wishes to see barely grants him a glance. Who could endure such a slight? Fu Jingxi's brow remained furrowed, and those nearby dared not utter a word, exchanging glances filled with concern and desperation, their eyes pleading for Zhuyan's intervention. Zhuyan understood their intention was to seek his assistance. Under different circumstances, he might have offered some comforting words, but in the matter concerning the young master and Miss Jing, a misstep could lead to his own peril. That he managed a smile, one that only they could comprehend as a sign of helplessness. The crowd thought, it's over. Fu Jingxi's gaze was cold and distant, and after a moment, he spoke. Zhuyan. Jian immediately nodded. Young master, you are here. Very well. Moments later, the performers in the distance witnessed an exhilarating sight. The esteemed Fu Jui was approaching them. That face, brimming with allure, undoubtedly provided them with the greatest opportunity for imagination. That moment, they speculated who could have captured Fu Jui's attention, under the watchful eyes of all. Fu Jui turned towards the VIP lounge. The second room of the VIP lounge belonged to Jingji and Lu Muyin. With Lu Muyin absent, Jingji sat alone in the lounge, idly toying with the bracelet on her wrist. Just as she lifted her gaze in boredom, the nearby Tanju suddenly addressed her with utmost respect. Sir. Jingji's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to their usual state. Behind her, Fu Jingzi entered, casting a glance at Tanju. Tanju immediately nodded and exited, locking the door behind her with a soft click. A pair of slightly warm hands gently lifted Jingji's delicate chin. She shot a cold glance at Fu Jingzi, who settled beside her. As always, he wrapped his large hand around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. Jingji cast her eyes downward, irritatedly asking, Isn't young master busy with official matters? What do you want with me? Fu Jingzi playfully tapped her nose, his tone indulgent. I just calmed you down this morning. Who has upset you now? Jingji's lips slightly pursed, remaining silent. Who else could it be? To be honest, Mu Yan's last words had indeed pricked her heart. Fu Jingxi studied Jing Ji for a moment, sensing something amiss, and gently lifted her chin. In the next second, he was met with her large, tear-brimmed eyes that bore a look of grievance. His brow instinctively furrowed, and a flicker of anger ignited in his dark eyes. Who has bullied you? I will seek retribution on your behalf. Each word dripped with suppressed fury. Chapter 60. The lovesick little fox and the hero. I wonder if I am being too fierce. A tear rolled down from the fox-like eyes, Jing Ji's voice delicate like a whisper. Though the fury in Fu Jingxi's eyes did not wane, his tone softened. What troubles you? A single tear had fallen, and now her eyes appeared slightly red and pitiful. Jing Ji feigned a fragile tone. I feel I have been overstepping lately, taking advantage of your influence. In truth, Fu Jingxi could see through her act, yet he found pleasure in her performance. He lowered his gaze slightly, suppressing the fury within, and gently brushed away the tear on her fair cheek. Then, allowing her to express her feelings, he asked, Do you not wish for me to support you? I do wish for that, Jing Ji sniffed, rising from his lap. But I cannot rely on your influence forever. If one day I were to leave your side, I might become the next Mu Yan. Fu Jingxi's gaze lingered on Jing Ji for several seconds. Why would you leave me? He inquired. Jing Ji's tears had not yet dried. Her lashes clumped together, glistening as they met Fu Jingxi's gaze. Seated on the sofa, his every angle exuded an air of nobility that was impossible to overlook. After a long pause, she lowered her gaze. Jing Ji, are you inside? Lu Muyan's voice came from outside, accompanied by a gentle knock. Jing Ji glanced at the door, then turned back to Fu Jingxi. Tugging at his wrist, her fingertips were slightly cool, and Fu Jingxi cast a casual glance before rising with her. Yes, just a moment, Jing Ji called out to Lu Muyan. All right. Jing Ji turned to Fu Jingxi. A playful smile gracing her lips. I've come to understand. There is nothing to fear. She pulled his hand, leading him towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Fu Jingxi halted, and Jing Ji felt the tug of his hand weaken. Glancing back in the soft light, Fu Jingxi's eyes were deep, as if harboring a desire to see through her soul, quietly lingering in his gaze. What is it? Jing Ji blinked, puzzled. They locked eyes for a few seconds. As Jing Ji reached for the door handle, she suddenly felt a surge of intensity. Just as she turned to look back, Fu Jingxi's lips pressed against hers. The warm sensation left Jing Ji momentarily stunned. Fu Jingxi grasped her hand, not as he usually would, to invade and conquer, but this kiss was still commanding, even exploratory, advancing slowly. The fragrant scent of wood and ink enveloped her, tempting her to lose herself in it. After a moment, Fu Jingxi ended the kiss, his lips trailing down to her ear, his deliberate tone carrying an undeniable authority and command. Do not leave me. When Lu Muyan entered, she noticed the lipstick smudged on Jing Ji's lips and paused for a second. Then she sat before the makeup mirror, applying lipstick while half-jokingly, half-seriously remarking, You and Mr. Fu are truly well matched. He bears a strawberry mark on his neck, just like yours. Did you two kiss again? Do you share such a good relationship? Jing Ji cautiously wiped away the blurred lipstick, her eyes sparkling with an alluring charm, masking her emotions. She replied flatly, Of course not. Really? Lu Muyan tilted her head, then glanced at her assistant behind her with a smile, saying, No worries, you can leave now. I will be ready shortly. The assistant quickly understood, nodded, and exited. Tanju stood nearby, observing Jing Ji in the mirror, her gaze warm despite her silence. Lu Muyan capped her lipstick and tossed it into her bag, asking meaningfully, Are you two having a quarrel, or have you learned something? Are you referring to the fact that I am Mu Yan's substitute? Jing Ji neatly folded the tissue used to wipe her lipstick and placed it in her bag. Her tone was as calm as if she were merely inquiring whether she had eaten. Lu Muyan was momentarily taken aback, looking at Jing Ji in disbelief. Huh? He truly sees you as a substitute? Jing Ji turned her head. The two shared an awkward gaze for 2 seconds. Not exactly Dodo. I thought you meant. Lu Muyan withdrew her gaze, pondering for a moment, then found her own thoughts somewhat amusing. Shaking her head with a smile, Jing Ji also turned back, leisurely reapplying her lipstick. In fact, she had been implying that she and Fu Jingxi were not evenly matched. As for their relationship, he regarded her as a pet. Jing Ji calmly twisted the cap of the lipstick in her hand. Just as Lu Muyan was about to rise, she was struck by Jing Ji's words and looked at her in confusion. Before suddenly understanding, You mean he dotes on you? Upon hearing this, Jing Ji smirked, her fox-like eyes sparkling with embarrassment. Not quite. You should go rehearse now. Lu Muyin bit her lip. All right then. After Lu Muyin left, Jingji remained alone in the lounge, finishing her lipstick before heading out to continue rehearsing. She felt no need to divulge too much to Lu Muyin, who likely would not grasp her perspective. Muyin had behaved more demurely today, and Jingji naturally did not wish to approach her. Occasionally, she would overhear whispers about her. The topics revolved around her relationship with Fu Jingxi, her character portrayal, and whether the withdrawal of Muyin's program was related to her. In the past, she might have felt anxious, but now she not only felt unperturbed, but would even offer a smile, one that carried an undertone of warning. She merely appeared to be a harmless little flower. Previously, her timidity in school had left her with lingering shadows for years. Now, she feigned vulnerability in Fu Jingxi's presence. Indeed, when people became arrogant, there were still many who feared them. She was uncertain how much peace she had gained. Upon returning home in the evening, other minor officials in the villa mentioned that earlier, the master had sent something for the young lady. Jingji opened the package to find the raw stone with 10 kilograms of imperial green that Fu Jingxi had mentioned in the morning. She sighed, marveling at how this item had arrived from Jingluo in less than a day. Intrigued, Tanju asked Jingji how she intended to handle the raw stone. Jingji pondered for a moment and decided to keep the finest 2 kilograms for herself, while the remainder would be fashioned into bracelets and necklaces. In truth, apart from expressing her thoughts, she left the subsequent matters to Tanju to handle. Fu Jingxi had a dinner engagement, so Jingji had dined early and retired to bed. While lost in slumber, she was stirred by a slight noise. Being a light sleeper, she opened her eyes to find the light on. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she donned her slippers and ventured into the bathroom. The bathtub was empty, but a tall, indistinct figure was silhouetted against the frosted glass of the shower. After gazing intently for a few seconds, Jingji returned to bed. Not long after, she felt the quilt being lifted slightly. And as it was pulled back, someone slipped into the bed and embraced her from behind. Complying, she turned around to embrace Fu Jingxi. Initially believing Jingji was asleep, Fu Jingxi, upon sensing her movement, regarded her intently for a moment in the dim light. Then, he pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. Jingji slowly opened her eyes. In the dim illumination, Fu Jingxi resembled an ethereal figure, the faint glow accentuating his high nose, softening his usual fierce demeanor. Cheng Su, Jingji murmured softly, reaching out to hold Fu Jingxi, playfully nuzzling against him. In that intimate embrace, she not only caught the scent of wood and musk, but also the faint sweetness of alcohol. Have you been drinking? Before she could finish her query, Fu Jingxi kissed her fiercely. She found herself pinned beneath him, her hands restrained above her head. His kiss was not only commanding but tinged with a hint of resentment. After a while, as he released her, he gently bit her lip, not forcefully, yet it carried a sense of caution mingled with a hint of retribution. Jingji delicately licked the spot he had bitten. Gazing up at him with innocence, Fu Jingxi buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, his breath betraying an unrestrained impulse. It is said that men, when intoxicated, remain aware of their actions, albeit with a lack of control over their strength. For instance, as Fu Jingxi's other hand roamed over Jingji, it oscillated between gentle caresses and firm grips. It was rare to witness Fu Jingxi in such a state of abandon. Ensnared by desire, Jingji let out a soft gasp, her eyes misty, only to hear Fu Jingxi's complaint drift into her ear. You have no heart. His tone was low and gravelly, laced with an unfamiliar bitterness. Jingji was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, "What's wrong?" Fu Jingxi's hands did not cease their movements, and the bitterness in his voice intensified. "Only I am not being checked on." Only I. Jingji froze for a moment, her earlier confusion now overshadowed by desire, her hands instinctively clenching the pillow. "Why didn't you call me?" Fu Jingxi questioned. Breathless, Jingji bit her lip, her voice trembling as she replied, "We are not in a relationship." She was aware of her place, possessing enough self-awareness to recognize it. Little did she know, Fu Jingxi's anger flared at her words. Jingji spent the entire night restless and awake. The following morning, after completing her morning routine, Jingji yawned. During breakfast, she listlessly sipped her congee. She genuinely adored congee, yet today it failed to invigorate her. Fu Jingxi remained his usual self, but as he sliced through his steak, he unexpectedly glanced at Jingji. She was still trying to shake off her drowsiness and did not respond. Fu Jingxi continued eating his beef at a leisurely pace before casually stating, "I'm heading back to Jingluo this morning. I want to be staying like Yanji for the evening event." With that, he cast a fleeting glance at Jingji. The young girl remained unresponsive to Fu Jingxi. He pressed his lips together. The beef on his plate seemed to lose its appeal that a silence enveloped the table for several seconds, during which Ruyan and Tanju exchanged glances. "What did you just say?" came Jingji's confused inquiry. Fu Jingxi's dark eyes fixed on her for 2 seconds before he pursed his lips and prepared to repeat himself. "Mr. Shun is staying to watch the evening event." Jingji's voice sounded frail, as if she were unwell. "Is it for Lu Sanqianjin?" "Yes," Fu Jingxi replied, his gaze dropping to the steak before him, his expression as indifferent as the dish that had failed to meet his expectations. Jingji scooped a spoonful of congee and savored it slowly. The conversation came to a halt. Juyen and Tanju exchanged another glance. After a long while, a faint clatter of utensils broke the silence. Fu Jingxi set down his knife and fork, resting his arm on the table's edge, his fingers slightly clenched, adopting a contemplative posture as he directed his gaze towards Jingji. Why does Lu Sen know to rush to Shenlu when he goes to see her? And why does Lu Sen know to invite Shenlu to stay and watch the evening event? Fu Jingxi's tone was flat, so much so that Jingji failed to detect the underlying emotion hidden within. "I understand," Jingji replied, taking another spoonful of congee. "Are they in a romantic relationship?" After saying this, she continued to eat her congee without even sparing him a glance. How could lips that were 37 degrees utter such frigid words? Fu Jingxi withdrew his gaze for the first time. The esteemed Fu Jiuyi experienced the bitterness of self-inflicted ennui. In over 30 years, it was a first. "Are you very concerned about whether they are in a relationship?" "Well, not particularly," Fu Jingxi responded with silence. The reason his schedule was kept under tight wraps was that once it became known, countless pampered daughters would seek a chance encounter with him. Had he directed his earlier words to another girl, she would have likely grasped the implication immediately. However, for the young woman before him, the meaning behind his words seemed to elude her, even less significant than the mere inquiry of whether or not they were dating. Juyen, initially unaware that the insinuation would escalate to such a degree, observed as Jingji uttered that sentence that he noticed the pressure surrounding the young master steadily diminishing, approaching a freezing point. He cast a pleading glance at Tanju, who responded with an awkward smile. Moments later, Tanju tactfully nudged a small dish in front of Jingji. Seizing the opportunity, she gently suggested, "Miss, are you still feeling drowsy?" "Sir is heading back to Jingluo this morning." A few forced chuckles followed. Tanju swallowed hard, her smile gradually fading to at that moment. Jingji slowly set down her spoon, turning her head to look at Fu Jingxi. He had resumed his meal, his gaze still averted. The young girl might not ask the question he yearned to hear. Jingji calmly watched Fu Jingxi, biting her lower lip. Nonchalantly, she inquired, "When will you return?" It seemed casual, yet it carried a hint of caution. Fu Jingxi lifted his gaze. Jingji quickly withdrew hers. They avoided eye contact, each lost in their own thoughts. The weather in Xincheng was rare and sunny today. The temperature pleasant, reminiscent of springtime when blossoms burst forth and tender shoots sprang to life. On the penultimate day of the year, Fu Jingxi flew to Jingluo, while Jingji spent her time in rehearsal. The Shen family, one of the 4 prominent families, had built their fortune on gold and jade, eventually branching into various capital ventures. The Fu family, on the other hand, had established their wealth through solid real estate, extending into diverse capital enterprises, their influence sprawling across the globe. The other 2 families followed suit. Together, the 4 families constituted the most illustrious and affluent clans, their customs largely similar. Jingji initially believed Fu Jingxi was returning to the Wang residence in Jingluo to celebrate the new year. But while in the waiting room, she overheard Lu Muyin mention something. Lu Muyin said, "Shenyin, she is returning to the Wang residence for the new year. I've heard that their family's offspring must return before the small year, barring academic or unavoidable circumstances, and remain there until the following year. That's quite a long time." Jingji turned her head, curiosity piqued. "And what about tomorrow? Doesn't he need to return then?" Lu Muyin shook her head, responding candidly, "Their family doesn't have strict requirements for the new year. The family's children aren't obligated to return." Jingji slowly acknowledged. "Oh." She turned back. her gaze lowering to conceal a flicker of disappointment that in the morning, when she had asked Fu Jingxi when he would return, he had simply replied that he was uncertain. She wondered if he had grasped the implicit meaning in her words. After a moment's contemplation, she took a deep breath, and when she lifted her gaze again, any complex emotions had vanished. Whether he understood or not, the outcome remained unchanged. There was no reason for her to feel despondent. Suddenly, Lu Muyin turned to Jingxi, blinking twice, and asked, "What did you mean yesterday when you said Mr. Fu treats you like a pet?" Jingxi, sipping her floral tea, turned her head to look at Lu Muyin. After a few moments of contemplation, she glanced at the assistant beside Lu Muyin. Noticing this, Lu Muyin immediately turned to the assistant with a subtle smile, saying, "Would you like to have some egg tarts? I can transfer money to you. You can go buy some for everyone." The assistant responded amiably, "Sure, thank you, Muyin." Lu Muyin smiled gently, and once the assistant left, she completed the transfer and returned her focus to Jingxi. Jingxi adjusted her posture, mirroring Lu Muyin, sitting upright in her chair, her back straight as if a ruler were placed against it, exuding an aura that seemed inherently suited for a qipao. Jingxi began to speak slowly. "Did you know Mr. Fu once had a cat?" "A cat? I was unaware of that," Lu Muyin replied, her eyes glancing around. "I've heard that those who raise pets are generally very affectionate," which seems at odds with the rumored demeanor of Fu Jiuyi. Indeed, Jingxi's gaze shifted to the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, a T-heart. He was a kind and compassionate individual. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had become ruthless in his methods. Lu Muyin tilted her head in contemplation and remarked, "I heard that his mother was absent during his childhood. Could this be the reason?" Jingxi abruptly raised his eyes, revealing a surprising realization. His mother was absent during his childhood. Lu Muyin hesitantly nodded. "You didn't know?" Jingxi earnestly shook his head. Lu Muyin laughed incredulously. "Are you truly so indifferent to his affairs? Your little official by your side would surely know if you inquired." Lu Muyin's gaze drifted toward Tanju, prompting Jingxi to follow suit. Tanju smiled awkwardly and explained, "Miss didn't ask, so I didn't dare to speak out of turn." Jingxi, with a gentle smile that suggested it was of little consequence, replied, "Indeed, such matters are not something I would inquire about." Lu Muyin urged, "Please continue. What happened next?" Jingxi turned back to Lu Muyin and continued, "I am not Muyin's substitute. I am merely a pet in Mr. Fu's eyes that I resemble a cat or a little fox. And from the moment he first laid eyes on me, he was quite taken. He dotes on me, providing me with the best of everything. When I playfully swipe at him, he never gets angry. After all, when a cat scratches its owner, the owner only thinks they have provoked it, and then tries to appease it with treats or fish, even worrying if it is unwell." After a moment of silence, Lu Muyin tentatively asked, "But I have never seen Mr. Fu treat Muyin the way he treats you. With her personality, if treated like that by Mr. Fu, wouldn't she flaunt it immediately, in front of Mr. Fu? She appears quite humble." "Humble?" Jingxi mused. "So how did they part ways? The last time I asked Shen Yanji, their relationship was entirely fabricated by Muyin herself. There was no actual separation. She simply could not bear it any longer, I suppose." Jingxi's eyes filled with confusion upon hearing this. "Could not bear it?" Lu Muyin pondered for a moment before explaining, "I heard that Mr. Fu was only occasionally kind to her in the past. Most of the time he did not give her much respect. Unfortunately, she was infatuated with the idea of him and continued to love Mr. Fu." Lu Muyin shook her head as she spoke, while Jingxi remained momentarily stunned. "So, everything Muyin said was false. The reason she looks at me with such madness, resentment, hostility, and jealousy is perhaps simply because she feels unloved by the one she desires, while someone who resembles her receives his affection, leaving her feeling unsatisfied. No wonder she is so intent on reconnecting with Fu Jingxi. Yet Fu Jingxi does not even spare her a glance." "I see now," Jingxi thought as enlightenment dawned upon her, her eyes sparkling for a moment before returning to normal. She explained unhurriedly, "Muyin and I are different. I am a cat, while Muyin is perhaps a docile little dog." Lu Muyin, puzzled, asked, "Why a little dog?" Jingxi pursed her lips slightly, lowering her gaze, her tone subdued. "Because dogs are rarely held by their owners. When they misbehave, they might even receive a slap. Owners prefer to see them wagging their tails upon returning home. If a dog behaves well and brings joy to its owner, the owner may provide extra treats. Owners enjoy teasing their dogs. Although there is affection, if a dog bites, the owner will not react as they would to a cat, but will simply think the dog has gone mad. Furthermore, due to the loyalty of dogs, if a little dog chooses to leave, the owner will only feel betrayed. Thus, Mr. Fu holds no lingering feelings for Mu Yan. Jingji paused, her gaze toward Lu Mu Yan harboring a trace of sadness. However, if I were to leave and wish to return to him, Mr. Fu would welcome me with open arms. If I desire to return, he would hold me in the palm of his hand. If I wished to depart, he would be reluctant to let me go and would do everything possible to make me stay. Just as he said yesterday in the lounge, forbidding me to leave him. It is not that he loves me deeply. Jingji lowered her gaze. It is simply because cats are not bound by loyalty. They are inherently proud yet still seek their owner's affection. The surrounding atmosphere was as silent as if no one were present in the lounge. After a long pause, Lu Mu Yan blinked and looked at Tanju, who gazed back at Jingji with a sympathetic expression. Jingji's lips curved slightly, yet her smile lacked warmth, instead reflecting a sense of self-comforting melancholy. Lu Mu Yan slowly withdrew her gaze, contemplating deeply. Now that you mention it, I feel the need to reassess Shen Yanji's intentions toward me. Jingji leisurely raised her eyes, and after a moment, managed a smile. You are different. You have a possibility with him. A balance of powered IT is a match made in heaven, a connection deemed golden by the world. Who says so? Lu Mu Yan met Jingji's gaze, her eyes filled with determination and defiance. The four prominent families would never consider us as suitable matches. They look down upon us. Their marital alliances can only be with those from their own ranks. They filter potential partners, only casting their eyes elsewhere when they cannot find a suitable match among their own. Lu Mu Yan then opened her phone, pulled up her chat with Shen Yanji, and presented it to Jingji. Jingji glanced at the screen, noticing out of courtesy that it was almost entirely filled with green messages, indicating that Lu Mu Yan had sent most of them. Jingji looked at Lu Mu Yan in surprise. Lu Mu Yan retrieved her phone and stated nonchalantly, "My mental state has not been well. I not only indulge in madness privately, but also online. And I go a bit wild for those I find interesting, do you know?" Lu Mu Yan flashed a teasing glance at Jingji. Jingji blinked in confusion. Lu Mu Yan suddenly smiled brightly. "Others think I cannot handle a man like Shen Yanji. But 3 years ago, I not only managed him, but also left him." Lu Mu Yan's eyes sparkled with conviction. "See how indifferent he is toward me now. I wager he will fall for me again this time." Upon hearing this, Jingji thought to herself that her friend was indeed capable. Oh, they had not reconciled yet. But here he was, picking her up after work, specifically coming to the theater to see her. And tomorrow he would attend the gala just for her. Jingji took a deep breath, her previous pessimism dissipating, replaced by admiration. "I believe your grasp on Mr. Shun is such that he will soon find himself ensnared by you." Lu Mu Yan beamed, placing her phone on the table and playfully tapping Jingji's hand. "Regardless of how Mr. Fu perceives you, know that he holds you in a unique regard, and that you are indeed the most special to him. There is a notion of playing the fool to catch the tiger. Do you truly believe the one playing the fool is just a fool? You, as a cat or a little fox, are merely employing such a guise to win over him, the tiger. Did you ever watch The Legend of Nezha as a child?" Jingji nodded, her fox-like eyes shimmering with innocent anticipation and curiosity beneath her curled lashes. Lu Mu Yan's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a charming smile. "I adored Nezha as a child, but as I grew up, I found myself drawn to King Zhou and Daji. Nowadays, many people create videos about them, and they have become quite popular. Daji represents a love that must be deceitful, while King Zhou is fully aware of his own folly. These two, positioned in high places, wreak havoc upon the people. And during their time of indulgence, they seem to share the sweetest moments. Yet during that period, they both feel the other is not true love. Daji believes he does not know her true self, while King Zhou thinks she is merely after his wealth. Yet they genuinely love each other, a mutual secret admiration. This was clearly the tale of the lovesick little fox and her unparalleled hero. As Lu Mu Yan spoke, her eyes sparkled with reflections on this love story. Jingji regarded Lu Mu Yan, her profound fox-like eyes radiating intelligence. Lu Mu Yan then turned her gaze back to Jingji, her expression revealing confusion and helplessness. "But do you understand how your current thoughts make me feel?" "What?" Jingji's voice was soft. Lu Mu Yan sighed as if in exasperation. "You resemble King Zhou and Daji from the Fengshen Yeni. Daji is personified and stands beside King Zhou, just as his ambitions, desires, and cravings expand. But think about it. Are you truly in such a position? Before Mr. Fu met you, his ambition and desire had already earned him the title of King Zhou of the Capital Circle. And for him, a desire could be anyone, not necessarily you, Jingji. Your arrival, in fact, negated the latter, making you more akin to the former. He is referred to as the King Zhou of the Capital Circle. While you are hailed as Jiangnan Daji by millions of fans, that not an equal match. Your beauty is merely your least noteworthy attribute. Lu Muyan concluded, taking a breath, and earnestly advised, you must not let his excellence blind you to your own. Later that night, after returning to the villa, Jingji swam in the pool. Having lived there for quite some time, she was already well acquainted with her surroundings. Tanju had even hired a personal coach for her. At that time, Tanju had curiously asked, Miss, aren't you afraid of deep water? How come you suddenly developed an interest in swimming? Jingji gazed at the water in the pool, her heart racing. After a while, she steadied herself and thought, I fear the sensation of drowning, but one cannot flee from fear. As long as I'm not dead, I should be fine. Subsequently, she swiftly mastered the art of swimming. And to this day, she utilizes it as a means to release her emotions. As twilight deepened, the water in the pool was rather cool. Jingji emerged from the water, her cascading dark hair floating on the surface like a waterfall. The hazy moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her, reminiscent of a moonlit fox. Tanju awaited her at the pool's edge, holding a towel. Once Jingji reached the ground, she wrapped herself in the towel. With a smile, Tanju announced, Miss, that batch of imperial green jewelry has arrived. Jingji raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with delight. So soon, just in time for tomorrow's show. The following day marked the final day of the year. Jingji appeared in a luxurious qipao, custom-made by Ru Yi for a staggering $1 million, in the VIP lounge. Not only one set, but she also had high-end song brocade sent from the Su family in Suzhou. Along with another qipao adorned with intangible cultural heritage embellishments, she had brought along the talented makeup artist, Yunji. Lu Muyan immediately recognized Yunji as a disciple of the renowned makeup master, Shi Jin. With excitement, Lu Muyan exclaimed, Not every descendant of the 4 prominent families can invite Master Shi. How fortunate you are, Mr. Fu. Jingji regarded Yunji with a faint smile, after the makeup was completed. Night fell. The New Year's Eve gala at Dongfang Television officially commenced, live-streamed across the internet, capturing the attention of millions and trending at the top. Prior to this, a Gulfstream G650ER private jet had landed at the exclusive airstrip in Shin City. The capital tycoon disembarking from the private plane seemed somewhat rushed yet retained an air of elegance. Moments later, he boarded a silver-topped Maybach with license plate Jing-A9, heading towards the Jiada Mayu Grand Theater. Inside the Jiada Mayu Grand Theater, stars gathered. Just as the event began, the special guest, an ambassador for Eastern aesthetics, ascended the stage alongside the host, instantly trending multiple times. New Year's Eve on Dongfang Television. Jingji, the enchanting goddess of Jiangnan, has arrived as the ambassador for Eastern aesthetics. On stage, Jingji shone with brilliance, her captivating features accentuated by the exquisite qipao, her graceful figure alluring, and her lively fox-like eyes sparkling. Beneath her elegantly arched nose, the corners of her mouth lifted into a charming crescent smile. With poise, she introduced the upcoming segment on intangible cultural heritage, her voice sweet and melodious, captivating the audience. However, as she concluded her introduction, her gaze inadvertently landed on a surprising scene in the audience. Reflected in her luminous black eyes was a man seated at the front table, whose striking features eclipsed even those of the stars. Dressed in a bespoke jet-black suit, his wrist adorned with an antique prayer bead bracelet, he exuded an air of understated sophistication. His long, jade-like fingers rested casually on his crossed legs, tapping rhythmically, upon catching her gaze. The man's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an unignorable charm beneath his composed demeanor. Little fox, I hurriedly flew in from Jinglo, but I'm 3 minutes late. Please don't be upset. Chapter 61. A surge of 2,500 edited. The New Year's Eve gala on Dongfang Television reached unprecedented heights, far surpassing other networks. Inside the Jiada Mayu Grand Theater, the performance of Suzhou Pingtan had concluded, leaving the audience enchanted and applauding enthusiastically. The host took the stage to express gratitude to the performers. Jingji emerged from the backstage lounge, having changed into another qipao, and soon joined the Eastern aesthetics discussion segment. The 3 of them sat casually on a sofa, guiding the audience through trending topics. On either side of Jing, Ji sat hosts Nan Yin and Songya. They discussed Eastern aesthetics based on the intangible cultural heritage of Suzhou Pingtan before delving deeper. Songya, turning to the camera, flashed a warm smile. Recently, Huanhuangan Lu temple nail art has become quite popular. Xiao Jing, your hands are beautiful and perfect for it. As Songya's gaze shifted to Jing Ji's hands, she exclaimed, "Wow, your nails are stunning." The camera zoomed in on Jing Ji's delicately crossed hands resting on her lap. Her slender, jade-like fingers sported long, pale pink nails, exuding a soft luster. Jing Ji gracefully raised her hand, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at the lens, her large, alluring eyes and elegantly arched brows framed by her hair. Styled with an imperial green hairpin, gave her an ethereal charm. She replied leisurely, "I specially had my nails done in Kudin before coming." Songya beamed, complimenting, "That color is beautiful. It makes your hands appear so delicate." Jing Ji retracted her gaze, gently lifting her finger to showcase her Kudin nails with a graceful hand gesture, akin to Guanyin holding a willow. In a calm voice, she explained, "The artist who did my Kudin selected 3 colors from the Chinese traditional color chart, Tue Hong, Shi Yang Jin, and Ro Fun, to create this lovely hue." Songya and Nan Yin nodded appreciatively, turning to the camera. "Indeed, our traditional Chinese colors are exquisite and have extensive applications in various aspects." As they continued, Nan Yin leaned in with curiosity. "So, Xiao Jing, what colors were used for your qipao? I heard it was made from intangible heritage Yin Jin." "Yes," Jing Ji replied, naturally folding her hands in her lap. Glancing down at her qipao adorned with white jade butterflies. It was woven with silver white, moon white, and lotus pink. Nan Yin tilted her head. "Oh, the knotted button on your qipao is exquisite. Could you share its significance in Eastern culture?" With a gentle smile, Jing Ji turned her gaze to the camera, her eyes sparkling with vitality as she replied, "The knotted button is a symbol of classical beauty in China. It serves not only to fasten the garment, but also embodies our aspirations for a beautiful life. Since the upcoming year is the year of the dragon, I specifically chose a dragon knot, symbolizing good fortune and auspiciousness in the dragon year." Nan Yin and Songya exchanged smiles before the camera. 2 seconds later, Nan Yin curiously inquired, "I've heard that in Jiangnan, it's popular for couples to gift knotted buttons. Many fans are curious about your ideal type." Xiao Jing. This question, Jing Ji's smile faltered for a brief moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. This wasn't part of the rehearsal. However, seeing Nan Yin's grin, it seemed this had been deliberately devised. That a moment of silence enveloped the air. Jing Ji forced a chuckle. Well, simultaneously, this segment of the live broadcast skyrocketed in popularity across all platforms, with a barrage of comments flooding in. "Who understands? I want to steal the little fox with a sack. How can she look so beautiful even when awkwardly laughing?" I was going to question why it's her, but today, seeing it, why not her? I'm dying to know what kind she likes. Can we not be so rigid about gender? Dongfang Television knows what we like. Unexpectedly, as the moment of embarrassment faded, Jing Ji's smile returned, and her gaze gradually shifted back to the front table in the audience. The man seated at the head, his dark eyes glimmering subtly, showed little reaction. That he certainly hadn't anticipated this. Jing Ji reassured herself, suppressing a fleeting hope, and when she lifted her gaze again, her eyes sparkled like pearls in clear-watered in the next instant. Her lower eyelids slightly puffed, thick lashes casting shadows over her bright eyes. She tilted her head playfully, revealing a mischievous yet charming smile. Of course, I prefer a gentle, caring, and lively boy. Ideally, someone around my age, so we have plenty to talk about." The comments erupted with excitement. "Oh, she seems to know how beautiful she is. Does it have to be a boy? Can't we be less rigid about gender?" Winky face. "I thought she'd be like a daddy type." "I thought so too. She seems like a girl who is well-loved." Sob. When she said that, she looked at the audience for 2 seconds. The camera should quickly pan to see what's going on. Dongfang Television quickly switched the camera. Hurry. Of course, despite Dongfang Television's audacity, they wouldn't dare shift the camera to the audience indiscriminately for ratings. After all, sitting at the front table were capital moguls they could not afford to offend. Fu Jingxi sat at the center, his deep black eyes betraying a hint of emotion despite his efforts to remain composed. Now, he no longer needed to restrain himself. His gaze was as dark and heavy as the antique prayer beads on his wrist. The atmosphere around him unusually tense. Sitting beside him, Shun Yinji stole a glance at Fu Jingxi. Noting his ashen complexion, he raised an eyebrow. Poor friend, it seemed his ideal type was not the one he had in mind. This was indeed a rather sorrowful affair. Shun Yinji's gaze drifted upward, desperately suppressing a smile. Moments later, he redirected his attention to Fu Jingxi, asking in the calmest tone he could manage. So, how are things going with Miss Jing lately? Fu Jingxi lowered his gaze, responding indifferently. She is not very obedient. Shun Yinji chuckled softly, adopting the perspective of an observer. Perhaps. People aren't meant to be loved in the way you desire. After so many years of friendship, whether it is love or indifference, there is no need for words. A single glance can reveal everything. From the very first moment, Fu Jingxi laid eyes on Lu Mian beside Shun Yinji. He instinctively understood that Shun Yinji would inevitably fall for this girl countless times. Yet, they both tacitly refrained from intervening. That Fu Jingxi did not dispute Shun Yinji's words. Instead, he gazed towards the stage. His slightly raised chin betraying an undeniable confidence that a man in love must continuously present the objects of his affection to the woman he adores, with his hands clasped and crossed over his overlapping legs. Fu Jingxi's gaze swept over Shun Yinji, his expression a mix of arrogance and disdain. I understand love better than you. Shun Yinji found herself at a loss for words, after a moment. She forced a stiff smile, her gaze retracting. How could someone who has never experienced love claim to comprehend it better? Shun Yinji internally scoffed. Fu Jingxi leisurely diverted his gaze as the sharing session on stage concluded. The lights dimmed, and Jingji and the host quietly exited the stage. Shun Yinji cast a sidelong glance. Fu Jingxi rose with composure, his dark eyes indifferent, his tailored suit exuding an air of nobility. His height of nearly 6 feet adding to his regal presence. Without uttering a word, Shun Yinji already knew Fu Jingxi's intentions. That it was rather shameless, she thought to herself. Others claimed he was not her type. Yet he still eagerly followed. Shun Yinji concealed her exasperation behind a gaze that was devoid of hope. That moment, Fu Jingxi received a message on his phone. He took it out to glance at it. Moments later, his eyes shifted coldly towards Shun Yinji as he unexpectedly stated, Lucen sent me a message. Shun Yinji looked up. Fu Jingxi, towering above her, remained silent. Half-spoken words often lead to a lonely existence. Shun Yinji lowered her gaze, choosing not to respond. In the darkened audience, she quietly opened WeChat. The screen was filled with white messages, but his green text stood out. Even now, Lu Mian had not replied a single word. Fu Jingxi observed this scene, a cold smile creeping across his face. Shun Yinji put away her phone, and then rose with an impassive expression. Fu Jingxi's gaze turned icy, without needing to say anything. He understood Shun Yinji's thoughts, how shameless he found it. Others had already discarded him once, yet he still returned for more. In the end, neither of them could be bothered to exchange even a glance. And they parted ways. Those nearby who recognized them were also well-known figures in their own right but could not compare to the distinguished status of these two. One would have guessed that these two powerful individuals, who usually maintained an amicable relationship, could be so meticulous and critical of each other's sycophantic behaviors. Nearby, Zhui Yan and C.I. Jin were seated at the front among the lesser officials at that moment. They exchanged glances. Zhui Yan turned to C.I. Jin. Aren't you going to follow them? C.I. Jin observed the departing Shun Yinji and replied nonchalantly, Our young master is definitely going to find Lu San. My presence would be intrusive. What about you? Why aren't you going? Bian leisurely looked towards the distant Fu Jingxi, shaking his head. Miss Jing just said something like that, so our young master must be seeking her out. I wouldn't dare to follow. A few minutes later, Fu Jingxi and Shun Yinji reconvened at the entrance of the VIP lounge number 2. Fu Jingxi's gaze was fixed on Shun Yinji, his downturned lips betraying a lack of words. Shun Yinji forced a smile, hesitating to speak. Passing stars and popular actresses offered them friendly smiles, but the two remained oblivious. Moments later, Tanju arrived. Sir? Tanju looked at Fu Jingxi with confusion. Fu Jingxi gestured for her to open the door. Tanju promptly complied. Upon entering, they surveyed the room. The lounge, cluttered with bags and clothing, contained only Tanju, who was bent over the makeup mirror, retrieving lipstick. Where is she? Is it really this troublesome to find someone? I should have just had them bring her to my tea room directly. He Fujio, he Shinlu. When did we ever engage in such self-deprecating antics? Frustrated, the two said nothing and turned to leave. Moments later, The door to VIP lounge number 3 swung open. A popular actress smilingly opened the door for the two beauties. Jing Ji and Lu Mayan emerged side by side, glancing at each other. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette in a suit, Lu Mayan quipped, "Aren't they here to find me?" What does it mean that they left? The two returned to the audience. On stage, a powerful singer was performing alongside the leader of a boy band with 2 million fans. Singing Plum Blossom 3 Variations. The singer's deep voice resonated with the melody while the young star performed a segment of traditional dance, accompanying the song with dramatic flair. This young star, with an appearance as radiant as the moon and a demeanor that sparkled under the lights, donned a flowing silk costume that danced in the specially directed breeze. His every aspect, appearance, posture, and vocal delivery, was strikingly beautiful. Interestingly, he shared a connection with the two seated below. He was the great-grandson of the matriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great families, yet he remained low-key and hard-working. A couple of years prior, Fu Jingzi, Shen Yinji, and Shou Tsong had invested in a talent agency called Gangxin Entertainment, albeit not entirely by chance. In the upper echelons of society, capitalists often imbued their business dealings with superstitions regarding fortune. The name Gangxin itself was a clever play, combining the elements of metal and yin and yang. This young star had debuted in a national-style youth program produced by Gangxin Entertainment and subsequently skyrocketed to fame as a leading male singer. Moments later, the song Plum Blossom 3 Variations reached its final segment. The singer, against the backdrop of classical music, recited with deep emotion, "What is love in this world that makes one pledge their life to another? How many stories unfold in this realm, yet none are more enchanting than the Plum Blossom 3 Variations." As the phrase concluded, the music swelled. The young star, with a delicate gesture of his fingers, sang with theatrical flair, "Love knows not where it begins, and goes ever deeper." Fu Jiao and Shen Lu found themselves distracted, their thoughts drifting to the number 2 lounge. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause. Next up was Lu Mayan, who took the stage, born into the Lu family in North City and raised near Jingluo. She lacked the talent for her family's intangible cultural heritage flower silk inlay techniques, leading her to study kunku opera under the renowned actress Dong Zhengxian for several years. Despite Dong's nurturing, her talent did not lie in that direction. So after a few years, she turned to acting, where she found success thanks to her striking appearance. This summer, she starred in a historical drama that became a hit, and the song she was about to perform was the theme song of that very series. As the stage lights illuminated her, Shen Yinji's breath instinctively slowed as she fixated on Lu Mayan. Fu Jingzi, however, lowered his gaze, showing little interest. Instead, he pulled out his phone and stared at the chat history with Jing Ji for a long while, typing and deleting a single character repeatedly. Jing Ji, preparing to exit the lounge, paused in her steps, frowning at her phone's chat interface. The typing indicator had been active for a full minute, yet Fu Jingzi had not sent a message. She decided to put her phone away and stepped out of the lounge to meet her co-host for the upcoming segment. After Lu Mayan's performance, a beam of light fell upon the Eastern Aesthetics sharing area. Hosts Nan Yin and Luo Hong thanked Lu Mayan and invited her to join them on the sofa. This was the second segment arranged by Eastern Television, designed to engage the audience in a casual discussion of popular topics. In this session, Jing Ji would join Lu Mayan to share insights on Eastern aesthetics. The hosts remained the same, with Nan Yin unchanged, while Songya was replaced by the male host Luo Hong. Lu Mayan approached, her hanfu skirt swaying gracefully, and seated herself beside Jing Ji. As they settled in, the host began with pleasantries. That moment, the live stream across all platforms erupted with comments. Eastern Television is truly something, huh? Lu Jia was just criticized for being unworthy to be the ambassador for intangible cultural heritage. Are they really pairing the ambassador for intangible cultural heritage with the ambassador for Eastern aesthetics for the ratings? Some people are truly ridiculous. These two beauties follow each other on all platforms, and their relationship seems quite good. Exactly. No need for conflict. Their gazes exchanged are undeniably friendly. Luo Hong sat a slight distance from Jing Ji, microphone in hand and a bright smile on his face. We all know that Lu Mayan and Xiao Jing are good friends. Why don't we play a game and describe the characteristics of each other's makeup and styling today? Lu Mayan was not adorned in the elaborate attire of kunku opera, but rather donned a Ming Dynasty hanfu, reminiscent of her character, crafted from exquisite cloud-patterned silk. Her hair was elegantly styled with a resplendent northern-style plush flower and accented by a golden hairpin. exuding an air of opulence while retaining an enchanting liveliness. Jing Ji, on the other hand, had changed into a set of intangible cultural heritage song brocade, meticulously designed and crafted by the daughter of the Su family. Her long, lustrous hair was intricately arranged in a cascading tail style, adorned with an icy jade hairpin and a petite, nine-tailed pink fox made of southern plush flower, embodying a gentle charm interspersed with a touch of coyness. One, in vibrant attire, appeared pure, while the other, in understated hues, exuded a more alluring grace. Following the conclusion of their interaction, Jing Ji and Lu Mian returned to the lounge together. The gaze of two men seated at a round table trailed after them. A few minutes later, the planning committee for the New Year's Eve gala and senior executives from the Eastern television station arrived at the entrance of a tea room in the theater. Their expressions grave. The secretary beside the highest-ranking leader knocked heavily on the door. After a moment of silent exchange, the person at the forefront fixed their gaze on the door, swallowing nervously. Those behind, some peering anxiously with furrowed brows, while others fidgeted restlessly, scratching their heads that in a fleeting moment, the door was pulled open. Zhuang Yin, through his golden-framed glasses, cast a detached glance at the group outside. "Come in," he said brusquely, turning to enter the tea room. The group exchanged glances before entering one by one, treading lightly with solemn expressions. Inside the tea room, all eyes were drawn to a strikingly large dynamic painting on the wall. This was a colossal piece, half gilded and half crafted from fine silver, where real gold and silver powders intertwined and flowed, illuminated by spotlights nestled in an intricately carved black sandalwood frame. The painting radiated brilliance, dazzling to the eyes that it symbolized the phenomenon of flourishing upon encountering water, imposing enough to leave one breathless. Overwhelmed by the grandeur of this Chinese aristocratic aura, everyone instinctively bowed their heads, holding their breath in reverence, not daring to meet the gaze of the man seated in the grand armchair opposite them. On the intricately carved purple sandalwood desk, a comprehensive planning document for the New Year's Eve gala lay, detailing every line the host was to utter.